Chapter 1. Haven't you bathed? In the repository of beautiful minds. This book will exclusively feature the fruit mech as the protagonist battle mech. The author will innovate on mech details, and the background is entirely fictitious, with all city names created by the author. This narrative unfolds slowly, so please exercise patience. The ensuing plot will not disappoint esteemed readers. By heavens! What on earth? Goodness gracious! On Blue Star, in the Summer Kingdom, within a certain internet CAF, Zhao Yi stared in astonishment at the scenes unfolding on his computer screen. Mechs clashed in a chaotic battle, showcasing an array of dazzling mechs, the brilliance almost blinding him. When the world happened, I wake up from a nap, and suddenly, the entire world is engaged in mech warfare. This was a realm of mech conflict. Alien invasions had rendered mechs one of humanity's most vital forces against external threats. Yet, acquiring and wielding a mech was no simple feat. Upon turning 18, individuals could enter into a contract to summon their own mech spirits. These mech spirits could conjure forth more powerful, sentient mechs. However, not everyone could forge such contracts. Merely entering into a contract did not guarantee the summoning of one's own mech spirit. In essence, it was a matter of luck. Those lacking a mech spirit could either rely on their abilities to join the official system as pilots of standardized mechs or lead a humble existence as an ordinary person. Yet, as Zhao Yi glanced at the registration fee for contracting a mech, his eyes widened in disbelief. 1 million? Are they robbing us? Zhao Yi slumped back onto the couch in the internet CAF. 1 million? Where on earth could he procure such a sum? Due to years of warfare, Blue Star, particularly the Summer Kingdom, was somewhat better off. Ordinary lives could still be sustained, albeit with far fewer entertainment options than before. The once vibrant entertainment culture had been supplanted by soldiers piloting mechs on the front lines. In a world where calamity could strike at any moment, some entertainment remained, yet it lacked the fervor of a bygone era. Zhao Yi found himself devoid of the means to unabashedly emulate the stars of his previous life. At that moment, a vivid image suddenly flashed in Zhao Yi's mind. A shy smile crept onto his lips. How should I approach this? As he contemplated his next move, a wave of embarrassment washed over him. After a considerable pause, he finally picked up his phone. After some searching through his contacts, he located a number saved under the name Benefactor. Hesitating for a moment, Zhao Yi chose to dial the number. After a while, the call connected. Before Zhao Yi could utter a word, a languid and melodious voice came through the receiver. My mood is rather pleasant today. Speak. What is it? I need to borrow some money. Huh. Beep. Zhao Yi looked up. The call was terminated. He dialed again. My mood has suddenly soured. Let's discuss this another day. The languid voice continued, and Zhao Yi could almost sense the disdainful gaze of the girl on the other end. The call was hung up once more. Exasperated, Zhao Yi tried again. This time, without waiting for the other party to speak, a sycophantic and somewhat lecherous expression emerged on his face. Sure, my dear Miss Sure, well, I find myself in a bit of trouble, financially constrained. So could you? The girl on the other end shuddered, feeling a wave of discomfort. Then, with impatience, she replied, All right, enough chatter. How much do you need to borrow? Zhao Yi cautiously responded, 1,000? No, not that. 10,000? 1 million. What? The girl, Shengwan Qingshi, was taken aback. 1 million? Zhao Yi, let's end this here. From now on, let's not keep in touch. You don't need to repay what you borrowed before, just leave it at that. Goodbye. Saying this, she prepared to hang up once again. Don't hang up. I assure you I will repay this sum. It's merely 1 million. If I fail to repay it, he'll be Shishi's dog from now on, obeying her every command. His words were resolute. At that moment, several patrons in the internet CAF glanced over, their expressions a mix of astonishment and curiosity. Wow, this guy's pretty bold, willing to be someone's dog? Did you hear? 1 million. If someone could lend me that, I'd be happy to be their dog too. Who is he calling? I wish I had such friends. However, on the other end, Shengwan Qingshi scoffed. Just you? There are plenty out there eager to be my dog. What makes you think you're any better than those other guys? Zhao Yi cleared his throat. Well, I possess many commendable qualities as a servant. Such as? For instance, I can devour 3 large bowls of rice, sleep soundly without kicking off the covers, and maintain a daily routine of washing my hair and bathing. I stand at a height of 1.85 meters. Shengwan Qingshi. Is that all? Zhao Yi felt a wave of helplessness. Sure, I beg you. With a resigned sigh, Shengwan Qingshi relented. All right then, tell me, what do you intend to do with this 1 million? Zhao Yi recounted his plans. Contract a mech spirit? What prompted this sudden desire? One must have dreams, just as I have a dream of piloting a mech. Last time you asked to borrow 200,000 for stock trading, claiming you had a dream of becoming a stock god. Shengwan Qingshi rolled her eyes, feeling exasperated. Are you truly willing to give a shot? And even if you try, success isn't guaranteed. I want to give it a try. Come to my house tomorrow to collect the money. Zhao Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thank you, my lady. From this day forth, I shall be your most loyal dog. Woof woof. Shengwan Qingshi nearly burst into laughter, but managed to restrain herself. Scram. If you don't repay, you'll regret it. Yes, my lady, I will definitely repay. Now, it was Shengwan Qingshi's turn to feel the weight of a headache. Mom, give me my dowry. Sitting on the sofa, admiring her manicured nails, Nanji, you looked taken aback. What dowry? Mom, didn't you say that once I get married, I do receive 1 million as a dowry? Nanji nodded, still bewildered. Sure. Are you in a relationship? Shengwan Qingshi took a deep breath and nodded firmly. Yes, Mom, I'm in a relationship. Hurry and give me the dowry. Nanji, you appeared dazed. Sure, this is so sudden. Tell me about the young man you're seeing. The dowry matter isn't urgent. It's Zhao Yi. Upon hearing the name Zhao Yi, Nanji Yu's expression soured instantly. That boy again? Are you planning to lend him that million? Shengwan Qingshi's expression grew awkward. Oof. Nanji Yu huffed. If you're borrowing money for that boy, don't expect a single cent from me. How much have you lent him over the years? You're throwing yourself at him while he doesn't even appreciate it. Shengwan Qingshi pouted. In an unexpected turn, she embraced Nanji Yu's arm and began to sway. Oh, Mom, please. If Zhao Yi doesn't repay this time, we'll make him marry into our family, and our son will take my surname. Nanji Yu rolled her eyes. I can't fathom why, with our family's wealth and standing, you'd choose such a reckless boy. Mom, you don't understand, just give it to me. Nanji Yu looked at her daughter and sighed. I can give it to you. Shengwan Qingshi's eyes lit up. But I have one condition. Mom, just say it'll accept 100 conditions if need be. Chapter 2. Following the procedure poetry. Look what I have brought you. Outside the garden villa in Jingcheng, sunlight bathed the area in a warm glow, illuminating everything beautifully. As Shengwan Qingshi stepped outside, she caught sight of a young man holding a bouquet of fresh flowers. The essence of youth and sunshine radiated from Zhao Yi, captivating Shengwan Qingshi's attention and causing her heart to flutter, although her demeanor remained composed, embodying the pride and aloofness befitting a young lady of her stature. With arms crossed and her head held high, she simply acknowledged him with a soft, "Come in." Today, Shengwan Qingshi was adorned in a delicate pink dress, her feet clad in charming rabbit slippers. This blend of haughty grace and adorable attire in the bright morning uplifted Zhao Ye's spirits immensely. He followed her into the villa, where a woman sat elegantly on the sofa. Though her attire was not ostentatious, an innate air of affluence surrounded her. However, it would have been preferable had her expression not conveyed such animosity. Nanji Yu's disapproving gaze swept over Zhao Yi, taking note of the gardenia bouquet in his hands and the gift bag he carried. She suppressed a disdainful huff. This was not Zhao Ye's first visit to the Shengwan residence. He had previously come when Shengwan Qingshi's parents were absent. Today, however, he had received prior notification. He set the bouquet down in a suitable place and approached Nanji Yu with the gift box in hand. Auntie, I heard you would be home today, so I prepared this gift for you. Nanji Yu glanced at the box, recognizing the latest fragrance from her favorite brand. The young man had certainly come prepared. No wonder her foolish daughter was so easily enchanted by him. Do you know how many people contract with the mecha spirits each year? Nanji Yu's tone turned serious. Zhao Yi nodded. That I know. $0.1 million at IT is no small sum. Yet every year, countless individuals borrow money, even risking their entire fortunes, in hopes of altering their fates. Yet the outcome often reveals that dreams remain mere illusions, incapable of providing sustenance. Nanji Yu's tone was grave, both a statement of fact and a gentle admonition. After all, 1 million is indeed a considerable amount. For the happiness of her foolish daughter, Borrowing this sum was worth it. Yet, she hoped Zhao Yi would recognize reality. Her daughter adored him, and, as a parent, she had no objections. Why not simply live a normal life together? What good was becoming a lofty mecha master when the future lay in the vast universe? On battlefields fraught with uncertainty, Zhao Ye's gaze was resolute. Auntie, knowing there are countless wonders ahead, I cannot bear to look away, even if just for a glimpse, seeing the determination in Zhao Ye's eyes. Nan Jiyue felt her heart soften. Shangwan Qingshi huffed, raising her chin defiantly. Mom, it's just 1 million. If he can't repay it, he can come work for us, serving me tea and massaging my feet. Nan Jiyue paused, momentarily stunned by her daughter's unexpected suggestion. Was she punishing him or rewarding him? Foot massages, really? She rolled her eyes. Since you've made your decision, I won't stand in your way. But remember, 1 million is a significant amount. And we need a promissory note. Zhao Ye's eyes lit up. Of course, Annie. Rest assured, I will repay it. Nan Jiyue smirked. You said that before, from dozens to hundreds and then to tens of thousands. Zhao Yi readily signed the note. Feeling elated. Thank you, and don't thank me. If it weren't for Qingshi, do you think I would lend you this money? At this moment, Zhao Yi was so thrilled he barely noticed Nan Jiyue's presence that he stepped in front of Shangwan Qingshi and, in her astonished gaze, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, spinning her around joyfully. The girl's pink dress twirled gracefully. Miss, you are too good to me. Don't worry, I will definitely repay this money. Before Shangwan Qingshi could scold him or Nan Jiyue could reprimand him, Zhao Yi declared, Auntie, I must take my leave. Goodbye. He was eager to depart, bidding farewell to Nan Jiyue and Shangwan Qingshi before swiftly turning away. Having been granted a second chance at life, he could not bear to merely observe others fulfill their mecha dreams at that moment. All that filled his eyes was a yearning for the mecha. The villa door closed with a heavy thud. Shangwan Qingshi's cheeks flushed crimson, and she could not bring herself to look up. Nan Jiyue was left speechless. T.S. gone. Still, Shangwan Qingshi's face burned with embarrassment. Oh, Mom, he was so reckless. I will definitely have a serious talk with him later. Nan Jiyue rolled her eyes. All right, your ears are D. Oh, I not know you. You've probably already thought of names for your future children. Shangwan Qingshi's eyes widened in shock as she looked up. Mom, how did you know? Nan Jiyue. That is the capital of Nanjing Province. Jingqing boasts its own mecha contract institution, the Nanjing Mecha Management Bureau. The Blue Star is vast, far exceeding Earth in size by at least 100-fold. If it were not so expansive and resource-rich, it would not have attracted the covetous gaze of extraterrestrial forces. Zhao Yi stood before the imposing entrance of the Management Bureau, through which he could glimpse the colossal machines housed within, some armed with formidable thermal weaponry, others equipped with massive cold weapons crafted from high-density alloys. The battles of the mechas often extend beyond mere firearms, incorporating special cold weapons that dwarf entire buildings. Upon entering, he found himself in the reception hall of the Mecha Management Bureau, which was exceptionally spacious due to the presence of several mechas. The two towering machines flanking the room exuded an intimidating aura. Hello, welcome to the Nanjing Mecha Management Bureau. How may I assist you today? The receptionist, clad in professional attire, exuded an air of sophistication. Her sheer stockings paired with nude high heels drawing the eye. Hello, I would like to contract with a mecha spirit. The receptionist smiled knowingly. Sir, the fee for contracting a mecha spirit is 1 million. Do you have sufficient funds? Yes. Very well. Sir, we require a funds verification before scheduling this service, that I hope you understand that this is a necessary procedure. Following the young lady, Zhao Yi navigated through the hall, passing various offices, embarking on the tedious process of registration and payment. Chapter 3. I am proud. As Zhao Yi progressed through the various procedures, he finally reached the true site for contracting a mecha spirit. He stood in awe, dumbfounded. What is this? The receptionist smiled gently at Mr. Zhao. This is the place where we contract mecha spirits, commonly referred to as the Stargate. The Stargate, a supermassive portal far larger than the mechas visible outside. Surrounding this monumental entrance were enormous devices connected to it. Sir, the success of your contract with the mecha spirit hinges on this portal known as the Stargate. Upon successfully contracting a mecha spirit, the portal will open, allowing the spirit to emerge. The operation of the Stargate demands colossal resources, which is why the 1 million fee reflects substantial government subsidies. Zhao Yi was taken aback. The portal loomed grandly, unadorned yet exuding an ancient, timeless quality, as if it had been forged in the depths of antiquity, shrouded in mystery to Mr. Zhao. Here is your token. When your number is called, the hall's announcement will notify you. Zhao Yi quickly accepted it. Thank you. The receptionist maintained her smile. Mr. Zhao, I wish you good fortune. With that, she departed swiftly. The area surrounding the Stargate was a vast, enclosed space, encircled by a circular structure resembling a corridor, with sturdy glass windows facing the portal. This was the hall previously mentioned by the receptionist. Though the 1 million fee for contracting a mecha spirit was exorbitant, many individuals occupied the hall, some appearing gaunt while others radiated vitality. Upon Zhao Ye's arrival, numerous eyes turned in his direction. Silence enveloped the room as everyone awaited their turn of tea that moment. A handsome young man waved Zhao Yi over. Hey, come here, you've got plenty of people ahead of you. No need to rush. Raising an eyebrow, Zhao Yi found the quiet atmosphere of the hall somewhat comforting. Any conversation was welcome that he approached the young man. Is this your first time? Yes, I'm Luin, he replied, sitting comfortably, exuding a relaxed demeanor compared to others present. I'm Zhao Yi, and it is indeed my first visit. Zhao Yi's curiosity piqued. Are there people who have been here before? Lu Wuyuan chuckled, gesturing toward a young man seated in the front left. See that guy? He has been coming here almost every month since last year. This is his 20th visit. Zhao Yi glanced at the young man. Contemplating the implications. 20 visits? That is 20 million, right? Lu Wuyuan shrugged. Some individuals possess wealth so abundant that it seems inexhaustible. 20 million, merely a drop in the bucket. The young man previously pointed at by Lu Wuyuan scoffed lightly. Lu Wuyuan, do not speak of me. There are certain fellows who visit once every few weeks, or even a few days, and sometimes multiple times in a single day. Has your expenditure diminished? Lu Wuyuan retorted with a derisive laugh. I have an endless supply of money at home. I spend what I choose to spend. How many of those 2 million can you afford to squander? Yi Ling's gaze darkened momentarily as he cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Yi beside Lu Wuyuan, quickly retracting his eyes. Zhao Yi, somewhat speechless, thought to himself, what a pity. Is this hatred directed at Lu Wuyuan, and I am caught in the crossfire? Zhao Yi felt an urge to slip away. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Wuyuan had already draped an arm over his shoulder. Zhao, where are you off to? Fear not. That fellow is merely a minor tycoon from Jingcheng, of no consequence. Zhao Yi was on the verge of cursing. A minor tycoon from Jingcheng. Have you considered the implications of your words? Jingcheng is the capital of Nanjing province. Do not fret. If you can successfully contract the mecha spirit this time, that insignificant Yi family will pose no threat. Yi Ling chuckled derisively to Lu Wuyuan. Do you think your foolishness is shared by others? Successful contracting? Look around. How many here can genuinely believe they will succeed? That lad. Yi Ling continued. I suggest you keep your distance from him. He possesses status and connections, while you are but a small fry with neither background nor strength that moment. However, Zhao Yi interjected with a chuckle. Is it possible that young Master Yi is familiar with the Shangwan family? Yi Ling frowned slightly. Of course. The head of the Shangwan family, Shangwan Tianxiong, is the commander of the entire southeastern war zone of the Xia Nation. Who is unaware of this? Are you claiming to be associated with the Shangwan family? Yi Ling suddenly let out a cold laugh. Though the Shangwan family is vast and influential, it follows a direct lineage. While there may be distant relatives, only Shangwan Tianxiong's son, Shangwan Zhen, bears the surname Shangwan. I have never heard of a young descendant such as yourself. Zhao Yi shook his head, his expression enigmatic. What about Shangwan Qingshi? Of course, I know her. She is the prize jewel of the Shangwan family. Akin to a princess, Zhao Ye's eyes widened. Precisely. Yi Ling, puzzled, found it difficult to fathom Zhao Ye's background. Lu Wuyuan, standing nearby, regarded Zhao Yi with intrigue. Did I inadvertently engage with a figure of significance? Zhao Yi merely smirked coldly. I am but a humble individual. Just so happens. Zhao's voice elongated as he continued, prompting Yi Ling and Lu Wuyuan to turn their attention towards him, anticipating further elaboration. Even the surrounding spectators leaned in. Intrigued. Actually, I am Shangwan Qingshi. As Zhao Yi drew out his words, the crowd began to fidget restlessly. Brother, can you refrain from gasping for air while speaking? Please articulate clearly. You are making me anxious. Lu Wuyuan echoed, bewildered. Hurry up and finish your sentence. At that moment, Zhao Yi slowly uttered 3 words. A dog. Silence and a profound stillness enveloped the scene. What did he just say? A dog. Did he really just claim that? Yi Ling was at a loss for words. Young man, Do you realize the absurdity of your statement? Indeed, Yiling added, you ought to consider how many in Jingcheng would desire to be Shangguan Qingshi's dog. If that is the case, may I also claim to be your dog? Yiling's tone turned I see why did you comprehend the consequences of trifling with me. Zhao Yi, however, merely chuckled coldly. You doubt me. Yiling found himself inexplicably amused. Chapter 4. Justifying my name, do you take me for a fool? Who would believe such foolishness? Zhao Ye's lips curled into a mischievous smile. What if I could prove my words to be true? Yiling's forehead throbbed. If you can substantiate your claim, I shall cover the cost of 100,000 for the successful contract of the Mecha spirit. Very well, but should it prove false? If it is false, I shall pay you 100,000. Yiling inhaled deeply. Commence your performance. Zhao Yi retrieved his phone and initiated a video call. Meanwhile, Shangguan Qingshi sat on her balcony, engrossed in a book. The little dog is calling. The little dog is calling. Answer the phone. A flurry of ringing ensued. Upon recognizing a video call, she answered without hesitation. What is it? Did you succeed or fail in your contract? On the other end, Zhao Yi cleared his throat. Ahem, Qingshi, I find myself in a spot of trouble and require your assistance for verification. Shangguan Qingshi paused. What trouble necessitates my confirmation? Suddenly, Zhao Yi adjusted his collar. Clearing his throat once more. Today, I claim to be your dog, and some refuse to believe me. Therefore, I require you to affirm, I, Zhao Yi, am officially recognized as your dog, Miss Qingshi. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Was being someone's dog truly something to boast about in this day and age? Well, while the status of Miss Shangguan is indeed lofty, do you not possess a shred of shame? If it is true, allow me to take this opportunity, the crowd murmured. Shangguan Qingshi's expression turned stern. Zhao Yi, do you intend to evade repayment? Let me remind you, I have put forth my dowry for this. If you dare default, I will not spare you. Zhao Yi felt awkward. I speak the truth. Pointing at Yiling, he declared, Hey, if you do not believe me, come and see if this is indeed Miss Shangguan. Yiling scoffed, skeptical that Zhao Yi, a mere nobody, could genuinely know the Shangguan heiress. Young man, you had better hope your claims hold water. As he stepped forward, Zhao Yi pointed his phone camera at him. Qingshi, this is the individual. Quickly confirm that I am indeed your dog. Yiling was about to mock Zhao Yi when he caught sight of the screen and froze at his sister Shangguan. Shangguan Qingshi raised an eyebrow. Her expression one of confusion. Who is he? Then, shifting her tone, she continued, Let me tell you, Zhao Yi, if you dare to default on repayment, you may not comprehend that not everyone is qualified to be a subordinate. In this domain, I stand unrivaled. After all, there exists a beautiful, melodious, and affluent young lady willing to offer you 1,000,000. It is indeed hard for me to remain unmoved. Yiling. He, with a chime. The notification of a bank transfer promptly appeared on the phone. Brother, do you truly know Shangguan Qingshi? Lu Weiyuan emerged from nowhere. Zhao Yi cast a wary glance at him. What are you up to? Let me tell you, serving as a subordinate is my exclusive expertise, not to be shared. Luyen. He rolled his eyes. Who is discussing this with you? From your appearance, you seem to have a close relationship with Shangguan Qingshi. Close? Who would maintain a good relationship with their creditor? Haven't you heard that when one cannot repay their debts, they must serve as a subordinate? Lu Weiyuan felt the urge to strike him, truly wanting to lash out. Are you or are you not serving as a subordinate? You've clearly mastered the art of double standards. Zhao Yi suddenly pointed to the sign ahead. Look, isn't it your turn? Lu Weiyuan paused, glancing at his number. Number 36, Lu Weiyuan. The announcement echoed throughout the hall. He hastily rose from the chair and patted Zhao Yi on the shoulder. Brother, let's chat later. I shall return shortly. As Lu Weiyuan departed, Yiling sat beside Zhao Yi. Let me give you a heads up. Don't get too close to this guy. He is from the Lu family, and I've heard they are preparing to form an alliance with the Shangguan family. Chapter 5. Keep your distance. Zhao Yi shrugged, unconcerned that an alliance is just an alliance. What does it have to do with me? Yiling was momentarily taken aback. Who would believe such words? However, Zhao Yi earnestly replied, Let me ask you, when a woman gets married, isn't it customary for the dowry to be given to the husband? Yiling nodded. Isn't that the norm? The dowry of the young lady is in my possession. Who else could she marry? Yiling was at a loss for words. You truly believe that 1,000,000 is a considerable sum for the Shangguan family? For a family of their stature, 1,000,000 is merely a drop in the bucket. Zhao Yi remained unfazed. Yi Ling grew anxious. You can't genuinely think that the Shangwan family would marry their precious daughter to a nobody like you. Can you? Your connection with Miss Shangwan is evident, but you must understand that people in this world are not equal. Without strength or background, what makes you think she would choose you? Zhao Yi sighed. I am not anxious. Why are you? Yi Ling was rendered speechless. He was concerned for you, yet you mocked him. Moreover, his gaze slowly drifted to the massive portal outside. Strength has never been an issue. You believe you can succeed in the contract? Zhao Yi patted Yi Ling on the shoulder. If I believe I can, then I certainly will. Yi Ling, however, regarded him with disdain. Over the years, many have harbored such thoughts. Zhao, while dreams are beautiful, reality is often harsh. Zhao Yi retorted with equal scorn. That is because those individuals lack conviction. Yi Ling was taken aback. Lack of conviction. Tell me, you affluent young masters, wouldn't you harbor disdain toward someone like me pursuing the young lady? Then say something like, you unworthy commoner are not fit for her. It would be best if you recognize reality and cease any association with her, followed by tossing a 50 million bank car my way. Yi Ling scoffed. What peculiar logic is this? The Shangwan family is simply not within my reach. I would rather you attain that. Zhao Yi shot him an incredulous glance. What do you mean by high climbing? It is clearly the Shangwan family that seeks to ascend by associating with me. Yi Ling continued to scoff. Setting aside everything else, in terms of mentality, you are indeed a commoner. In speech, you are still a commoner. After pondering, Yi Ling became somewhat earnest. It is not an odd preference. I once met Miss Shangwan, and perhaps I do not wish for such a beautiful girl to become a pawn of interest. Zhao Yi was somewhat surprised. Who would have thought that beneath your flamboyant exterior lies a sense of justice? Yi Ling erupted in anger. What nonsense! I am not a playboy. I've never even held a girl's hand. Oh, so it was little chilling. Yi Ling fumed. You dare? Zhao Yi shook his head. At least I've held the young lady's hand. Yi Ling sighed, that I do not wish to converse with someone like you. Farewell, and let us not keep in touch. Through the window, Zhao Yi could see the pipes connected to the portal vibrating violently, swelling and deflating as if they were channeling some form of energy into the portal. Beside him, Yi Ling explained, the portal is a special gateway brought back from outer space. Some say it connects to an entirely unknown universe, or perhaps a spiritual realm. How do you know this? Zhao Yi asked, somewhat surprised. This time, Yi Ling was also astonished. These facts are in our textbooks. You are unaware? Zhao Yi chuckled. He genuinely had no knowledge of this. To be precise, he had hardly attended school in his life. His encounter with the young lady was merely a stroke of fate. Casting his thoughts aside, he inquired, what else do you know? Though slightly surprised that Zhao Yi was unaware of this, he continued. The spirit of the mech is akin to embedding a soul into the mech we use, granting it objective growth. Similarly, for the pilot, it also offers growth potential. The spirit of the mech, however, is born from the portal, leading scientists to speculate that the portal is a gateway to a unique spiritual realm. And that is all. Zhao Yi understood. His knowledge of mechs largely stemmed from the internet. Yet the current state of the network is not as developed as before the interstellar wars. In fact, it has been blocked, rendering some knowledge inaccessible online. Number 45, Yi Ling. Yi Ling's name echoed over the loudspeaker. He stood and exited the hall. As he left, another hand landed on Zhao Yi's shoulder. He looked up, startled. Whoa, how did you get back in? Didn't you fail the contract? Lu Wuyan shrugged. There is no rule against visiting multiple times in a day. Indeed, the avaricious wealthy are unyielding. Lu Wuyan seemed unconcerned as he took the seat previously occupied by Yi Ling. Are you truly close with Miss Shangwan? Not really. Lu Wuyan. If you encounter any financial troubles, I could assist you. Zhao Yi cast him a sidelong glance. What? The avaricious wealthy are showing compassion. Not exactly. I was wondering if you faced any financial issues while courting Miss Shangwan. Zhao Yi found this increasingly strange. What? Are you planning to help me pursue the young lady? Lu Wuyan smiled. That is not out of the question. Zhao Yi felt a chill run down his spine. Brother, you don't have any peculiar hobbies, do you? Keep your distance. He tightened his collar as he spoke to Lu Wuyan. I genuinely hope you two can be together. Zhao Yi was puzzled. Why do you wish for us to be together? Are we some renowned sweet couple in a romantic reality show? Lu Wuyan exhaled lightly. To be honest, had I not known about your relationship with Miss Shangwan beforehand, I would have intended to pursue her myself. Zhao Yi scoffed. Isn't your family preparing to form an alliance with the Shangwan family? Why would you need to pursue her? But the one forming the alliance is my brother, not me. What? You want your brother to be cuckolded? As Yiling departed, it was now Lu Wuyuan's turn to show signs of agitation. Can you just leave? I simply don't want my brother to have it easy. But since you are here, I need not worry. Zhao Yi remained perplexed. Could you clarify? Your riddles are quite vexing. Lu Yuan displayed a bitter expression. Actually, I had contracted with the spirit of the Mech. You mean you contracted with the spirit of the Mech? Then why are you here? Chapter 6. Contract success, having money with no place to spend it. I need somewhere to expend my unallocated funds. Zhao Yi clenched his fists, deeply suppressing the urge to strike this fellow. However, during their conversation, at the colossal portal in the center of the circular structure, Yiling fervently urged himself, I can do this. I will succeed. In that moment, his resolve was unwavering. He was certain he could successfully contract. He slowly placed his hand upon a massive crystal orb positioned before the portal that a faint halo began to emanate from the orb. At that moment, Yiling's consciousness gradually descended. The surrounding pipes connected to the portal surged with a continuous flow of energy, ensuring the contractors have enough energy to activate the portal upon successful contract. Tick-tock. This moment, time seemed to freeze. The surrounding clamor faded away. His consciousness sank deeper. He envisioned a starry sky, a vast cosmos materializing within the depths of his awareness. Where did I this? As Yiling pondered how he had arrived in this place. In the distance that last, I can finally escape this wretched place. That a colossal creature resembling a bird flapped its wings and soared towards me. In the next moment, Yiling's consciousness abruptly returned, amidst the astonished gazes of all present. The stargate began to tremble violently. The energy conduits quaked even more forcefully as torrents of energy surged into the stargate. With a thunderous roar, the ancient massive portal suddenly swung open. A fiery red avian creature emerged from the stargate. With another deafening boom, as the creature flew forth, the stargate closed once more with a tremendous clang. The blazing flames flickered like a tangible essence. And even those observing from outside through a window could not help but feel a wave of heat wash over them. Lu Yuan's eyes widened. Could it be that he succeeded? The fiery red bird spread its wings, revealing layers of intricate metallic scales that cloaked its form, transforming its once animalistic appearance into something more fantastical. A gigantic, red, bird-like mech materialized before the crowd, but this manifestation was fleeting, quickly vanishing to revert into a red bird once more. The diminutive creature began to shrink, flapping its wings twice before alighting on Yiling's shoulder. Yiling was momentarily stunned. Had he truly succeeded? After tirelessly attempting for 2.5 years and expending tens of millions, today he had finally triumphed. After the initial astonishment came overwhelming joy. Kid, are you happy? The fiery bird suddenly spoke. Yiling nodded enthusiastically. Of course. I have contracted with the spirit of the Mech. How could I not be happy? You are rejoicing too soon, the bird retorted, flapping its wings. Your physical condition is far too inadequate. After forming a contract with me, even maintaining the Mech's operation will be a hassle. Yiling felt a bit embarrassed. Was it normal for the son of the richest man in Jing City to lack physical fitness? I am called Yin Huang. Remember my name well, the red bird declared before dissolving into sparks before Yiling's eyes. Yiling was left in astonishment. Yin Huang? Then a familiar voice echoed in his mind. I need a rest for a while. Don't disturb me unless it's urgent. Knowing that his Mech spirit was still present brought a sense of relief to Yiling. At that moment, a young man clad in military garb approached him. Hello, Mr. Yiling, you have successfully contracted with the Mech spirit. The Mech Management Bureau requires you to register your status. S-Mechs are war machines. Failure to register and misuse of their power can lead to irrevocable consequences for society that I hope you understand. Yiling said nothing and followed the young soldier to complete the registration. With the successful contract established, his identity was about to undergo a transformation. Those still waiting in the hall were filled with envy as they witnessed this scene. How long had it been since a fortunate individual successfully contracted a Mech spirit in Jing City? Not only the others, but Zhao Yi also felt a tremor of shock within. Was this the Mech spirit? Was this what it looked like to successfully contract with a Mech spirit? It was simply stunning. Lu Wen sighed beside him. I never expected this fellow Yiling to succeed in his contract. Zhao Yi replied, haven't you succeeded before? Why lament? A shadow of gloom passed through Lu Yuan's eyes. I did once succeed, but my Mech spirit was taken from me. Zhao Ye's heart sank. The mech spirit could be taken away. Lu Wen nodded. Though the mech spirit is bound to you, it often acts as an independent intellect. Generally, it is difficult to take away, but you must understand that nothing in this world is absolute. Zhao Yi frowned slightly. Would you mind elaborating? Lu Wen reclined against the metallic chair back that there's nothing much to say. My family, the Lu family, has many members, but I am the neglected eldest. My family favors my younger brother. Whenever he fails to contract, they urge me to give my mech spirit to him. I was unwilling, yet I never anticipated that my own mech spirit would betray me. Zhao Ye's expression grew peculiar. Did he somehow stumble into a peculiar narrative? Brother, I'm sorry for your loss. Lu Wen maintained a casual demeanor. There's no need for such pessimism. Since then, I have distanced myself from the Lu family, but they still provide me with $1 billion a year as an allowance. Zhao Yi was nearly amused to the point of irritation. $1 billion a year as pocket money. He was torn between pitying Lu Wen and feeling sorry for himself. So, what do you plan to do now? Lu Wen looked at him. Isn't that what I'm doing? Before encountering you, I intended to chase after the jewel of the Guan family to give my brother some discomfort. Now that I've met you, my plan has changed. What plan? Lu Wen smirked. It's your turn now. That will see what happens once you successfully contract with the mech spirit. Indeed. Number 69, Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi glanced at Lu Wen and chose not to inquire further. Standing up to move forward. Passing through the hall, he stood before the enormous Stargate. Before the Stargate was a colossal transparent crystal ball. Within the crystal, there was a layer of mist-like white substance. Obscuring the view of what lay inside, a staff member began to provide guidance. Place your hand on the crystal ball, close your eyes, and feel it for yourself. Of course, I haven't contracted before either. Chapter 7. Pineapple Snow. Zhao Yi felt a wave of disbelief. Besides the various conduits installed on the Stargate, beneath the Stargate was an enclosed space, a circular building serving as the hall. Half was utilized as the main area, while the other half was occupied by staff members. This moment, only Zhao Yi remained beneath the Stargate. He gradually placed his hands on the crystal ball. As his consciousness descended, the scene before him shifted. A vast starry expanse unfolded. From the distant cosmos, a melodious voice echoed. I blow pineapple snow. Not snow, but blood. The blood upon my sword. In an instant. Ancient swords of profound history transformed into beams of sword light, illuminating the eternal starry sky. His consciousness returned in a flash. This moment, the Stargate leading to the unknown world swung open, but a peculiar sound emerged, whether it was merely his imagination or reality. A small, gelatinous creature, golden yellow and reminiscent of jelly, stepped out from the radiant space behind the gate. As the crowd looked on in confusion, Zhao Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth is this? Jelly? No, the childhood idol, Pineapple Snow. Pineapple Snow wiggled its body, taking cautious steps from the Stargate. With a thunderous crash, the Stargate slammed shut once more. You are my contractor. The familiar voice and tone nearly convinced Zhao Yi that he had traversed into an animated world. After all, the appearance of such a cartoonish being was indeed surreal. Yes, Pineapple Snow grinned mischievously. Suddenly, it lifted its two spherical hands and sighed dramatically. I have finally returned. This time, I shall reclaim all that rightfully belongs to me. With a chuckle, Pineapple Snow lightly leaped onto Zhao Ye's shoulder. Zhao Yi was puzzled. Pineapple Snow, why are you alone? Oh, Pineapple Snow exclaimed, grinning impishly. You actually know me. I didn't realize my fame was so widespread. What about your mech? The mech. Let me see. Pineapple Snow began rummaging around its own form. Zhao Yi was bemused as Pineapple Snow produced a shimmering azure sword seemingly from thin IT tossed the sword to Zhao Yi. Give it a try. Though surprised at contracting a mech spirit in the form of Pineapple Snow, he found acceptance in the strangeness of it all. After all, having traversed into such a sci-fi realm, he could welcome the bizarre. Zhao Yi accepted the azure sword, which seemed to be the divine general's sword once wielded by Liu Xiaohua, yet it bore a refined elegance unlike the cartoonish style of the animated series. Suddenly, an inspiration struck Zhao Yi. Gripping the divine general's sword, he pointed skyward. With a rumble, a dark cloud materialized above the sealed chamber, and thunder rumbled ominously in that instant. Everyone's attention was captured. Fruit treasure mech. Zhao Yi exclaimed. Embracing his inner enthusiasm, a radiance formed a circular magic array. Parts began to soar from the array, semi-finished components assembling themselves mid-air. The metallic sounds of assembly thrilled Zhao Yi to his core. Return to position. As he uttered that command, a massive green mech resembling an apple, yet exuding a distinct mech essence appeared before the crowd. The animated fruit treasure mech appeared diminutive on screen. But before Zhao Yi stood a colossal creation, its design brimming with ominous cannons and gun barrels that inspired awe. The glossy green paint enhanced the mech's beauty, embodying the ideal mech design that Zhao Yi had always envisioned. Pineapple Snow observed Zhao Yi's almost entranced gaze upon the fruit treasure mech. Take the fruit treasure mech and enjoy. I need a rest for a while. Call me if you encounter any trouble. After speaking, the pineapple blizzard transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished before Zhao Yi. Yet, Zhao Yi sensed a presence slumbering deep within his consciousness that he chose not to directly manipulate the little fruit battle treasure, which dissolved into ethereal lights before his eyes, allowing him to sheathe the divine general sword he held at that moment. A young man in military attire entered, his expression conveying a mix of enigmatic emotions and subtle joy. Mr. Zhao Yi, congratulations on successfully contracting the spirit of the mecha. However, after such a success, it is necessary for you to register at the Mecha Management Bureau that I trust you will understand. Zhao Yi nodded and followed the military youth away from the Stargate. Hello, here is a form. Please provide a brief description of the mecha you have contracted in the corridor of the circular building. They arrived at the Mecha Contract Registration Office. Another young man in military attire handed over several forms. Mr. Zhao, these are some regulations regarding the use of mechas in the Great Xia Kingdom. I kindly ask you to familiarize yourself with them. Rest assured, aside from the prohibition against combat in urban areas without authorization, there are no additional constraints. Zhao Yi, perplexed, inquired, is it really that simple? Aren't mechas meant for combat? Isn't there a requirement to participate in wars? The military youth chuckled and shook his head, of course. But Mr. Zhao, you are still quite young, and those who have just contracted the spirit of a mecha are generally vulnerable in the early stages to AT this time. We typically recommend that individuals like yourself undergo training at the Mecha Training Base in Jiang City. This will facilitate better growth, enhance proficiency, and enable you to master your mecha flawlessly. Zhao Yi was somewhat surprised. The military youth continued, according to the wartime regulations of our Great Xia Kingdom, under special circumstances, such as the sudden onset of war or enemy invasions, we possess the authority to conscript individuals who own mechas that I hope you can understand this. The nation invests resources and manpower to cultivate and develop these pilots for this very reason. The 1 million cost for a single contracting opportunity pales in comparison to the resources spent on opening stargates. While 1 million may be an unbearable sum for most families, it is the reality. Understand, had it not been for the resources provided by Great Xia, I would not even have had the chance to contract. The military youth smiled. That IT is excellent that you can think this way. By the way, I also have several guidance manuals regarding career paths for mecha pilots. If you have the time, you might want to take a look. Typically, the Mecha Registration Office is quite tranquil. Each day, there are those who attempt to contract, yet the chances of success are exceedingly slim. Besides the 1 million cost for a contracting attempt, there are also avenues to purchase officially manufactured mechas. However, the price for completed mechas is exorbitant and beyond the reach of ordinary families. Chapter 8. I will reclaim everything that belongs to me, while artificial mechas lack the higher growth potential and malleability of those birthed from mecha spirits. They possess formidable capabilities derived from the current strength of the Great Xia Kingdom, along with remarkable combat prowess that in essence, this highlights the distinction between rapid advancement and gradual progression. Nevertheless, even the most affordable artificial mecha in the Great Xia is priced at a staggering 15 million. Equipped with outdated weaponry from the previous century, such mechas can still be deployed in combat. In this world, where mechas dominate warfare, the state permits individuals to enlist in the military to receive official training from the Great Xia. Provided they meet the necessary criteria, they can attain the rights to operate, utilize, and even own a mecha. Zhao Yi had previously obtained a cursory understanding of this information. The combat capability of the first-generation Little Fruit Battle Treasure may not rival that of the second or third generation, but its superior growth potential and malleability surpass that of ordinary artificial mechas. Observing the elated Zhao Yi depart, the military youth left at the registration office felt a sense of joy. Yezi, so happy. At that moment, the other military youth who had originally escorted Zhao Yi entered. Lu Yi smiled. Shouldn't it It has been rare in Nanjiang for anyone to successfully contract the spirit of a mecha in recent years. Two have emerged. Isn't that a cause for celebration? The military youth chuckled in agreement. True, but didn't TU recommend he enlist? Liu Yi shook his head with a smile. Whether they enlist or not is unimportant. As long as they are willing to fight for this country, that is sufficient. Enlisting brings too many constraints and complications. You were quite carefree that in the past, we were of some use, but now we can merely handle logistics in the background. Liu Yi sighed. Enough lamenting. It is not the emotion we should harbor. With 2 successful pilots emerging from Nanjiang this time, we will also receive our share of the credit. After all these years, the accumulated merits are nearly sufficient. Soon, I too will become a pilot. Damn it, over the years my former comrades have gone off to battle, one by one, and none have returned. All I can do is watch from the sidelines. Those extraterrestrial scum will eventually pay for their actions, the military youth shrugged. Good luck with that. Exiting the registration office and traversing the corridors, Zhao Yi spotted Yi Ling waiting outside. Yi Ling appeared both delighted and excited. Brother Zhao, how did it go? Did you succeed in your contract? Noticing the sword that had mysteriously appeared behind Zhao Yi, and seeing the joy on his face, Yi Ling surmised the outcome. Thanks to you. Brother Zhao, thought if you hadn't urged me to remain resolute, I doubt I would have had another chance. Yi Ling believed it was his own determination that led to this success, though it was largely psychological. Zhao Yi shrugged. But I didn't even have the chance to exert my strength. I just succeeded in the contract. Yi Ling was speechless that you were bragging about seizing an opportunity when you didn't even try. Well, achieving success on the first attempt does indeed grant you bragging rights. Shall we go for a meal together? I'll treat. Zhao Yi shook his head, his expression filled with anticipation. Perhaps another time. I need to share the good news with the young lady. Yi Ling had to relent. Compared to some, I truly feel inferior. Would you mind exchanging contact information? Of course not. Who would refuse a wealthy friend eager to treat? Noticing Zhao Yi's smug expression, Yi Ling remarked, perhaps I shouldn't add you after all. With a ping, Yi Ling glanced down to see Zhao the handsome request to add you as a friend. Hoping you want to be ungrateful. Yi Ling thought, I wish I could strangle this guy. He waved his hand. See you at the training base. As he watched Yi Ling hurry away, Zhao Yi clicked his tongue softly. Should I ask him for a ride? I'd rather not spend money on a taxi. I'll take you back to tea that moment. A hand rested on Zhao Yi's shoulder. Did you recover so quickly? Lu N's expressive Shangwan Qingshi's originally troubled face gradually brightened, her fist clenched in understanding. I understand now, Dad. Shangwan Jun leaned back on the sofa, his expression one of a teachable child. Come on, let's comfort our sad father. Just then, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Chapter 9. A Visit to Steel Cabbage? As Shangwan Jun prepared to rise and answer the door, Shangwan Qingshi was already racing to the entrance. The living room was partially obscured by a wall. Shangwan Jun sat on the couch, listening to the commotion outside. What brings you here? Zhao Yi's expression was flat, yet a hint of disappointment lingered deep in his eyes. Shangwan Qingshi took in his various micro-expressions. Has the contract failed? Zhao Yi remained silent, merely gazing steadily at Shangwan Qingshi. She sighed. All right, it's just one failed contract. Some people attempt contracts multiple times without success. Standing at 1.67 meters, she had to tiptoe to pat Zhao Yi on the shoulder. If this time doesn't work, there will be another chance that we can't let one failure bring us down. Cheer up. Shangwan Jin's expression became increasingly peculiar. Why did his daughter's words sound so familiar? Hadn't he just taught her to say those very things? Who was she speaking to that elicited such concern? An inexplicable sense of crisis surged within him. Unable to resist, he stood up and cautiously moved towards the door, inching along the wall. Seeing Zhao Yi still silent, Shangwan Qingshi felt compelled to act. What should she do? She glanced at Zhao Yi, a blush blooming on her lovely cheeks. Well, it's just $1 million, right? Although it's a lot, you don't have to rush to pay it back. Taking the initiative, Shangwan Qingshi approached Zhao Yi and gave him a gentle hug. I can always lend you another $1 million. At embracing Zhao Yi, she was blissfully unaware of the triumphant smile he wore. Feeling the softness in her arms, Zhao Yi suddenly leaned closer to her ear. Sure. I actually want to tell you. Shangwan Qingshi nuzzled against his embrace. Go ahead. She felt her cheeks burning. This man's warmth was inexplicably comforting. Actually, I succeeded in the contract. What? Shangwan Qingshi shivered slightly. However, before she could react, she felt weightless as 2 strong arms enveloped her tightly. In the dim light, Zhao Yi excitedly spun her around. Sure. I succeeded in the contract. This time, his voice was particularly loud, and his joy was palpable. Coughing, Shangwan Jun gazed at the ceiling, as if he could see a giant warning sign looming above him. Oh no, my daughter is being courted by a pig. Shangwan Qingshi jolted, pushing Zhao Yi away in a hurry and turning to her father. Dad, Zhao Yi and I are just good friends. He was just too excited earlier. Zhao Yi, realizing the situation, quickly flashed an awkward yet polite smile. Uncle, I apologize. I didn't mean to. Shangwan Jun sighed. How could he not know about Zhao Yi's presence in his daughter's life? Zhao, right? Fine. Don't just stand outside at this late hour. Come in and sit in the living room. Zhao Yi appeared somewhat at a loss. After all, who would be pleased if a pig came to court their cabbage? The meal is ready. Why are you still sitting on the couch? At that moment, Nanjiyu emerged from the kitchen with a large pot, steam wafting and delicious aromas escaping despite the lid. Upon noticing Zhao Yi sitting on the couch, her expression instantly soured. Yet, seeing him sitting there like a quail in front of Shangwan Jun, she felt a mix of pride and amusement. Mom, let me help. Shangwan Qingshi sensed the atmosphere was off and proactively walked towards Nanjiyu. Nanjiyu glanced at her daughter, but said nothing, turning back to the kitchen. Shangwan Qingshi looked at Zhao Yi and suddenly lifted her chin, her playful demeanor returning. How dare you offend me? IVE decided that today, as chores will be your responsibility. With that, she followed Nanjiyu into the kitchen, leaving Shangwan Jun and Zhao Yi in the living room. Noticing Zhao Yi's awkwardness, Shangwan Jun chuckled. Relax, I'm not some old-fashioned stick in the mud. Sure is grown up. I want to interfere in her romantic pursuits. Zhao Yi quickly clarified, Uncle, sure, and I are not in a romantic relationship. Shangwan Jun's smile faded. His expression turning stern at you're not in a romantic relationship, yet you're hugging and holding her? What will happen to Shi's reputation? Zhao Yi was taken aback by Shangwan Jun's rapid shift in demeanor. No, I actually plan to pursue Sure, although we are not in a relationship yet. But Shangwan Jun's expression remained dark. So, you're approaching my daughter with ulterior motives? Are you interested in the Shangwan family's background? Speak. What do you want? Zhao Yi felt close to tears. In his 40 years of life across 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered such a situation. Uncle, you misunderstand. I approached Sure not for the Shangwan family's background. Shangwan Jun scoffed. So, you don't think highly of the Shangwan family? Not at all. Until today, I only knew Sure as a wealthy young lady and merely wanted to borrow some money. So, you intend to marry your creditor to avoid repaying your debts? Zhao Yi scratched his head awkwardly. To be honest, that was my initial plan. Shangwan Jun raised an eyebrow, impressed by the boy's honesty. That was your initial plan, so what is your current plan? Zhao Yi pulled out a card from his pocket, his expression becoming more reserved. Uncle, this is the 1 million I borrowed from Annie today, that I will repay any previous debts. Shangwan Jun remained silent, not taking the card. If you think I have ulterior motives for approaching Sure. I initially approached her because she is wealthy and I wanted to borrow money. Before today, I didn't understand the significance of the Shangwan family in Nanjing. If my actions have caused you to misunderstand, I can leave. However, Sure has helped me greatly over the years, and I want to be ungrateful that I will repay the borrowed money and help her if she encounters any troubles in the future. Shangwan Jun sneered. Oh, you really think Sure would need your help if she faced difficulties? You know the status of the Shangwan family in Nanjing, and even the whole southeastern region of the Great Xia. What could you possibly do to help her? Chapter 10. 30 years of River East, 30 years of River West. Do not mistake youth for poverty. In that moment, a classic phrase echoed in Zhao Yi's mind. Uncle, as the saying goes, 30 years of River East, 30 years of River West. Do not mistreat the youth for their poverty. Suddenly, he felt something release from within him. Uncle, we all age, and with the onset of conflict, no one knows what will happen next. What I want to do is to protect those I care about before disaster strikes. You may not understand, but I am an orphan, utterly alone in this world. In such times, encountering a beautiful, wealthy girl who treats me kindly is rare. I believe even you would find it hard to remain indifferent if you were in my position. Zhao Yi stood up suddenly, a bitter smile on his face. However, since you look down on me, I won't delude myself any longer. Goodbye, uncle. With that, he turned away, leaving the villa in the direction he had come. Shangwan Jun sat on the couch, unable to shake off the thoughts swirling in his mind. 30 years of River East, 30 years of River West. He only wanted to protect those he cared about. A bittersweet smile crept onto his face. Dad, where Zhao Yi, Shangwan Qingshi emerged from the kitchen, holding a bowl of rice. 4 sets of chopsticks indicated that she had prepared for Zhao Yi. Shangguan Zhen froze for a moment. Nanji, you looked over in confusion. Although she didn't particularly like the boy who courted her daughter, it was only courteous to invite him to sit down for a meal. Zhao Yi? He left. He left. Shangguan Zhen nodded lightly. Yes, I told him to go. Shangguan Qingshi felt an inexplicable blockage in her heart. Dad. What did you say to him? Shangguan Zhen momentarily lost for words, unsure of how to respond. Seeing this, Shangguan Qingshi dashed out of the house towards the direction Zhao Yi had departed. Sure. Shangguan Zhen tried to stop her, but it was too late. Nanjiu glanced at Shangguan Zhen. You really shouldn't have said anything to that boy. Shangguan Zhen pouted that why Precious Cabbage was courted by someone. Shouldn't I say a few words? Moreover, who knew if that boy had ulterior motives for approaching Sure. Nanjiu sighed. You know, you haven't been home much in recent years and don't understand the family dynamics. Even though I'm not fond of Zhao Yi, he has never done anything outrageous that I could team most. He borrowed some money from Sure, started a business, lost money, and then came back to borrow some more to repay his debts. Shangguan Zhen was left utterly astonished. How could this young man possess such audacity? Not only did he shamelessly borrow money, but he also dared to ask for it repeatedly. Nanjiu sighed. Zhao Yi was a lone wolf, and it was evident that he harbored aspirations and ambitions, unwilling to be outdone by others. To be honest, I find his character rather appealing, though his relentless borrowing from Sure is quite lacking in propriety. How could he have the gall to ask a girl for money? And yet, who was he to criticize? Wasn't it he who, when his father refused him pocket money, came to me for funds to buy snacks? Shangguan Zhen felt a bit awkward. You always assume that having a prominent family makes one superior, thinking that others approach with ulterior motives. People age, and even nations will eventually fade into obscurity. Initially, Zhao Yi sought to get close to Sure merely for financial reasons. However, as they spent time together, feelings naturally developed between them. It's likely that both children harbor those sentiments. Yet, Zhao Yi, being proud, probably won't reveal his feelings until he achieves something noteworthy in front of Sure. According to your reasoning, would you deem him competent? He is decent enough, at least far better than those privileged offspring. Should I apologize to him then? After all, I did speak rather harshly before. It's up to you. Meanwhile, Shangguan Qingshi found Zhao Yi squatting at the roadside, smoking. Why are you smoking again? Didn't I say that I dislike it? Zhao Yi, feeling helpless, extinguished his cigarette against the curb. My heart is a bit restless. Forgive me. What are you doing out so late? You could at least have had dinner first. My family certainly doesn't lack for your presence at the table. Under the streetlight, their shadows stretched long. Shangguan Qingshi squatted next to Zhao Yi. Did my father say something that upset you? No, I just think Uncle is right. Our backgrounds are mismatched, and being too close isn't wise. Shangguan Qingshi grew anxious, pulling Zhao Yi's hand to head back. What mismatched backgrounds? What is wrong with being close? You're my little dog, and it's perfectly fine for a little dog to be close to its owner. Zhao Yi was taken aback. Her words held some merit. Remembering how he had once jokingly referred to himself as Shangguan's dog in front of so many people, he couldn't help but chuckle. Shangguan Qingshi, in her usual haughty manner, declared, All right, Zhao little dog, let us return for dinner now. That moment, Zhao Yi suddenly gazed upward. Sure. Do you see something falling from the sky? Shangguan Qingshi followed his gaze. What could possibly fall at this hour? Her beautifully shaped brows furrowed slightly. A meteor. At that instant, Zhao Yi's pupils constricted and a beam of light descended from the sky, plunging into silence. Then suddenly, daylight broke forth, illuminating the entire scenic city beneath the night. Mingxin Garden lay on the outskirts of the scenic city, a region still relatively picturesque. As the mushroom cloud began to rise from the heart of the city, a wave of heat surged forth. Zhao Yi instinctively shielded Shangguan Qingshi behind him. Despite it being early spring, the atmosphere felt akin to summer. That moment, time seemed to come to a standstill. The once bustling scenic city had now transformed into a wasteland, while beams of laser light continued to rain down from above. Run! Zhao Yi grasped Shangguan Qingshi's hand and sprinted away. In the sky, spaceships began to appear one after another. They say the Great Xia is a tough nut to crack. Today I'll test that theory. A sinister voice echoed from above. At this moment, not only in the scenic city, but throughout the southern region of Great Xia and even neighboring countries, the chilling sound was unmistakable. As the lasers fell and the heat waves approached, a small figure suddenly appeared before Zhao, Eat it. The sword floated in mid-air in front of pineapple blowing snow, shielding Zhao Yi from the even more intense heat wave. Disaster had indeed arrived. Although pineapple blowing snow's voice was youthful, Zhao Yi could discern a hint of weariness. Young man, go fight. Only through battle can you truly protect those you wish to safeguard. Chapter 11. The elderly, yet passionate this time. Nanjiang seemed prepared as another beam of laser light fell from the sky. A corresponding laser shot upward from the ground. Boom! The lasers collided, and amidst the explosion, heat waves surged once more. Ha! Kill! Go! Kill to your heart's content. At this moment, outside Blue Star, warships began to ascend from its surface. Centuries of technological advancement had granted Blue Star the means to contend with these cosmic forces. However, Blue Star remained but a single planet, facing foes far more complex than just the fleet before them. Zhao Yi turned to Shangwan Qingshi. Are you all right? Shangwan Qingshi shook her head that I'm fine. War is upon us. Let us seek refuge in the air raid shelter. All right. To prepare for sudden warfare. Each city, town, and community had designated air raid shelters to protect civilians from the conflict above. Zhao Yi intended to lead Shangwan Qingshi to the shelter when chaos erupted in the villa area. Many affluent residents began to flee. Just as the commotion began, a voice echoed. I've heard that the women on Blue Star are stunning. I've longed to have my fun. A massive mech descended from the heavens. The colossal humanoid mech stomped down, flattening half of the villa area. Zhao Yi looked up. The mech was imposing and covered in black paint. Reminiscent of a dark warrior, from within the mech, a voice emerged, transmitted clearly to everyone through its built-in translator. As the mech landed, a roar shattered the silence from the opposite side of the villa area. A metallic gleam heralded the emergence of an eastern dragon, its form radiant with metallic luster. With a crash, the metallic dragon charged towards the black warrior mech. Boom! The black warrior mech stumbled. Inside the black warrior mech, a young man clad in an unusual military uniform glanced at the identification system. Information scanning. Shangwan Zhen, commander of the Great Xia Southern Jiang Military District. Mech Dragon. The young man grinned. I didn't expect to encounter something big right off the bat. Brothers, let us go. The young man shouted through the mech's communication system. Coming. In the sky, flashes of light flickered as countless artillery pieces rained down from above. On the ground, corresponding heat weapons intercepted the falling shells, while others targeted the approaching Mech in the sky. The 3rd Army's 7th Fleet from Saki's Star dispatched the 27th Mech Squad, led by Cassine Rosa. Shangwan Zhen, I always hear my uncle speak your prowess. Let us have a contest. Cassine maneuvered the controls of his mech, aiming its cannons at Shangwan Zhen's dragon. Mech, the roar of the mech engines filled the air. Shangwan Zhen's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated such swift aggression from Saki Star. The adversarial planets confronting Blue Star were not far from the solar system, and thus, during humanity's 500-year journey into the cosmos, these early developing cosmic forces had targeted Blue Star. As the battle commenced, Mech in the scenic city began to join the fray. Outside the stars, the two fleets faced off, while the ground battle relied on their own skills. Little pests. Shangwan Zhen's expression grew grave. Oh dear, Shangwan Zhen, it seems we have encountered quite a multitude. The voice of the mech's spirit resonated within the cockpit. Shangwan Zhen lit a cigarette. Fear? Not a chance. Let us take them down. He pushed a joystick, and the mech transformed into a dragon, landing on the ground as its components began to disassemble and reconfigure. Now resembling a humanoid form, the mech dragon bore the head and tail of a dragon. On its shoulders were 2 massive cannons, clad in deep green scales akin to armored plating. Little pests, come at me. Shangwan Zhen once more commanded the joystick. Dragon Breath Cannon, activate. The colossal cannon on the mech dragon began to tremble. A violent surge of energy enveloping the surroundings, pressing down on everyone. The villa area was now deserted. Some had been crushed by Cassine Rosa's mech during the initial chaos, while others had sensed the danger and sought refuge in the air raid shelter. Sure, you should go inside first. The entrance of the shelter. Zhao Yi brought Shangwan Qingshi there, but as he turned to leave, she grasped his arm. Where are you going? Seeing Zhao Yi's intention to depart, Shangwan Qingshi hurriedly pulled him back. Zhao Yi smiled that I've already contracted with a mech. If I don't venture out to battle, wouldn't that make me appear utterly incompetent? Let the uncle know what it means to look down upon others. At this moment, Shangwan Qingshi could no longer tolerate Zhao Ye's roundabout insults directed at her father. she felt a surge of urgency. What are you doing? You have just contracted with the spirit of a mech and cannot even control it. Don't worry, I am a genius. What is a mere mech to me? Zhao Yi replied confidently. However, Shangwan Qingshi refused to release her grip, her eyes glistening with tears. Zhao Yi, don't go. It's too dangerous. Zhao Yi chuckled softly. Miss, are you concerned about me? Even in such dire circumstances, she remained as flippant as ever. Shangwan Qingshi was truly exasperated. There was no need for a novice who had just formed a contract with a mech spirit to involve himself in such peril. For someone still unfamiliar with controlling mechs, participating would indeed be tantamount to suicide. In the midst of their conversation, a thunderous roar erupted. Off in the distance, several enormous mechs could be seen on the battlefield. Despite the considerable distance, they could still discern the magnificent forms of the mechs. Just then, two mechs that had plummeted from the skies erupted in a fiery explosion. How do you like my dragon breath cannon? I've blown you little brats to smithereens. Shangwan Jin bellowed angrily, pushing the joystick once more. Behold my azure dragon crescent blade. Mech edition, with a furious roar, the mech of the dragon revealed a colossal azure dragon crescent blade, intricately carved with a lifelike golden dragon on the hilt. Shangwan Jin cackled, little brats. Go ask Luo Jie if he dares to confront me alone. Chapter 12. The Love Fruit Missile. Zhao Yi felt a surge of adrenaline at the sight before him. Although the pilot of the mech he was in, Old Deng, did not think highly of him, Zhao Yi suddenly wore a determined expression. Qingshi, you should go to the bomb shelter. It's too dangerous outside. Seeing Shangwan Qingshi gripping his hand, Zhao Yi smiled and gently released her grasp. If you don't believe me, let me show you my mech. He swiftly drew the azure sword strapped to his back. Divine General Sword. He pointed the sword towards the heavens. Fruit Machine Mech. Assume position. Boom! In an instant, the sky darkened with rolling clouds, sparks of lightning flickered, and the earth trembled as halos of light radiated across the sky. The battle between Shangwan Jun and Rosa abruptly ceased. Shangwan Jun raised an eyebrow. Another expert? Rosa's expression grew serious. Send a few mechs to deal with that guy. At Rosa's command, several standard-issue large mechs swiftly advanced toward Zhao Ye's direction. A green apple, glistening like a jewel, began to descend slowly from the sky. With a series of glowing circles unfolding on the ground, scattered mechanical parts began to assemble rapidly. Boom! Boom! Several shells rained down. Zhao Yi stepped forward, enveloped in a radiant aura as he entered the mech. Little Fruit Battle Treasure. Witness my Love Fruit Missile, a colossal mech, resembling a fruit yet exuding a robust metallic aura. Emerged before everyone. Boom! Boom! In that moment, missiles erupted from the launchers on Little Fruit Battle Treasure's shoulders, 8 from each side, a total of 16 missiles. Left shoulder missile reserve, 500, right shoulder missile reserve, 500, Patriot missile reserve, left 200, energy consumed. Patriot missile reserve, right 200, energy consumed. Left arm gun ammunition reserve, 5,000, right arm gun ammunition reserve, 5,000. Energy supply, 2,000. Power system, intact. Defense system, intact. As a series of data flashed across the control panel of the mech, Zhao Yi forcefully pushed the joystick. One missile after another soared forth, intercepting the incoming shells mid-air. The explosive aftermath illuminated the area brilliantly. In the night, Shangwan Qingshi, dressed in a delicate pink dress, stood still, her skirt swaying gently in the breeze, watching the colossal mech that shielded her. Qingshi, Shangwan Qingshi jolted. Mom, hurry and get in the bomb shelter. What are you dawdling for? But Mom, enough, get inside. Nanjiu insisted, pulling Shangwan Qingshi towards the shelter. What about that Zhao Yi kid? Shangwan Qingshi pointed towards the Little Fruit Battle Treasure, which loomed above, barely visible. Over there. For reasons unbeknownst to her, a sense of pride welled up within Shangwan Qingshi. IT seemed he had successfully formed a contract. All right, he has a mech, and we do not. We must hurry. But Mom, it's dangerous outside. If he goes, that boy knows himself well. If he lacked confidence, he wouldn't venture out like this. Your father doesn't think highly of him, does he? I suspect this time. He will open your father's eyes. Zhao Yi breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Shangwan Qingshi finally enter the bomb shelter. Meanwhile, four Mech stood across from him, each wielding oversized heat weapons aimed directly at him. Brothers, open fire! Eliminate him! The Mech began to unleash a barrage of blue flames from their Gatling guns. Zhao Yi pushed the joystick, and the tracks mounted on the back of Little Fruit Battle Treasure suddenly whirred to life. In the next moment, he glided forward with unprecedented speed, akin to a figure skating on ice. The once valuable villa district was reduced to ruins amidst the tumultuous clamor of battle. Zhao Yi smirked coldly as he maneuvered swiftly, using the dual machine guns on Little Fruit Battle Treasure's arms to deliver a sweeping fire. Yet despite his skillful control, a few bullets inevitably struck Little Fruit Battle Treasure. Fortunately, as a specially summoned mech spirit, its durability was far superior to ordinary mechs. "Kid, do you really think you can win against the three of us alone?" A voice emerged from one of the mechs. Instantly, the three mechs began to encircle Zhao Yi with surprising agility. He pressed a button. "Here's a treat for you. Love Fruit Missile." The missile ports on both arms opened, targeting one of the mechs. "Humph. Do you think mere missiles can harm us?" Seeing the heat weapons ineffective, one mech discarded its Gatling gun, transforming its arms into enormous chainsaws that whirred ominously. "Die." As it charged forward, 10 Love Fruit missiles were simultaneously launched. The opposing mech, undeterred, absorbed 5 missiles yet continued its advance through the smoke, leaving behind a trail of deep dents. Nowadays, conventional heat weapons, unless specially reinforced, struggled to inflict damage on these uniquely constructed mechs. "Is that all you've got?" Zhao Yi seized the opportunity to maneuver his mech swiftly, escaping the encirclement. That moment, several Love Fruit missiles flew toward the distant battlefield, where Shangguan and Rosa were engaged in fierce combat. During a moment of mutual retreat, 11 Love Fruit missiles struck the standard mech. Black Knight, controlled by Rosa. Boom! Sparks flew as the once majestic Black Knight swayed precariously, its components threatening to disassemble. Rosa roared in fury, swiftly activating Black Knight's repair function to maintain its operation. Warning, warning. Mech damage level 95. Emergency escape device activated. From afar, Rosa, seated within the Black Knight, screamed as the missile's impact reverberated through the cockpit. The internal alarms blared incessantly, flooding the control room with frantic alerts. This moment, Rosa could no longer afford to be concerned about much. Ahead, Shangguan was controlling the Mecha Dragon, wielding the green dragon crescent blade, advancing towards him. "Stop him." Rosa's fist struck a red button on the mecha control panel. With Rosa's command, several mechas immediately obstructed Shangguan's path. Shangguan's eyes widened. He couldn't let this guy escape. "Hey, brothers over there, don't let him get away." Zhao Yi was taken aback. He had clearly aimed at the mechas in front of him, yet his shots landed on Rosa behind. Realizing this, he hurriedly positioned the cannon towards the distant Black Warrior. In the next moment, multiple cannons on the arrowhead unleashed a barrage towards the distant Black Warrior. Missiles rained down like a torrential downpour. Rosa shouted in alarm. "This is bad. Emergency escape device activated successfully." Rosa's eyes lit up. The enormous head of the Black Warrior detached from the mecha body like a spring, ascending amidst flames towards the sky. Meanwhile, countless missiles delayed their descent. Shangguan laughed heartily. "Well done." However, an unexpected scene unfolded. The dozens of missiles in the sky executed a 720-degree turn and began descending towards the ground in the opposite direction. Boom! The missiles struck several other mechas not far from Shangguan. The barrage of missiles caused 5 or 6 approaching mechas to explode violently. The massive explosions left the pilots within no hope of survival. Shangguan nearly rolled his eyes. The mecha dragon he controlled couldn't help but curse. "Hey kid, can you aim better? You almost hit me." Zhao Yi quickly pleaded for mercy. It was a mistake. Yet, Shangguan looked up at the sky. "Humph, you think you can escape? Watch this. Dragon Breath Cannon. Activate." In an instant, the 2 enormous cannons on the shoulders of the Mecha Dragon began to gather energy, creating a palpable pressure around them. This moment, Rosa couldn't help but glance at the ground. "I will definitely be back." "Hey kid, what's your name?" Zhao Yi raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sky. Little Fruit Battle Treasure followed suit. But the response to Rosa was a barrage of incoming missiles. Rosa was taken aback and hurriedly accelerated the Black Warrior's mecha head. However, the missiles took another turn in the sky, plummeting towards the 3 mechas in front of Zhao Yi. With 3 consecutive screams, the 3 mechas exploded. "So, it turns out you can't aim." Zhao Yi shouted. "Kid, just wait. I will return." Just as Rosa thought he could catch his breath, the Dragon Breath Cannon roared. The Mecha Dragon finally completed its energy gathering. 2 beams shot into the sky. "Danger, danger!" Residual energy forming shield successfully. Black Warrior Mecha Safety Assurance number 1. We hope dear guests will visit Black Warrior products again. Goodbye. The head of the Black Warrior used its last ounce of energy to form a protective shield. Boom! Finally, the Black Warrior dissipated amidst a brilliant display of fireworks. Shangguan and Zhao Yi finally beheld Rose's true visage. His eyes nearly occupied the upper half of his face, with hollow ears devoid of any human-like features. A rather peculiar appearance that resembled a human form. This was Zhao Ye's first encounter with an alien. He felt a mix of curiosity and surprise. Is this what aliens look like? Shangguan, however, was no longer concerned about Rose's escape. Hey, brothers over there, stop staring. What's there to see? The alien looks like this. Let us hurry and support elsewhere. The battlefield was not limited to just their side. The invasion of Saki Star was not merely targeting the small city of Jingcheng. Zhao Yi glanced around. There were at least 30 mechas already descending upon Jingcheng. Fortunately, the pilots in Jingcheng were not limited to just the two of them. Zhao Yi couldn't help but admire Shangguan prowess that it took him quite some time to deal with 3 mechas, while Shangguan single-handedly took down 7, including Rosa. This also highlighted the distinction between mechas with spirits and ordinary ones. Zhao Yi, upon realizing this, quickly maneuvered the control stick to catch up with Shangguan. Although Jingcheng was not particularly large, it was by no means small. The battles of multiple mechas in the distance had intensified. The buildings in the center of Jingcheng had been nearly destroyed, leaving no trace of its former glory. As Zhao Yi gazed at the scene, he momentarily lost his sense of reality. Just moments ago, Jingcheng, as the capital of Nanjing province, was thriving, its nights as bright as day. Yet in the blink of an eye, all that prosperity had turned to dust. Was this war? Shangguan maneuvered the control stick, wielding the green dragon crescent blade. Bro, you provide fire support from behind. When we get back, I'll treat you to drinks. Zhao Yi sat in the mecha, silent, thinking to himself, you probably don't even know who I am. Fine, if we're brothers, then so be it. He would just have to let Shir call him uncle later. With that thought, Zhao Yi pushed the control stick again. Boom! Boom! The missile ports on Little Fruit Battle Treasure's shoulders opened once more, unleashing a flurry of projectiles across the battlefield. Yet they failed to hit the intended targets directly. Several mechas stood bewildered as missile after missile whizzed past them. Cries of distress echoed from the few mechas providing fire support from the rear. Boom! Boom! 2 mechas were obliterated by the missiles that seemingly came out of nowhere. Chapter 14. The Unforeseen Bug. Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow at Little Fruit Battle Treasure's aim. Pineapple Snowflake, your missile accuracy is atrocious. Did you give me a defective mecha? A pineapple snowflake floated into the mecha's control room. Huh. Who didn't he know? Know what? Pineapple Snowflake shook her head and swayed. I thought you knew that, so what exactly do you know? Suddenly, Zhao Yi recalled a fatal bug regarding the Little Fruit Battle Treasure summoned by the Divine General Sword. The Divine General Sword was a sword of deep affection, originally a pair. The other sword was named the Immortal Cloud Sword. These 2 swords needed to be combined to unleash incredible power. Zhao Yi was astounded. So, what if they cannot be combined? If they cannot be combined, then they would have no power at all. Zhao Yi, do you understand now? Zhao Yi rubbed his forehead. I get it. I thought this bug had been fixed. Pineapple Snowflake smiled slightly. So, where's the Immortal Cloud Sword? Pineapple Snowflake rummaged around and produced a shimmering purple sword. The sword gleamed with an intense luster, its blade reflecting light as if it were a genuine sword beam. The Immortal Cloud Sword is, of course, with me. Why didn't you say so earlier? Zhao Yi reached out to take the Immortal Cloud Sword. Pineapple Snowflake allowed him to take it. However, can you control 2 mechas by yourself? Zhao Yi was taken aback. That seems reasonable. So, can I give the Immortal Cloud Sword to someone else to summon a mecha? Pineapple Snowflake nodded. Exactly. To correspond with the Divine General Sword. The wielder of the Immortal Cloud Sword must share the same bond and unity of thought with the other person to achieve the dual sword fusion. Only then can the true power of these 2 mechas be displayed. Watching Pineapple Snowflake sway, Zhao Yi murmured, you swaying reminds me of a monk. Pineapple Snowflake merely smiled faintly, gently floating in the air. Flowers are not flowers. Mist is not mist. Young man, how can you know that what you see is the truth? Go forth and entrust the Immortal Cloud Sword to someone you trust. As her voice faded, Pineapple Snowflake vanished from sight. Zhao Yi felt somewhat dazed. He had only contracted with Pineapple Snowflake, yet she had produced the Divine General Sword capable of summoning Little Fruit Battle Treasure and the Immortal Cloud Sword for summoning Great Battle Treasure. However, Pineapple Snowflake's demeanor was unlike the carefree and unrestrained memory he had. Instead, she seemed to carry a sense of weariness and gravity. "Brother, what are you thinking? Go!" Shang Wanjun pushed the control stick, the mecha dragon swinging the green dragon crescent blade, cleaving a mecha in half. Astonishing. Here they come. Zhao Yi quickly regained his focus. Missiles began to pour from his shoulders. This time, Zhao Yi did not specifically aim, yet he still made an effort to avoid hitting his allies. With the aim debuff, he decided to leave the accuracy to fate. However, boom, boom. Although the missiles did not tragically land on his allies, they also failed to strike the enemy mechas. Instead, they exploded around the battlefield. The thunderous sounds of explosions lit up the area like dazzling fireworks. Shang Wanjun was dumbfounded. "Hey, brother over there, are you a newbie?" A fellow ally piloting a mecha chimed in. "Bro, aim before you shoot. Randomly firing like that can easily harm teammates. If it weren't for Commander Shangwan bringing you here, we would think you were sent by the enemy." Amidst the allies' banter, Zhao Yi nearly wished to hide his face. Just as everyone was mocking him, a missile landed perfectly at the feet of an enemy mecha. By a stroke of fate, that very spot happened to be the location of a gas station in the city center. The war erupted unexpectedly, and the evacuation was hasty. At this moment, the gas station was still filled to capacity with gasoline. The missiles stored in the small combat unit were all heavy artillery. As one missile descended, the entire gas station erupted in a thunderous explosion, accompanied by a small mushroom cloud ascending into the sky. The legs and lower half of the enemy mech were rendered incapacitated by the blast. In that instant, an allied mech seized the opportunity, wielding a massive 40-meter metal blade, and brought it down with great force. "Well done. That strike resonates within me. Brother, I shall remember this favor." With a swift motion, the colossal blade cleaved through the enemy mech's metallic body, slicing it in half. The surge of electricity crackled through the air as the giant mech was incapacitated. Heavy artillery from behind swiftly followed suit, bombarding the mech's interior, obliterating the cockpit, yet the mech itself remained relatively intact. The ally who had swung the blade laughed heartily. "Haha, quite the catch. This will earn me great merit." However, in his moment of exhilaration, a shout rang out from behind. "Old Wong, be careful." Before Old Wong could react, a massive metal spear pierced through the cockpit. The core of the mech was compromised, leading to a catastrophic explosion. Old Wong, the ally operating the heavy weaponry, howled in anguish. "You scoundrel, die." Bullets erupted from the weapon with relentless fury, striking the enemy mech in that chaotic battlefield. Zhao Yi began to unleash a barrage of gunfire from the barrel mounted on his arm, trailing behind Shang Wanjun, who was wielding his blade amidst a circle of enemy mechs. "Shang Wanjun, kill him, and I can become the squad leader." "Shang Wanjun, I was just about to change mechs, and now I must thank you." Shang Wanjun scoffed. "You little brat, do you even know who I am?" With a swift strike, the two sides clashed violently. The battle raged on, and the war continued. Such conflicts were not confined to the small city of Jingcheng, nor solely within the southern river. This night in the Great Xia was destined to be tumultuous. "Saron, are you declaring full-scale war against US?" At that moment, amidst the starry sky, a colossal mech, resembling a divine dragon, navigated between numerous ships. This mech, transformed into a dragon, dwarfed Shang Wanjun's mech, emanating an imposing aura. Its massive cannons were enough to instill fear. "We were enemies from the start. Is it not normal to engage in battle?" Within the dragon mech, a muscular elder with graying hair, towering at least 6 feet 3 inches, sneered coldly. "Very well. Let be as you wish." As he pushed the control stick, the dragon opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of searing energy. Chapter 15. Ceasefire. The thunderous roars were not confined to the ground at that moment. Everyone on Blue Star witnessed the ominous rumbles in the sky. The terrifying pressure emanating from the heavens made every soul on the ground feel a profound sense of foreboding. Left shoulder missile reserve, 150. Right shoulder missile reserve, 150. Patriot missile reserve, left 50, energy consumed. Patriot missile reserve, right 50, energy consumed. Left arm gun barrel bullet reserve, 500. Right arm gun barrel bullet reserve, 500, energy supply, 500-2000. Power system, intact. Defense system, intact. Warning, warning. Energy consumption over half. Energy consumption over half. As the first light of dawn began to break, heralding the sun's slow emergence above the horizon, a resounding voice echoed in everyone's ears. Ceasefire. A second declaration, seemingly transmitted through a translator, clearly addressed the enemy mechs. Upon hearing this call for a ceasefire, Shangwan Jun's eyes widened. Brothers, kill! Zhao Yi hesitated, initially intending to release the control stick, puzzled as to why both sides continued despite the call for peace. Perhaps the fusion of two distinct souls rendered him devoid of a sense of belonging in this world. There was no time for contemplation. If the order was to kill, then kill they would. Zhao Yi retracted the cannon and pushed the control stick. The massive spike, previously positioned behind the head of the small combat unit, suddenly advanced to the forefront that a sleepless night had left Zhao Yi somewhat fatigued. If it was time to kill, then so be it. The treads of the mech sparked violently as it surged forward with unprecedented speed. Zhao Yi crashed into the rear of an enemy mech, catching the operator entirely off guard. Before he could react, the cockpit was pierced by the spike. As the enemy mech exploded, the small combat unit had already darted away, weaving through the battlefield. The ceasefire is declared. Do you dare to strike? A voice admonished. Yet, an enraged roar erupted from within a mech wielding heavy weaponry. You bastards! You slaughtered so many of my brothers, and now you wish to retreat? Bullets rained down relentlessly, striking the enemy mech with the force of cannon fire, obliterating it in an instant. How dare you defy the rules of war? To hell with the rules of war. Shangwan Jun's blade struck once more. And yet another enemy mech was annihilated. They were slaughtering their adversaries, while their foes were also targeting their own. The enemy had struck first. Initially, there were at least 20 mechs available in Jingqing. However, the bombardments and assaults had already destroyed 6 of them stationed in the city center. The simultaneous onslaught from 20 enemy mechs led to significant losses on their side as well. By the time Zhao Yi and Shangwan Jun finished off 10 enemy mechs, only 18 remained on their side, while they were left with merely 8. Now, 5 pilots remained in their mechs, standing beneath the rising sun. Had it not been for Zhao Yi and Shangwan Jun's timely arrival, the losses would have been even greater. Enough! Shangwan Tianxiong! Order your men to stand down. In the sky, a furious roar reverberated. Everyone, cease fire! A weary voice echoed. As some still sought to attack. Shangwan Jun intervened, preventing further aggression. Enough! Commander! One soldier cried out in despair. I said enough. Are you trying to bring us greater disaster? Shangwan Jun nearly shouted. And at last, both sides began to withdraw. The 10 remaining enemy mechs ascended into the sky, surveying the scene below that we will return. Blue Star dwellers, wait for us obediently. Your women and resources will soon belong to us. Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow, slowly maneuvering the control stick. Patriot missiles. With a swift motion, the missile ports targeted the 10 enemy mechs above point. One pilot scoffed. Do you dare to strike us? Do you wish to invite disaster upon yourselves? Shangwan Jun attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Point 2 massive red warheads shot forth. The pilots of the 10 enemy mechs paled, fully aware of the missile's potential despite its lack of precision. If they were struck, they would surely perish. However, as they prepared to evade, they found the 2 missiles soaring past them, failing to connect. Applehead, you might want to practice your aim. One of them laughed. I thought he was going to unleash something substantial. Instead, he just dropped a big one. Zhao Yi in the cockpit smirked. Indeed, one must not underestimate the small combat unit's near rule-breaking capabilities. Beside him, Shangwan Jun also let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. In the starry sky, a massive humanoid mech silently observed the movements below. Suddenly, the 2 missiles that had missed their targets veered upward, hurtling into space. They spun and twisted in the sky until, with a resounding explosion, a ship navigating the void of Blue Star erupted in a tremendous blast. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the source of the sound. Warning, warning. Flight system destroyed. Flight system destroyed. Warning, warning. Anti-gravity system destroyed. Warning, warning. The ship is descending. The ship is descending. Inside the vessel, pilots and operators scrambled in chaos. What happened? Did someone on Blue Star attack the ship? How could this be? Our ship can withstand nuclear weapons. Captain, the projectile struck precisely at a gap connecting several major lines. What? How could such coincidence occur? I do not know, Captain. What should we do now? What do you mean? What should we do? Captain, it seems we can finally catch a glimpse of the surface of the blue planet. In an instant, chaos erupted within the spacecraft. Yet there was nothing that could be done to halt its descent. Meanwhile, 10 mechs rising from the ground were mocking them disdainfully. Shangwan Jun, I've had my eye on that new mech for quite some time. You'd better hand over your head. I've heard your daughter is quite beautiful. If you let me switch to the latest Black Knight mech, I promise to be gentle with her. Shang Wanjun's anger was palpable, veins bulging on his forehead. However, he understood that he must not act impulsively at such a critical moment. Chapter 16. Above the ruins, watching the enemy depart brazenly before them, everyone was filled with a mix of rage and helplessness. Just as they resigned themselves to this grim reality, a colossal shadow blotted out the sky. The few mechs that had ascended abruptly looked up. What is happening? Captain, that SR spacecraft, a voice cried out in alarm. What? The captain of the Saki Star Mech squad appeared horrified. What is going on? Captain, the spacecraft is falling. I know it's falling. Get out of the way. Captain, there is no time to evade. The spacecraft was enormous, far beyond what these few standard mechs could withstand in a moment of disorientation. The immense hull of the spacecraft crashed down upon the 10 Saki's mechs with a thunderous roar. Then, it began an uncontrollable plunge. Warning, warning. Mechs are being crushed by an unidentified heavy object. Evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. Zhao Yi and the others below were also left dumbfounded. Commander, what is happening? Shang Wanjun shouted. Run. It was only then that they realized the falling spacecraft posed a threat not only to the enemy mechs, but to their own lives as well. A vessel capable of carrying multiple mechs and engaging in cosmic warfare was undeniably massive and heavy. Fortunately, there was sufficient distance between the spacecraft and themselves, allowing for a timely retreat. Without hesitation, they swiftly maneuvered their mechs away from the imminent danger. Boom! With waves of heat erupting, the 10 mechs that had been so boastful moments ago were obliterated beneath the weight of the spacecraft. Thus, a significant portion of the city of Jing had been rendered to nothingness. Thankfully, the spacecraft was robust enough that the explosions from the mechs did not compromise its integrity. Shangwan Tianxiong witnessed this scene through his mech, his eyebrows involuntarily lifting. Shangwan Tianxiong, are you daring to break the rules? Came a cold voice from across the way. How could it be us who broke the rules? It's clearly your spacecraft that is of poor quality. Which ship crumbles under the impact of 2 missiles? This is obviously a result of your cost-cutting. Inside the colossal humanoid mech stood a middle-aged man in military attire, resembling Rosa, but exuding even greater authority and a more somber demeanor. He refrained from commenting on Shangwan Tianxiong's words, yet he too believed that a spacecraft should not have been easily downed by 2 missiles. When he returned, he would ensure those responsible for the spacecraft construction face consequences. Shangwan Tianxiong, let my men go down and retrieve the spacecraft. Shangwan Tianxiong scoffed. Oh, you think that is possible? On my territory, that craft belongs to me. You think you could just take it? Shangwan Tianxiong. Do you wish to provoke a conflict? Then let it be. Do you truly believe I am afraid of you? Faced with the enemy's threats, Shangwan Tianxiong would not yield. All right, Shangwan Tianxiong, I hope you can maintain this strong stance. The gigantic humanoid mech suddenly transformed into a massive stingray-shaped spacecraft. Retreat. With Salong's furious command, the ships standing in the starry sky began to turn away. Who was so unfortunate to be struck down by 2 missiles? Who knows? However, once they return, those responsible will surely face dire consequences. Laughter echoed from the ships. Shangwan Tianxiong silently watched them depart. On the surface of the blue planet, several mechs exchanged glances. Shang Wanjun appeared somewhat bewildered. He turned to his companion, Xiao Guozhanbao. Brother, impressive. We managed to capture a complete spacecraft from them. You truly have earned significant merit. Zhao Yu was also in a daze. His missile had missed, yet the outcome was exceedingly fortuitous. The group exchanged glances and began to approach the spacecraft. Listen up, those inside the spacecraft. If you wish to survive, come out peacefully. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ungracious. The spacecraft still seemed operational. Although it could no longer fly, it likely possessed a self-destruct system. They had no desire to see such a pristine vessel destroyed. In a moment, several mechs aimed their weapons at the spacecraft's cabin. The craft resembled an aircraft carrier, with the main cabin positioned at the rear. Its exterior was entirely black, exuding a strikingly cool aesthetic. If this spacecraft chose to resist, their demise would be inevitable. But they must also guard against greater troubles. We surrender. We surrender. Just then, the cabin doors of the spacecraft opened with a hiss, revealing several Sakis, aliens clad in their characteristic deep black military uniforms, descending in an orderly fashion. Brandishing white flags, they resembled schoolchildren on a spring outing. Yet who would suspect that these seemingly innocuous, Oddly shaped aliens were the culprits behind the invasion of the blue planet. Zhao Yi furrowed his brow. Xiao Guozhanbao turned to Shang Wanzhen. While strength is necessary, a touch of leniency does not equate to submission to the enemy. These captives will provide us with significant assistance. Xiao Guozhanbao shook his head. I was wondering, we are all in Mechs, and now Jing City is in ruins. Who will take care of these prisoners? Rest assured, I've already notified someone to come. With that, Shang Wanzhen turned to the Saki's aliens below. Stand still and do not attempt any tricks. Someone will come to take you soon, and if you dare to make any sudden moves, none of you will leave alive. The lead Saki's alien, holding the white flag, quickly nodded, we understand. Bound by the Interstellar War Treaty, we will not act recklessly. Xiao Guozhanbao looked back at Shang Wanzhen. Brother, you must be new. Some things you will learn later. Seeing this, Zhao Yi lost interest in further inquiries. Yet he felt disdainful. What interstellar treaty? If those treaties were effective, the world would not be riddled with wars. About half an hour passed, and the sun began to rise in the east. Under the morning sun, a formidable team of Mechs rushed toward them. Among them were the official forces of the Great Xia Nation, equipped with various heavy weaponry and a battalion clad in mechanical exoskeletons, all marching in perfect unison. As the distant army approached, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shang Wanzhen glanced at the ruins of Jing City beneath him. War. Chapter 17. Fear of incompetence. Zhao Yi need not worry about subsequent matters. Shang Wanzhen deftly leapt from the Mech cockpit. The dragon of Mech swiftly shrank, transforming into a small, mechanical dragon that deftly vanished. This was the distinction between summoning a Mech through the spirit of Mech and purchasing standard Mechs. With one's own spirit of Mech, the inconvenience of transport was no longer a concern. Shang Wanzhen called out, "Come on, brother, hurry down. I'm in a good mood today. Let us go drink my treat," as the cockpit door slowly opened. A familiar figure jumped down. Shang Wanzhen was taken aback. "How is it you?" Zhao Yi grinned broadly. "Brother, I bow to you. Shall we go for a drink?" With a thought, Xiao Guozhanbao transformed into a flurry of light and vanished. Zhao Yi wrapped the divine general sword in cloth and slung it over his back. Shang Wanzhen stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate a word. "You're here. What about Shirshir?" Finally, Shang Wanzhen could no longer contain himself. "Before I came, she went with her aunt to the bomb shelter. You need not worry, brother." Shang Wanzhen's eyelids twitched. "Don't call me brother." Zhao Yi gasped in shock. "How can you say that? You used to call me brother." Brother, are you now abandoning me?" Shang Wanzhen suddenly chuckled coldly. "All right then, from now on, you can call me brother, and Shirshir will call you uncle, as her uncle. You can't be The final exclamation was laden with meaning. Zhao Yi was speechless. Truly, experience speaks volumes. "Commander, who is this?" At that moment, the remaining 5 individuals also jumped from their mechs. Among them, 3 were military mech pilots, while the other 2 were civilians. However, those who could operate mechs in Jing City were familiar with Shang Wanzhen. Shang Wanzhen smiled and patted Zhao Yi's shoulder. "This is my sworn brother." Zhao Yi took several steps back in surprise. "Uncle, you're not confusing the generations here. How am I supposed to explain this to Shirshir?" The other 5 exchanged knowing smiles. "So, yes, Shirshir's boyfriend? Commander, you have kept your secrets too well. My niece has begun seeking a partner without even informing us." Indeed, one wonders amidst the vastness of South River, which young man could possibly catch her eye. Zhao Yi appeared somewhat embarrassed, as several uncles jested. "Why, you and Shirshir have yet to reach that stage." A middle-aged man threw an arm around Zhao Yi's shoulder, exclaiming, "What is there to be shy about? If you haven't reached that point, it surely means you are close. Little brother, you have truly made a significant contribution today, bringing down those enemy ships. Had it not been for your valiant efforts, we might have suffered even greater losses." Observing from the side, Shang Wanzhen felt utterly speechless. However, this incident had shifted his perspective on the seemingly frivolous youth. The sudden eruption of battle had not necessitated his involvement. Despite having contracted with the mecha spirit, as a novice unable to proficiently maneuver a mecha, recklessly joining the fray would have been perilous. One misstep could lead to death. "Let us go drink," the middle-aged man decisively proposed. Zhao Yi surveyed the desolate surroundings, now reduced to ruins. "Uncle, how can we drink here?" The elder seemed to just realize the gravity of the situation, suddenly cursing, "Damn it, how many lives have been lost to these alien scum?" At that moment, a military unit rushed in from the distance, their first order of business to locate Shang Wanzhen, the commander of the South River Military District. Shang Wanjun returned the salute and beckoned. Come here, kid. Zhao Yi pointed to himself, bewildered. Me? Yes, come at a nearby uncle patted his shoulder. They're acknowledging your contributions. Go on. Zhao Yi stepped forward in confusion. You all take care of the prisoner reception first. Shang Wanjun had not forgotten the group of Saki's star prisoners left to the side. The crash of the ship had claimed many Saki's lives, yet some survivors remained. As he gazed upon these oddly shaped aliens, an ordinary person would inevitably feel discomfort, unlike the beautified version seen in films or cartoons. Confronting the reality of these extraterrestrial beings evoked a profound sense of unease. Shang Wanjun offered a word of comfort. Get used to it. You'll have plenty of interactions out, of course. Not all aliens are unpleasant to look at. Zhao Yi cast him a peculiar glance. Pleasant? How pleasant can they be? Well, they are somewhat more agreeable to the eye. And I must admit, I previously held some biases against you, which was my fault. I apologize. Zhao Yi looked surprised. What are you looking at? I may have erred, but I am a soldier, and I own up to my mistakes. Besides, as your elder, what's wrong with saying a few words? You've been courting my niece, and I said nothing? Suddenly, Zhao Yi's eyes lit up. So, uncle, does that mean you approve of my relationship with Shir? Approve of what? Shang Wanjun retorted, you're jumping the gun. We're not even at that stage yet. He shifted the conversation, acknowledging Zhao Yi's significant contributions. Your direct or indirect destruction of those mechas counts as military merit. However, your true accomplishment lies with that ship. He gestured towards the massive spacecraft behind him, which was being slowly hoisted into the air by several large industrial mechas. Even in the present era, spaceships were precious resources, and the complete vessel you brought down will greatly advance our research. This is a monumental achievement, one that will be duly recorded as military merit in your file. Did I mention this, so you understand? Shang Wanjun continued, discussing the aftermath of the war and the distribution of accolades. Naturally, the government would provide compensation for the ordinary lives lost and the soldiers who perished in battle, so Zhao Yi need not concern himself. Uncle, does your invitation to drink still stand? Shang Wanjun's lips twitched. Yuri's still fixated on that. Want a drink? Fine, let us go. Just hope you can hold your liquor. Chapter 18. Mecha Ignition. The first spark the once vibrant city streets had vanished, now replaced by a direct path through the ruins. Free of the need to navigate traffic signals, the two walked amidst the debris, and Zhao Yi felt the weight of sorrow settle within him. Among the rubble, he spotted faint bloodstains amidst the wreckage. As they advanced, Zhao Yi noticed an arm protruding from the ruins, a bone starkly visible, the blood long since congealed. Gradually, an ember of hope flickered within him. Perhaps they might encounter survivors amidst the devastation. Perhaps he could still save someone. Yet there were none. The calamity wrought by the war was immense. The bombardment had left no chance for survival. Shang Wanjun observed Zhao Yi's expression transform from initial levity to a grave and anxious demeanor. He sighed inwardly. The earlier combat in the mecha had likely felt to this young man like a mere game, a chance to slay monsters and gain experience. Yet now, treading upon this desolate ground, witnessing the brutal reality of war, the weight of despair would inevitably silence him. Is this your first encounter with such a sight? Zhao Yi looked up, perplexed. First time seeing a scene like today? Zhao Yi shook his head. Not my first. Shang Wanjun was taken aback. Not your first? Zhao Yi nodded. I hail from Yang City. Yang City? The Yang City of Xi'an. Shang Wanjun felt a jolt within. He recalled vividly that approximately a decade ago, the same sudden war had descended upon them. Though Xi'an lay in the southwest of Daxia, it was a major resource reserve. Thus, the invasion had come as a brutal shock, decimating the province overnight, leaving not a single resource untouched. In that war, survivors had been exceedingly rare. As the provincial capital, Yang City had become the primary target of the invaders. Yang City Zhao? Your surname is Zhao, correct? Zhao Yi affirmed, his earlier lightheartedness now replaced by a somber air. Zhao Nanxiong. Is he related to you? Zhao Nanxiong. He is my grandfather. Shang Wanjun's heart stirred once more. The merging of two lifetimes' memories left Zhao Yi with only vague recollections of his family. He remembered a few significant names, and now, Shang Wanjun's gaze grew complex. Zhao Nanxiong had been the commander of the military district in Xi'an, a position of equal stature to that of Shang Wan Tianxiong, the commander of the southeastern theater. Enemies had invaded, and without hesitation, they had fought back. Yet in the end, Shang Wanjun suddenly recalled his words from the previous night, speaking of the boy's supposed ambitions towards the Shangwan family. How could such a child, a descendant of heroes, harbor any ill intentions? He truly deserved better. As Shang Wanjin's expression grew increasingly intricate, Zhao Yi was left bewildered. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. "Uncle, look! I found a bottle of good beer." Shang Wanjun snapped back to reality, witnessing Zhao Yi emerge from the debris, triumphantly clutching an intact can of beer, untouched by the ravages of war. The joy on Zhao Yi's face left Shang Wanjun unsure whether to laugh or cry. "Beer? Where did that come from?" "Uncle, it seems this used to be a convenience store. There's even a duck leg." Zhao Yi, now elated, examined the duck leg and beer in hand. Shang Wanjun, the commander of the South River Military District, suddenly lost all pretense as he rummaged through the ruins. Where? Beer? Duck leg? Any cigarettes? Zhao Yi rolled his eyes, but soon discovered something else. On the ground ahead lay 2 cigarettes, lying quietly amidst the wreckage. A convenience store still has cigarettes? Hey, look, there are 2 Yunzi left. Want one, uncle? Shang Wanjun's eyes brightened as he snatched one. Who would have thought we could find such treasures here? Although the cigarettes were covered in dust, it did nothing to diminish the excitement on the faces of the 2 men. Suddenly, Shang Wanjun patted his pockets. "And oh, lighter." Zhao Yi checked his own pockets, and they exchanged an awkward glance. "Uncle, I have an idea." "What idea?" Zhao Yi withdrew the divine sword from his back. "Gobao Mecha, return to your place." Zhao Yi carefully aimed the barrel of the small Gobao Mech at the cigarette. "Can you even do that?" Shang Wanjun was speechless. Using a mecha to light a cigarette was indeed a first. Zhao Yi meticulously maneuvered the mech, carefully aiming at the cigarette, but, "Take it easy, don't kill me before the cigarette ignites. If I perish here instead of at the hands of the enemy, there would be no justification for such a fate," he remarked. With a decisive push of the joystick, the enormous barrel targeted the cigarette, but, "Uncle, rest assured, I guarantee success." The next moment, Zhao Yi pressed the firing button. Bang! The heart of Shang Wanjun raced with anticipation. Yet the bullet merely grazed the cigarette but plunged into the ruins. The cigarette remained unlit. Again, Zhao Yi aimed once more and fired, but to no avail. Shang Wanjun's initial worry gradually morphed into disdain and finally into contempt. "Can you even do this?" Zhao Yi clenched his teeth that a man must not admit defeat. Single-shot automatic weapon. Zhao Yi prepared for a more aggressive approach when Shang Wanjun suddenly glanced toward Spot. "All right, you can stop now." He pushed the barrel aside and approached a section of concrete that had been blasted open by a bullet. Reaching into the gap. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Shang Wanjun placed the cigarette in his mouth. "Hey, by the time you hit the target, the sun will have set." Suddenly, he stood up, revealing a lighter in his hand, inscribed with the words, "Men's treasure. If you want to be a real man, come to Men's Hospital." Zhao Yi was at a loss for words, no longer feeling the need to show off. He jumped down from a mech. "Uncle, let me be clear, it's not that I can't do it." Shang Wanjun lit the cigarette and took a deep drag. A man must acknowledge his limitations. He gestured at the lighter. "See, if you really can't, we can always visit that. What was it, the Scenic City Men's Hospital?" "Ha!" With that, Shang Wanjun burst into laughter, draping an arm around Zhao Yi's shoulders as they strolled forward. Chapter 19. Post-war reconstruction for Shang Wanqingshi. This was her first encounter with a war that seemed to obliterate everything. Emerging from the air raid shelter felt like stepping into another world. The vibrant scenic city of last night was now utterly desolate. "Mom." Shang Wanqingshi grasped Nanjiue's arm, as if seeking reassurance for her anxious heart. Nanjiue observed the scene with a complex expression. Many people emerged from the shelter, their faces grim, some weeping uncontrollably. My house. Damn it. I saved for half a lifetime to buy this place, thinking that being farther from the city center would ensure safety. Wah! Mom. Nanjiue comforted Shang Wanqingshi. "Don't be afraid. The war is over." Yet, Shang Wanqingshi's face was filled with urgency. "Mom, Dad, and Zhao Yi, are they all right?" As they spoke, 2 dark figures drew closer from afar. "Uncle, why do I feel like, despite both being summoned by the mech spirit, there's a significant gap between the mechs?" Shang Wanjun rolled his eyes. "Oh, you think merely contracting with the mech spirit guarantees a successful summon? Then what does?" "You're utterly clueless," Shang Wanjun replied tersely. "The mech spirits differ, and naturally, the mechs they summon vary in strength. While initial strength is crucial, subsequent enhancements are equally important." "Subsequent enhancements?" "Yes, the mech's facilities require maintenance, and the equipment needs upgrades. These all contribute to the mech's fortification. The mechs summoned by the spirit have growth potential, but that potential hinges on later enhancements. Zhao Yi felt even more confused. So according to you, Uncle, can ordinary artificial mechs also be modified and improved? Shangguan Zhun sighed. A mech is still a mech. Isn't it normal to modify it? He shook a beer can in his hand and handed it to Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi tilted his head to drink, but suddenly tossed the can aside. Uncle, return it after you're done. Enough about Mech for now. You should head to the training base and learn more about it. I can't explain everything in one go. Zhao Xiaogo. Just then a sudden shout startled Zhao Yi. As he turned, a warm figure rushed into his embrace, leaving him bewildered. Zhao Yi still held a duck leg bone, having shared the meal with Shangguan Zhun, and the faint scent of alcohol lingered on him. With his hands raised, he was uncertain whether to embrace or withdraw. The fragrant aroma filled his senses. After a long night of battle, he felt that this moment might well be the purpose of it all. Discarding the duck bone, he willingly embraced Shangguan Qingshi. Ahem. Shangguan Jin interjected. I'm still here. Can you two exercise a bit of restraint? Nanjue approached, amused and bewildered, glancing at her husband, seemingly accustomed to the separations and reunions brought by war. They merely held hands, foregoing any excessive emotional declarations. Shangguan Qingshi soon regained her composure, hurriedly fixing her disheveled hair. With a toss of her head, her pride re-emerged. Zhao Xiaogo, I told you that war is perilous. How could you disregard my warning? What if you encounter danger? Zhao Yi replied exasperatedly. Can you please stop calling me Zhao Xiaogo? That name is rather ambiguous. Didn't someone say in front of so many people that you're my dog? Who was it again? Shangguan Zhun could no longer contain himself. Qingshi, I just returned from the battlefield. Shangguan Qingshi blinked, her face flushing crimson. Nevertheless, she stepped forward and embraced her father. Dad, it's so good to see you return safely. Then she dashed back to Zhao Yi, displaying her prowess. Shangguan Zhun was speechless, while Nanjue tugged at his arm. All right, let us not disturb the young couple. After the war, reconstruction commenced. The construction of the city no longer required the involvement of ordinary citizens. With the engineering Mech manufactured by the Daxia Kingdom, building houses progressed at an astonishing pace. However, constructing homes, no matter how swift, still required time. Today, the survivors of Scenic City could only sleep in tents. Zhao Xiaogo, where are you going? Zhao Yi scratched his head. I'm heading home. Where else could I go? He owned a rental unit. Shangguan Qingshi scoffed. What home do you have left? Looking around at the desolation, it dawned on him that his shabby rental was likely obliterated when the first laser cannon fired across the street. Zhao Yi felt disheartened. Don't say that I mistreat the little dog. Dad has already arranged a place for us to stay. Today, I'm especially allowing you to stay with me. Zhao Yi scratched his head. Is that all right? Of course. What is wrong with the little dog staying with his owner? Zhao Ye's mouth twitched, but he still managed to smile. Thank you, owner. He even leaned forward, and Shangguan Qingshi obligingly patted his head, her face beaming. Let us go to it. Seemed that tonight, sleeping in a tent was off the table. As a commander of the Nanjing military district, Shangguan Jin certainly wouldn't be sleeping in a tent. Urban reconstruction began. A modest 3-story house was quickly erected. The speed was astonishing, though simple and unadorned. In such times, having the privilege to reside indoors was a luxury few could afford. Shangguan Zhun was sipping tea when Shangguan Qingshi strode in confidently. Dad, prepare a room for Zhao Yi. He is staying with us tonight. Shangguan Zhun raised his head slightly, then shook it and onid. Shangguan Qingshi grew anxious. Dad, Zhao Yi risked his life fighting alongside you last night. Do you really want to see him suffer by sleeping in a tent? Didn't you tell me before that the Shangguan family must be grateful and not ungrateful? Stop, stop, stop. Shangguan Jin hurriedly interrupted. I'll have someone build him a house next door, just for him to live alone. He made significant contributions this time. It's just a house that he looked at Zhao Yi. What style do you want? Choose freely, villa or Western-style house. Zhao Yi awkwardly scratched his head. No need. Just something similar to yours will do. I am not picky about living arrangements. Shangguan Jin nodded. All right, I'll arrange for it immediately. Shangguan Qingshi, however, was not pleased. Dad, now is not the time to waste manpower and resources unnecessarily. Let Zhao Yi stay with us. It's no issue. Shangguan Jin stumbled slightly as he walked out. No issue. I fear that if this kid moves in today, you'll be all over him by nightfall. It's not wasteful. It is just a house, and it will be ready soon. Chapter 20. A bit explosive post-war construction continued. Having completed the pact with a mech spirit and repelled the enemy, Zhao Yi finally found a moment of respite. With spring in full bloom, The sunlight was particularly delightful. Under the sun, Shangwan Qingshi sat atop the newly constructed rooftop of her house. The roar of the activated mechs still echoed in her ears. The engineering mechs worked at an impressive pace. In no time, the area had taken on the semblance of a proper neighborhood. Zhao Yi's house was conveniently built adjacent to that of Shangwan Qingshi's family. To facilitate matters, this time, Shangwan Town decided to construct their residence closer to the military district. However, it was still situated on the outskirts of the original scenic city, primarily for security reasons. Being too close to the military district posed dangers, as did proximity to the city center. Thus, a compromise was struck with this location. The girl had yet to change out of her clothes, and under the sun, she rested her chin on her hand, gazing longingly at the distant ruins. "What are you watching from here?" A voice came from behind. "Zhao Xiaogo, do you think there will come a day when we are unintentionally struck down by a shell from nowhere?" Zhao Yi sat beside her. "No, why not? Because I will protect you." Shangwan Qingshi tilted her head back, reclining onto Zhao Yi's lap, playfully pinching his handsome face. "Zhao Xiaogo is wonderful. You must protect your master well." Zhao Yi's expression darkened. "Would you like to control a mech?" Shangwan Qingshi's expression fell. "Dad won't let me contract a mech. He says it's too dangerous and doesn't want me involved in the war. In the absence of a nest, there are no complete eggs. Whether one participates in war or not, danger remains unchanged." Shangwan Qingshi nuzzled closer to Zhao Yi. "You're right, but your mechs are just too cool." "I love beautiful mechs." "Beautiful mechs?" Zhao Yi pondered, then drew two swords from behind him. Shangwan Qingshi's eyes lit up. "That aren't those the swords you use to summon your mech? Speaking of which, where is your mech spirit? Isn't it usually the mech spirit that summons the mech? Perhaps I am a bit different." Shangwan Qingshi suddenly noticed. "How did you get two swords?" Zhao Yi produced a sharp, deep purple sword. "This sword is called the Xianyun sword." "Xianyun sword? Mine is called the Shunjiang sword, which can summon my mech.0. Are you saying that this Xianyun sword can also summon a mech?" Zhao Yi smiled knowingly. "Master is truly clever." He of course, so will you give me the Xianyun sword?" Shangwan Qingshi blinked her beautiful eyes, eagerly watching Zhao Yi. "Well, don't you think this sword is quite beautiful?" Shangwan Qingshi sat up, taking it with both hands. "So, can I summon mech now?" Zhao Yi nodded. "So?" Shangwan Qingshi recalled the moment Zhao Yi summoned his mech that on the rooftop. She pointed her sword at the sky. "Fruit mech, return!" In an instant, dark clouds rolled in the sky. A rumble of thunder crashed down like a heavy drumbeat in everyone's hearts. "Commander, it's bad. We just detected that the energy in the sky over the newly constructed area is fluctuating violently." At that moment, Shangwan Town was handling official duties. He immediately heard a young man in military uniform rush in to report. Shangwan Town's heart sank. Could they be attacking again? He quickly stood up and headed outside. Just as he prepared to summon the mech, he suddenly looked up at the sky. A halo opened like an ancient formation. Intricate lines formed a massive disk beneath the dark clouds, and a gigantic, grape-like purple metal mech slowly descended from the sky. The earth trembled, and debris flew. This scene, this shape, felt both familiar and strange, seeing the troops around him preparing for battle. Shangwan Town shouted, "Stand your ground. Do not act recklessly." As Shangwan Town issued the command, the tense soldiers finally calmed down, all gazing at the sky. It was only then that they noticed two figures standing on the rooftop. Shangwan Town's eyes widened. Sure. Shangwan Qingshi felt a lightness beneath her feet, her graceful figure floating into the air, transforming into shimmering spots of light that merged into the head of the purple mech. As she entered the mech's head, enormous mech parts appeared from the void, flying towards the already manifested mech body. With sharp, resonant sounds of metal assembling, a massive purple mech materialized before everyone. The grapefruit battle mech soared high in the sky. Inside the mech, a familiar voice rang out. "Zhao Xiaogo, what kind of mech is this?" Zhao Yi laughed, his smile radiant. The grapefruit battle mech Shangwan Qingshi also laughed, her voice like a tinkling bell. "Grapefruit battle mech? Is yours the little fruit battle mech?" "Zhao Xiaogo, are you opening a fruit paradise?" Zhao Yi was speechless. "Can't you just come out and see for yourself?" The cockpit of the grapefruit battle mech opened, revealing a familiar figure. Instantly, countless gazes from all directions turned toward Shangwan Town. He, too, was taken aback. Nanjiyu, who had just stepped out to check on the situation, was stunned. "My daughter. How can my daughter summon a mech?" "Zhao Xiaogo, catch me." Shangwan Qingshi jumped into Zhao Yi's embrace. Looking back, she indeed resembled a grape. The grapefruit battle mech boasted a pair of enormous mechanical wings, granting it the ability to fly. something the little fruit battle mech lacked. Zhao Xiaogo, is it really a grape? Shengwan Qingshi was ecstatic. Are the pineapple battle mechs? Watermelon battle mechs? Zhao Yi was bewildered. How do you know about those? Shengwan Qingshi was equally puzzled. Oh, they really exist. Zhao Yi covered her mouth. That's a secret. I can't tell. Shengwan Qingshi's eyebrows twitched, and she suddenly smiled mischievously. Since it's a secret, you have to satisfy me for me to keep it. What would satisfy you? Shengwan Qingshi stretched out her arms. What are you doing? Hee. Just as everyone was still trying to comprehend what had transpired, Shengwan Qingshi threw her arms around Zhao Ye's neck. Zhao Yi was taken aback. Then his eyes widened though. Under the sunlight, a colossal purple mech hovered majestically in the sky. Below the mech, two young people were locked in a passionate kiss. Time seemed to freeze. Shangwan Town felt as if the world had exploded. Chapter 21. A touch of joy. The names for the newly built community were finalized in just one morning. Chaoyang Community. Uncle, let me explain, Shangwan Town coldly snorted, turning his head away to indicate he was not interested in someone's excuses. Dad, why are you acting like a child? All right, Zhao Xiaogo. No need to explain to my dad. We are in a free relationship. It doesn't concern him. Zhao Ye's mouth twitched. The veins on Shangwan Town's forehead throbbed. Am I talking about your relationship? Even if you told me tomorrow that I would be a grandfather, I wouldn't care. Shangwan Qingshi's eyes lit up. That's so. Does that mean you agree with me and Zhao Xiaogo? When did I agree? Shangwan Town slammed the table. Am I talking about this? How did you summon a mech? Don't try to change the subject. Shangwan Qingshi raised her neck. Isn't it normal for someone as intelligent as me to summon a mech? Seeing Shangwan Town nearly explode, Zhao Yi hurriedly explained. Uncle, you saw earlier that my mech's summoning relies on the sword in my hand. That time, my mech's spirit happened to give me two swords. And I thought, since I can't use two mechs myself, if Shirshir can have her own mech, she can protect herself better. Shangwan Town shot a glance at Zhao Yi. Shirshir is my daughter. Does she need your protection? What if you're not around? Can you guarantee to be by Shirshir's side at all times? Silence. Nanjiu looked at Shangwan Qingshi, then at Shangwan Town. All right, dear, the child has her own path to walk. Constantly obstructing her will only backfire. Sigh. Shangwan Town sighed, pointing at Zhao Yi and scolding. I really want to smash you. How can you kiss my daughter in front of so many people? How will she face others in the future? Zhao Yi was speechless. Could you be any more awkward with your topic shifts? Dad, Shangwan Qingshi interjected, displeased. It was me who kissed Zhao Xiaogo first. What's wrong with that? Shangwan Qingshi held Zhao Ye's hand. Who knows when war will come? What if a missile explodes over our heads one day? I don't want to regret not having done the things I wanted while I was alive. This drives me crazy. A girl shouldn't be kept too close. A girl shouldn't be kept too close. Shangwan Town stormed off angrily. Nanjiu couldn't help but laugh and cry. Why are you getting upset with your dad? Shangwan Qingshi pouted. Who told him to say that about Zhao Xiaogo? At this moment, Zhao Yi held Shangwan Qingshi's hand, lost in thought. However, for all those who had been watching, Shangwan Town had provided an answer. His daughter was a genius, having contracted with a mech spirit at an early age. Did anyone have an objection? Yet, the rugged men from the military showed little concern. Commander, when will you treat us to a wedding feast? Exactly. Whether your niece contract a mech or not, we have a few big guys here to shield the front lines. Commander, you keep it under wraps well. I've heard your daughter is beautiful, and I was planning to pursue her. Commander, we don't know if we have it tomorrow. Let us drink to your niece's wedding and share in the joy. Shangwan Town was utterly speechless. Isn't your focus a bit misplaced? Enough. Everyone get lost. What a bunch of pessimistic talk. We're not even at the starting line yet. Just leave. Laughter echoed around. Shangwan Zhen felt a deep sense of exhaustion. Previously, he had thought there was no need to worry about his prized asset being taken away. But now, after just a short while, the complete construction of Jingsheng would require at least 3 more months. 3 months for a city. If it were in his past life, Zhao Yi wouldn't have dared to even imagine it. He began to pack his things, preparing to head to the Mecha driving and theory training base in Nanjing. At that moment, a message suddenly popped up on his phone. Yiling, image.jpg. Yiling, is this you? Zhao Yi opened the photo, revealing a scene where he had summoned Little Gua, the battle treasure, standing in front of an air raid shelter. After the war began, no one dared to stay on the ground anymore. The bombardment was not merely a figure of speech. It was a brutal reality. Zhao Yi stared at the image for a long while. Zhao Yi, oh, you're still alive? As the wealthiest family in Jingsheng, The Yi family, even amidst the devastation, though severely shaken, remained fundamentally intact. Some powerful factions had constructed their underground safe houses long ago. These shelters were well-equipped and robust, truly safe havens in the face of the explosive advancements in warfare technology. Unless faced with a direct hit from an extraordinarily powerful nuclear bomb, they would sustain minimal damage. Yi Ling had just contracted the spirit of the Mecha, marking her as a rising star within the Yi family. Even if others in the Yi family were sent to the front lines, it was unlikely she would come to harm. Yi Ling, can't you wish me some good fortune? Zhao Yi, photo.jpg. Zhao Yi, how did you know the young lady kissed me first? The photo had been taken by a kind-hearted bystander at that moment. Later, Zhao Yi requested it, but Shang Wanzhen politely asked for its deletion. Yi Ling, Alta Zaye, Notation. Yi Ling, what reaction should I have? But sending this photo to the Liu family will certainly provoke a response. Yi Ling, come on, enough with the teasing. I didn't come to watch you flaunt your affection. Yi Ling, I'm heading to the training base soon. Should I come pick you up? Zhao Yi, no need, it's just a short walk. Yi Ling, I suspect I'm the real loser here, while you're the son of Jingcheng's richest family. Zhao Yi wasn't lying. The training base was not far from the military district, nestled among a series of small mountains in the northeast of Jingcheng. The area was both discreet and spacious, equipped with special gear to shield signals. This was also why the laser cannons in space had refrained from striking these vital areas directly. These special zones were generally equipped with autonomous counterattack capabilities. Although the sudden attack from the laser cannons had caused significant damage to the city center, the subsequent wave of strikes led to catastrophic consequences. Zhao Yi, are you still alive? Liu Wuyuan. Zhao Yi, photo.jpg. Zhao Yi, how did you know the young lady kissed me first? Liu Wuyuan, congratulations, but be cautious. Zaye. Liu Wuyuan, I've heard that Liu Wen will be participating in training at the Jingcheng base. Zhao Yi, didn't he already contract your mecha spirit? On the other side of Jingcheng, Liu Wen appeared pale and somewhat out of breath. Liu Wen, while it is possible to deprive someone of their contracted mecha spirit, it is not an easy feat. He previously took my mecha spirit, but this time, the contract is finally complete. Chapter 22. Seizing the Young? Zhao Yi furrowed his brows. The notion of depriving others of their mecha spirits had not crossed his mind initially. Witnessing such events unfold around him instilled a sense of unease, as if the loss of one's lips would inevitably lead to the loss of one's teeth. Would there come a day when someone would harbor such thoughts towards him? Zhao Yi, are you all right? Liu Wuyuan, I'm fine. When are you headed to the training base? Zhao Yi, within the next couple of days. Why? Liu Wuyuan, nothing. We'll see each other then. With that, Liu Wen's avatar went dark. Zhao Yi felt puzzled, unsure of Liu Wuyuan's intentions. Unable to decipher it, he chose to focus on what mattered most, enhancing his own strength. More precisely, augmenting the capabilities of his mecha. After some contemplation, he summoned Pineapple Snow. Pineapple Snow, a small, golden, jelly-like figure materialized before Zhao Yi. Young man, have you encountered some trouble? Zhao Yi inquired. What is required for the fruit treasure mecha to upgrade to the second generation? To upgrade to the second generation? Young man, with your current abilities, you lack the capacity to master a second generation mecha. Zhao Yi was puzzled. Why? Your mental energy is insufficient for controlling a more powerful mecha. The might of a mecha relies not only on its exterior, but also on the prowess of its pilot. Mental energy? Indeed, Pineapple Snow nodded. A truly formidable pilot can even wield their mecha through sheer will, unleashing far greater power. Zhao Yi found this difficult to comprehend, struggling to grasp the true implications of such words. That I have a breathing technique here. Coupled with rigorous training, it can enhance both your physical and mental energy. Strengthening oneself is never an overnight endeavor, but rather a relentless pursuit over time. In his hand, an ancient-looking bound book appeared, devoid of a title, merely a simple tome. Can I modify and enhance the existing fruit treasure mecha? Pineapple Snow pondered for a moment, then produced another booklet. This contains blueprints for the modification of the fruit treasure mecha and the grape treasure mecha's second generation. While it may not be suitable for direct transformation into a second generation model, the first 5 pages can serve as useful references. A thick manuscript gently floated into Zhao Yi's hands. All right, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. When Zhao Yi looked up again, Pineapple Snow had vanished. Deep in thought, he opened the first book containing the breathing method. Pineapple Snow had imparted. It was merely a basic instructional manual on breathing techniques. far from the mystical cultivation methods he had imagined. Flipping to the second book revealed a dense array of symbols and annotations, overwhelming to the EY. As Zhao Yi diligently studied the breathing techniques he had obtained, Shangguan Jun, looking somewhat displeased, addressed his daughter. "Which training base are you heading to? Can I teach you?" Just moments ago, his daughter had insisted on attending a training base for mecha training. Wasn't that a bit absurd? The family already had a super mecha master at home. Yet she wanted to enroll in a supplementary class? "Dad, you're amazing. What you teach me might not be comprehensible." Shangguan Qingshi shyly turned her head away, avoiding eye contact with her father. Shangguan Jin scoffed. "Do you genuinely wish to attend training? Or is it merely because Zhao Yi is going as well?" Shangguan Qingshi blinked. "Dad, what are you talking about? As the daughter of the Shangguan family, how could I act recklessly for personal feelings?" With a sigh, Shangguan Jin lamented, "Daughters grow up too quickly." "Fine. If you wish to go, go ahead. The training base is nearby. We need to register your mecha at AES for future maintenance and enhancements." Shangguan Qingshi quickly shook her head. "Dad, I still want to familiarize myself with my mecha first." "All right." Shangguan Jun was too lazy to say more. "Pack your things. Though the training base is close, it is under military management. You may be my daughter, but you cannot act independently. Do you understand?" Shangguan Qingshi nodded obediently. "Don't worry, Dad. I won't embarrass you." Shangguan Jun face-bombed in exasperation. "Of course, with Zhao Yi around, you wouldn't want to come back. Would you? Ask your mother to help you pack a few outfits. I'll arrange a vehicle to take you both there immediately." Zhao Yi felt that a clingy girlfriend was not necessarily a good thing. "Qingshi, Uncle Zhou is watching too. In a camouflaged off-road vehicle." Zhao Yi nudged Shangguan Qingshi beside him. Zhou Quan, who was driving, was focused on the road. Hearing Zhao Yi's comment, he replied, "Huh, what did you say?" "I am driving. I can't afford to be distracted." Zhao Yi was speechless. Shangguan Qingshi, however, clung to his arm, nuzzling against him. "Zhao Xiaogo, you cannot refuse your owneress embrace." Zhao Yi was at a loss for words. "Can you help me look at what's written here?" Shangguan Qingshi looked up and saw Zhao Yi holding a booklet filled with intricate diagrams of various mecha components. "Have you already developed a modification plan for the mecha?" Zhao Yi shook his head, saying little. Observing this, Shangguan Qingshi refrained from probing further. Glancing at the booklet, I could detailed the modification specifics for the mecha's energy core. Suddenly, Shangguan Qingshi looked at him with a dubious expression. "Why are you looking at me like that? The materials required for the modifications mentioned here are all quite expensive. Can you afford them?" Zhao Yi, who had not even graduated elementary school in this world, could hardly comprehend the contents, which was why he saw Shangguan Qingshi's insight. "Expensive? How expensive could it be?" Shangguan Qingshi pointed at one section detailing the modifications for the core of the fruit treasure mecha. The star energy crystal skin required for the transformation of the mecha is priced at approximately 100,000 Daxia coins for a piece the size of a fist, based on the quantity you need for the mecha modifications. "I estimate at least 5 billion. Zhao Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. 0.5 billion. "Indeed," responded Shangguan Qingshi with a shrug. Zhao Yi slowly picked up the booklet and placed it into his backpack, noticing the gloom on Zhao Yi's face. Shangguan Qingshi gently patted his cheek. "Don't worry. While the monetary value of these items is indeed significant, some things are not best measured in currency." "What should I do then?" Zhao Yi asked. "I heard you made considerable contributions while fighting alongside your father." Chapter 23. Does fighting require education? Shangguan Qingshi explained, "Many resources are currently regulated, but star energy crystals are classified as open resources and can be exchanged for money." This brought Zhao Yi to a knowledge gap. "What exactly is a star energy crystal?" Shangguan Qingshi sighed, poking his forehead. "These are all covered in your books. You should read more. A star energy crystal is a special mineral that can store cosmic energy. This energy mineral resembles a crystal, with twinkling spots akin to stars, hence the name. You understand now." Zhao Yi felt a bit embarrassed. After all, his lack of education had led him to hastily borrow money to contract the mecha spirit, only to find himself clueless at the end, mindlessly pushing the joystick to engage in battles. The cosmic energy contained within star energy crystals is primarily used for the energy consumption of mechas. While the star energy crystal skin is the residue left after the energy within the crystal has been utilized, it is exceptionally durable and can store energy again, making it highly sought after for the construction of mecha energy cores. Even when depleted of energy, the price of star energy crystal skin remains exorbitant. "You seem to know a lot," Zhao Yi remarked, unable to contain his admiration. Shangwan Qingshi, however, wrapped her arm around his that. Oh, you just need to read more. You'll certainly learn more than I have. You mentioned my contributions earlier. What did you mean? Zhao Yi inquired. Military merits, of course, can be utilized. The military has a dedicated point system for military achievements. Accumulated points can be exchanged for rare resources not commonly found outside, such as star energy crystal skin. While you might need 5 billion to acquire that amount in the outside world with military points, it could be just a few tens of thousands or even thousands. Additionally, if your contributions are significant or your identity within the military is sufficient, the military may even provide free modifications and maintenance for your mecha. Zhao Yi was taken aback. Tens of thousands of military points for what would cost billions in the outside world. I never would have dared to think of such a thing before. He committed this information to memory. The Chaoyang community was not far from the training base, roughly an hour's journey. As the vehicle gradually entered a small mountain range. The peaks, though termed small, loomed impressively outside the window. A specially constructed road led directly into the mountain. As the view widened, Zhao Yi could discern that the so-called Mecha driving training base was, in fact, a vast military district. As the vehicle navigated around the hills, they could even see enormous mechas traversing the military zone. Fully armed soldiers guarded various points along the road. The vehicle they were in appeared to possess certain privileges. At each checkpoint, the soldiers would salute and promptly grant passage after a brief inspection. Before long, a vast, flat expanse resembling a basin came into view. Your niece and son-in-law have arrived, read the sign at the metallic gate of the Nanjing Province Mecha Driving Knowledge Training Base. The vehicle halted right at the entrance. A soldier clad in specialized metallic armor and wielding the latest firearms approached the car. He saluted upon seeing the license plate and said, "Greetings, sir. Please present your identification." Zhou Quan retrieved a small booklet from his pocket. "I am here to escort them for training. I will not be entering. Please assist them." The soldier scanned the identification and slightly bowed, returning it with both hands. "Understood, sir." Zhou Quan quickly drove away. Zhao Yi, with 2 luggage cases in hand, followed closely behind Shangwan Qingshi. "It's just the 2 of us." The soldier leading them explained, "You arrived early. The training base officially opens tomorrow. Typically, registration occurs in the morning, with classes commencing in the afternoon." Zhao Yi inquired further, "May I ask what the training primarily entails?" The soldier, somewhat talkative, replied, "What would you like to learn? Can we choose what we want to learn?" The soldier nodded. "The training direction varies according to the individual. For casual mecha pilots, we generally teach basic mecha driving knowledge and theoretical principles. After all, even casual pilots may one day be our comrades. For those seeking a deeper understanding of mecha operation, theory, and other comprehensive aspects, including combat training, we also offer that. However, the prerequisite is that you can endure the relatively monotonous military life within the training base." After the soldier's explanation, Zhao Yi grasped the distinctions. The training could be likened to an academic progression from undergraduate to master's and then to doctoral levels. However, some individuals might not be able to tolerate the military lifestyle at the training base, acquiring only basic knowledge about operating and modifying mechas before leaving. The training base appeared indifferent toward such cases, offering knowledge freely without charge, showcasing the official commitment to nurturing pilots as they walked and listened. Zhao Yi and Shangwan Qingshi completed their registration. The training base resembled a large educational institution focused on military life rather than just a base that featured male and female dormitories, a cafeteria, and classrooms for various subjects. Despite the war's impact, the facilities, albeit somewhat rudimentary, were overall adequate. "I'm leaving now that I'm really leaving," Shangwan Qingshi said, reluctantly holding on to Zhao Yi's hand. "When you miss me, remember to think of me." Zhao Yi felt a sense of helplessness. This what they call a girl-less infatuation. Though exasperated, he felt warmth in his heart. "I will think of you." The soldier guiding them observed the scene. Astonished, it was indeed his first time seeing a couple arrive together at the training base. Upon reaching the male dormitory, the soldier concluded, "I will leave you here. Today is not the actual start of the training. So there are no training requirements. There's a cafeteria within the special training base, so you can find your way there later." Zhao Yi smiled and nodded. "Thank you, brother." The soldier, however, shook his head with a smile. "No need for thanks. It's my duty that in the future, we may be comrades fighting side by side, that I hope you can defeat many enemies on the battlefield, so fewer of our comrades will perish." With that, the soldier saluted. Chapter 24. The road to Shu. In that moment, Zhao Yi felt a sudden surge of respect. He reciprocated the salute solemnly. The soldier waved and turned to leave. Zhao Yi was touched. While he may not feel a strong sense of belonging to this world, he held profound respect for those soldiers who merely wished for peace in their homeland. Suddenly, he felt an odd sensation in his heart. Lowering his gaze, he noticed someone's foot inadvertently exploring his calf. Zhao Yi quickly withdrew his leg. We're eating. Shangwan Qingshi giggled. Hey, I learned that online. How does it feel? Zhao Yi rolled his eyes. What nonsense have you been learning? Hurry and eat. Get some rest afterward. Shangwan Qingshi, however, straightened her face, resting her chin on her hands, gazing at him seriously. Zhao Xiaogo, you don't love me anymore. Zhao Yi was taken aback. How can I not love you? Shangwan Qingshi pouted, mumbling. I'm the one who holds your hand and kisses you. You're not proactive at all. Zhao Yi scratched his head. Isn't this my first relationship? I don't know the process. Shangwan Qingshi rolled her eyes, big pig hoof, feeling somewhat helpless. Zhao Yi contemplated and leaned closer, gazing into Shangwan Qingshi's eyes. She looked back at him. What are you she exclaimed. Now, that's proactive. Zhao Yi quickly tidied his plate and bolted away. Shangwan Qingshi pouted. What is wrong with this guy? Am I the girl, or is he? The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window. The sound of a key unlocking the door echoed from outside. The door swung open, and Zhao Yi groggily opened his eyes. Today marked the first day of classes at the training base. The morning was reserved for registration, with no other activities planned. Who is it? So early in the morning. Didn't they say the training base was opening today? How did you manage to move in early? Upon closer inspection, he appeared to be a chubby little fellow. Hey, chubby, remember to close the door. I want to sleep a bit longer. Zhao Yi, still half asleep, expressed that the sun shining on his back allowed him a few more moments of slumber. Nan Liangxian interjected, Brother, the sun is already shining on your back, and you still want to sleep? Zhao Yi contentedly turned over. Call me when it's time to eat. Nan Liangxian exclaimed, The young lady is calling. The young lady is calling. Just as Zhao Yi was about to turn back to sleep, a phone call came in. He picked up the phone and placed it to his ear. Young lady? On the other end, Shangwan Qingshi was speechless. Zhao Xiaogo, you can't possibly still be in bed, can you? Get up quickly. I brought breakfast. Breakfast? What breakfast? I never eat breakfast. Get up, you lazybones, in the astonished gaze of Nan Liangxian. The seemingly lifeless figure on the bed sprang up as if jolted awake. The expression on his face shifted from drowsiness to a charming grin in an instant. Just a moment, young lady. Let me get dressed, and I'll be right down. He quickly put on his clothes and dashed out of the room. Nan Liangxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? How could he be so lethargic just moments ago and now vanish without a trace? Moreover, he seems to have arrived yesterday. For a brief moment, Zhao Yi felt as though he had returned to his school days. The dormitory consisted of double rooms, and young people were already moving in with their luggage. Downstairs, whoa, where did that stunning beauty come from? Just arrived, and there's already a campus goddess bringing breakfast. What campus goddess? Have you lost your mind? This is a military district. We call them military flowers. Many people were coming and going in front of the dormitory. And naturally, someone noticed the graceful figure and casual athletic were standing by the dormitory. It must be said that Shangwan Qingshi was truly beautiful, a standout even in a crowd. Such beauty and figure were hard not to turn heads. Qingshi, are you waiting for me? Just then, a young man pushed through the crowd and approached Shangwan Qingshi. Upon seeing him, Shangwan Qingshi frowned and took 2 steps back. Lu Wenjing, what are you doing here? Lu Wenjing chuckled. Did you not know? I've just contracted with a mecha spirit and come to the training base for training. As he spoke, he reached for the breakfast bag in Shangwan Qingshi's hand. Surprised that after all these years, she still remembered he liked chive dumplings. Shangwan Qingshi instinctively stepped back. Excuse me, you're blocking my way. A large hand shoved Lu Wenjing aside. Hey, lazy lady, what are you doing eating breakfast this early? Isn't sleeping more enjoyable? He took the breakfast bag from Shangwan Qingshi's hands. Chive dumplings? Good taste. He gave her a thumbs up. Shangwan Qingshi's eyes brightened, and she rushed forward to embrace Zhao Yi, her lips brushing against his. Come on, if you don't eat breakfast in the morning, when will you eat? This is a good morning kiss. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, shattering the hearts of those witnessing the scene. Oh my heart feels shattered. Why does this guy receive breakfast and a kiss right after arriving? Divine being, my goddess, woe is me. Meanwhile, Lu Wenjing stood frozen like a statue, unsure of how to react. Zhao Yi noticed Lu Wenjing's presence and, chewing on a dumpling, curiously asked Shangwan Qingshi, Who is he? Shangwan Qingshi shook her head in confusion. I don't know him. He must be just a passerby. Zhao Yi responded, Oh, I've eaten breakfast, so I think I'll head back for more sleep. Shangwan Qingshi pulled Zhao Yi's arm. How can some of your age still sleep? Come, accompany me for a walk. I have friends here I want you to meet. Zhao Yi suddenly remembered something. Where did you pick up that lazybones phrase? Shangwan Qingshi chuckled. I learned it online. They say it works wonders on boyfriends. The two chatted and laughed as they walked out, unaware that Lu Wenjing was clenching his fist behind them. His gaze fierce enough to kill. Not far from the dormitory, a figure stood with arms crossed. Lun wore a sly smile, his eyes teasing. Xiaoqing. Shangwan Qingshi waved her arms. Not far away, a girl snapped to attention at the call and brightened upon seeing the familiar face. Qingshi. The two girls embraced warmly upon meeting. Qingshi, who is this? Shangwan Qingshi skillfully linked her arm with Zhao Yi's, shyly smiling. Meng Yuqing immediately understood, her face lighting up with an amused smile as she looked at the pair. Chapter 25. From now on, I will follow you. Zhao Yi soon spotted Yiling at the registration desk. Why Yiling appeared somewhat fatigued that you're here. I arrived ages ago, but you look so listless. Yiling waved his hand dismissively. Don't mention it. I still can't summon my mecha. If it weren't for my registration at the Mecha Management Bureau, my family wouldn't believe me. What is so difficult about summoning a mecha? Yiling looked at him oddly. Generally, the mecha summoned by the mecha spirit requires the contractor's mental energy to be sufficient to attract the mecha spirit. You didn't know? Yiling suddenly realized. Oh, I almost forgot he recalled that during the last invasion of Saki Star, Zhao Yi had summoned a mecha in front of everyone. Zhao Yi seemed to have no limitations on mental energy, which made Yiling envious. Zhao Yi inquired, Do you have any methods to enhance mental energy? Yiling shook his head that I don't have any good methods that I asked some family members, and they suggested intense training to counter the fatigue from overload training. Achieving a breakthrough. Zhao Yi frowned. I didn't expect the process of enhancing mental energy to be so troublesome. By the way, you summon a mecha to participate in the battle in Jingchen, right? Zhao Yi chuckled. Throwing an arm around Yiling's shoulders, he pulled out his phone and flipped through some photos. How did you know I took out 3 mechas all by myself? Yiling glanced at the images of several destroyed mechas. This was actually the mecha's built-in recording function, which could be directly transmitted to his phone via Bluetooth. Zhao Yi certainly would not miss this chance to boast. Yiling's eyelids twitched sharply. Indeed, in front of Zhao Yi, he felt like the biggest loser. Although somewhat speechless, he was still astonished that Zhao Yi had achieved such a feat in his first battle that he held the phone for a while. Finally, silently, giving a thumbs up, and oh, doubt about it. From now on, I'll follow you. The two laughed heartily as they walked. Before long, Zhao Yi suddenly recognized a familiar figure ahead. Lun, what are you doing here? Lu Wen, with one hand in his pocket and a clean-cut hairstyle, appeared quite tall and handsome. What? Just because you guys are here, I can't be. Lu Wen waved a set of keys in his hand. You all have mechas, so I can't fall behind. I just spent 70 million on the most cost-effective Zhanggang H. The Zhanggang H was a humanoid mecha produced in recent years. The 70 million price tag was quite reasonable. Equipped with conventional heavy and light firepower weaponry, of course, being called Zhanggang. This mecha also possessed formidable close combat abilities, with a giant blade made of new alloy measuring 40 meters, capable of slicing through steel effortlessly. At this stage, the cost-effectiveness of such a mecha was indeed the highest. Zhao Yi had no idea what Zhanggang H was. Damn rich people. Yiling was somewhat astonished. Zhanggang H? Wow, you bought it? I was considering buying one if my contract didn't go through. There was no mocking in his tone, and Yiling truly liked this mecha. Not only was it cost-effective with all-around equipment, but it also looked quite stylish. This was the first choice for most ordinary mecha pilots. However, the 70 million price could deter many. Shall we go eat? Lu Yuan asked the two. Zhao Yi shook his head. Wait a moment. The two looked at him curiously. Waiting for what? You'll find out soon. Zhao Xiaogo. Over here. Zhao Yi felt exasperated. Can you at least call me something else? What? You don't like Xiaogo? How about Zhao Degu? Zhao Negu? Or Zhao Longo? Is it possible that I'd rather be called a person? Shangwan Qingshi recalled with a smile. Oh, who was it that called to say I was their dog? That's right, it was him. Zhao Yi glared at Yiling, who was now exposing him. Yiling looked up at the sky. Oh, Lu, I think the firepower of the Zhanggang H needs some strengthening. Do you have any plans for future upgrades? Lu Yuan seemed oblivious to Zhao Ye's embarrassment. I think the caliber of the machine gun bullets could be adjusted. After all, the Blue Flame Gatling is every man's favorite. Do as you please. Call me Xiaogo if you wish. You lot think you can bully me because I don't read much, don't you? Zhao Yi ultimately chose to compromise. Shengwan Qingshi joyfully embraced Zhao Ye's arm. Zhao Xiaogo, are these two your friends? Before Zhao Yi could introduce them, Yiling hurriedly interjected with a smile. Indeed, we are friends of Xiaogo. Liu Yuan also laughed heartily. Yes, we are friends of Xiaogo. Right, Xiaogo? Zhao Yi replied, I shouldn't be here. I should be under the car. Enough already, are we still eating? Hello, I am Zhao Ye's girlfriend, Shengwan Qingshi. This is my friend, Meng Yuqing. Though they were joking, Shengwan Qingshi still took the initiative to introduce herself. Yiling that Liu Yuan. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's name, Shengwan Qingshi suddenly appeared puzzled. Liu Yuan. Is it Liu Yuan maintained his smile, betraying no emotion. He's my incompetent younger brother. Shengwan Qingshi nodded in understanding, saying nothing further as they all walked together to the cafeteria. At present, mechas could only be piloted by a select few, aside from the fortunate individuals who successfully contracted with a mecha spirit in one attempt. However, mechas could be purchased if one possessed sufficient wealth and a suitable background. Thus, the total number of people arriving at the training base was only slightly over 100. The training base operated on a large class system, and it was not only the outsiders, but also military personnel who had recently qualified to pilot mechas. Therefore, the total number of individuals in the training base reached 200, divided into 4 smaller classes, 1, 2, 3, and 4, with 50 individuals in each class. Fortunately, the classrooms were spacious enough to comfortably accommodate 50 students. Whether by design or mere coincidence, Zhao Yi and Shengwan Qingshi found themselves assigned to the same class. The instructor began the lesson. Zhao Yi, somewhat exasperated, pushed Shengwan Qingshi's teasing hand away. She whispered in his ear, Zhao Xiaogo, I never realized you had abs. Zhao Yi felt a shiver run through him. That moment, the middle-aged instructor in military attire scanned the classroom. You in the back by the window. Stand up and tell the class, where does the power core of a mecha originate? Chapter 26. 5 years of operation. 3 years of simulation. Zhao Yi was momentarily stunned and pointed to himself. Me? Many eyes turned toward him. Yes, you did. Zhao Yi stood up. The power core of the mecha originates from the power core. The classroom fell silent for a moment before erupting in a laughter. That's hilarious. The power core of the mecha originates from the power core. Who would answer like that? Incredible. The military instructor took a deep breath. If you don't know, then pay attention in class. If I catch you flirting with a female classmate again, you'll be running 5 kilometers. Zhao Yi was bewildered. What did he mean by flirting with female classmates? Upon hearing this, other students cast him strange glances. That wasn't the girl who brought breakfast to the boys' dormitory. How fortunate for him to have such a beautiful girl delivering breakfast. Zhao Yi felt speechless and shot a glare at Shengwan Qingshi, who merely smiled mischievously. Sit down. Once the instructor's voice settled, the classroom returned to quietude. The lesson covered some basic knowledge about mechas. The answer regarding the origin of the mecha's power core was, in fact, the energy reserve of the mecha. As for the source of this energy, some ordinary mechas relied on electricity, while others were powered by oil or nuclear energy. More expensive mechas required energy derived from cosmic energy, specifically the mysterious energy contained within star energy crystals, also known as star energy. Star energy is a unique form of energy that remains unsolvable to this day. This energy is exceedingly costly, as it can only be extracted from star energy crystals. Therefore, star energy crystals are the only hard currency in the universe, and some are crafted into star energy coins, colloquially referred to as crystal coins. Mechas powered by star energy can gradually absorb the star energy that drifts through the cosmos via specialized energy reserve devices. However, this process is rather slow. Typically, one would directly purchase energy from star energy stations available in military districts of various cities. Generally speaking, mechas are predominantly employed in combat, and during such instances, the government often provides free energy supplies. All this constitutes basic knowledge. Zhao Yi chose to disregard Shengwan Qingshi's distractions and focused intently on the lesson, quietly committing to memory what others might consider common knowledge. The military instructor standing at the podium, named Wenjiru, was a researcher specializing in mecha studies. An hour later, the class bell rang. Wenjiru glanced toward Zhao Yi again. You in the back by the window, come here for a moment. Zhao Yi appeared somewhat apprehensive. Who would have thought that after living 18 years, he would still experience the awkwardness of being summoned to the teacher's office? Feeling embarrassed, he stood up and Shangwan Qingshi squeezed his hand. Go on, it's not embarrassing to be called to the office by a teacher. With some reluctance, but still following Wenjiaru out of the classroom. The training base resembled a vast school. Wenjiaru had his own private office. What is your name? Zhao Yi obediently stood to the side. Teacher, my name is Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi. Zhao. Mind sharing your educational background? About the level of a third grader. Zhao Yi scratched his ear, feeling a bit awkward. His combined education from 2 lifetimes wasn't impressive, let alone in a school dedicated to mecha knowledge. 3rd grade, Wenjiaru frowned. What's this? You didn't complete the 9-year compulsory education? Or did your family prevent you from attending school? Wenjiaru had discerned that Zhao Ye's educational foundation was quite lacking. The material covering class consisted of fundamental knowledge found in high school textbooks, yet Zhao Yi seemed to be hearing it for the first time. Taking it very seriously, of course not. My family is gone. How could I attend school? Zhao Ye's teasing remark caused Wenjiaru to frown again. You have no parents? They passed away rather early. What about your other family members? Teacher, are you conducting a household survey? Wenjiaru chuckled. I won't pry further. You do seem somewhat familiar, but never mind. With that, Wenjiaru retrieved several thick books from his drawer. These are foundational texts about mechas. Take them home and study them. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Zhao Yi glanced at the titles. Fundamentals of Mecha Knowledge, Mecha Structural Knowledge, Mecha Operation Knowledge, Advanced Mecha Knowledge, 5 years of operation. 3 years of combat. There's something strange mixed in here. Teacher, do I really need to read all of these? Wenjiaru nodded. Lee skimmed through them to gain an understanding that I'm not asking you to build a mecha. But you need to have the basic knowledge. Otherwise, how will you know your own mecha status? If you ever find yourself on the battlefield, you won't even know how to operate it. Zhao Yi felt sheepish. Operating a mecha. Isn't it just about pushing the control sticks? The functions of the small fruit battle treasure were relatively straightforward. Operating it wasn't overly complicated. However, given the instructor's goodwill, Zhao Yi didn't refuse. Looking at more books wouldn't hurt. Thank you, teacher. Wenjiaru watched Zhao Yi's departing figure and pondered for a moment before pulling out the records of this year's students. Zhao Yi, 18 years old. Surname Zhao. 10 years ago. Sure. How come I didn't know you had a boyfriend? Shangwan Qingshi rolled her eyes dramatically. I need to report to you when I find a boyfriend. Who do you think you are? Are we that close? Lu Wenjing appeared by Zhao Ye's desk without notice. Our families are about to be united. How do you expect me to explain this to the Lu family? Shangwan Qingshi took a deep breath. If it weren't for her upbringing, she would have already slapped this guy with a mecha. Excuse me, when did we decide to unite? I wasn't aware of that. Moreover, please keep your distance. I fear my boyfriend might misunderstand. Lu Wenjing glared at her. You choose a poor boy without a background as your boyfriend? Aren't you afraid of displeasing Grandpa Shangwan? Who are you calling a poor boy? Smack. A large hand suddenly struck Lu Wenjing's head. Didn't you hear my girlfriend say she has a boyfriend? Stop jabbering here. Chapter 27. Return to Gotham. Batman says he 1T hit you. Zhao Yi glanced at Lu Wenjing, who was now on the ground. Get lost. If I see you harassing my girlfriend again, every time I see you, I'll hit you. Lu Wenjing, furious, retorted, You dare hit me. Do you know who I am? Oh, quite defiant, seeing Zhao Yi about to take action. Someone immediately grabbed his hand. What are you doing? Can't you see I'm dealing with a rogue? Zhao Yi was filled with rage. Hey, this isn't going to solve the problem. The voice was somewhat familiar. Zhao Yi turned around to discover it was Lu Wen. What are you doing? Lu Wen. Lu Wen unexpectedly recognized the visitor. Lu Wen, hold him down. If he dares to hit me, I will make him regret it. Zhao Yi looked at Lu Wen in confusion. You know him? This is my useless brother. Lu Wen replied. You intend to stop me? No. Lu Wen hastily shook his head and then slowly took a hammer from the waistband of his pants. Hitting him like that won't kill him. You need to use this. Zhao Yi's eyes brightened. He took the hammer and was about to bring it down. Zhao Xiaogo. Zhao Yi halted his movement and looked at Shangwan Qingshi. Qingshi, Lu Wen was unexpectedly pleased. He turned to Zhao Yi. Kid, don't you realize your own worth? How dare you think you are worthy of being with Qingshi? Shangwan Qingshi snatched the hammer from Zhao Yi's hands and glared at Lu Wen discontentedly. If you hit someone, fine, but what if you kill them with a hammer? What are you staring at? Hit him. Lu Wen was momentarily stunned. Qingshi, what are you saying? I said to continue hitting, and who allowed you to call me Qingshi? Zhao Xiaogo, cover his face with a cloth. It's uncomfortable to look at. Zhao Yi chuckled and glanced at Lu Wen, unable to suppress a laugh that I thought you were a brother, but it turns out you are just a clown. Come on, let us give our little brother Lu a bit of intensity. Here it comes. Just then, Yiling removed her jacket and walked step by step toward Lu Wen. What are you all doing? Lu Wen began to struggle. How dare you treat me like this? You want to have a good ending. Lu Wen, are you going to join forces with these outsiders against me? Lu Wen, how dare you treat me this way? Mom and Dad won't spare you. Lu Wen's eyes suddenly turned cold, filled with murderous intent. He took back the hammer from Shangwan Qingshi. Everyone step aside. I will take care of him. Luwen was startled, never expecting that his words would not only be ineffective but would also incite Lu Wen's wrath. Zhao Yi snatched the hammer from his hands. Hey, using a hammer changes the nature of the situation. If you really want to kill him, there will be plenty of opportunities. There is no need to rush. As he spoke, Yiling had already draped her clothing over Lu Wen's head. Bang! The first punch was a greeting gift from Lu Wen to his dear brother. Woo-woo! Completely covered by the clothing, Lu Wen glanced at Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi, I believe our relationship has not yet reached the point where you would seek vengeance on my behalf. Has it? Zhao Yi hammered his chest with his fist. As brothers, in my heart, these are the duties one should fulfill. Speak plainly. Zhao Yi added sheepishly, of course. I have my own motives. It doesn't necessarily have to be Lu Wenjing as the sole target. But he is currently the most suitable one. It is also possible to eliminate the spirit of the Mech. At this moment, Lu Wen suddenly interjected. The spirit of the Mech is ultimately just a form of spiritual energy that attaches itself to the Mech. However, this spiritual energy can significantly enhance the Mech's combat capabilities. Therefore, to truly destroy a spirit of the Mech, the most direct method is to obliterate its core. Zhao Ye's heart stirred. Destroy the Mech's core. You say? Indeed, Lu Wen pondered. However, before that, we need to compel the pilot to summon the Mech. Killing the pilot beforehand would be futile. If the pilot dies, the spirit of the Mech will vanish, but where it goes remains uncertain. It may return to the Stargate or meet its demise. All of this is unknown to me. Zhao Yi lowered his gaze. The question now is, what conditions would compel the pilot to summon the Mech, allowing us to eliminate him without drawing attention? The three fell silent for a moment. Yiling suddenly clenched his fist. In fact, aside from the large-scale invasions from outer space, in recent years, some external forces have deployed numerous bioweapons on a blue star. Although the training base does not mandate pilots to undertake missions to eliminate these bioweapons, it is located in the military district, which offers a military merit points redemption system. Generally speaking, if one wishes to continue their studies at the training base, academic knowledge is one aspect, but practical combat experience is essential. Without sufficient combat experience, theoretical knowledge is merely an exercise in futility. Zhao Yi and Lu Wen exchanged glances, then suddenly smiled. They both embraced Yiling's shoulders. Who would have thought, young Master Yi, that you possess such clever ideas? Why didn't I think of this? When it comes to strategy, it seems we must rely on you. Master Y. Yiling's expression darkened. Please, these details are all in the books. Zhao Yi shook his head. Reading is one thing, but applying knowledge is another. When it comes to strategy, I concede to you, Master Y. Yiling was drenched in sweat. Brothers, if this goes awry, it could cost us our heads. Besides, whether or not to undertake the mission is entirely up to the individual. What are you thinking? We're not going to kill anyone. Killing incurs a death penalty. We understand that. Destroying a Mech, however, does not carry the same consequence. Yiling looked at Zhao Yi in shock. You expect to wipe out the spirit of the Mech without silencing the pilot? You think he will simply let you go? Zhao Yi patted Yiling's shoulder. You need not worry about that. I have my plans. Lu Wen. The three turned to find Lu Wenjing had somehow appeared behind them. I will tell Mom and Dad about what happened today. You're finished. Perched on Lu Wenjing's shoulder was a small figure with a human head and serpentine body. Lu Wen, you have greatly disappointed me. Lu Wenjing is your brother. How could you treat him this way? Lu Wen furrowed his brow, but remained silent. Come on, Lu Wen, stop messing around. Apologize to Lu Wenjing, and I will forgive you. Zhao Yi, sensing Lu Wen's agitation, felt a surge of tension that if he weren't aware that he had reincarnated into a normal world, he would suspect he had entered some mindless novel. Chapter 29. Small Change. Zhao Yi's gaze grew cold, yet he said nothing, making threats bore little significance. The three exchanged glances and opted to ignore the situation, continuing their own routines. 0.5 kilometers is neither too long nor too short. The innermost track of the training base measured 500 meters, and after 10 laps, the three were left breathless. Zhao Xiaogo, water. While resting at the edge of the field, Zhao Yi noticed a thermos appear before him. Turning around, he saw Shangguan Qingshi standing behind him. Am I not old enough for thermoses yet? After intense exercise, one must drink warm water. This is lukewarm, just the right temperature. Wai Ling and Lu En cast envious glances. Ah, Zhao Xiaogo is quite fortunate. Indeed, Miss Shangguan is not only beautiful and wealthy, but also caring and gentle. Hearing their flattery, Shangguan Qingshi couldn't help but blushed at your two kind. 2 bottles of mineral water were handed over. Meng Yuqing sighed. Oh dear, our young lady is transformed into a considerate wife. How come we never noticed that she could be so attentive? Shangguan Qingshi shot Meng Yuqing an annoyed look. Xiaoqing, Lu Yuan and Yi Ling found it amusing. Yet they accepted the mineral water, gulping it down. In contrast, Lu Wenjing, who continued to sprint on the field, felt as though life had lost its vibrancy. The sight of Shangguan Qingshi handing a thermos to someone was more painful than death. However, when he caught Zhao Yi and the others' gazes, an unsettling sensation gripped him. Lun was utterly out of line. The spirit of the mech perched on his shoulder continued to chatter incessantly. Lu Wenjing scoffed. Humph, I'll make sure my family cuts off his allowance, but let's see how he continues to act arrogant. And that kid, daring to be so close to Qingshi, I'll ensure he knows the consequences of offending the Lu family. This afternoon, there were 2 classes, the first lasting an hour and the second 2 hours. Overall, it was relatively relaxed. Upon returning to the dormitory, the chubby Nan Liangxian gave Zhao Yi a thumbs up. Bro, you are amazing. You dare to beat up Lu Wenjing. Zhao Yi suddenly recalled that he had roommates. You know Lu Wenjing? Of course, he is the son of the commander of the Lijiang military district, a prince-like figure. How could I not know him? Zhao Yi shook his head. Well, I truly don't know him. So, you must have a significant identity too? Nan Liangxian scratched his head awkwardly. Not really. I'm just your big brother-in-law. Zhao Yi, sipping tea from the thermos, promptly sprayed it out. What? You? Me? Big brother-in-law. Well, you and Qingshi are together. Aren't you? Zhao Yi's expression turned icy. Nan Liangxian quickly clarified. I'm Qingshi's cousin. Her mother is my aunt. At it seems those who can operate mechs tend to be the nefariously wealthy. Although Zhao Yi was unclear about Nanji's identity, her inherent grace suggested a distinguished background. If you have nothing else, I'm going to sleep. Zhao Yi expressed his desire to ignore this guy. By the way, I don't even know your name. I'm Nan Liangxian. Nan for south, Liang for conscience, Xian for elegance. Elegant? Zhao Yi scrutinized him. Please, I'd be quite handsome if I lost some weight. All right, you're handsome. I'm going to sleep now. Nan Liangxian. The next day, classes resumed. However, compared to the cultural courses of the previous day, physical training sessions were added every morning and afternoon. This included the standard 5-kilometer run and other equipment training. Time flew, and before long, 3 months had passed. During these 3 months, the construction of Jing City proceeded in an orderly fashion, and those emerging from the air raid shelters finally resumed normal lives. During this time, some had begun to leave the training base, while those opting to stay were welcomed with a week's vacation. Lu's expression was not particularly cheerful. His grip tightened around his phone before relaxing again. What's wrong? Nothing, just that my allowance has been cut off. You lost 100 million just like that. Zhao Yi looked at him with a pained expression. Luan chuckled. Those who know think it's my allowance that has gone. But those who don't might think it's yours. Zhao Yi sighed. I was hoping to borrow some money from you. Luan raised an eyebrow. Borrow money? How much? Zhao Yi held up 5 fingers. 50,000? Small change. Zhao Yi shook his head. 500,000. Small change. He shook his head again. 50 million. All right, I can manage that with some effort. He continued shaking his head. 5 billion. Brother, you can't possibly think I can come up with that much money. 50 billion. What? 50 billion. What do you need it for? You just need 50 billion. Zhao Yi shrugged. Didn't I tell you I want to fight with Uncle Shangguan? I realized I used up quite a bit of ammunition in my mech. And my energy is nearly depleted. I haven't had the chance to replenish it. Luan pointed to himself. You think I look like someone who has that much money? Zhao Yi nodded. Yes. Didn't you blow up several mechs on the other side? Why don't you exchange your military merit points at the merit office? Why exchange military merit when I can get my brother's help? Lu Wuyuan. Zhao Xiaogo. Are you unhappy? Come on, give me a smile, said Shangguan Qingshi, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. She playfully tugged at Zhao Yi's face, attempting to coax a grin from him. Sure. Do you know how to check your military merit points? Checking military merit points? That's easy. Let's go. Uncle Zhou is waiting for us outside, but he can take us to Dad, and your credit for that spaceship you destroyed last time has been credited. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You brought down a spaceship. Zhao Yi chuckled. That's a bit of secret. I only told you because we're close, so don't spill it. Okay, Miss Shangwan is quite bold, revealing such information right in front of me. Thought Lu Wen. Shangwan Qingshi shrugged. As long as you're not a spy, knowing this isn't a big deal. Zhao Yi waved his hand. Well, I'm off and I'll come back to borrow money next time. Lu Yuan's expression darkened. Zhao Xiaogo, why do you need to borrow money again? If you're out of cash, just ask me. Chapter 30. Marry me military merit points? That's already been processed. Here, scan this QR code. When Shangwan Jun presented a QR code image, Zhao Yi was taken aback. What are you staring at? Do you think only youngsters like you enjoy the internet? Warfare also requires keeping up with the times. Scanning the code, downloading, ignoring the risks, and successfully installing IT.is this called military merit. Shangwan Jin chuckled. What do you think? Clear and straightforward, right? Here, a printed document detailing the rules for using military merit points and the accumulation system. Zhao Yi was somewhat confused as he skimmed through it. Military merit points can be exchanged for various resources through the military merit software. However, some resources require a certain level of accumulated merit points before they can be redeemed. The accumulation system progresses from level 1 to level 2 and so forth. Upon reaching the required points, the military will grant a rank as recognition. While reading, he registered for an account on the military merit software. The registration process was quite cumbersome, requiring scans of identification cards, bank cards, and even facial recognition, fingerprint scanning, and iris scanning. Fortunately, modern phones were sufficiently advanced. After going through a series of procedures, Shangwan Qingshi leaned over to glimpse Zhao Ye's phone. Zhao Xiaogo, how many points do you have? Shangwan Jun opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. The training base was adjacent to the military district, and he was aware of the daily happenings there. It was evident that his daughter and this young man were on the verge of getting married. Notably, with the advent of war, the legal marriage age in the Great Xia Kingdom was set at 18. Encouraging young people to date, marry, and procreate, the military merit software was predominantly red, with the military emblem of the Great Xia Army engraved upon it. Upon logging in, Zhao Ye's personal information page appeared. Photo, headshot.jpg, name, Zhao Yi, age, 18, employment status, unemployed, military merit accumulation, 25,100, level 1, military merit points, 45,000, wow. 45,000? How do you have so many points? Shangwan Jin explained. That spaceship counts for 30,000 points. You independently destroyed a total of 5 mechs, which amounts to 5,000 points based on their classifications. The Black Knight mech is worth 10,000 points, so you get half of that, 5,000 that you also participated in subsequent battles, contributing to the destruction of other mechs, which collectively adds another 5,000. Altogether, that is 45,000 points. You truly hit the jackpot this time. A whole spaceship, and all the credit goes to you. That'd be why the end of his explanation. Shangwan Jun couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Moreover, the spaceship was remarkably intact, making the 30,000-point reward quite reasonable. The accumulation of military merit is based on both the frequency and significance of accomplishments, which is commendable. Given your achievements, receiving a first-class merit medal wouldn't be unwarranted. Do you have any thoughts about enlisting? Before Zhao Yi could respond, Shangwan Qingshi had already wrapped her arms around his neck, glaring at her father. Don't even think about it. If Dad takes ages to return, I deem as Zhao Yi for a long time. Zhao Yi awkwardly smiled. Uncle, it's too early to discuss this now. I'm not in a hurry. Absolutely not, Shangwan Qingshi insisted, rubbing Zhao Yi's cheeks. If you enlist, I'll enlist too. While others go to battle as father and son, we'll go as husband and wife. That's enough. Shangwan Jun interjected, feeling a headache coming on. Fine, I want to interfere in your matters. You can decide what to exchange for your points. Zhao Yi turned to Shangwan Jun. Uncle, I've nearly exhausted the ammunition on my mech, and my energy is low too. Is the military not reimbursing for these expenses? Shangwan Jun's expression stiffened. The military does reimburse for war expenditures, but since you're not piloting a standard mech, replenishing your supplies requires research into your mech model and understanding the specifications of the weapons, including bullets, shells, and missiles. Can you manage that? Zhao Yi nodded. All right, let us head to the mech research facility in Nanjiang later to get your mech examined. It shouldn't take long. Thank you, Uncle. Shangwan Jun waved his hand. Hey, soldiers risk their lives on the front lines. If we can't even ensure basic logistics, who would willingly fight the enemy? Do you have anything else to discuss? No, I'm all set. Then you can leave. Zhao Yi pouted. This isn't how you send guests off. The night seemed far from tranquil by midnight. The distant rumble of thunder could be heard. Yet, when one looked up at the sky, it was clear and cloudless. The bright moon illuminated the night, but an unsettling feeling lingered within, and one knew how much longer these peaceful times would last for those who could still sleep soundly at home. Zhao Xiaogo. What? Zhao Yi looked at the beauty at the foot of his bed in confusion. This is my home. How did you get in? Hee, I have a key to your house that it's thundering outside. And you know I'm terrified of thunder. You don't mind if I squeeze in here, do you? I sent your aunt home? Oh, come on. I'm too old to sleep with my mom. Then I'll sleep on the floor, and you can have the bed. Zhao Yi never expected that someone would come to his house in the middle of the night. But not only did she come, but she also made herself comfortable in his bed. Zhao Xiaogo. Have you stopped loving me? Zhao Yi was bewildered. What makes you think I don't love you? You want to even share a bed with me? Sure, we're not married yet. Sharing a bed isn't appropriate. Shangwan Qingshi huffed. Then let us go get our marriage license. Seeing Zhao Yi frozen in place, she pressed on. What? You don't want to marry me? No, I just think it's a bit too soon. Shangwan Qingshi clutched her pillow and stealthily pulled back the covers, nestling into his embrace. The thunder is rumbling again. I'm afraid if we don't hurry, it'll be too late. Zhao Yi's gaze became distant as he tightened the blanket, holding Shangwan Qingshi closer. He sighed inwardly. War. Last time, they were fortunate. They were far from the city center, but a sudden laser cannon strike might not even give people the chance to react. In his previous life, Zhao Yi found it difficult to empathize with those caught in the turmoil of war, unable to fathom living in constant fear of bombs falling at their feet. Chapter 31. Northeast Tiger Girl. You say you want to go on a mission. Shangwan Jun stroked his chin. That is not impossible, and no matter how impressive a mech looks, it cannot merely be for show. Practical experience is essential. I want to go too. I want to go. Shangwan Jun's expression turned serious. What do you mean you want to go? What if you encounter danger? Shangwan Qingshi rolled her eyes. Zhao Xiaogo can go. So why can't I? I have a mech too. Can you compare yourself to him? He single-handedly took down 3 enemy mechs. Can you do that? What use is a girl in combat? That in war. There is no distinction between genders. You think the enemy will spare you, just because you're a woman? Shangwan Qingshi argued passionately. If that's your stance, I'll tell Aunt Jiang that you look down on women. Shangwan Jun suddenly shivered. Zhao Yi looked at Shangwan Qingshi with confusion. Aunt Jiang? Who is that? Shangwan Qingshi proudly raised her chin. Aunt Jiang, full name Jiang Huniu, is the commander of the Northeast War Zone. She is one of the strongest women on the front lines of our great Xia kingdom. What if I'm a woman? Women can hold up half the sky. Zhao Yi found it hard to suppress a smile, but managed to hold it back. It wasn't that he was laughing at Shangwan Qingshi's words, but rather at the name Jiang Huniu, which sounded rather amusing. Ahem. Shangwan Jun's lips twitched slightly. Regardless of the time, hearing that name always made him want to laugh. But he could never show it, for the consequences would be dire if anyone found out. Your Aunt Jiang is your Aunt Jiang. Can you compare yourself to her? Aunt Jiang said if I follow her. My future might not be worse than hers. Zhao Xiaogo, we should no longer linger here. Let us seek Aunt Jiang instead. Stop. Shangwan Jun hastily intervened. Is it not merely a task we are to undertake? Very well. You may go. With a sigh, he suddenly turned to Zhao Yi. You? Make sure to take good care, sure. Should she lose even a strand of hair, I shall not let this matter rest. However, no sooner had Shangwan Jun uttered these words than a single lock of Shangwan Qingshi's hair floated down. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Uncle, you cannot blame me for this. Shangwan Jun was nearly driven to laughter from his exasperation. Go on, go to your task, but do inform me beforehand. I shall have Uncle Zhou take you to familiarize yourselves with it. Zhao Yi and Shangwan Qingshi were swiftly ushered out. Shangwan Qingshi huffed lightly. Father, honestly, I am no longer a child. Do I really need someone to keep an eye on me while executing a task? Well, dear, your uncle is only concerned for your well-being. Zhao Yi, however, took it in stride. Engaging in tasks would also earn them military merit points. He had previously calculated that the initial modifications for the Little Fruit Battle Treasure would require at least 100,000 points. That is no trifling expense, that a week of vacation passed in the blink of an EYT, the training base. The fundamentals have been solidly established over the past few days. Logically, they should have grasped the knowledge by now. Nevertheless, I advise you to remain a while longer to facilitate understanding of the student's progress. The training base occasionally organizes examinations. This is not to emphasize grades, but to discern who is worthy of continued cultivation. Those from modest backgrounds who demonstrate a willingness to learn will receive greater support from the state, possibly being absorbed into the military as combat personnel or into official organizations as researchers. Of course, this is contingent upon personal choice. Teacher, I do intend to stay a while longer. Wenjuro acknowledged with an affirmative sound. The initial courses primarily aim to deepen your understanding of mechas themselves. Subsequent lessons will delve into knowledge regarding the spirits that summon mechas, which are indeed worth listening to. Zhao Yi blinked in surprise. Teacher, we do not share such a close relationship. Why are you so concerned for me? Take these books and read them. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me again. Zhao Yi's eyelids twitched as he watched Wenjuro retrieve a hefty tome from his drawer. Thank you, teacher. Grasping the book, Zhao Yi swiftly turned to leave. Wenjuro cast a lingering glance at his departing figure before retracting his gaze. He clenched his fists. The fall of Xiang was certainly no simple matter. Those culprits could not have easily bypassed the defenses to wreak havoc behind the lines. Observing Zhao Yi return to his seat with a stack of books, Wenjuro remarked, Teacher, one seems to hold you in high regard. You have managed to procure these books. What is the significance of these books? Shangwan Qingshi took one and flipped it to the title page. Here, read for yourself. Zhao Yi focused on the text. Vice President of the Daxia National Mecha Research Institute, Wenjuro. Teacher Wen holds this esteemed position as well. Indeed, Teacher Wen is quite busy and seldom has time to instruct us newcomers in mecha knowledge. However, he shares a good rapport with my father, and this time, my father specifically invited him. Your uncle is truly impressive. Zhao Yi silently raised his thumb in admiration. Shangwan Qingshi suddenly interjected. By the way, if we wish to undertake tasks, we can form a team. Many freelance mecha pilots in society assemble their own civilian mecha squads to tackle missions. Should we not do the same? Zhao Yi pondered. Forming a team? That sounds feasible. Do you have any plans? Well, I can invite Xiaoqing, and you could call on Yiling and Lu Yuyuan to join us. What do you think? Then I shall consult their opinions. Forming a team for tasks? I can't even summon a mecha right now. How can I undertake a task? Yiling expressed his helplessness that Lu Yuyuan, beside him, patted his shoulder. I can lend you my Zhang Gang H for a while. It will be fine. Why Ling looked at him. If I use your Zhang Gang H, then what will you use? Lu Wen shrugged, jingling the keys on his keychain, which glimmered with the sheen of two bright silver keys. I have another one. Wai Ling's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Did you not say your allowance was cut off? Where did you find the money to buy another? Lu Wen shrugged. Do you really think I've been idly waiting for years? I've managed to establish a small enterprise over the years, so I have a bit of money to spare. 75 million for a Zhang Gang H. And you call that a small sum? Yiling expressed his astonishment and exasperation, echoing Zhao Yi's sentiments. The wretchedly wealthy. Undertaking tasks? Meng Yuqing appeared somewhat anxious. Might it be dangerous? Xiaoqing, danger will not abate due to our concerns, but can be mitigated through preparedness. You did not acquire a mecha solely for its aesthetic appeal, did you? Meng Yuqing regarded Shangwan Qingshi with the wisdom of an elder observing a younger relative. Sure. You have matured. I can finally rest easy. Shangwan Qingshi rolled her eyes. What time is it? And you still jest with me. Are we going or not? One word. Let's go. Why not? Chapter 32. The bitter strategy in the dormitory. Zhao Yi scrutinized the chubby Nen Liangxian. Hey, you already have my cousin. You do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts about me, do you? Zhao Yi rolled his eyes. What are you thinking, you little chub? What is your take on being a lackey? A take? What take? Should I sit or stand while I observe? Zhao Yi pulled Nan Liangxian closer. Little chub, as my brother-in-law, do we not consider ourselves family? Nan Liangxian grumbled. You do not even wish to address me as brother-in-law. Hey, why be so formal among family? When a family member encounters difficulties, should you not lend a helping hand? Do you think I'm a fool? Zhao Yi shook his head in disagreement. Hey, brother-in-law, how can you speak so poorly of yourself? I absolutely cannot accept that. Sigh. Nen Liangxian sighed. Speak. Do you need to borrow money? I have heard some old news about you. I know you're in need of funds. Zhao Yi was momentarily speechless. That is ancient history. I do not need to borrow money to own money. Then why seek me out? Borrowing money is too mundane. I want you to, upon finishing, Nan Liangxuan's eyes widened at Zhao Yi. Surely, as a prominent family. You cannot expect me to undertake such a task. This matter concerns Shirshi's future. Are you truly unwilling to assist with such a small favor? Nan Liangxian smacked his lips. Zhao Yi, I understand your disdain for Lu Wenjing's pursuit of Shirshi. But resorting to such extremes is unnecessary, is it not? From where do you deduce that I intend to resort to such measures? Do you truly think me a fool? You were relentless in your beating of Lu Wenjing. I have inquired about him, and he is known to bear grudges that I in Li Jiang. Anyone who crosses him finds their family hanging from streetlights the next day. Zhao Yi furrowed his brow. Is he truly that ruthless? Is there no one to intervene? Intervene? Who would dare? How would one intervene? Li Jiang is his family domain, and they rely on him for protection. Our Daxiao nation already lacks strong individuals. If we remove him, who will take his place? Zhao Ye's voice dropped ominously. Thus, you believe such a person should remain to continue causing harm. Alas, to act so brazenly, you will not have a favorable outcome. Zhao Yi slapped Nan Liangshuan's ample belly. Who claimed I intended to resort to murder? Can you not perceive me as so malevolent? Then what exactly do you intend to do? Ah, the secrets of heaven are not to be divulged. When the time comes, you shall know. Nan Liangshan appeared troubled. However, I do find it somewhat difficult to lower my dignity. Zhao Yi regarded Nan Liangshan seriously. I have a plan. What plan? The bitter strategy? Whoa. Zhao Yi, how dare you hit me? I will not let this matter rest. The little chub stormed into class 1, fuming at Zhao Yi. Within the classroom, many students cast puzzled glances. Zhao Yi snorted coldly. I struck you because of your foul mouth. Do you dare contest it? If you cannot accept it, hold your breath. Zhao Yi then pulled the still-dazed Shangwan Qingshi closer. What of it? I am but a lowly individual. So what? I lack background and strength. So what? Yet regardless of this, sure is my woman. Do you have an issue with that? Nan Liangshuan's face displayed contempt. Just you. What do you have to compare with Lu Xiao? Do you think merely contracting a mecha spirit grants you any standing? Let me tell you, individuals like you are destined to serve as labor for us elite. Enraged, Zhao Yi stepped forward and kicked Nan Liangshuan's hefty belly. Over these past few days, Zhao Yi trained diligently day and night. And with his breathing techniques, his physical abilities had improved significantly. With this kick, Nan Liangshan rolled away like a ball. Zhao Yi, with so many witnesses, you dare strike me? Zhao Yi sneered that I strike precisely at scoundrels like you. Well struck? What do you mean by being destined to serve the elite? I've spent everything to purchase a mecha to protect my family, not to shield you worthless elites. The classroom erupted with applause from the students. Nan Liangshan glanced around, instinctively swallowing hard. Is it possible that I have overacted? On the other hand, Zhao Yi wondered if this chubby fellow was merely playing himself. That kick he delivered earlier was indeed quite forceful. Amidst the clamor, what was happening at that moment? When Juru entered through the front door of the classroom, as he stepped inside, he witnessed a scene at the back of the room. It's nothing, teacher. This chubby guy just tripped over himself. A student stood up to explain. Teacher, this chubby guy came in looking for trouble. He's utterly despicable, claiming we are merely lowly workers for the elite. When Juru's expression darkened, he turned to the unsteady Nan Liangshan. You, my dear classmate, do not belong to our class, do you? Nan Liangshuan's expression turned venomous. No, I will inform your teacher that you are not a student in our class, and if you do not wish for my intervention, I kindly ask you to leave my classroom. When Juru's words resonated with strength, drawing curious glances from several students. They had never realized their teacher could exhibit such charisma. In a panic, Nan Liangshan fled. But not before leaving behind a parting threat. You all will regret this. Zhao Ye's eyes widened. Nan Liangshan trembled. This time he truly ran without looking back. Beside him, Shangwan Qingshi appeared somewhat vexed. What has become of this guy? I feel a mix of disappointment and frustration. I must ensure my second uncle disciplines this little fatso properly. Zhao Yi waved his hand dismissively. Oh, let the youth resolve their own matters. There's no need to involve parents. He certainly did not want such a useful little chubby boy to be urgently summoned back. Humph. You should have dealt with him yesterday. All right, everyone back to your seats. Let's commence the lesson on the spirit of mechas. Zhao Ye's thoughts promptly returned to the topic at hand. Many might ponder that while the mechas summoned by the spirit of mechas are indeed stronger than conventional artificial mechas, their superiority is not particularly pronounced. Some might even liken this to a gambler-esque folly, spending $1 million to contract a spirit of mechas rather than investing in an expensive conventional mecha. However, many of these spirits have a significant drawback. Summoning them requires the pilot to possess ample mental energy for the invocation. Today's lesson will focus on the distinctions between mechas summoned by spirits and standardized artificial mechas. Chapter 33. My life is at stake. Many of you may still perceive the spirit of mechas solely in terms of the machines themselves. But that is a misconception. Wenjuru wore a long-anticipated smile. Today, I shall reveal another fascinating aspect of the spirit of mechas. Amidst the puzzled gazes, Wenjuru extended his hand. Suddenly, a golden light flickered. Countless metallic components appeared out of thin air, swirling around Wenjuru as if animated, assembling themselves in a mere moment. A suit of armor, gleaming with a metallic luster and entirely silver, adorned Wenjuru's form. While mechas are deployed in both large and small-scale conflicts, there are instances when the enemy's ground forces confront you in full armor. In such cases, should you find yourself unable to summon a mecha in time, how will you face opponents equipped with formidable firearms? At this point, a student raised a hand. Teacher, are you also a contractor of the spirit of mechas? At higher echelons, those who have contracted a spirit of mechas are commonly referred to as contractors. Indeed, the best way to impart knowledge is to immerse oneself in the subject that I must confess, it took me numerous failures before successfully contracting a spirit of mechas. At times, luck is truly an elusive beast. Shangguan Qingshi cautiously leaned toward Zhao Yi. Zhao Xiaogo, it seems you succeeded on your first attempt. Zhao Yi, brimming with pride, cast a sidelong glance at Shangguan Qingshi. One should consider who I am. Succeeding on the first try is expected. Zhao Yi, the teacher inquires how one might achieve the same ability to summon a mecha to form armor as you did. Zhao Yi shook his head. That I do not know, that if you are unaware. Focus on the lesson. Should I discover you flirting with female classmates again, be prepared to run 5 kilometers outside. Zhao Yi, that surely, your targeting is far too obvious regarding the knowledge of how to summon a mecha to assemble armor. The materials provided in the books the teacher gave you contain this information that I hope you will take the time to read them thoroughly. Subsequently, Wenjuru elaborated on the methods for summoning battle armor. The spirit of mechas is a uniquely special existence, and the contractor shares a certain mental connection with the spirit. The summoning of armor is perhaps a manifestation of the spirit as protective instinct for its master. This conclusion stems from the current research efforts of scientists, though the underlying reasons remain elusive. As the phrase about the unknown lingered in the air, several students struggled to suppress their laughter. Wenjuru shrugged. Scientists are not omnipotent. Perhaps in the future, we shall uncover the truths behind these phenomena. However, for now, we must consider how to safeguard ourselves amidst the chaos of war. You should recall the laser cannons that fell from sky. Correct? The classroom fell silent, many lost in reflection. Had I not reacted swiftly to hide in the bomb shelter, I might have perished. It is fortunate that my home lies far from the city center. I could not afford to reside in the urban area. Wenjuru tapped on the desk. Before the onset of war, most individuals do not even have the time to respond. The brutality of war requires no further elaboration. Our duty is to strengthen ourselves continuously. That little fatso previously claimed we are merely the lower class working for the elite. I find that both laughable and infuriating. While there are indeed elements in this world that provoke our discontent, unworthy of our protection, I must assert that behind us stand our families, our loved ones. We fight for our families, and we fight for ourselves. In the face of war, we shall not yield an inch, nor shall we compromise, whether for honor, for fame, or to elevate our societal standing. It matters not. But when confronting the enemy, I hope you do not falter, do not fear, and do not forget your true purpose. That is all I wish to convey. How you choose to think and act is up to you. Class dismissed. With that, Wenjuru turned and exited the classroom. A prolonged silence ensued, followed by an uproar. The teacher was right. I wish to purchase a mecha to enlist in the military, achieve merit, and perhaps one day become a general, ideally during peacetime. That fatso will pay for his insolence. I will make sure he suffers. Zhao Yi surveyed the fervent expressions of his classmates, sighing inwardly, little fatso, are you truly not playing yourself? Humph. When I return, I must inform my second uncle about the Shangguan family's teachings. No abusing power. No looking down on others from a position of superiority. Zhao Yi hastily grasped Shangguan Qingshi's arm. Qingshi, it's unnecessary, truly unnecessary. How could it be unnecessary? I must ensure my second uncle teaches this chubby fellow a lesson. Little fatso, may you find your own fortune. Nan Liangxian was already in tears, for reasons unknown. As soon as school ended today, a crowd loitered outside the teaching building. Upon his exit, they descended upon him with a flurry of blows. Initially, he thought that a beating from Zhao Yi would suffice, but who could have anticipated a second round? Zhao Yi looked at the bruised and battered little fatso, unable to suppress a chuckle. I instructed you to play the role of a martyr, not to provoke the ire of the crowd. You aren't genuinely acting, are you? Ouch! Be gentle, Nan Liangxian hastily explained. How could that be? The Nan family teachings emphasize humility, not to take pride in high status or look down upon the less fortunate. Those words I merely heard from the previous generation's young masters, and yet, I must admit, you played the role convincingly. That kick was entirely from the heart. Zhao Yi suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. I have calculated. You may yet face another calamity. Nan Liangxian looked up at Zhao Yi. You can predict the future too? Qingshi intends to inform her second uncle of your predicament. Nan Liangxian. Zhao Yi, you have led me astray. My life is at stake. Zhao Yi had already conferred with Wenjiru in advance. Going on a mission? Go ahead, but be cautious. Thank you. Teacher out by the way, Wenjiru suddenly added, I have a set of theoretical knowledge that can enhance mental energy. Take a look at it as a reference. Zhao Ye's face lit up with gratitude. Thank you. Teacher, don't forget to read when you return. Should you fail to answer questions in the next class, I will move Shangwan Qingshi away from your side. Huh? What do you mean? You think it acceptable to flirt with your significant other during class? I have not even eaten lunch, yet you have filled me with your nonsense. Zhao Yi. But he never imagined such an upright teacher could be so. Chapter 34, Sweet Confidence. The process of accepting a mission was not cumbersome. The training base was already situated within the military district. They merely had to pass through layers of scrutiny within the military district and head to the designated mission hall to accept their assignments. You simply need to verify your identity information. However, the tasks distributed by the military district can also be viewed at the Jingsheng Mecha Management Bureau, considering that Jingsheng has only recently completed its construction. Some facilities are still undergoing restoration. For the upcoming month, all task acceptance and verification must be conducted at the military district's task office, and I hope you understand, in the task hall, there are dedicated personnel responsible for the reception and verification of tasks. Upon entering the task hall, Zhao Yi and his group of 5 were promptly briefed by a designated official on the regulations for task acceptance. Tasks are classified into 5 levels: S, A, B, C, and D, with each level representing varying degrees of difficulty. S newcomers who have recently become mecha pilots. The military district typically recommends lower difficulty tasks, specifically D or C level, for them to undertake. The staff introduced the tasks. They operated the computer simultaneously. Before that, please present your identity information. The task system requires registration to record the team information before you can accept any tasks. Half an hour later, after the tedious preliminary preparations were completed, Zhao Yi and his companions finally beheld the so-called task acceptance. A tablet was placed on a table, and the 5 gathered around to inspect it. Task level, task location, a valley located 500 kilometers southeast of the Southern River Province. Location confirmed. Task details, eliminate the monster swarm deployed by the Celestial Prison Star, 10 creatures. Task reward, 1,000 points per creature. Distributed after battle. Reminder, groups of monsters can be challenging to deal with. Teamwork is advised. Task level, D. Task location, a forest located 200 kilometers north of the Southern River Province. Location confirmed. Task details, eliminate the ape-like monsters residing in the forest. Deployed by the Saki Star, 5 creatures. Task reward, 2,000 points per creature. Reminder, the ape-like monsters are larger and have skin resistant to artillery fire. It is advisable to utilize mechs equipped with cold weapons. Task level, C. After a cursory glance, the group did not aspire to take on overly ambitious tasks, but focused primarily on several C and D-level missions. For Zhao Yi, the term monster was all too familiar. The so-called biological weapons are super life forms developed by extraterrestrial biological research corporations. These entities may be colossal and possess unique abilities, capable of wreaking havoc on human cities. Initially, humanity was at a loss when confronted with these biological weapons. Even slightly inferior mechs were often unable to inflict damage on the monsters. However, with the progression of time and technology, mechs have now been designed to effectively harm these terrifying life forms. Yet this does not hinder the extraterrestrial forces from conducting inhumane experiments on biological weapons. Zhao Yi was uncertain whether the Blue Star faction had any experiments of this nature. He was disinclined to ponder or dwell on it. In the face of war, humanity often tends to adopt extreme measures. The atmosphere became somewhat silent. Zhao Yi looked up and noticed everyone was staring at him. What are you all looking at me for? Yiling settled back onto a sofa in the hall designated for rest. Come on, it was your suggestion for us to come out and accept tasks. Whatever tasks we take, we will naturally follow your lead. I believe we should consider everyone's opinion, Lu Yuan replied, shaking his head. You alone can make decisions regarding the direction of events, as long as you don't intentionally lead us to our demise. It should be fine. To this, Shangguan Qingshi nodded. The arduous task shall be entrusted to you. Zhao Xiaogo. I have faith in you. Zhao Yi turned to Meng Yuqing. Aren't you going to voice your opinion? Majority rules. Everyone has chosen to listen to you, so I shall also defer to you. Meng Yuqing expressed indifference. But just so we're clear, if we follow you, don't lead us to our doom. Zhao Yi felt somewhat overwhelmed. So many people had placed the decision-making power in his hands. Undertaking a task sounds simple, but this is not merely a game mission. It is a genuine battle against those horrifying biological weapons. It may appear easy, but it involves real combat and bloodshed. A misstep could result in dire consequences. You all are putting quite a load on me. Is it really up to me to make the decision? He inquired uncertainly. Yi Ling raised her hand. Zhao Yi's spirits lifted. I just have one request. Don't intentionally lead us to our demise. Zhao Yi finally selected a D-level task on the tablet. Task level, D, task location, a nearshore area east of the Southern River Province, location confirmed. Task details, eliminate 3 monsters deployed by the Saki Star. Task reward, 1,000 points per creature. Reminder, these 3 monsters are amphibious, spending most of their time submerged in the ocean. If you lack maritime mechs, it is advisable to wait for the monsters to venture onto land before executing a strike. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Dog, isn't this a bit too conservative? Where did this nickname come from? Zhao Yi retorted. Besides, for now, it's best to take a cautious approach. Let us start with simpler tasks to hone our skills and foster some rapport among us. Zhao Yi decisively finalized the choice. Select. Accept. Are you sure you want to accept this task? You may cancel after acceptance. Yes. Although other plans lingered in his mind, the primary concern was ensuring the safety of his team. As long as they were alive, that was paramount. Upon seeing Zhao Yi's decision, the others had no objections. Boom! Boom! As Mech departed directly from the military district, many in the training base cast envious glances. Aren't those a few from our class? I heard they've accepted a task. How enviable. We're still stuck in the classroom while they're out controlling Mech to fight. What is there to envy? Do you really think cleaning up biological weapons is an easy feat? Lu, you're the top choice for Sure, yet she ended up choosing a nobody. Clearly, Shure's cousin failed to see the brilliance in you. Nan Liangxian remarked while trailing behind Lu Wenjing. Eager to flatter him, Lu Wenjing was also observing the Mech departing from the training base. Brilliance? He pondered, stroking his chin. Suddenly, he thumped his fist. Indeed, while Sure and I have known each other since childhood, it has been many years since we last met, so it's only natural for her to feel somewhat unfamiliar with me. Chapter 35, be a bit more assertive. Nan Liangxian internally gave Lu Wenjing a thumbs up. He had encountered many shamelessly self-assured individuals in this world, but it was his first time meeting someone so audaciously self-confident. Lu Wenjing casually rested his feet on the table, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Nan Liangxian. Fatty, what do you think I should do to showcase my brilliance and catch Shure's attention? Nan Liangxian squinted his eyes, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Lu, Shure comes from a military family. Both her grandfather and father are pillars in the military, both formidable figures. As the saying goes, only the strong can attract a woman's attention. Hence, to captivate Shure, you must project sufficient strength. Strong? Lu Wenjing nodded absent-mindedly. Indeed, I am quite strong. It's just that Shure hasn't seen my strength. Suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, Nan Liangxian continued. Yes, Lu, it's not enough for you to know you're strong. You must make sure Shure sees your strength, so you can capture the interest of the ladies. What do you mean by that? Lu, I heard they're going out to accept tasks to eliminate those biological weapons. When better to showcase your prowess than when a lady is in danger. While the trope of heroes saves the beauty may be glitch, it remains effective. That Lu Wenjing's eyes sparkled with realization. Haha, Fatty, you truly are my lucky star. Your words have sparked a significant inspiration in me. Nan Liangxian inquired at the opportune moment. Does Lu have a solid plan now? Lu Wenjing's eyes glinted. Indeed, hero saves beauty. It seems I do possess the potential to be a hero. Patriot missile stock, left 200. Patriot missile stock, right 200. Left arm gun barrel ammo reserve, 5,000. Right arm gun barrel ammo reserve, 5,000. Energy supply, 2,000. Power system, fully operational. Defense system, fully operational. Seated in the cockpit of the little Gobao treasure, Zhao Yi surveyed the fully replenished systems, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. Indeed, all fears stemmed from insufficient firepower. The reason for piloting Mechs was primarily due to the slowness of relying on vehicles in the wild, and some roads were unsuitable for vehicular travel. Conversely, the power provided by the Mech's treads and tires easily traversed complex terrains, and the energy consumed for travel was minimal. After a week of vacation, aided by research personnel, Zhao Yi had gained ample understanding of his Mech. The little Battle Treasure is powered by electricity, oil, and even nuclear power, incorporating 4 types of propulsion systems, including stellar energy. When the researchers from Southern River discovered these capabilities, they were notably astonished. However, with Shangguan overseeing the situation, these researchers are required to sign confidentiality agreements. Under normal circumstances, the personal Mech information of the pilots is also prohibited from being disclosed. Yet, due to the unique nature of the Xiaowa battle Mech, the firepower of the various advanced weaponry it carries is exceptionally formidable. I've been wanting to express something. Ye Ling, maneuvering the Mech at a steady pace, faced no urgent deadlines for the mission's completion. Thus, the group continued to advance at a uniform speed. I asked, there really any issue with the fact that your Mechs are identical? But why do both of your contracted Mechs resemble couple models? The group turned their heads inadvertently. Although the Xiaowa and Putao battle Mechs were of different colors, the apple green and grape purple combination, along with their somewhat similar designs, prompted a playful remark. What's wrong with couple models? We are indeed a couple, and it is perfectly reasonable for our Mechs to reflect that. Zhao Yi maneuvered the joystick, using the Mech's internal communication device to converse directly with the others seated within. At a touch of exaggeration, video calls were even possible. As Zhou Quan, responsible for ensuring Shangguan Qingshi's safety, set the Mech to autopilot mode. He reclined in the cockpit, casually smoking a cigarette. Oh, dear niece, when are you and my nephew getting married? Many have been waiting for you to host a banquet. Seated in the Putao battle Mech, Shangguan Qingshi felt a slight flush creep on her face. Zhao Yi chimed in, Uncle Zhou, why the rush? I haven't even bought the ring yet. You better hurry up. That Lu Wen actually traveled all the way to Nanjing. Don't let the Lu family steal my dear niece away. They're not the best of people. Zhou Quan suddenly realized that his words may have been inappropriate. Of course, this does not include that young Lu. The young Lu referred to naturally was Lu Wen. That I say, everyone, we are heading out to battle monsters. Yet here you are discussing marriage and ring purchases. Can we not feel a sense of urgency? Meanwhile, Meng Yuqing, piloting her latest female Mech, Li Jia 3, playfully slapped Yi Lingjung on a We're not afraid. So why should you be? Coward. The cockpit rocked as Yi Ling retorted. Am I afraid? This life and death matter requires tactical arrangements, does it not? Lu Yuan cleared his throat. Yi, pay attention. If the Mech gets damaged, you're the one paying for the repairs. Hey, it was Meng Yuqing who slapped me. Can we not be so realistic? I'm just looking forward to the banquet, and you're the one talking too much. Yi Ling. As Shangguan Qingshi maneuvered the Mech forward, her cheeks turned a deeper shade of red. Zhao Xiaogo, it's actually fine even without a ring. In a way, sure. While we aren't overly materialistic, we should at least value the significance of the occasion. Meng Yuqing, being the supportive best friend, stepped in at this moment. Sure, we cannot let ourselves be at a disadvantage. As the saying goes, what comes too easily is often not cherished. In love, we must be a bit assertive. Shangguan Qingshi nodded. Understood. Meng Yuqing smiled approvingly. Good. I'm glad you understand. Shangguan Qingshi then turned to Zhao Yi. Zhao Xiaogo, what is it? Shangguan Qingshi tilted her head back, exposing her delicate neck. I command you, marry me. Her tone was firm and domineering. Meng Yuqing, Lu Yuan, Zhou Quan, Yi Ling, Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow. Marry? After we survived this mission, although the task level was not high, Zhao Yi dared not underestimate it. The wilderness typically refers to areas outside human habitation. The blue star is vast, yet the habitable regions are but a small fraction. However, it is precisely because of the blue star's enormity that the resources hidden within are incredibly abundant. Chapter 36. The 500 yuan in the vase, the mission location, is a city called Hongcheng. Hongcheng is situated near the coastline of Daxia and lies within the boundaries of human civilization. Cities that are close to the wilderness and inland are often more susceptible to attacks from monsters released into the blue star. Zhao Yi and his group took nearly a day to finally arrive in Hongcheng. Having driven the Mech directly, the imposing machines made their way from the wilderness, attracting considerable attention. "Daddy, look, those are Mechs." A little boy pointed at several large Mechs slowly approaching in the distance. The boy's father held him back. "Little treasure, do you want to pilot such a Mech when you grow up?" "Yes, these Mechs are so cool." "Well, if you think they are cool, you should study hard, and if you do well in school, I'll send you to join the army, and you'll be able to pilot such a cool Mech." "Really? Daddy?" The man chuckled, "Of course. Then I will study hard." The man nodded approvingly and then took out a package from the side. "Here, son, catch this." "Daddy, what is this?" "Open it and see for yourself." The little boy obediently tore open the package, and a burst of colorful materials dazzled his eyes. Yellow Gang exam papers, 5-year midterms, 3-year simulations, experimental class, enhancement training for 4th grade math. The little boy's eyes widened. The man chuckled. "Well, son, do you like the gift Daddy got you? To help you study well and achieve your dream of joining the army, Daddy spares no effort." The little boy hurriedly shook his head in refusal. "Daddy, this gift is too precious. I can't accept it." Don't you think the exercises Daddy bought resemble the 500 yuan you took out from the vase to give Mommy? These are 500 yuan worth of exercises. Study well." At this moment, Zhao Yi and his group were unaware that a child within the city was nearly in despair due to their arrival. The Mech did not choose to enter the city, but drove directly to the Hongqing military district. As Zhou Quan jumped down from a Mech, several middle-aged men in military uniforms approached and saluted. "Old Zhou, did they send you to deal with the situation in Hongqing?" Zhou Quan extinguished his cigarette and returned the salute. "This mission in Hongqing is entrusted to these young folks behind me. Please brief them on the details." The head of the military team momentarily paused, glancing at the group of young people disembarking from the Mech. Zhao Yi, Yiling, Luan, Shangguan Qingshi, and Meng Yuqing. The middle-aged man couldn't help but furrow his brow. "Old Zhou, I sent this a bit too young." Zhou Quan waved his hand dismissively. "Old Chun, it's time to change old perceptions. This is the era of youth that we must not underestimate anyone." Hongqing Commander Chen Wen still held some reservations. Will they be capable? While this task is graded D and involves only 3 monsters, it is still a matter of life and death. He turned to Zhao Yi. "Of course, I don't mean to imply any disrespect. You all appear to be fresh recruits just out of training, right? Don't be misled by the D-grade task level. The danger is still significant. Many have suffered or even perished because they underestimated seemingly low-level tasks." Zhao Yi stepped forward with a smile. "Uncle, whether we are capable or not is not for us to claim. You can judge by the results." Chen Wen looked up in surprise, observing the young man before him. Although Zhao Yi appeared youthful, his tone and demeanor conveyed a sense of maturity. However, the sharpness in his gaze revealed a piercing intensity. Taking a deep breath, Chen Wen turned to Zhou Quan. "Old Zhou, are you certain about entrusting this task to these young people? I must emphasize that while the task level is low, battling these monsters is a matter of life and death. Rest assured, the commander has confidence. What is there for you to worry about?" Chen Wen, seeing this, chose not to voice further concerns. "All right, come with me. I will brief you on the details regarding the monsters appearing offshore, after which you can make your decisions." Entering the Hongqing military district. Apart from Zhao Yi and Shangguan Qingshi, the others parked their Mechs in the designated Mech docking area within the military district. They soon arrived in front of a 5-story building. The words "Administrative Building" were prominently displayed on the entrance sign. Inside, a vast conference room awaited them, already filled with numerous individuals donned in military attire, both middle-aged and young alike. At the front of the conference room stood a massive screen composed of multiple panels. Currently, the screen displayed several photographs captured 60 kilometers offshore from Hongqing. The waves crashed against the rocks, devoid of the familiar sandy beaches, and the water-worn, jagged rocks added an air of solemnity to the images. Amidst the tumultuous waves, several enormous shadows lurked beneath the surface. Allow me to introduce these individuals, the members of the Mech team responsible for the Hongqing coastline mission. Zhao Yi, Yiling, Lu Wuyuan, Shangguan Qingshi, Meng Yuqing. Those seated in the conference room were all high-ranking officials of the Hongqing military district. Upon seeing the group of young individuals walk in, they were initially taken aback. However, upon hearing the name Shangguan Qingshi, recognition dawned. The surname Shangguan, though rare, held significance, particularly in Nanjing and indeed across the entire southeastern combat zone of Daxia. However, all present were military personnel, and at such a moment, it was impossible to overlook one's identity for the sake of flattery. After a brief introduction, Chen Wen gestured to his deputy beside him to arrange seats for several young individuals, including Commander Zhou. Zhou Quan held the position of commander at the Jingqing military district and had the unique ability to operate mechas, making his identity equally notable. Soon, someone went down to retrieve several chairs, placing them next to the conference table. The meeting continued. Yes, Admiral Chun, a young officer in military attire, manipulated the large screen, continuously changing the images displayed. Several photos quickly transitioned into a short video with a relatively low frame rate. In the video, a colossal creature resembling Godzilla, as seen by Zhao Yi in a past film, was depicted. The young officer stood up to salute Zhao Yi and his companions. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Li, fellow comrades. I will now provide you with detailed information regarding the sea monster of Hongsheng. Su Li quickly resumed his seat, continuing to operate the computer. These are 3 oceanic biological weapons deployed from Saki Star, which we have currently named the Deep Sea Giant Lizard. Chapter 37. Why not call it Godzilla? At this point, everyone in the conference room turned their attention to Zhao Yi. He retracted his neck slightly, admitting, I did have that thought. Su Li chuckled, stating, the naming is entirely subjective. Should you discover a new monster next time, feel free to name it as you wish. Zhao Yi was surprised to receive a response. Su Li continued to manipulate the large screen, which now displayed a new video. As of now, we can confirm that the deep-sea giant lizard possesses a robust armored hide, akin to other large biological weapons, and exhibits an astonishing regenerative ability, setting it apart from previous monsters that relied on their massive size to wreak havoc on human cities. Furthermore, the deep-sea giant lizard's mouth is capable of emitting low-yield laser blasts, as demonstrated in this footage of the creatures attacking Hongsheng. The video played on, showcasing the deep-sea giant lizards deliberately approaching Hongsheng, being a coastal city situated on the outskirts of the Daxia Kingdom. Hongsheng had constructed walls for protection. The 3 deep-sea giant lizards were enormous, and their massive feet trembled the ground, even through the video feed. With a thunderous roar, the deep-sea giant lizard opened its mouth, unleashing a pale blue laser that obliterated the eastern wall of Hongsheng. Forewarned of the approaching threat, some residents and soldiers in proximity to the wall had evacuated in advance. Simultaneously, Hongsheng deployed corresponding heavy weaponry to bombard the deep-sea giant lizards. However, when the heavy weaponry exploded against the monsters, large chunks of flesh and armor fell away, seemingly without inflicting pain on the deep-sea giant lizards. They continued to fire their laser cannons while advancing towards the walls, using their immense bodies to shove aside nearby structures. The destruction wrought by these biological weapons was immense. Their towering stature allowed them to flatten entire blocks of buildings with a single step. Ultimately, Hongsheng managed to repel the deep-sea giant lizards with the aid of its 2 available mechas and heavy weaponry. Given that mechas were primarily utilized for external warfare, possessing 2 was a considerable achievement for Hongsheng. Thus, they refrained from risking the simultaneous loss of both pilot and mecha in a desperate struggle against the deep-sea giant lizards. In terms of urban reconstruction, the loss of pilots and mechas was unacceptable. Ground operations of this nature were typically entrusted to civilian mecha teams unless truly insurmountable challenges emerged. Su Li continued switching videos. From several encounters, we have observed that these deep-sea giant lizards do not exhibit fear of injury. Our research over the years has indicated that when these biological weapons were developed, the researchers likely eliminated their neural sensitivity. What remains are instinctual actions guided by commands akin to codes. However, in most cases, these monsters will choose to retreat when sufficiently damaged. Each time the deep-sea giant lizards retreat, they return in pristine condition. Currently, my strategic recommendation for dealing with the deep-sea giant lizards is to encircle them. We should inflict heavy damage to force them into retreat and then surround and eliminate them. However, achieving this goal will necessitate a sufficient number of mechas. Su Li's discourse was lucid and comprehensive, detailing all pertinent information about the deep-sea giant lizards, even outlining a clear strategy. However, Su Li remained merely an advisor. The actual execution relied on the individuals in the field. Zhao Yi pondered. At least for now, our firepower can still inflict harm on the monsters, which is indeed encouraging. Based on our current assessments, the heavy weaponry mounted on the mechas can still deliver substantial damage to the deep-sea giant lizards. However, due to their immense size and the resilience of their unique armor, while the damage is effective, it is not fatal. Thus, according to the analysis and recommendations from the Hongsheng Military District's advisory team, we should wait for the initial confrontation and attrition with the deep-sea giant lizards. Afterward, We can engage them to eliminate the threat before they reach the sea. Zhao Yi nodded in agreement. No problem. As long as they can be defeated, this strategy is entirely feasible. Su Li, upon hearing this, felt a sense of relief that we have another analysis. Traditionally, monsters have relied on their massive frames and sturdy hides to devastate cities. However, these three deep-sea giant lizards possess laser cannons as lethal weaponry. Our researchers have speculated that within these creatures lies an energy core providing their power source. Therefore, our approach should be to locate and destroy the energy core of the deep-sea giant lizards. This may be the most direct and effective means of neutralizing them. On the large screen, a three-dimensional image of the deep-sea giant lizard was presented. These are our hypotheses regarding the potential locations of the energy core. Despite several bombardments, we have yet to penetrate these areas, leading us to this conclusion. Nevertheless, everything must be grounded in reality. If it proves impossible, we hope you comrades will prioritize your safety and retreat in a timely manner. Even if the mission remains incomplete, we will directly seek assistance from the Southern Jiang Military District or the Daxia Central Command. The group's actions were under Zhao Ye's direction that we shall proceed according to Su Li's arrangements. Brother Su, this is our first mission. Should there be any shortcomings, we hope for your understanding. Su Li nodded with a smile that, of course, you are all invaluable assets to Daxia, and I wish for your success. The first operational meeting between this rookie team and the Hongcheng military concluded with mutual salutes. After the tactical arrangements, evening approached. Following dinner in the mess hall, the military district arranged accommodations for the group. Do you know why I entrusted you with the Xianyun sword? Zhao Yi inquired. Why? Under the night sky, Zhao Yi and Shangguan Qingshi sat upon the shoulder of the little fruit battle treasure, gazing at the surging waves crashing against the shore, because the divine general sword and the Xianyun sword are two swords of profound affection. Only when combined can their formidable power be unleashed. Shangguan Qingshi linked her arm with Zhao Ye's. Swords of profound affection. So our mechas are indeed a couple set, but you mentioned that they must be combined to unleash great power. What if they cannot be combined? Zhao Yi shrugged. Then they will possess no lethality. Speechless was the response, reminiscent of the absurdity of their previous encounter. Observing Shangguan Qingshi's bewildered expression, Zhao Yi chuckled. Young man, I shall impart a set of ancestral techniques to you. Mastering them will ensure your invincibility. Shangguan Qingshi's eyes sparkled with admiration. Wow, hero really? What technique is so powerful? How can I acquire this technique? This technique, I have named the Invincible Divine Skill. It will enable you to become invincible in the future. Zhao Yi retrieved the breathing method given to him by the pineapple snow from his backpack. Is it real? Of course, young man. This is your chance to become invincible. So seize it. Is it really true? Shangguan Qingshi's voice rose, youthful yet resonant. What must I do to grasp this opportunity? Neither 998, nor 888, nor even 88. All you need to do is call me daddy. Shangguan Qingshi's face turned dark. Zhao Xiaogo, have you been watching inappropriate videos without telling me? Zhao Yi covered his mouth, coughing lightly. How could that be? Every man harbors a dream of having others willingly call him daddy. Young man, the opportunity is right before you. You must seize it. With her cheeks flushed, Shangguan Qingshi planted a kiss on Zhao Ye's cheek and snatched the booklet from his hands. Come here if you truly wish to be a father. Why not we bring a child into this world, allowing him to call you dad? At this moment, Zhao Yi found himself at a loss. The thought of having a child had never occurred to him. Given the tumultuous times they lived in, he certainly did not wish for his offspring to be born amidst the clamor of war. Noticing Zhao Ye's silence, Shangguan Qingshi nestled closer into his embrace, gently rubbing her head against his chest. What troubles you? If we were to have a child, I would prefer it to be in a time free from conflict. Shangguan Qingshi fell silent. When do you think the war will come to an end? Listening to the distant rumble of thunder in the sky, they were acutely aware that beyond the stars they could not see, the war raged on. Zhao Ye's gaze drifted, lost in thought. Perhaps my purpose in this world is to save it? Indeed, let us have our little Zhao Xiaogo save the world, and I shall be the wife of this savior. When the time comes, we will have a little baby. If it's a girl, we shall name her Zhao Qing. If a boy, Zhao Jing. What do you think? You've already thought of names for our children. She giggled. After all, if you're to save the world, these trivial matters are best left for a woman to ponder. Zhao Yi felt a warmth spread through him as he held the girl tightly in his arms, watching the distant waves dance upon the sea. There were still areas in which the C-33 biological weapon could be improved. Meanwhile, the coastline of Hongcheng stretched out into a vast expanse known as the East Sea. Beneath the surface, a massive spacecraft lay anchored within the tranquil waters. Inside the spacecraft, several deep-sea giant lizards were connected to various tubes, which continuously supplied them with a certain energy or something else entirely. The position for the energy core could be reinforced further, and I never anticipated that the small-scale weaponry of Hongcheng would possess such destructive power. All right, it's about time. Let us deploy the three heads onto land and observe the results of the recent improvements. Within the spacecraft, several humanoid life forms with unusually large eyes and no ears moved about restlessly. They were either recording data or adjusting the various functions of the biological weapons. Just send the three heads out. Our energy supply is nearly depleted. We need to hasten the delivery of more energy and supplies. If we are to cooperate, we must do so earnestly. As the first rays of dawn broke over the horizon, alarms blared. Warning! Warning! Abnormal energy fluctuations detected along the coastline. Assemble, as the red alert lights illuminated the military district. Zhao Yi abruptly awoke, his eyes wide open. The recent combination of rigorous training and breathing techniques had heightened his senses remarkably. Even his physical condition had improved significantly under the influence of these breathing methods. A transformation. Perhaps, upon stepping out of the dormitory, he noticed the military district was already bustling with activity, that well-trained soldiers, fully equipped, were rushing towards Hongcheng. Tanks and combat helicopters began to mobilize from within the military district. Soon, Zhao Yi and his companions gathered beneath the dormitory to activate their mechas. However, Zhao Yi and Shangwan Qingshi found no need for excessive complication. Gobao Mecha returned to position. The vicinity surrounding Hongcheng was dotted with several mountains of various sizes. The only path from the coastline to Hongcheng was a road composed of gravel and mud. Perhaps due to the frequent passage of the deep-sea giant lizards, this path had been remarkably widened and flattened. As the deep-sea giant lizard emerged from the ocean, Zhao Yi and his group could perceive its immense size and terrifying presence through real-time satellite monitoring. Its figure, reminiscent of Godzilla, vividly conveyed the dread that such a creature inspired. Old Liu Yezi, do you understand the tactics? In the cockpit, they connected their communications. Understood. You two take the lead. The first wave of consumption is up to you. Do not engage in prolonged battles. Once the initial wave is over, retreat immediately. Received. Little Qing and Sure, you will handle the second round of consumption. This is your first combat experience. If anything feels amiss, withdraw promptly. Remember, participate in combat only with your lives secured, and I certainly do not wish for our first battle to result in casualties. Yes, the atmosphere grew tense. The deep-sea giant lizards were about to face the first round of artillery fire from the Hongqing military. For the safety of the city's residents, the eastern section of the city walls had been entirely vacated, repurposed as a combat zone. Suddenly, Yi Ling raised her hand. Dogzi, we are all going to engage. What are you doing? Zhao Yi rolled his eyes down me. I am merely assessing the situation before striking. Your commander. It is only fitting that I make a grand entrance that dazzles you. Shangwan Qingshi nearly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Be serious. We are in a battle. All right, Zhao Xiaogo, and you dare to be fierce with me before we are even married? Zhao Yi sighed, his tone softening. All right, sure, let us maintain our seriousness. Now that's more like it. Chapter 39. Being sold yet counting money, the deep-sea giant lizard loomed ominously close, yet Zhao Yi and his team intentionally maintained a distance of 20 kilometers. The tremendous footfalls of the creature reverberated through the ground, causing the nearby mountains to tremble. 3 deep-sea giant lizards slowly approached Hongqing, and everyone was on high alert. Just then, before the lizards could draw near, a laser cannon erupted from a massive turret behind Hongcheng, releasing a brilliant beam of light. Although Hongcheng had its own laser cannons, their power was significantly inferior to those that had previously struck Jingxing. Nonetheless, they were still formidable. Wherever the laser passed, waves of heat surged forth, moving at an astonishing speed. Tanks from all directions simultaneously opened fire, and 2 combat mechas from within Hongcheng were also deployed, utilizing thermal weaponry to engage. However, the thick hide of the deep-sea giant lizard was more resilient than anyone had anticipated. The only effective damage was dealt by the initial laser cannon strike. A resounding boom echoed as a massive fireball erupted on the lead deep-sea giant lizard, flames licking at its armored surface, leaving visible punctures in its hide. Yet, this was merely a minor setback. Within the Hongqing military district, many were aghast as they watched the footage of the deep-sea giant lizard, which showed little to no significant damage. How is this possible? The last time the laser cannon inflicted far more harm. A gasp of disbelief echoed through the room. Just then, a researcher clad in a white lab coat hurried into the room. Damn it, Commander Chun. We should have detected this issue earlier. Chen Wuwen turned to him. What do you mean? Commander Chun, based on the fragmented armor of the deep-sea giant lizard we retrieved from the battlefield, we discovered that its armor's resilience varies at different times. Chen Wuwen furrowed his brow, momentarily failing to grasp the crux of the problem. The researcher continued urgently. Our current findings indicate that the reappearance of these deep-sea giant lizards is not merely a matter of rapid healing. The changes in armor resilience over different periods are evidently abnormal. What we are facing is not simply the original deep-sea giant lizard. Perhaps each encounter is with a new variant. Thus so, what are you implying? Commander Chun, we have reason to suspect that an unknown force is continuously researching, improving, and reinforcing the deep-sea giant lizards in a location we are unaware of. This force might be operating within or near the EC. Otherwise, the energy drifting within Blue Planet is scarce. After multiple repulsions of the deep-sea giant lizards, such massive beasts could not possibly achieve self-healing while simultaneously upgrading and evolving. Are you suggesting that an unknown extraterrestrial force has infiltrated Blue Planet and is conducting biological weapon experiments in secret, using Hongqing as a testing ground, all while we remain oblivious? The researcher nodded gravely. I could see this moment. Not only Chen Wuwen, but all those present in the conference room felt a wave of dread wash over them. Initially, they had only perceived the situation as an extraterrestrial threat and sabotage, failing to recognize the greater conspiracy lurking in the shadows. The deep-sea giant lizards had only emerged in the past month. Initially thought to be biological weapons from an unknown extraterrestrial source, Chen Wuwen slammed his palm on the table. Damn it, we are being sold while counting money. Get the message to Commander Shangwan. The priority is to resolve the immediate crisis. He turned to Su Li. Su Li, promptly organize a think tank to devise a new strategic plan. Instruct the frontline brothers to hold their ground for now. And notify Zhao Ye's team to refrain from acting hastily. Even if they need to engage, we must ensure sufficient consumption of these beasts first. Understood. The orders were swiftly conveyed. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi and his companions observed the unfolding battle in Hongqing through satellite monitoring. At this moment, frowns were inevitable. Have you noticed that the few deep-sea giant lizards that have surfaced seem somewhat overly robust? Zhou Quan's brow furrowed tightly. What is going on? A creature with skin armor tough enough to withstand laser cannons surely cannot be classified as merely a D-level threat. Just then, a communication link connected to everyone's mecha communication devices. Chen Wuwen appeared on the video screen. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation has exceeded our expectations. He briefly recounted the course of events that we are currently formulating a new combat plan. For now, please hold your positions while the combat units of Hongqing engage in attrition. Chen Wuwen was concerned that the young ones might act impulsively. We are arranging for the residents of the city to temporarily enter the air raid shelters. Subsequently, we may designate Hongqing as the combat zone. Please give us a little more time. Zhao Yi and the others listened quietly, refraining from commenting on Chen Wuwen's arrangements. At this juncture, rushing in without a clear understanding of the situation would be tantamount to courting death. The three deep-sea giant lizards had a singular focus. They opened their massive jaws, targeting the laser cannon across from them, and the laser beam, not much smaller than the head of a semi-truck, instantly struck the laser cannon stationed in Hongqing. Retreat, retreat, don't stay at the cannon. Damn it, how is this different from before? Those operating the laser cannon, sensing danger, withdrew early. However, the ensuing explosion still swept several soldiers in the rear into chaos. With a single swipe, a deep-sea giant lizard sent a combat helicopter, which had been circling overhead, crashing to the ground in a thunderous explosion. Crossing the city wall, the deep-sea giant lizards rampaged through Hongqing like unchained beasts, wreaking havoc on the urban infrastructure that a profound heaviness weighed on everyone's hearts. Allowing these monsters to continue their destruction in the city would render the air raid shelters useless. Zhao Yi sighed inwardly. Now I will arrange the tactics. Old Liu, Yezi, I will attract the attention of these deep-sea giant lizards. You will be in charge of support. Everyone gasped in shock. Dogzi, Zhao Yi. They could no longer permit these beasts to wreak havoc in the city. Though the air raid shelters were sturdy, they could not withstand prolonged and intense destruction. It was ultimately not a viable long-term solution. After speaking, Zhao Yi pushed the control stick, and the tracks of the Xiaowu battle treasure began to spin rapidly, approaching Hongsheng at an astonishing speed. Chapter 40. We are here. The love fruit missiles. Two red-headed missiles descended from the sky. However, these missiles did not strike the deep-sea giant lizards as anticipated. A deafening explosion erupted, sending a massive fireball bursting beneath one of the deep-sea giant lizard's feet. The love fruit missiles possessed formidable power. Although they did not detonate directly on the creature, they still caused the skin armor on one deep-sea giant lizard's leg to rupture, nearly causing it to lose its balance. Accompanying the missiles was a torrential downpour of golden bullets. Although the bullets could not penetrate the deep-sea giant lizard's body, each heavy impact elicited a furious roar from the creature. What is happening? This mecha does not appear to belong to Hongsheng. It might be the reinforcement that Hongsheng summoned from outside. Just right, as Hongsheng lacked sufficient resources to test the C-33's might. Let this external mecha give it a try. Inside the submarine spaceship, a group of researchers from Saki Star observed the footage transmitted by the sensors attached to the deep-sea giant lizards. One individual displayed excitement and promptly relayed commands to the deep-sea giant lizards. Indeed, after a barrage of artillery fire, the three deep-sea giant lizards became enraged and turned to march towards the Xiaowu battle treasure. Roar! A beam of laser fire suddenly erupted from the mouth of one deep-sea giant lizard. The violent energy generated a wave of heat, igniting flames around the buildings. Zhao Yi reacted swiftly, as the deep-sea giant lizard opened its mouth. He maneuvered the Xiaowu battle treasure to evade the laser cannon's assault. Simultaneously, he activated the missile ports on the shoulders of the Xiaowu battle treasure. Countless missiles began to rain down on the distant deep-sea giant lizards. Even with the Xiaowu battle treasure's remarkable abilities, under such extensive bombardment, numerous shells still struck the deep-sea giant lizard. With the aid of special energy propulsion and the heavy firepower advantage of the Xiaowu battle treasure, everyone finally witnessed the results. Boom! One deep-sea giant lizard, after being struck by several consecutive missiles, had large chunks of its skin armor shatter and fall away. Blood began to flow from its wounds. Yet despite such grievous injuries, the deep-sea giant lizard felt not a twinge of pain. Instead, it grew ever more furious. The three deep-sea giant lizards simultaneously opened their massive jaws, unleashing beams of laser fire directed at Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi quickly retreated, no longer daring to engage the three deep-sea giant lizards. Zhao Yi, why did you suddenly take action? Chun Wuwen's anxious voice came through the communicator. Admiral Chun, the weapons within Hongsheng can no longer inflict effective damage on the deep-sea giant lizards. Continuing like this will only lead to greater losses. Allowing the deep-sea giant lizards to cause destruction in the city will jeopardize the safety of the residents hiding in the air raid shelters. That's enough explanation, Admiral Chun. It is now our squad's turn to take action. We must first lure these three deep-sea giant lizards out of Hongsheng. All right, there are still 2 mechas in Hongsheng that can participate in the battle. Should I have them coordinate with you? Zhao Yi pondered for a moment. Have them remain on standby outside the combat zone. Let us not disrupt our rhythm at this time. Understood. Stay safe. Old Lu. Yezi, get ready. I will lure them towards the forest in the southeast of Hongsheng. Zhao Yi had previously examined the terrain surrounding Hongsheng. Approximately 10 kilometers southeast of Hongsheng lay a vast forest designated for logging. Apart from Zhao Yi's Xiaowu battle treasure, which favored a track tire form, the walking battle mechas of Lu Yuan and others were more suited for combat in such terrain. All right, what about us? The voice of Shangguan Qingshi rang through the communicator. Yuqing, you will team up with Old Lu and Yezi. Try to engage in one-on-one combat. Sure. The great battle treasure possesses flight capabilities, and its formidable maneuverability can significantly impact the battlefield. Think quickly. Sure, you can fly. Airborne combat units will follow my commands before taking action. Understood. Orders were swiftly issued, and Zhao Yi did not halt his movements. IKT seemed he intended to lure away the C-33. In the underwater spaceship, a researcher promptly objected. No, this green mecha's firepower can inflict substantial damage on the C-33 and possesses formidable maneuverability. Alone, it could easily be overwhelmed. What should we do then? Send in another. 3 together, this green mecha appears to be summoned by a contractor. Swapping one C-33 for a contractor mecha is quite advantageous. Even if the experiment fails on Blue Star, the credit will suffice for our promotions and raises. Very well, but there should be more than one external mecha supporting us from Dacia. The speaker contemplated for a moment. Let us wait and see. After all, contractors are rare. Only mechas summoned by contractors and a few expensive mechas within Dacia can inflict damage on the C-33. Let us wait for the results before making a decision. Understood. The high maneuverability of the Xiaowa battle treasure was now on full display. The enormous size of the biological weapon granted it tremendous power. Yet its bulk also indicated a lack of speed and agility. Meanwhile, the researchers from Saki Star and the submarine spaceship recognized this issue. The movement speed of such colossal biological weapons was still insufficient. Perhaps we can achieve full mechanization of the biological weapons? That would be too costly, and full mechanization carries the risk of short circuits. Given our current technological limitations, recklessly attempting it would only lead to significant losses. Soon, an expanse of dense forest, seemingly endless, loomed ahead. However, the tightly packed trees posed no challenge for Zhao Yi, who could simply crush them as if they were mere toys. Yet, these trees did present a slight obstacle for the deep-sea giant lizards pursuing behind. Being biological weapons, they were still living entities, and their irregularly shaped feet occasionally stumbled over the fallen branches, leading to comical moments. Nonetheless, the advantage of their massive size was evident. A single step could reduce a patch of forest to splinters or dust. Any minor hindrance was inconsequential, as they merely needed to apply a gentle force to crush everything beneath their enormous feet. The laser cannon drew nearer from behind. Zhao Yi continued to evade. Old Lu. Yezi, we are coming. Chapter 41. The situation changes again. Boom. Boom. The three humanoid mechas were well-dashed prepared as the three deep-sea giant lizards unleashed their laser fire. They swiftly launched their counterattack. Point 2 Zansteel H mechas spearheaded the assault, rapidly closing in on the deep-sea giant lizards from behind. The Zansteel H was a melee-type battle mecha, and its speed, fueled by the momentum of its sprint, was indeed remarkable. Liu Yin and Yi Ling pushed the control stick, and the colossal sword, measuring 40 meters, suddenly lifted and struck heavily towards the monster's head. Buzz! At that moment, an unexpected scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The back of the deep-sea giant lizard was adorned with protruding spines resembling spikes, which were distributed across its spinal region. Energy fluctuations emanated from these spines as the two massive swords descended. The energy shockwave deflected them away. Both Lu Wen and Yi Ling's expressions changed dramatically. What is this? They exchanged glances and quickly retreated. What is happening? Seeing that Lu Yuan and Yi Ling were at a loss, Zhao Yi, who was continuously maneuvering to evade, inquired that I don't know, but there's a force behind the deep-sea giant lizard that deflects our weapons. Zhao Yi furrowed his brow. Try attacking other parts. Avoid direct confrontation with these beasts. Understood. Failing once, the two swiftly launched another attack. They did not give the monsters time to react. Another sword fell, slash, to their surprise. It succeeded. The blade of the Zansteel H was not deflected this time. However, the sword only managed to slice off a piece of skin and flesh from the deep-sea giant lizard. Despite its formidable biological capabilities, they could visibly see the wound healing slowly. Roar! The deep-sea giant lizard roared in fury, swinging its massive paw towards the two to sure. Attack! Received. In the sky, a purple mech held two enormous golden batons. The great battle treasure descended rapidly, smashing the golden batons onto the shoulder of the deep-sea giant lizard just before its paw could strike. Boom! The effect was unexpectedly significant, as the batons landed heavily. A loud crack resonated from within the giant lizard. Its massive arm lost support, and the blow was thwarted. Damn! Someone come! Meanwhile, Yi Ling, controlling the Zansteel H, lost balance and rolled on the ground. The power of the deep-sea giant lizard's paw was evident. Fortunately, Yi Ling managed to position the sword to shield most of the damage. Nevertheless, the mech still sustained several minor damages. Effective, Lu Yin rejoiced, drawing the sword and wildly hacking at the damaged shoulder of the deep-sea giant lizard. Roar! The deep-sea giant lizard was enraged. Just as Lu Yin was about to sever an entire arm, a surge of energy began to gather at its mouth. Not good. Tear its mouth apart. No, wait. Quickly. Disrupt the spell. Lu Yuan's eyes widened. You think you can still fire? Take this. Simple and decisive. The mech swung its fist, resembling a small mountain, directly crashing into the deep-sea giant lizard's gaping mouth. Boom. A cloud of smoke erupted from the giant lizard's nostrils. Is anyone there? Am I not a person? Someone, help me out. Yiling felt utterly despondent, rolling on the ground incessantly. The deep-sea giant lizard stomped wildly, leaving no opportunity for him to rise. However, Zhao Yi seized the moment. Launching missiles from 2 ports on his shoulder towards Yiling's location, Zhao Yi realized that they could not handle the deep-sea giant lizard's 1-on-1 T that moment. 2 deep-sea giant lizards were engaged in battle, and 1 remained. Looking around and up at the great battle treasure soaring overhead, Zhao Yi roared. A beam of laser cannon unexpectedly shot towards the sky. You are my opponent. On the other side, Meng Yuqing, controlling the Li Jia 3, hoisted a massive rocket launcher. A red missile adorned with a smiley face shot forth. Boom! A large dent appeared on the deep-sea giant lizard's face. The recently fired laser cannon, however, missed its target. Boom! In the distance, a mountain erupted with a thunderous sound, instantly flattened. Such a missile striking the deep-sea giant lizard's face caused no substantial damage, heightening the gravity of the situation, with the great battle treasure no longer providing restraint. It swiftly flew to Yiling's battlefield. The little great battle treasure maintained its stable performance. Despite numerous missiles falling, it still left countless holes of various sizes on the deep-sea giant lizard. The once lush jungle was either trampled or engulfed in flames. Damn it. At this rate, the 3 C-33s just launched will be completely obliterated. Point 2 remain. Let us deploy them together. Yes. Warning, warning. Unusual energy fluctuations detected along the coastline. Warning, warning. Unusual energy fluctuations detected along the coastline. Just then, in the military district behind Hong City. What is happening? Why are there issues along the coastline at this time? Chen had just hung up the phone when he noticed the sudden illumination of red alarm lights in the camp. Report. Satellite surveillance has detected 2 deep-sea giant lizards appearing once more along the eastern coastline. What? Chen expression changed dramatically. Still unable to believe it, he asked again. Are we certain it is 2 deep-sea giant lizards? Yes. The data transmitted after scanning confirmed that these 2 deep-sea giant lizards are of equal strength to the 3 currently being confronted by Zhao Ye's team. Are you kidding? How could there be more? Chen quickly opened communications, instructing Zhou Jiwen and Wu Quan to head to the coastline immediately and intercept those 2 deep-sea giant lizards. They must be stopped. Chen could see in real time that the battlefield where Zhao Yi and the others were engaged seemed to be turning. Although the 3 Zhan Steel HS and the Li Jia 3 were struggling against these specially modified deep-sea giant lizards, the coordinated efforts of the 5 were gradually improving the situation. They just needed a bit more time. They could wear these beasts down. Yes, the orders were quickly dispatched. The 2 Mechs originally waiting outside Zhao Yi's combat zone hastened towards the coastline, that if there was still a possibility of retreat after the invasion of 3 deep-sea giant lizards. With the emergence of 5, failure in this battle would lead to the fall of Hong City. Zhao Yi, standing at the periphery, also noticed something amiss. The 2 Mech belonging to Hong City that were on standby had actually left. What is going on? Zhao Yi, I have some bad news for you. Chapter 42. We are of one mind. What did you say? 2 more have come. This news struck the group like a thunderbolt. They were already struggling to deal with the 3 deep-sea giant lizards, and now 2 more. I have sent people to intercept them. Chen breathed heavily that I will ensure they buy you as much time as possible. We can barely manage 3, and you want them to stop 2. What do they have to stop them? Zhao Yi's tone grew increasingly irate. Chen sighed. Zhao Yi, in the face of war, sacrifices must be made. Hong City has called for aid from Nanjiang. This is all we can do. Zhao Yi was momentarily at a loss for how to respond to Chen decision. The Mechs available to Hong City hadn't undergone much modification or enhancement, rendering them nearly defenseless against the now greatly improved deep-sea giant lizards. Zhao Yi felt a mix of anger towards his own inadequacies and hatred for the relentless enemy. He may not have much affection for this world, but when faced with an unchangeable reality, it felt akin to SC Char-Dinger's cat, knowing the outcome would be death yet unable to alter it. This profound sense of helplessness filled Zhao Yi with resentment towards those responsible for unleashing these beasts. Zhao Yi took a deep breath. That I understand, Commander Chun. Please convey my thanks to those 2 comrades. We will do our utmost. I end the video. Chen saluted. Victory! The massive golden spikes on the back of the little great battle treasure, resembling rhinoceros horns, fell before the Mech. Zhao Yi remained silent, swiftly maneuvering the little great battle treasure into the battlefield. Old Liu, Hold them off, Lu Wen bellowed. All right, thud. The treads sparked as they scraped against the ground, igniting the surrounding trees instantly. Zhao Yi pushed the control stick, and the little great battle treasure began consuming energy to charge forward at maximum speed. I asked this guy looking for death. How dare he charge in? Ha ha! He must be out of his mind. Come on, let me show you the might of our newly developed dorsal fin energy shield. One of the deep-sea giant lizard's arms had been severed by Lu Wuyuan earlier, but that was due to Shangguan Qingshi smashing its internal bones with a baton. The deep-sea giant lizard's remarkable self-healing ability had already halted the bleeding from the severed arm. What remained was its formidable physique, terrifying strength, and the dreaded laser cannon that struck fear into all. Each of these traits symbolized immense power in any creature, yet the deep-sea giant lizard possessed all three. Boom. Lu Wen was once again slapped away by the deep-sea giant lizard. Warning, warning, Mech lower limbs damaged. Warning, warning, Mech lower limbs damaged. The Mech's fall was jarring, and Lu Wen in the cockpit felt the impact keenly, nearly losing consciousness. Fortunately, the shock absorption system within this high-grade Mech was robust enough. At that moment, Zhao Yi seized the opportunity. The sharp protrusions atop his Mech charged fiercely into the back of the deep-sea giant lizard. At this moment, energy began to circulate and converge upon the dorsal fin of the deep-sea lizard. A resonant hum resounded as a violent surge of energy radiated outward like waves. The fallen trees on the battlefield were reduced to splinters under the force of this energy's aftershock. Suddenly, an unexpected scene unfolded before everyone. The once ferocious deep-sea lizard abruptly ceased all movement. Time seemed to stand still in that instant, just as anticipation hung heavy in the air. A deafening explosion erupted, and a massive fireball detonated. Xiao Zhanbao was hurled backward amidst the cacophony. Zhao Xiaogo, in the sky, a violet Mech appeared like a phantom, catching Xiao Zhanbao just before it fell. Success, at last! In the conference room of the Hongcheng Military District, Chen Wen witnessed the deep-sea lizard's explosive demise through satellite surveillance, his pupils contracting sharply, followed by an uncontrollable surge of elation. Ha ha! That beast has finally been slain. Zhao Yi experienced a fleeting moment of daze, wiping away the dampness at the corner of his mouth, only to be taken aback by a streak of crimson on his palm. The explosion had violently propelled Xiao Zhanbao away, and amidst the thunderous noise, he hadn't even realized he had slammed against the metallic interior of the cockpit. Zhao Xiaogo, Zhao Yi, are you all right? Shangguan Qingshi quickly inquired. I'm fine. Zhao Yi steadied himself, gazing down at Yi Ling and Meng Yuqing, whose mechs, though luxurious and sophisticated, paled in comparison to the deep-sea lizard, even with their weapons capable of inflicting significant damage. A single strike from the deep-sea lizard would leave the pilots reeling for quite some time. Sure. Do you remember what I said? What? The divine general sword and the immortal cloud sword are swords of deep affection. When combined, they can unleash tremendous destructive power. What must I do? Nothing at all. Just empty your mind. Think of me. Think of us together, and that will suffice. Shangguan Qingshi's elegantly shaped brows lowered slowly as Zhao Yi raised the divine general sword in his hand. Almost simultaneously, they both lifted their swords skyward. The swords united. In that moment, Zhao Yi finally perceived the spiritual energy spoken of by pineapple blowing snow. His soul seemed to be drawn forth, perhaps due to the proximity of their mechs. This pull responded almost instantaneously. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds began to gather, and an unknown energy coalesced gradually. Golden lightning surged within the clouds, roaring and swirling like a dragon imprisoned and yearning for freedom. What is happening? Why has our connection with C-33 been severed? It appears a powerful magnetic field is disrupting signals in this area. Commander Chun, the satellite signal over Dafa Forest has been blocked. We can no longer observe that area. Chen Wen was taken aback, turning once more to the large screen. Dafa Forest, where Zhao Yi and the others were located, now displayed a screen of static, obscuring all visibility. What are we waiting for? Hurry and restore it, Commander Chun. It may be impossible to repair. A unique magnetic field fluctuation seems to have rendered satellite detection ineffective. Zhao Xiaogo, I think I might be feeling something. A smile finally graced Zhao Yi's lips. Our thoughts have become one. Chapter 43. I laughed defiantly at the heavens, indifferent to life and death. At this moment, Zhao Yi and Shangguan Qingshi's spiritual energies resonated in harmony. A passage seemed to open for them, With a continuous influx of cosmic energy beginning to gather, Yi Ling had surrendered to the unfolding events, gazing upward at the sky. From this perspective, my mech spirit seems rather unimpressive. Lu Yuan and Meng Yuqing also looked up, unable to contain their awe. Rings of light spread out, forming a massive, intricate pattern in the sky, reminiscent of an ancient formation. At this juncture, Xiao Zhanbao began to transform. Crack, crack, the colossal mech limbs started to twist and change form. The grapes Zhanbao, which had been grasping Xiao Zhanbao, spiraled in the air before beginning to morph as well. Under this transformation, the two mechs slowly drew closer together. Xiao Zhanbao extended its massive forearms, and the two cannon ports previously equipped with Love Giver missiles grew significantly larger. Meanwhile, the limbs of Grapes Zhanbao retracted, and as electric currents surged, Xiao Zhanbao and Grapes Zhanbao finally merged successfully. They became a gigantic artillery platform, with a barrel aimed directly at the two deep-sea lizards below. Dai Yuqing, get out of the way! At this moment, energy within the two mechs began to deplete dramatically. Warning, warning, energy consumption critical. Xiao Zhanbao's forearm cannon ports surged with energy. Yi Ling's heart raced. He could no longer afford to contend with the deep-sea lizard head-on, after another powerful strike sent him flying. He cried out, Love Heart Fusion Missile. From the cannon ports, one green and one purple missile shot forth, spinning and whirling faster and faster until they fused in an instant. Boom! The combined Love Heart Fusion missile generated a series of shockwaves, and surrounding energy surged like tumultuous waves that a small mushroom cloud erupted. The deep-sea lizard, which had been preparing to pursue Yi Ling, had no time to evade and was instantly obliterated in a cacophony of sound. Ah, am I even human? You, this dog-like Yin Huang. Your mech is utterly inferior to others. Damn. Upon closer inspection, Yi Ling was hurled away by the explosion's aftermath. At the last moment, a fiery shield composed of energy enveloped the steel cutter he controlled, preventing the situation from worsening. Can this be blamed on me? Didn't you summon the mech with your own lung fog? Can I be held accountable? Yin Huang flapped its wings, grumbling as it gazed at the merged mechs above. What kind of mech is this? It can merge too, Yi Ling retorted. I knew you were unreliable. Just look at them, and then look at you. Warning, warning, energy depleted. Warning, warning, energy depleted. Zhao Yu was nearly beyond control after launching the Love Heart Fusion missile. Waves of weakness flooded his mind. Xiao Zhanbao had exhausted its energy. Hurry, there's still one left. Finish it. Sure, sure. Zhao Yi instinctively called out. Sure, 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 sure. He turned abruptly, realizing that Grape Zhanbao was plummeting uncontrollably from the sky. The forced merging had drained her spiritual energy excessively. She would need some time to recover. Pineapple blowing snow appeared before him. Grape Zhanbao transformed into specks of light and vanished, while Shangwan Qingshi in the cockpit was ensnared by a mysterious force. Young man, it seems you can no longer confront the war before you. Xiao Zhanbao fell uncontrollably to the ground. Zhao Yi suddenly felt a wave of weakness. Is there any way out? Yes, young man. There is a way to resolve your current plight, but it requires a small price from you. A long sword appeared in Pineapple Blowing Snow's hand, rusted and dull, its former sharpness obscured. Yet the bright golden hilt suggested that this sword once held great significance. This sword is called the Sacred Tao Sword. Not be deceived by its rust. It is not merely a piece of scrap metal. Wield it. You must perform a special ritual to awaken its power. Zhao Yi regarded the Sacred Tao Sword. What kind of ritual? Pineapple Blowing Snow began to explain. You must offer your heart's blood. Heart's blood? Indeed, young man. Do you possess the courage for this? Zhao Yi glanced at his heart. Wouldn't that be fatal? I haven't even married my wife yet. Pineapple Blowing Snow shook his head on Blue Star. Advanced medical technology can ensure you won't die from a ruptured heart. However, I must caution you to use the Sacred Tao Sword. Given your current state, you must resolve the battle within 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Is that not rather short? Thus, young man, have you made your decision? Zhao Yi accepted the Sacred Tao Sword, hesitating as he looked at his chest. This will hurt, won't it? But it's better than dying. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yi gritted his teeth. 5 minutes it is. Let's do this. He reversed the grip on the Sacred Tao Sword and plunged it into his chest. Thud. The sound of the blade piercing flesh was jarring. However, after a long moment, there was no response. Pineapple Blowing Snow's expression turned peculiar. Do you not know that the human heart is on the left side? Thud. Zhao Yi coughed up blood, yet immediately felt a surge of energy protecting the wound. Again, another piercing sound echoed. The sacred Tao, sword soaked in his heart's blood. A resonant hum erupted from the sword. The rust on the blade began to rapidly fade away. That I shall guard your heart. But remember, upon summoning the mech, you have but 5 minutes. Exceed this limit, and you shall perish. After Pineapple Blizzard gently set Shangguan Qingshu down in a secure location away from the battlefield, it slowly vanished. Zhao Yi felt a wave of sharp pain coursing through his body, nearly rendering him unconscious. The small fruit battle treasure beneath his feet also began to fade away gradually. Yi Ling and the others turned to look, discovering blood seeping from Zhao Yi's chest and trickling from the corner of his mouth, his appearance quite disheveled. "Open your eyes. Witness my prowess," he declared, raising the holy sword high, pointing it towards the heavens, and bellowing, "Fruit battle mech, return to position." The clouds above thickened ominously, transforming this battlefield into a void on the surveillance map of Blue Star. Layers of light shimmered, nearly blinding. I laughed defiantly at the heavens, for life and death are but 2 kunluns. It seemed as though a voice was reciting from the void. The elements themselves appeared to converge. Chapter 44. One more fight, and a golden longsword gradually descended from the dark clouds. The immense pressure surged forth like a tsunami, crashing against everything around. The winds are cold as the waters of Yishui. The valiant go forth and return. The sword's light fell upon Zhao Yi with an unimaginable speed. An orange-yellow mech began to assemble mid-air. Zhao Yi leaped into the fragrant orange battle treasure. However, upon entering, he felt something within him being incessantly siphoned by the mech he piloted. His weakness intensified, and it seemed his life was counting down to its end. And one warned me that controlling the fragrant orange battle treasure would be life-draining. Buzz! As a melee mech, the fragrant orange battle treasure surpassed the speed of sound. Meng Yuqing barely caught a glimpse of a sword light flashing past her. The sound of the blade rang in her ears. A cold gleam smoothly severed the neck of the deep-sea giant lizard. Its head fell, and the beast collapsed lifelessly. "Yuqing, you and the others clean up the battlefield. I shall assist Uncle Zhou." Zhou Quan had already engaged in the battle along the coastline. Though the 5 of them faced a daunting situation, there remained a glimmer of hope. However, Zhou Juan and Wu Quan were helpless against the deep-sea giant lizard alone. The mech's built-in firearms and seemingly massive melee weapons proved ineffective against the creature. After several clashes, the mech bore numerous scars. Thankfully, Zhou Quan joined in time. Otherwise, it would have been too late by the time Zhao Yi arrived. Meng Yuqing was astonished. The deep-sea giant lizard they had struggled to defeat for so long was effortlessly decapitated by Zhao Yi. What was this orange-yellow mech? Seeing this unfold, Yi Ling and Luan erupted in joy. "Wow! Dog brother, why didn't you mention this trump card before? Incredible! Kill! Keep killing!" For minutes remained. Zhao Yi rapidly maneuvered the control stick and sensed a newfound connection between his mental energy and the fragrant orange battle treasure. He realized he could control the mech solely through his thoughts, without the need for a control stick. Was this the distinction between a contractor's mech and a manufactured one? Yet, the sensation was far from pleasant. The significant drain on his mental energy and the mech's continuous siphoning of his vitality made him believe that if he could not dispatch the deep-sea giant lizard and receive treatment soon, he would surely perish. The fragrant orange battle treasure began to move swiftly across the battlefield. "Uncle Zhou, allow me." Zhou Quan trembled, watching the fragrant orange battle treasure race towards him, its speed nearly unfathomable. "Good, go." The mech's fingertips glided over the massive golden holy sword. Waves of energy surged and enveloped the sword blade. Buzz! It was astonishingly fast, almost beyond belief. In that moment, all eyes were fixed on a singular beam of sword light. Boom! As the holy sword descended from the void, 2 deep-sea giant lizards exploded in a massive mushroom cloud. Damn it! C-33 cannot fall here. If this continues, we will have no explanation for the higher-ups. What on earth is happening? We have been unable to establish contact with C-33. Damn it! What should we do now? We must ascend and reclaim C-33. What? Go up now. C-33 cannot be entirely destroyed here. The consequences of returning empty-handed will be grave. But what if the humans on Blue Star discover us? Do not fret. Our spaceship is swift, and there will be arrangements for our retreat. A S1 individual attempted to speak further. The lead researcher overseeing the operation promptly intervened. Enough. Follow orders. The series of research data from C-33, along with its essence, outweighs your lives combined. Understood. On the spaceship, Saki's aliens donned military uniforms, fully armed with high-tech weaponry. Others were stationed at the control panels, managing the ship. The leading researcher issued commands. The vessel, which had lingered on Blue Star for nearly 2 years, began to power up slowly. Boom! Hongqing, even Nanjing. A metallic dragon soared swiftly across the skies. Damn it, we didn't even notice these guys right under our noses. Shangguan Jun was furious. The mech dragon's speed reached its zenith, its roars echoing like a true dragon's, shaking the very heavens. This is bad. Admiral, a spaceship has been detected ascending from the Eastern Sea region, heading towards Hongqing. Chen Wen had never felt so desperate. The prolonged stress had reddened his eyes, although he was in the rear command. One misstep today could lead to the fall of Hongqing. Even if he miraculously survived this not-quite war, the guilt of losing territory would haunt him for life. He could not falter. He would fight to the last second for Hongqing. What? A spaceship? Chen Wen felt a profound sense of powerlessness. Have you inquired when Nanjing's reinforcements will arrive? Report. Commander Shangguan is currently en route. Approximately 5 minutes away, the mech pilot of Shangguan Jin's caliber could traverse from Jingsheng to Hongqing in just 5 minutes. A testament to his strength. The holy sword stood firm on the ground as the ominous clouds began to dissipate. The weakness seemed to seep into his very soul. Yet, gazing at the approaching dark spot in the distance, Zhao Yi felt a whimsical urge to laugh, feeling both powerless and inexplicably amused. Damn it. All 5 C-33 units have been destroyed. No, one remains intact, albeit with its head severed by some formidable force. But Professor, what about the Blue Star Mechs on the ground? What should I teach you? Use the laser cannon to obliterate them. On the spaceship, the laser cannon slowly aimed at the fragrant orange battle treasure standing before them. Kid, you should feel honored to have destroyed our 5 C-33 units. The voice, processed through a translator, echoed in the Blue Star Daxiao language, though it was sharp and frenzied. Zhao Yi looked up, observing the laser cannon gathering energy. Brilliant points of light coalescing into a massive laser beam hurtling toward him. Zhao, evade! Zhou Quan shouted in alarm, rushing to push Zhao Yi aside. Pineapple Blizzard, how much time do I have left? You have 1 minute. After that, I will forcibly disengage the mech. All right, then let us give it one last shot. Just in righteous chi cannon. Chapter 45. Do we escape? The blade of the holy sword mechanically shifted to the sides, revealing a seemingly small cannon hole. Huh. Surely this kid doesn't he believe such a small barrel can contend with our laser cannon. Laughter erupted from the spaceship. This must be the funniest joke I have heard in years. Let the laser cannon send you on your way. Zhao Yi pressed firmly against the holy sword, feeling a vast energy begin to converge upon it. The energy surged so powerfully that even the colossal mech could barely contain it. Justice, chi cannon. In near synchrony, the just chi cannon and the spaceship's laser cannon fired at one another. Zhou Quan, witnessing the scene, turned pale with dread as a beam of golden light shot skyward, scorching the air and evaporating the seawater beneath into a long, barren expanse. As everyone awaited the outcome, a hum resonated as the two laser beams collided. An astonishing scene unfolded. The slender golden beam held its ground against the spaceship's laser cannon, forcefully pushing it back. Warning! Warning! Laser cannon obstructed! Warning! Warning! Laser cannon obstructed! How is this possible? Our spaceship's laser cannon cannot be outmatched by its tiny beam. Shock and disbelief spread across the faces of everyone aboard the spaceship. However, the collision of the laser cannon transpired in an instant. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the righteous Qian Kuan cannon forcefully redirected the spaceship's laser back towards its barrel, maintaining its momentum as the golden beam surged forward. Warning! Warning! The laser cannon has sustained severe damage. Warning! Warning! The spaceship's weaponry has been compromised. Boom! The enormous bow of the spaceship, seemingly designed as a deck and a platform for powerful thermal weaponry, was pierced straight through by the golden beam, soaring skyward. Run, Professor Come On, leading the mission with a team from Saki Star, was taken aback. His earlier composure dissipating, he swiftly commanded his subordinates to initiate the ship's retreat. But Professor, what about C-33's body? What should we do? What do you want me to do? Leave you behind to retrieve it. The ship executed a rapid turn, preparing for an immediate escape. Zhao Yi gasped for breath. That hardly took a minute, did it? The orange battle treasure transformed into shimmering specks, and Zhao Ye's body plummeted uncontrollably from the heights. You unleashed your ultimate move upon arrival. I never expected you to be so formidable. Young master. Zhou Quan's eyes widened as he deftly maneuvered his mech to catch Zhao Yi. Just before losing consciousness, Zhao Yi murmured, "Quick, take me to the hospital. Professor, that kid seems to have fainted for some reason." "Should we turn back?" Come on paused, pondering whether to return when suddenly alarms blared. "Warning! Warning! Enemy mechs approaching. Do you think you can escape?" The mech dragon soared through the sky, its massive mechanical form twisting and turning with terrifying speed. Closing in at supersonic velocity. Run. Boom. A burst of purple flames erupted from the rear of the spaceship. The overwhelming energy propelled the craft forward. "Elder Yang, please intervene and stop this spaceship." Shangwan Zhen quickly sent a communication. Are they really heading towards Elder Yang's territory? They must be courting death. A voice resonated from the heavens. All right. In the blink of an eye, the spaceship burst through the atmosphere, and in space, a colossal mechanical hand loomed, seemingly intent on crushing the craft. Yang Huaji, do you wish to break the rules? Yang Huaji, the supreme commander of the southwest war zone of the Great Xia, surveyed the pitch-black cosmos, where only the faint starlight illuminated the surroundings. A massive, terrifying black mech resembling a western dragon hovered silently, while beneath it was a human settlement established in space. Yang Huaji's gaze turned icy to a spaceship emerging from Blue Star is not within the bounds of regulation. This is not a spaceship from Blue Star. They are merely lost in the vast cosmos. What a flimsy argument. Yang Huaji disregarded the remark and prepared to act. Yang Huaji, have you considered that trading your numerous stellar combat units for a mere spaceship might be quite advantageous? Yang Huaji's expression darkened, but he ultimately withdrew his hand. Fine, I will not intervene. Qian, you are responsible for leading the team to intercept and seize this spaceship. Yes. In the starry expanse, an imposing mech resembling a colossal gorilla, accompanied by a squadron, pursued the fleeing spaceship. However, the very nature of the spaceship, as a vessel capable of swift movement through the cosmos, meant that unless piloted by top-tier combatants like Yang Huaji, few mechs could hope to catch a spaceship in full flight. That moment, Shangwan Zhen, piloting the mech dragon, finally arrived. Elder Yang? Yang Huaji shook his head and gestured at the opposing side. Shangwan Zhen spotted the massive black dragon mech hovering in the starlit sky. A flicker of malice crossing his eyes that I cannot act openly against them. I've already sent Yang Qian to pursue. Whether he can catch up is a matter of luck. Alas, Shangwan Zhen sighed heavily. What has transpired? He then recounted all he knew. Yang Huaji's expression darkened as he gazed at the opposing side. Very well. Montan, you are quite audacious. Indeed I am. Shangwan Zhen felt a surge of anger, but knew he could do little in the current situation. He sighed deeply. Elder Yang, I must take my leave. These beasts have repeatedly caused chaos on our soil. One day, we shall eradicate this scourge. Shangwan Zhen stole another glance at the opposing black dragon mech. Suppressing his emotions as he swiftly returned to Blue Star in Hong City, Meng Yuqing spotted Shangwan Qingshi in a grassy area outside the battlefield. Shangwan Qingshi was also unconscious, while Zhao Ye's condition appeared even more dire. Both had suffered penetrating wounds to their chests for reasons unknown, though some peculiar force seemed to sustain their organs. Yet, the loss of vitality made it increasingly difficult for them to maintain normal life signs. Chapter 46. A daughter's worthlessness. The patient had incurred penetrating injuries to the heart and lungs, but a mysterious force seemed to prevent further rupture. A cardiac suture operation was urgently required. In the Hong City military district, before the troops could tend to the aftermath, Zhou Quan, piloting a mech, bellowed, Doctor! Doctor! Damn it! Doctor! Quickly check on my young master! Chen Wuan, still basking in the excitement of having driven the enemy away, was jolted when Zhou Quan burst in, cradling a blood-soaked figure. Chen Wuan's body trembled at the sight. Doctor! Hurry, get the damn doctor over here! The military doctors, rushing in, were taken aback by Zhao Yi's condition. The situation was dire, and the monitoring equipment indicated his bodily functions were on the verge of failure. Treat him already, Zhou Quan exclaimed anxiously. What good are your words when he's nearly dead? The doctor in the white coat waved his hand. Quick, prepare an operating room for us now. Thanks to the advanced technology on Blue Star, Examinations and ultrasounds did not require a lengthy wait. Zhao Yi was soon wheeled into the operating room. How is it? Shang Guanjun leaped down from the sky. Zhou Quan's face darkened. The young master is gravely injured. He refrained from elaborating further. After all, Zhao Yi had been seated in the mech. How could he have been hurt? Based on Zhao Yi's earlier summoning of the mech, he had some suspicions, but it was not the time to voice them. Shang Guanjun's expression was equally grim. Commander, what about the spaceship? It escaped. They were prepared and intimidated Elder Yang, who was unable to act. Zhou Quan slammed his fist down, producing a resounding thud. What about Qingshi? It seemed Shang Guanjun remembered his daughter at that moment. She exhausted her mental energy and fainted. She will recover after some rest. Shang Guanjun finally let out a sigh of relief and pulled Zhou Quan aside. Tell me everything that transpired. Zhou Quan recounted the events succinctly, leaving nothing concealed. Commander, the young master most likely suffered such severe injuries due to the mech he summoned later. You saw it yourself. It repelled the enemy spaceship's laser cannon with one shot. Such a powerful mech cannot be controlled without consequence, and the young master's vitality has been excessively depleted. Without some treasures, it will be difficult for him to recover. Zhou Quan, having accompanied Shang Guanjun for many years and having encountered extraterrestrial adversaries, had gained some insight. Treasures? Shang Guanjun murmured. Treasures that restore vitality? Such items are rather hard to procure. Zhou Quan was taken aback. Commander, you cannot be stingy at this moment. If you refuse to help the young master after he risked everything, it will surely dishearten the brothers. Shang Guanjun rolled his eyes. Damn it, the situation hasn't even settled yet, and you're already calling him young master. Am I saying I want to help? Fine, I will have the old man come over. I don't possess such treasures, but he should have some. Zhou Quan finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there is hope. Time passed slowly. Where is Zhao Yi? Where is Zhao Yi? Shang Qingshi's gaze was dazed as she noticed the emptiness around her, feeling an immediate sense of loss. Qingshi, don't get agitated. Meng Yuqing entered with a bowl of hot soup. You have been asleep for a day. Eat something first. Shang Qingshi took the warm soup and took a sip. What about Zhao Yi? Meng Yuqing's expression darkened. Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi is. Speak. What happened to Zhao Yi? Zhao Yi is still in the operating room. Shang Qingshi's heart jolted, and she swiftly rose to leave. Qingshi, it's futile to go now. Zhao Yi has lost too much vitality and is awaiting Elder Shangguan to bring treasures for his rescue. The patient has currently stabilized and is out of immediate danger, but without timely and effective replenishment, he risks succumbing to the excessive loss of vitality. Zhao Yi was swiftly wheeled out of the operating room, only to be immediately transferred to the intensive care unit. Through a thin layer of glass, one could barely glimpse the pallid visage of a young man lying on the hospital bed. Father, what brings you here? Shang Guanjun turned to find his beloved daughter before him. If I don't come, you little ones will be in dire straits, and in the end, it'll fall upon me to intervene. Father, did grandfather bring treasures to save Zhao Yi? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Shang Qingshi, disregarding her surroundings, urgently grasped Shang Guanjun's arm. Ah, children these days, do you even comprehend the rarity of the treasures capable of restoring life? They both turned their heads to see a robust, muscular elder, towering at least 2 meters tall, making his way down the corridor of the military hospital. Dad? Grandfather? Commander? Shang Tianxiong held a translucent box that seemed to emanate peculiar starlight glimmers. Is this the young man destined to be my future grandson-in-law? He looks like a pretty boy, not nearly as strong as I am. Peering through the glass, Shang Tianxiong observed the young man on the bed with a tinge of amusement. Grandfather, did you bring the treasures? Hurry and save him. Shang Tianxiong cast a helpless glance at his granddaughter. In the past, you would call me grandfather and express how much you missed me when I returned. Now, alas, I must be getting old if even my own granddaughter finds me wanting. Shang Qingshi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Grandfather, Shang Tianxiong affectionately ruffled his granddaughter's hair. Very well. Open the door and let me in. At that moment, the notion of bacteria was irrelevant. As soon as Shang Tianxiong spoke, fully armed soldiers rushed forward to open the door. Upon entering the ward, his overwhelming mental energy enveloped the entire room. Meanwhile, Shang Guanjun and the others outside could only see a blurred, indistinct scene within the ward, as if everything were obscured. Dad, why can't I see anything? Shang Guanjun explained, this is the result of a strong mental force projecting outward, akin to a form of mental interference. The treasures that can restore life are of great significance. It's better you little ones do not witness this. Father, can you see it? Shangguan Zhen smiled nonchalantly. Of course, what sort of person do you think I am? Such trivial mental interference cannot hinder me. Before long, Shangguan Tianxiong emerged from the ward, casting a sidelong glance at Shangguan Zhen. How old are you? Still boasting in front of the children? If you could withstand my mental interference, you ought to take my position as the commander of the Southeast War Zone. Shangguan Zhen felt a rush of embarrassment. Father, could you refrain from undermining me in front of the children? I simply cannot stand your tendency to deceive. What is the matter? Do you have an issue with that? Shangguan Tianxiong retorted, disdainfully regarding his son. His hands crackling as he clenched them. Or are you hoping to rekindle some father-son bonding? Shangguan Zhen recoiled slightly. Father, there are children present. Enough. That young man inside cannot die now. You all come here and tell me what transpired. At that moment, only Shangguan Qingshi, Meng Yuqing, Shangguan Zhen, and the accompanying Zhou Quan remained. Liu Yun and Yi Ling were also lying on the hospital bed, having suffered injuries from several mecha being either blasted away or tossed by explosive shockwaves. Although the mecha had a shock absorption system, both were significantly injured, sustaining mild concussions and multiple injuries, including dislocated joints and even fractures. Shangguan Qingshi did not hide the truth from her father and grandfather. Given that Meng Yuqing and Zhou Quan had also been present, are you saying your mecha can merge with Zhao Ye's mecha and unleash tremendous power? Shangguan Zhen was taken aback. He had noticed the similarities between his daughter S and Zhao Ye's summoned mechas, but had not given it much thought at the time. Wondering if it was due to the uniqueness of their mecha's spirits, Shangguan Qingshi nodded. Yes, but afterwards I felt excessively fatigued and fainted. Shangguan Tianxiong acknowledged her statement. The concept of mecha merging had been proposed before, but never realized. After all, mechas were already quite heavy, and merging them could render them unsteady. However, the contract holders' mechas might differ in nature. Merging without a complete reliance on technology would necessitate the use of other forces. The contract holders were intrinsically linked to their mechas through mental energy, and since their mechas might be the same type, merging was indeed plausible. The resulting power surge from the merger would naturally lead to heavy mental energy consumption. However, Qingshi, have you considered the implications of falling unconscious while the war is still ongoing? Shangguan Tianxiong questioned. Shangguan Qingshi shook her head at that moment. Zhao Yi instructed me to do so, and I complied. Surely he would not wish me harm. Shangguan Tianxiong nearly burst into laughter from exasperation. Casting a glance at Shangguan Zhen, he unconsciously flexed his arm muscles. Who would have thought that a romantic fool would emerge from the Shangguan family? Shangguan Zhen shivered involuntarily. He turned his gaze to Meng Yuqing. Xiao Qing, since Qingshi fell unconscious, could you recount what happened next? Meng Yuqing glanced at Shangguan Qingshi. Qingshi, can you share? Will it expose Zhao Ye's secret? Shangguan Qingshi whispered, rest assured, my grandfather used a treasure on Zhao Xiaogo, which seems to be quite valuable. He wouldn't allow Zhao Xiaogo to come to harm without recouping his investment. Shangguan Tianxiong's eyes widened. Am I such a miserly old man? He scoffed. Nevertheless, you are not wrong. The treasure I employed this time is priceless. Just placing in the universe would be worth millions of star coins, equivalent to several billion in our Daxia currency. I have already decided that this young man must repay the debt. If he cannot, he will accompany me to the front lines until he has repaid it, after which I will allow him to return. Absolutely not. Shangguan Qingshi immediately interjected. Grandfather, if you send him to the front lines, who will I marry? Shangguan Tianxiong crossed his arms and turned his head away. Did you not say I was stingy? Fine, I shall show you just how stingy I can be. Oh, dear grandfather, I did not mean to call you stingy. I was merely saying you are a good person. Surely a good person would not covet his granddaughter's suitor's possessions. Shangguan Qingshi understood. Zhao Ye's exhibited abilities seemed extraordinary. A mecha capable of summoning without the need for mental energy, capable of merging to unleash immense power. Such a rarity in this era could hardly be deemed anything less than a treasure. Not listening. A tortoise reciting scriptures. Shangguan Qingshi appeared dazed. The others, Shangguan Zhen and the rest, were equally bewildered. Old man, how old are you to still be engaging in such antics? Shangguan Qingshi seemed to have made a decision. Very well then, grandfather can send Zhao Xiaogo to the front lines. Shangguan Tianxiong was taken aback. Really? Yes, grandfather, I have considered it. They say soldiers fight side by side, but military families also emphasize couples on the battlefield that I wish to fight alongside Zhao Xiaogo. Thus, if we perish, it shall be in defense of our homeland. Shangguan Tianxiong trembled at her fervent resolve. What on earth is that hopeful expression? You cannot genuinely wish to accompany a pretty boy to the grave, can you? My heavens, how did our Shangguan family produce such a love-struck fool? No way that I knew you would say that. Grandfathered, no matter, if you refuse, Aunt Jiang will surely agree. Shangguan Tianxiong felt a headache coming on his side. Fine, fine, I concede that I shall not send that young man to the front lines. Yay! Shangguan Qingshi's triumphant expression left both Shangguan men feeling exasperated. However, noticing there was more to come, Shangguan Qingshi immediately adopted a serious demeanor and listened intently. The gifts I bestow must not be given freely. Consider a dowry? Shangguan Qingshi blinked at, yes, there's still a dowry. I've already given one. Shangguan Tianxiong facepalmed. What a travesty. Humph. Do you think your meager offerings can be considered a dowry? The Shangguan family is not reduced to such poverty. Shangguan Qingshi pondered for a moment. That's so. $1 million is considered meager. She struggled to suppress her urge to roll her eyes. I was originally going to propose a well-matched union, but since you insist, so be it. What? Shangguan Tianxiong exclaimed. Are you suggesting that your happiness should be leveraged for the family's benefit? Enough. That is excessive. This time, Shangguan Tianxiong truly could not hold back. That it was Lu Feng's father who, years ago, sought to match you with his second son. That I have heard of that boy's character. He is nothing but a hopeless romantic. Enough with the digression. The point is, gifting entails reciprocity. I have given a valuable gift. He must present an appropriate betrothal gift in return. Chapter 48. The bride price is no longer needed in a state of slumber. Zhao Yi felt a soft, cool sensation enveloping his body. He sensed a delicate hand exploring his chest, then gliding down to his abdomen. The hand, fair and tender, seemed to be caressing him through the fabric of his skin. However, as the hand gradually descended toward a place best left unspoken, a voice startled him. What are you doing? Shangguan Qingshi exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise as they met Zhao Ye's dazed gaze, which was tinged with confusion. Zhao Ye suddenly realized that he was completely unclothed, his chest wrapped in layer upon layer of bandages, and his head similarly swathed, as if it had endured some impact. You've been lying in bed for days. I just wanted to help you clean up, she explained, her flustered face reddening like a ripe apple, as she held a damp, steaming towel in her hands. Zhao Ye furrowed his brow. What's wrong? She asked, her concern evident. Are you feeling uncomfortable? No, Zhao Ye replied. Sensing something peculiar about his condition, that it was as though a presence existed outside his body, capturing the world around him and depositing it into his mind. A strange state where he could perceive his surroundings without the need for sight. I just feel a bit odd. Odd? Shangguan Qingshi leaned closer, their faces almost touching. What do you mean? Well, it's like I'm wearing clothes, yet I know underneath I'm dressed in white. The room fell silent. You have a fever. I can see steam rising from your head. Shangguan Qingshi exclaimed, her eyes wide. Did you peek at me? I just woke up. What could I possibly have seen? Zhao Ye replied, bewildered. Humph, so you do have this bad habit after all. She retorted, leaving Zhao Ye even more confused. Bad habit? How do you know I'm wearing white? Indeed, how do I know? Just as Zhao Ye spiraled into self-doubt, Shangguan Qingshi suddenly giggled. If you wanted to see, you could have just asked. I wouldn't have refused. Zhao Ye was taken aback. What are you doing? You wanted to see, didn't you? Of course, I'll show you. Zhao Ye was stunned, unable to process her boldness. Just then, Shangguan Jin's footsteps echoed from the doorway. Sure, has Zhao awakened? Shangguan Qingshi's actions froze mid-motion, though thankfully, she wore a sweater beneath her coat. What are you two doing? Zhao Ye turned his head away, while Shangguan Qingshi hastily donned her outer garment. Ahem, Zhao's been unconscious for days, and I was just helping him clean up, she explained. Shangguan Jin sighed, wishing his daughter would not be so infatuated. Young couples, what's wrong with a little cleaning? I'm not one to object, but you can't be serious about undressing him. Oh, Dad, he's just sweating. Young people should exercise more. Shangguan Qingshi quickly covered Zhao Ye with a blanket, concerned he might catch a chill. Zhao, how are you feeling now? Shangguan Jin inquired, hands on his hips. Zhao Ye pondered, Uncle, it feels as if I can sense everything around me without looking. What is happening to me? Shangguan Jin was taken aback. I it as if external sensations are automatically entering your mind. Zhao Ye nodded. Yes, remarkable. You've turned this misfortune into a blessing. Your mental energy can now extend outward. Zhao Ye finally grasped the reality of his condition. He was indeed in a daze. It was the first time he had truly felt this so-called mental energy. Rest well today, S, for your mission's difficulty level. IV elevated it to B grade. You performed admirably. Your contributions were the most significant among your 5-man team. Each deep-sea giant lizard is worth 10,000 military points, but since you preserved one intact, yielding high research value, you will receive 20,000 points. The total for 5 lizards is 60,000 points. You will receive 30, while the remaining 70 will be split between Qingshi and your other teammates. Zhao Yi turned to Shangguan Qingshi. So, how many points do I get? Her eyes lit up. Zhao Xiaogo, you've hit the jackpot. You'll receive 18,000 points. Zhao Yi collapsed back onto the bed. Is that all for nearly losing my life? Shangguan Zhen sighed. Enough complaining. In these times, who isn't risking their life on the front lines? Our nation lacks sufficient resources to distribute among everyone, but at least we can reimburse you for your losses during battle. Yes, indeed, Shangguan Qingshi chimed in, gently rubbing Zhao Yi's cheek. Compared to those who perished at home from random shelling, we are fortunate. Cheer up. I'll forego your bride price, all right? Really? Zhao Yi asked, surprised out of course. You're my great hero. You protected me and the city. Marrying a hero is every girl's dream, she said, her father shaking his head in amusement. Well then, old man, your bride price is no longer negotiable. I'll take my leave now. But remember, sure, Zhao is still unwell, so don't rush him. If he collapses, how will I ever have grandchildren? Dad! Shangguan Qingshi exclaimed, her face buried in Zhao Yi's embrace, too shy to look up. Shangguan Zhen chuckled as he left. Zhao, don't overexert yourself. If you must die, at least finalize the marriage with Shi first, so I can hold my grandchild. Dad, stop talking, she retorted, embarrassed. As the room grew quiet, Zhao Yi brushed his fingers through her silky hair. Smirking, your father is quite bold. Isn't. Stop it, she protested, flustered. Chapter 49. Move to Terre's Wa, Xiaobao. What's wrong? Wah, Dad, the exercises you bought for me. They were all destroyed when the aliens attacked. I didn't even get to take them. Amidst the devastation of war, much of Hong City lay in ruins. Xiaobao sat amid the debris, forcing back a smile while shedding a few tears. Come now, it's just some exercises. Being alive is more important than anything. A man reassured. But, Dad, you spent so much money on them. If I can't do my exercises, I want to do well on the college entrance exam, and I want to be able to join the army and become an honorable mech pilot. He lamented. The man hesitated. Is this really what you want? Yes, Dad. The boy cried. All right, since you're so sincere, I'll help you fulfill this small wish, the man replied. Really? But those exercises are so expensive. Won't it be a waste? The man chuckled mischievously, causing Xiaobao to feel an ominous premonition. Just then, soldiers returning from the front lines learned of Xiaobao's heartfelt wish. The man bent down, revealing 2 large suitcases. These are practice exercises donated by your soldier uncles. Oh wow. Xiaobao's initial excitement turned to despair as he burst into tears. Why are you crying again? I'm just so moved. In the hospital room, Yiling hobbled in on crutches, leaning heavily. Zhao Yi sighed, feeling intense pain from his injuries, every slight movement a reminder of his wounds. How's old Lu doing? Zhao Yi asked. Old Lu. His family is pressuring him to bring his brother along for our next mission. Yiling replied. Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow. Let us hold off for now. We need to give old Lu some breathing room. The Yiling regarded Zhao Yi with a knowing look, resourceful and cunning. Our brother dog has certainly grasped the art of feigned retreat. To acquiesce so readily raises suspicion. Zhao Yi rolled his eyes. What's on your mind? It's imperative that we enhance our own abilities first. Those who need to modify their mech should do so. And those who require spiritual energy enhancement must see to it. Look at you, being beaten by monsters. It's frankly embarrassing. What do you mean, beaten by monsters? That's merely strategic evasion. Do you understand? Have you ever played a MOBA game? It's all about evasion. Fine, we acknowledge your evasion. Hurry and pour me a glass of water. So, you're rushing to serve me now, just as Zhao Yi poured water for himself. The hospital door swung open once more. Lun was in a slightly better condition than Yiling, but not by much. His arm was bandaged and slung around his neck, with layers of gauze visible on his chest. Upon entering, Lu Yin cast a lingering, mournful glance at Zhao Yi. Old Lu, you don't harbor any peculiar preferences, do you? I assure you, that's out of the question. Lu Yun chuckled. Next time we embark on a mission, refrain from setting any flags. What started as a straightforward D-level task suddenly escalated to a B-level difficulty. When did I set any flags? Zhao Yi suddenly recalled a remark, made upon their departure. Let us return alive. Let us look at it from another perspective. This could be a blessing in disguise. Initially, each person was capped at 1,000 points, but now everyone has 10,000. As the saying goes, take a risk, and a bicycle becomes a motorcycle. Enough of this chit-chat. Liu interrupted. I have one more question. Do you have any confidence? Zhao Yi blinked. Confidence? What confidence? Damn it, sometimes I really want to hammer you. Lu Yun's forehead throbbed with veins. When do you plan on incorporating Lu Wenjing into the team? No rush. Let us wait a bit longer. Zhao Yi glanced at the phone beside the bed. A message from the chubby Nan Liangxian appeared. I've been keeping an eye on that guy. Don't worry. I've ensured he remains under my watch, that he hasn't team modified his mech or shown any significant improvement these days. Once this matter is resolved, you must clarify things with my father and my cousin that I'm currently hiding in the training base, but my father has already called for me to return. Count on it. Grateful.jpg, it's not the right time yet. Gather resources and wait for the opportune moment. Everyone remains too weak. Acting rashly now would be unwise. Zhao Yi pondered YEZ. What? Retrieve that stitch book from my backpack. And then, Zhao Yi continued. This is a breathing technique that can assist in enhancing spiritual energy. Take it back and memorize it. Yi Ling gasped. What? A breathing technique for enhancing spiritual energy? Is that real? Silence. Zhao Yi shot a glare at Yi Ling. Old Lu. You and Yi Zi should practice this together. Although you're no longer a contractor, personal strength surpasses everything. Liu Yun was somewhat astonished that you're just giving us this. Zhao Yi smiled faintly. We're all brothers. Why quibble over such matters? Lu Yun felt a mix of emotions. After all, we've experienced life and death together. However, one thing is certain. Keep this under wraps. Before Lu Yun could respond, Yi Ling was already gleefully tucking the book under her clothing. Rest assured, this good fortune you're willing to share with us is quite unexpected. How can we let outsiders learn from it? Everyone else here, what are you discussing? At that moment, two figures entered from outside. Yi Ling swiftly concealed the book beneath her clothing. We just came to check on Brother Dog's condition. Have you all eaten? I just went out to buy some things with Xiao Qing. Let us sit down and have a meal together. Shangwan Qingshi and Meng Yuqing entered, each carrying a large bag. The aroma of the packed food wafted through the air. You all injured. I chose lighter fare that I hope you don't mind. Not all. Not at all. Who would dare complain when sister-in-law is kind enough to buy for us? Zhao Yi regarded Yi Ling with a peculiar expression. How come I never noticed your potential as a sycophant? Chapter 50. Victory assured. The aftermath of Hong City continues, but due to the injuries sustained by Zhao Yi and the others, they must remain in Hong City for some time to recuperate. Their mechs were shipped back to Jing City for maintenance, including ammunition and missile refilling. Zhao Xiaogo, how do you envision our wedding? Zhao Yi, now able to get out of bed, albeit still requiring observation due to serious injuries, was taken aback by the inquiry that you're already fretting over the wedding. Didn't you say that once we return alive, you would marry me? What? Are you going back on your word? Zhao Yi glanced over at Shangwan Qingshi, who was already picking out wedding dresses. Well, it's been 5 months since the reconstruction of Jing City. The necessary facilities have mostly been restored, of course. I'm keeping my word, but Shangwan Qingshi's lovely brows furrowed. Zhao Xiaogo, tell me, do you have another woman outside? Zhao Yi couldn't help but laugh, pulling Shangwan Qingshi into his embrace. Miss Qingshi, you're as enchanting as a fairy. How could I possibly look at anyone else? Then why the hesitation? Are you reluctant to marry? Zhao Yi shook his head. It's not that. It's just that I feel too weak now, fearing I cannot protect you if we were to have children in the future. I worry I wouldn't be able to safeguard them either as a man. Zhao Yi contemplated the future more seriously. Liu Wenjing, the Lu family, he had heard some things. Although Lu Feng currently headed the Lu family, there was an elder above him with considerable strength. Years ago, he had gone to the capital for a position and had been stationed outside Blue Star since, without sufficient status and strength. One wouldn't dare to approach Shangwan Tianxiong for a family alliance. However, now, he intended to use Lu Wenjing as a stepping stone. This action undoubtedly offended the Lu family at present. He was still too weak. Even piloting the Orange Battle Treasure posed a life-threatening risk. How could he hope to protect Shangwan Qingshi or future family? It's all right. Who becomes a millionaire overnight? Everyone starts weak and grows stronger gradually. Shangwan Qingshi nestled in a Zhao Yi's embrace, feeling the warmth radiating from him. I believe in my savior. One day, he will grow into a towering tree, sheltering little me beneath his branches. Zhao Yi took a deep breath. his gaze turning resolute. If he was making a mistake now, then he would see it through to the end as for the Liu family. Whether in this life or the last, Zhao Yi firmly believed that as a person, one must possess the courage to fight with all their might. Even if the ultimate outcome led to death, he would still strive with all his strength. Another month passed. They had been in Hong City for a full 3 months. Come, eat and drink. You've been recuperating and didn't T have the chance to mention it. You are the great benefactors of Hong City. Chen Wuan was quite animated. Zhao Yi hadn't anticipated there would still be a feast to enjoy. Hong City, being close to the ocean, had recently eradicated the deep-sea giant lizards that had been invading, and the hidden spaceships within Blue Star were also expelled. Chen Wuan had specially sent people to the sea to gather seafood, including large crabs, giant prawns, abalone, and scallops. Everything from the sea had been collected. This single meal featured everything: flying, walking, and swimming creatures. Zhao Yi and the others feasted heartily to, Commander Chen, you're too polite. Protecting our homeland is our duty. Zhao Yi accepted the wine bowl, drinking heartily to, in the military district. There weren't many formalities. Chen Wen's face was flushed as he gazed at the young men before him, reminiscing, Ji1, Xiao Wu, you must toast these young comrades well. Without them, Hong City would have perished. Zhou Jiwen and Wu Quan were the former official mech operators of Hong City. They stood up together to raise their glasses in a toast. After setting down their glasses, Chen Wen leaned in closely, cautiously asking, Comrade Zhao, when are you and Comrade Shangwan getting married? You must invite me to your wedding. Our old Chen will surely present you with a grand gift. Sitting beside Zhao Yi, Shangwan Qingshir's face flushed crimson as she quietly ate. Zhao Yi, feeling slightly inebriated, replied, sooner or later this year. This year? Excellent. While you're still young, hurry and bring forth little Zhao comrades. We live life with our heads on the line. Securing a future early on ensures that even in case of unexpected events, it won't be in vain. Damn you, Chen Wuan, my future son-in-law is doing just fine. Why are you making it sound like he's in for trouble? Wu Quan retorted sharply. It's you who's in for trouble, not my future son-in-law. Chen Wuan realized he had misspoken. Hastily offering apologies, the bitter words of drunken indiscretion lingered in the air. Sigh. I fervently wish that our future generations will no longer be burdened with the horrors of war and suffering. Suddenly, under the dim lights, Chen Wuan rose, raising his cup. Damn it, one day, we shall drive our enemies back. We shall be the only aggressors, and there will be no room for others to bully us. I believe that our victory is inevitable. Victory! Victory! Almost in unison, everyone stood, raising their cups and roaring. The sound of snoring echoed like a construction crew at work. Inside an off-road vehicle traversing the highway, Zhao Yi and his companions felt overwhelmed. The distance from Hongcheng to Jingcheng was considerable, and even traveling by Mecca had taken most of the day. Although the highway between the two cities was relatively smooth, it still required a day to traverse. Zhou Quan drove ahead, humming a tune and turning the steering wheel with ease. Zhao Yi and Lu Weiyuan exchanged glances, then simultaneously looked at Yiling, who was sound asleep between them. Waking up, Yiling found himself tightly bound. The vehicle had come to a stop in a quiet area beneath the highway, where the faint crackling of flames could be heard, accompanied by the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafting through the air. Awake now, Zhao Yi approached and removed the sock stuffed in Yiling's mouth. Only then did Yiling realize he was hanging from tree, his shoes and socks mysteriously removed. What is happening? Someone was redecorating on the way here. I thought you could use a little rest. Chapter 51. Sawadika by the campfire, Yiling indignantly devoured skewers of barbecue. After all, they were still ordinary people, unable to spend the entire day traveling. They had fortuitously found a clearing beneath the highway for a picnic. Snoring in front of friends in the dorm was one thing, but with two beautiful ladies in the vehicle, it was a different matter. Zhao Xiaogo, I want that lamb skewer. Eat. I want beef skewers. Eat. I want dog meat. Eat. Where's the dog meat? Wah. Shangwan Qingshi wiped her greasy lips. Hee, far away in the sky, yet close at hand. I'm blind. Little Leaf, come help your sister block the light. Meng Yuqing covered her eyes and ran off. Hey, I haven't eaten much meat yet, but I've had my fill of dog food. Zhao Yi sighed in exasperation. Your mouth is so greasy. Well, Zhao Xiaogo, how dare you complain about me? I'll make you kiss me. Oh dear, my sure, are you punishing him or rewarding him? Meng Yuqing wailed from the side, that I'm going blind. Going blind, not kissing. Zhao Yi retorted disdainfully. Kiss, not kissing. Are you going to kiss or not? Not kissing point 3. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Just as everyone awaited the ensuing spectacle. Whoosh! Boom! A massive iron egg plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the grass beside them, instantly stirring up a cloud of dust. Everyone jumped at the commotion, quickly turning to see the source that it was indeed a gigantic iron egg, or more accurately, a colossal oval-shaped container. They could not discern its true nature. But surely this iron egg, descending from the heavens, could not possibly hatch a chicken. Could it? Zhou Quan pressed his hand down. Niece Xiaoqing, you wait here, son-in-law. Xiao Lu, Xiao Yi, you take hold of this. He produced several technologically advanced firearms from seemingly nowhere and handed them to Zhao Yi and the others. Where did you get these, Uncle Zhou? As a soldier, it's reasonable to keep a few weapons for self-defense in the vehicle. Zhao Yi silently gave him a thumbs up. They cautiously approached, their steps slowing. Dog brother, this thing looks quite like an egg. Zhao Yi shot him a glance. We only brought barbecue on this trip. If you want eggs, wait until we returned. Wai Ling was speechless. Am I wrong? It really does resemble an egg. That I've heard there are peculiar creatures in the universe. Do you think this egg could hatch a chicken? Impressive imagination. While they speculated about the nature of the iron egg, a voice suddenly interrupted. Cough, cough. Thankfully I was clever enough to make an emergency landing on this planet. Damn it, the last gas station must have mixed water into the fuel. A portal on the massive iron egg opened, and a sharp, somewhat irritated voice emerged from within. Stop. Zhou Quan raised his hand, signaling the others to halt. They held their breath, each aiming their weapons at the entrance of the iron egg. Let me see where I've landed. As the lower part of the iron egg opened, steps extended, and a figure slowly emerged. Humanoid at least from the waist down. Dressed in a suit and tie, this being appeared quite ordinary. However, when its head emerged, their initial thoughts were swiftly dispelled. Its head was reddish-brown, sporting a wide mouth reminiscent of a frog, with two antennae that wobbled atop its head, seemingly housing a pair of eyelids that flickered. Oh, so this is Blue Star. I recall that the Galactic Alliance cataloged this planet. Let me see. Don't move. A thunderous shout abruptly interrupted the alien-esque musings. The creature, known as Muluwakaya, froze, looking up to find several dart gun barrels aimed at it. Don't shoot. Muluwakaya quickly raised its hands and surrendered. I mean no harm. Please don't shoot. Zhao Yi and the others exchanged glances. What was it babbling about? Yiling shook her head. I haven't learned any alien languages. How could I understand? Zhao Yi rolled his eyes. You should study harder. To Wai Yiling glared. Did you understand? I did. Then what did it say? Zhao Yi huffed in a proud manner. I want to tell you. Wai Yiling. Anger.jpg. Fist.jpg. Patience.jpg. It seemed that Kaya had just realized it was speaking its native language, which these Blue Star individuals apparently could not comprehend. Wait, let me get my translator. Kaya reached into its suit pocket. Put your hands up. Click, click. Kaya, startled, raised its hands once more. I'm just getting a translator. I mean no harm. Kaya's voice was sharp and somewhat croaky. Yet the group still struggled to understand. Kaya, exasperated, gestured repeatedly, indicating their mutual incomprehension and that it needed to retrieve the translator. Uncle Zhou, its pocket isn't that big. It can't possibly be hiding a weapon. Right? Zhou Quan remained alert. Who knows? Some aliens possess technology far superior to ours that I've heard that the more advanced ones can wipe us out with just a piece of paper. Uncle Zhou, have you been reading too many sci-fi novels? If they were that powerful, why raise their hands? What do we do now? Zhao Yi pondered. Let us see what it intends to do. That iron egg should be its spacecraft. It doesn't seem like a formidable vessel. Then it's up to you. Zhou Quan considered, slightly lowering his weapon, signaling Kaya to continue its actions. Kaya sighed in relief and retrieved an object resembling a Bluetooth earpiece from his pocket. In the next moment, Kaya's voice came through the earpiece, surprisingly in perfect Blue Star. English. Cough, cough. Can you understand what I'm saying? Zhao Yi and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Dog brother, what is he saying in ABCD? Zhao Yi chuckled. He can't possibly think I understand English, right? Seeing that they still did not comprehend, Kaya adjusted again. Sawadika, how about now? The group slowly raised their weapons, activating the infrared sights aimed at Kaya's head. Chapter 52. Politeness. My apologies. I see that your languages differ quite a bit. Kaya's hands were also reddish-brown with distinctly long fingers. However, its hands bore webbing like a frog, and each finger had a spherical protrusion. The translator relayed Kaya's words in sync with the translated Great Xia language. Greetings, I'm a traveler from a distant star called Red Rain, located tens of thousands of light years away. My full name is Mu Luhua Kaya, but you may call me Kaya. Kaya bowed slightly like a gentleman that I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience, but due to a malfunction in my spacecraft during interstellar travel, I was compelled to make an emergency landing on your blue planet. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely seek assistance in repairing my vessel so that I may continue my journey. Should you be able to restore my ship and provide a modicum of energy support, I am prepared to offer appropriate recompense. Mirukaria articulated his intentions with clarity. Zhou Quan responded, "This traveler from another world. I regret to inform you that our planet is currently embroiled in warfare. Hence, we cannot fully trust your words. However, as a nation of propriety, we shall not harm you if it is clear that you mean no harm. Before we proceed, we must take you to our territory for an examination, and I hope you can understand this necessity." Caria willingly extended his hands. "Very well. I am aware that your blue planet has a term known as arrest, yet I sincerely hope you will not inflict harm upon me. I truly bear no malice." Seeing Caria's cooperation, the group exchanged glances. "Please wait here. Regarding your spacecraft, I must notify someone to handle its transport," Zhou Quan stated, hoping for Caria's understanding. "Of course, I understand. However, before that, may I share a meal with you? I find myself rather hungry." This marked the first encounter for Zhao Yi and his companions with an extraterrestrial being. Zhao Yi had previously observed several Saki's aliens taken by the Xia. But this was indeed their first close interaction. "Uncle, he says he wants to eat," Zhao Yi remarked. Zhou Quan's expression soured. "I understand. Should we feed him?" Caria helplessly rubbed his belly, and the group could see the look of grievance on his face. "I truly have not eaten in a long time," Wai Ling tentatively suggested. "How about we give him something to eat?" Chomp, chomp, chomp. "Oh, such exquisite food. This is simply delightful. It has been far too long since I savored a meal." Shangguan Qingshi cautiously interjected. "That wooden stick is inedible." Caria paused, raising his hand to discover he had nearly devoured an entire skewer, including the wooden stick. "Inedible, but it tasted quite good." Shangguan Qingshi leaned closer to Zhao Yi and whispered, "Where did you find this extraterrestrial?" Zhao Yi gestured to emerge from that iron egg. Caria shook his head. "No, no, no. That is not an iron egg. It is the most advanced model of spacecraft from my home planet. Hanyu Star, capable of surpassing light speed in full flight." Gazing at the food that had nearly been consumed, the group exchanged exasperated expressions. "Well, now we don't even need to clean up the trash." With Caria's unexpected diversion, their picnic plans were dashed. Before long, the sky resonated with a dragon's roar as Shangguan Jun descended. "You certainly know how to create trouble for me. It is quite peculiar that you encountered an extraterrestrial upon his arrival on Blue Star, especially since the extraterrestrial monitoring system failed to detect him." Caria offered a gentlemanly bow. "I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience I've caused. However, this is a feature of my spacecraft's signal evasion capability, and I hope you can comprehend this." Shangguan Jun raised an eyebrow. "You are remarkably polite, Mr. Mirukaria. We hope you can understand our actions, which may cause you some trouble. At least for now, we must detain you for a brief period." "Completely understood," Caria replied with a smile. Soon, helicopters and transport mechs flew in from the distance. "Father, take us back as well." "All right." Zhao Yi and his companions quickly boarded the helicopter and departed from his sight. Observing the vibrant city below them, the war had passed, and the inhabitants of this city continued with their lives. Zhao Yi was directly returned to the Choyang community. "Zhao Xiaogo," Zhao Yi turned to see Shangguan Qingshi with her arms wide open. "Come give me a hug." 3 months had passed, and it was now the holiday period at the training base. After 3 months of recuperation, Zhao Yi was finally able to relax for a while. Although he referred to it as relaxation, he was not truly idle. "Zhao Xiaogo, what are you doing?" Zhao Yi was seated at the doorway, basking in the sunlight while sipping tea and gazing at the tablet in his hands. Upon looking up, he saw Shangguan Qingshi, also illuminated by the sun, embodying the essence of youth and beauty. "I am reviewing tasks." Shangguan Qingshi pouted and pulled a chair beside Zhao. "We have finally returned. And you are already thinking about taking on more tasks?" Zhao Yi smiled gently. Better protect my master. I must grow stronger. Without a robust set of teeth, how can I help my master fend off villains?" Shangguan Qingshi grinned playfully, her cool hands gently massaging Zhao Yi's gaunt cheeks. "The little dog must protect its master, but the master must also protect the little dog. I've been training well these days and feel my mental state has improved significantly." Zhao Yi continued sipping his tea. "There is an ancient saying in Xia. Without destruction, there can be no construction. Only through breaking can one build anew. The strength of one's spirit is solely reliant on oneself. Spirit is the lifeblood of the soul, and willpower is the skeleton of the soul. After repeated trials, if your will can endure without faltering, your bones will become stronger, and your blood will flow more vigorously. Shangguan Qingshi pouted, skepticism etched on her face. Zhao Xiaogo, when did you become a philosopher? Reading more books, keeping up with the news. The literature teacher mentioned this in the books he provided me. Zhao Yi pointed to several thick volumes on the coffee table. You're lecturing me now. Reading is reading. Alas, you've distracted me. Are you going to take on tasks or not? Zhao Ye's gaze swept across the various task listings. My little fruit battle treasure possesses sufficient firepower, but it is merely adequate. I still require a bit more military merit to amass enough for the mech modifications. For the time being, I must expedite the completion of the first phase of enhancements. Chapter 53. The Nuances of Human Interactions. Points. 58,000. Accumulated count. 23,100. Level. 1 Zhao Yi scrutinized his accumulated military merit points while glancing at the modification blueprints for the little fruit battle treasure. Fortunately, the post-war supplies were being managed by the Southern Jiang Military District, so he did not need to worry about energy consumption. However, he felt uneasy in trusting the mech modifications to official researchers. Even if he were to proceed, it was imperative to seek out someone he trusted. The various data and functions of his mech could not remain entirely confidential if he needed to rely on others for modifications. The endeavors he intended to undertake would inevitably offend some individuals, which was a consideration for his future. Uncle, what has become of the extraterrestrial we captured earlier? Shangguan Zhen glanced at Zhao Yi, who was shrouded in secrecy. He is being held at the military district under normal surveillance. However, we shall not make things difficult for an extraterrestrial who means no harm. The researchers are still examining certain functions of a spacecraft. Zhao Ye's expression turned peculiar. Do not feel embarrassed. You cannot genuinely believe that our blue star achieved its current level solely through our own research, can you? If there is blame to be assigned, it should be directed at him for accidentally falling into our Ardesia. Shangguan Zhen suddenly raised an eyebrow. However, Carrier has been quite cooperative. He freely divulged some core technologies of his spacecraft without us needing to pry, especially since he requires our assistance to repair it. If we were entirely uninformed, how could we possibly assist in the repairs? Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. Uncle, I wish to modify my mech. Modify your mech? This is no trivial matter. It necessitates a comprehensive plan and the requisite resources. Have you prepared everything, or should we have our researchers devise a plan for you? Zhao Yi shook his head. Uncle, do you have a trusted modification expert? I do not wish for the core details of my mech modification plan to be disclosed. I understand complete confidentiality is improbable, but do you understand, right? Shangguan Jin pondered for a moment before nodding. Contractual mechs differ from ordinary manufactured mechs. It is reasonable to have reservations in this regard, AS, for a trustworthy modification expert. Shangguan Zhen stroked his chin, suddenly recalling something. You might consider asking Old One. Old One? Uncle, who is Old One? The Old One from the training base. Who else could it be? Wenjaru is a well-known mech researcher in Xia and a prominent figure in the field of mech modifications. He is also quite reputable. Zhao Yi was taken aback. Teacher Wen is involved in this as well. Did you think otherwise? You wouldn't think I would randomly select someone for Qingshi, would you? Zhao Yi quickly stood up. Where are you going? I'm going to find Teacher Wen to help me modify my mech. Shangguan Jin rolled his eyes that you're just going to waltz in. I must say, do you have any understanding of social nuances? A distinguished expert in their field cannot simply be persuaded to modify your mech on a whim. Zhao Yi awkwardly chuckled. Hee uncle, do you know what Teacher Wen enjoys? I'll bring him a little something. You little rascal, sigh. Shangguan Jin clicked his tongue. Old Wen is a cultured person. His interests are few, but he does enjoy Yes, he spoke. Shangguan Jin rose and rummaged through a nearby cabinet at a tin can was unearthed from the drawer by him. Within it lay the fine tea I had hoarded over the years. Though not widely renowned, it was undeniably delightful. Take it as a gift. Uncle, if I take this tea, what will you drink? Just take it. I can procure any tea I desired if necessary. You could chat with someone. Old Wen used to have a good relationship with Zhao Nanxiong. Pulling a few strings for modifications to a mech shouldn't be too arduous. By the way, remember that modification specialists charge fees, so don't forget to compensate them later. They really charge. Uncle, may I inquire how much it costs to modify a mech with a specialist like Teacher Wen? How much? At least 5 to 6 million, or even up to 20 million. Zhao Ye's eyes widened. What? Shangguan Zhen was taken aback by Zhao Ye's sudden reaction. Kid, Don't tell me you've come unprepared. Expecting others to modify your mech for free? Zhao Yi, who had been ready to rise, slumped back into his chair. Let destruction come. Shang Wanjun found it somewhat amusing. Compensation isn't urgent. You can earn it back later. Some military tasks offer cash rewards. Given Old One's character, he should be amenable to extending credit. Zhao Yi sprang to his feet. Uncle, I'm off then. The training base, he knocked. Come I in at IT was evident that Wenjuru was an avid reader. Thick tomes piled high on his desk resembled small mountains. Teacher one. Wenjuru looked up at You decided to return? Teacher, I wouldn't dare say such a thing that I ran into some trouble on my mission and spent 3 months in a hospital bed. Wenjuru's expression darkened. The mission you undertook shouldn't have been so perilous. How did it come to this? Zhao Yi recounted the events briefly. Wenjuru taught daily at the training base. And he only knew the initial details of Zhao Yi's mission, not the unfolding events. Alas, Blue Star is nearing its end. Wenjuru sighed. Now, tell me, what brings you here? Zhao Yi obediently presented the tea can. A small token of gratitude. This fine tea I obtained from my father-in-law. Wenjuru raised an eyebrow, looking at Zhao Yi suspiciously. You little rascal, don't tell me you're trying to bribe me to skip class? Zhao Yi quickly denied it. Certainly not. Teacher, I heard you were a master in mech modifications that I would never have imagined my esteemed teacher, who has guided me so thoroughly, possesses such remarkable skills. It's utterly awe-inspiring. Stop right there. Wenjuru's demeanor darkened further. What exactly do you want? Teacher, I wish to modify my mech. You can get your mech modified at the research institute nearby. Why seek distant help? Teacher, I prefer not to have my mech modification plans widely known. In the minds of students, your skills far surpass those of others. Zhao Yi's flattery flowed freely. Wenjuru felt somewhat pleased, but snorted. Kid, do you have any idea of the fees I charge for a single mech modification? You don't think a can of tea will suffice, do you? Chapter 54. Are you trying to eat and take advantage at the same time? Zhao Yi chuckled, but I understand. My father-in-law advised me to ensure proper compensation is given. I just don't know. Teacher, what you plan to charge? Wenjuru pondered for a moment and stated a figure. 10 million deal. Zhao Yi agreed immediately. Wenjuru raised an eyebrow. Accepted so readily? By the way, do you have that much money? Zhao Yi smiled that I'll owe it to you for now and pay you back when I have the funds. What does that sound? Wenjuru chuckled. I've heard tales of certain lad borrowing money from women, only to consider marrying one of them and treating his debts as a dowry. Zhao Yi was astonished. How do you know? How wouldn't I? Your father-in-law and I have a good rapport. Your little affair isn't news to me. I'll 1T provide you with a dowry. Zhao Yi laughed awkwardly. Teacher, I'm your student. Surely you trust me to some extent. You know my character. I'm a man of my word. How could I fail to repay this mere 10 million? Wenjuru sighed. Let me ask you this. What is your relationship with Zhao Nanxiong? Teacher, you know my grandfather? It seems we are indeed family. With kin like us, do you really think I could consider you a deadbeat? Wenjuru rolled his eyes. Enough of that, let me ask you. How did you survive the annihilation of the Xiyang province? Zhao Yi scratched his head, deep in thought, but after a while, he couldn't come up with an answer. Seeing this, Wenjuru sighed and didn't press further. Instead, he took out a blank A4 sheet from his drawer. Right what? A promissory note. What else? Clearly stated in black and white. So if you dare not repay it later, I will repay, I assure you. Zhao Yi had no choice but to start writing the note. Zhao Yi requests a mech modification, owing 10 million as proof. Name. Zhao Yi. Wenjuru glanced at Zhao Yi's uneven handwriting. What kind of handwriting is this? Teacher, you know my situation. I've hardly attended school, and I've barely held a pen. Just being able to write is a miracle. He quietly tucked the note away. You mentioned not wanting others to know your mech modification plan. You already have a complete plan? Zhao Yi pulled out 2 booklets from his backpack. Teacher, these are the blueprints for my mech modifications. Why 2? This one is for Sure mech modifications. Wenjuru suddenly laughed. It was indeed amusing when people were inexplicably cheerful. You little rascal, are you trying to take advantage of me? Oh, teacher, whether it's 1 or 2. A modification is a modification. Moreover, my mech paired with Sure would unleash even greater power. Having 1 strong and 1 weak makes coordination challenging. Are you really trusting me with these blueprints? Teacher, I have faith in you. Wenjuru finally accepted the 2 booklets and began to examine them. Previously, he had seen from a distance that Zhao Yi's mech resembled Shangwan Qingshi's, appearing almost like a complementary set. Now, It was evident there was something unique about them. You truly are a master. Your insight is commendable. Enough with the flattery. I'm tired of hearing those words. Wenjuru scolded, then looked in surprise at the various diagrams and annotations detailing the mech modifications. How fascinating. I never knew modifications could be approached this way. Teacher, what other ways are there? Don't interrupt. Can you tell me where you obtained these mech modification blueprints? Can I say they were self-generated? Did your mech spirit provide them to you? Zhao was startled once more. You think you can hide this from me? I've experienced more than you've lived. Teacher, do you eat 3 big bowls at each meal? How much salt do you consume? Get lost. Do you think my years of mech research were in vain? While mech spirits are merely manifestations of spiritual energy, they usually serve to summon mechs. However, these spirits can also possess commanding abilities that I've had my suspicions about the origins of these mech spirits over the years. And I've gathered some insights. What insights? Do you think you could comprehend them? When Jiaru expressed his disdain openly. Gather the materials yourself and return to me. As for Shangguan Qingshur's materials, let Shangguan Jin gather them. They are wealthy. For you, I estimate you will need at least 100,000 military merit points to gather those materials. Seeing Zhao Yi in a daze, Wen Jiaru chuckled. No need to rush. If you're not pursuing perfection, you can exchange for some materials to start with basic modifications. As long as it doesn't affect other functionalities, it could enhance your mech's performance and firepower significantly. Zhao Yi's face lit up with joy. Thank you. Teacher, do you have any other matters? None. If there is nothing else, you can leave and I will prepare a list of the initial modification materials for both you and Shangguan Qingshur shortly. Great. Zhao Yi dashed off. Watching him leave, when Jiaru rolled up his sleeves, it had been many years since he had modified a mech, and this modification plan deserved thorough study. Tomorrow marked the beginning of the 3rd phase of the training basis courses. Zhao Yi returned to the dormitory early. Zhao Yi, when do you plan to allow Lu Wenjing to join your team? Zhao Yi turned to the chubby boy. Don't rush. By the way, are you a contractor, or did you purchase your mecha? I'm a contractor. What's the matter? Can you summon your mecha then? Nan Liangxian smiled proudly. Of course. I've been diligently attending classes every day for the past 3 months, and our teacher has shared methods to enhance mental energy. Haven't you noticed? I've lost weight. Zhao Yi glanced over. Lost weight? Didn't notice. Nan Liangxian pouted. Regardless, I've been training hard every night just to summon my mecha. Just a week ago, I successfully summoned my own mecha. Satisfied, Zhao Yi patted Nan Liangxian on the shoulder. Since you are so capable, you can join Lu Wenjing in the team afterwards. Chapter 55. The gentleman's request. I get to go too? Zhao Yi pressed down on the chubby boy's shoulder. He certainly wouldn't feel at ease letting him go alone. You should accompany him. I've already thought of a reason. Having someone familiar to look after each other. Remember, it's just the 2 of you. If he wants to bring a guardian along, find a way to get him to refuse. I've already prepared a reason. You are strong enough, and needing an adult's protection when going out would surely lead to ridicule. Plus, going together means you can take care of each other, which will put him at ease. In recent days, Zhao Yi had gathered information through the insider Nan Liangxian. He learned that Lu Wenjing was merely a spoiled brat. However, he also recognized that a brat who could be called a prince of a significant province could be a great nuisance. For such a nuisance, Zhao Yi did not wish for his demise. He merely desired Lu Wenjing's mecha. Destroying a mecha spirit left room for negotiation. But if he were to kill the person, unless he had the strength to confront the entire Lu family, that would be unwise. Listening to Zhao Yi's arrangements, Nan Liangxian silently gave a thumbs up. When it comes to cunning, you take the cake. By the way, does my cousin know how sly you are? Zhao Yi shot him a cold glance, prompting Nan Liangxian to shrink his neck. Modifying the mecha would take some time. Zhao Yi had earned over 60,000 points, but they were still warm in his hands. Points remaining, 3,000 at a research institute outside Jing City. Any facility dedicated to mecha research was quite substantial, even housing an independent mecha modification plant with complete facilities. Zhao Yi and Shangguan Qingshur had arrived early to await Wen Jiaru's arrival. Large-scale mecha modifications required various extensive facilities. Hey, I didn't expect to run into you here, my dear friends. Zhao Yi turned around, eyebrow raised. Kaya, Mulu Kaya extended his reddish-brown hand. It's me. I haven't had the chance to inquire about your name. My friend. Might I have the honor? Mulu Hakaya was as gentlemanly and graceful as ever, making it hard for anyone to harbor ill feelings towards him due to his unique appearance. Zhao Yi smiled and extended his hand. I am Zhao Yi. This is my girlfriend, Shangguan Qingshur. Today, Muluha Kaya wore a stylish high hat with a distinctly Western flair. He removed his hat and held it against his abdomen. Bowing slightly to Shangguan Qing's it is a great honor to meet a lady as beautiful as you, Miss Shangguan Qing Shi. Perhaps today is my lucky day to encounter both of my friends here. Zhao Yi found it curious. In this day and age, are even aliens this polite? Kaya, may I ask what brings you here? Oh, it's like this. You people from the Great Xia are exceedingly hospitable, perhaps due to my extensive knowledge. Your researchers are seeking my advice on some challenging problems. Mr. Zhao Yi, are you here at the mecha modification plant to modify your mecha? I have a modest understanding of mecha modifications and might be able to offer some assistance. You can modify mechas too? Shangguan Qingshi asked. Kaya smiled modestly. Before becoming an interstellar traveler, I was a humble scientist on my home planet, Hongyu Star, specializing in mechanical modifications. Zhao Yi was taken aback that he hadn't expected this gentlemanly alien to possess such skills. Zhao Yi, Shangguan Qingshi, what are you doing over there? They looked up to see Wenjuru standing at the entrance of the workshop observing them. Teacher 1. Zhao Yi waved. When Jiaru approached, who is this? Kaya was hard to ignore due to his appearance. He introduced himself. Hello, sir. I am Mu Luha Kaya, a traveler from Hongyu Star. It is a pleasure to meet you. Wenjuru was somewhat astonished. An alien? However, seeing the politeness of the alien before him, he extended his hand to shake Kaya's. Hello, I am Wenjuru, a researcher in the field of mechas. Kaya expressed surprise. Oh, really? What a coincidence. Wenjuru looked at Zhao Yi, who explained, Teacher 1, I happened to meet Kaya on my way back that he's also a scientist on his planet and specializes in mechanical modifications. When Jiaru's eyes lit up, that a scientist from outer space? That certainly warrants a discussion. Hello, Mr. Kaya. I didn't expect you to be a scientist as well. That if you don't mind, we could discuss knowledge regarding mecha modifications. Kaya maintained his smile. It is a great honor. Mr. Zhao Yi, are you here to modify your mecha? As mechas were the mainstream weaponry of war in the cosmic expanse, Kaya, as a researcher in this field, naturally had ample knowledge that, if possible, may I observe your mecha modification process? Seeing a hesitant expression from Zhao Yi, Kaya quickly added, perhaps I could offer some assistance during the mecha modification process. Zhao Yi looked at Kaya, puzzled, although Kaya's eyes were situated on his pair of antennae. For some reason, he perceived a hint of eagerness in Kaya's gaze. Beneath the smile he was striving to maintain, there was an almost imperceptible weariness. After contemplating, he turned to Wenjuru. Teacher 1, this scientist from outer space must have some differences from us. By exchanging our research findings, we might spark some remarkable insights. Wenjuru shrugged. Hey, as long as you don't mind him knowing some details about your mecha. Kaya hastily replied, rest assured, I will keep it confidential. I'm simply very interested in the study of mechas. Then let us proceed together. With a rumble, the door to the modification plant closed. In reality, there were other modification facilities in Jing City. But this research institute was owned by the Southern River Military, making it a more reassuring choice. Summon your mecha. Wenjuru and Kaya stepped into the operation room ahead of Zhao Yi. Mr. Wenjuru, perhaps due to the differences in civilization, I hope you can first teach me how to operate some of the facilities. Although Wenjuru's name suggested a scholarly demeanor, he was a rugged soldier, unkempt and often quite fierce in his actions. All right, he readily agreed without a second thought. After all, the technology on his blue planet was only SOSO. No matter how advanced it was, it couldn't compare to the ability to traverse light years in space. Fruit Battle Mecha. Return to position. Chapter 56. The perfect plan with Zhao Yi's consent, Kaya examined the design blueprint of the little fruit battle mecha. This was the preliminary design plan provided by Pineapple Blizzard. As a layer of green light scanned over the little fruit battle mecha, its 3D image was vividly projected in the operation room. Kaya expressed his amazement. Oh Yi, it is evident that your mecha's construction is simply perfect. It possesses heavy firepower while ensuring high mobility for rapid movement. Moreover, this design does not compromise the mecha's balance, significantly enhancing its survival rate and effective lethality in ground combat. When Jiaru glanced at Kaya in surprise, it was impressive that he could form such insights from merely a glance at the mecha's structure. This foreigner, alien, has some depth. When shall we commence the modification work? Kaya's interest peaked, and he became thoroughly engaged. Zhao Yi and Shangguan Qingshi stood aside, unable to interject, simply observing the AS for the multitude of machines and facilities before them. They found it utterly bewildering. When Jiru turned to Zhao Yi and Shangguan Qingshi. You two just watch closely. Even if you don't understand, you'll grasp the process. Zhao Yi and Shangwan Qingshi exchanged glances and took a small stool to sit nearby. Soon, they experienced the breathtaking sensation of witnessing creation from nothing. Although Kaya had only just begun to familiarize himself with some mechanical operations on Blue Planet, after a few explanations from Wenjuru, his thoughts and actions swiftly aligned. Wenjuru was indeed a master in the realm of mecha modifications. Before them stood several large-scale facilities, all condensed into a series of instruments and computers requiring operation. Yet, Wenjuru remained calm and composed, moving confidently among the various machines, constantly engaging with the controls. Through the immense transparent glass window before him, which was remarkably sturdy and resilient, Zhao Yi observed with clarity. The window's transparency remained unaffected, even when a few sparks occasionally landed upon it. He could distinctly see numerous robust mechanical arms, equipped with an array of tools for mechanical assembly. Tirelessly shifting and operating on the small combat mech that, at times, he witnessed a piece of metal being severed by an ultra-high-temperature laser cutter, and at other moments, he marveled at tiny artillery components materializing from thin air. Meticulously crafted into a massive cannon that was affixed to the mech's arms and shoulders. Meanwhile, Kaya, standing beside him, executed assistive actions with remarkable speed and decisiveness, his assembly movements clean and efficient, devoid of any hesitation, resulting in a final product that was nearly flawless, with errors approaching insignificance. Unbeknownst to Zhao Yi, he was witnessing the collaboration of two master mech modifiers as they worked on this particular mech. For an average mech modifier, a couple of mistakes during a single modification would be considered minor. This would also entail material wastage due to those errors, potentially inflating the resource consumption for the modification to exceed the initial investment by a small margin, or even half. Such a mech modification scene could indeed be described as a visual feast. Zhao Yi had arrived at the Research Institute in the morning, and upon glancing at the clock, he realized that it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Nearly 12 hours had elapsed. He gazed at the dramatically transformed small combat mech before him. The alterations included not just the cannon and the caliber of the ammunition, but also the redesign of the mech's bottom, which had been completely converted into a track-based propulsion system, incorporating a bipedal design typical of infantry mech that in situations where the tracks could not traverse. The mech could still advance or maneuver on foot. Seated at the control console, Wenjuru finally let out a long sigh of relief. "Kid, your mech is all set. Just remember, it costs 10 million. Or else I will definitely hammer you." Beside him, Shangwan Qingshi patted her chest confidently. "Don't worry, Teacher Wen, it's just 10 million. I'll pay it for Zhao Xiaogo." Wenjuru chuckled coldly. That's not how it works. He must earn the money himself. "Come on, kid, show some backbone. Stop thinking about living off others." Zhao Yi laughed cheekily. "Teacher, it seems you're quite sour about not tasting the soft rice yourself. Get lost." Wenjuru retorted, "Go eat first. We'll handle the rest after dinner." Turning to Kaya, he added, "Mr. Kaya, thank you for your assistance. Without your help, this task would have been significantly more challenging." Kaya smiled humbly. "One, my contribution is insignificant. It would be my honor to assist you." For a moment, Wenjuru was at a loss for words that he knew foreigners were polite, but Kaya was exceptionally courteous. Zhao Yi, however, seized Kaya's arm. "Come on, Kaya, the military cafeteria has probably closed by now. Let me take you to sample some delicacies from our great Xia." Kaya's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? That would be fantastic. Yi, you're truly my best friend." As they left the military district, it was evident that the level of surveillance over Kaya was not excessively stringent. After verifying the identities of Zhao Yi and his companions, they were permitted to pass. "Teacher Wen, are you sure you don't want to take a break?" Wenjuru shook his head. "I recall you mentioning that your mechs can combine. Correct?" Zhao Yi nodded. "Could you show me the combination?" Zhao Yi shook his head. "Teacher, it's not that I refuse. I am capable, but Sher's mental energy is somewhat depleted. Overexerting her could cause harm." Wenjuru nodded in understanding. "I should have anticipated that. The deep-sea giant lizard carcass you brought back from Hong City is currently under study at the Research Institute here in Nanjing. Though I lack expertise in biological research, I know that most of our great Xia's weapons cannot inflict substantial damage on it, especially given the lizard's formidable self-healing abilities. To completely obliterate it or achieve a flawless kill, one would need advanced mechs comparable to contract mechs. In the realm of mechs, there exists a classification hierarchy: basic, intermediate, advanced, and elite. Basic mechs resemble the ordinary combat mech from Hong City, while intermediate mechs include high-priced, high-spec models like the Jean Steel H and Ligia 3, which have not undergone any modifications. Advanced mechs encompass Zhao Ye's small combat mech, Shangwan Qingshi S Great Combat Mech, and even Shangwan Zhun S Mech, the Dragon of Mechs, along with Yiling S yet-to-be-summoned Flame Phoenix Mech. The elite mechs, on the other hand, include those operated by Shangwan Tianxiong, whose Dragon God Mech could shake the entire Blue Star with a single strike, and the colossal mech controlled by Saoqi's Star S Salong, which could transform into a spaceship. The classification of mechs is based on various factors such as size, firepower, combat capability, and performance, representing the primary characteristics by which Blue Star humanity categorizes mechs. Chapter 57. Roughnecks. Aliens and soft rice men. The group exited the military district by car. Despite the recent tumult of war, life must go on. The city of Jing was still bustling after 8 o'clock, with some shops remaining open. Zhao Xiaogo, how about we have hot pot? Shangwan Qingshi suggested, shaking Zhao Ye's hand and pointing to a hot pot restaurant in the shopping center. Kaya, would you like to try hot pot? Kaya's distinctive appearance drew attention as they walked down the street. Mom, look, that's an alien, a little boy exclaimed from a distance, pointing at Kaya. His mother chuckled. Silly boy, that's not an alien. That's just cosplayed. You want to go say hello to the uncle? Can I? But Mom, he really looks like an alien. Look at his antennae. The woman merely observed the child's naive expression. Excuse me, sir, are you an alien? The little boy let go of his mother's hand and approached Kaya. Kaya performed a standard gentlemanly bow. Yes, child, I am an interstellar traveler from a distant planet. You may call me Kaya. The boy, impressed by Kaya's politeness, instinctively mimicked his gesture. Hello, I'm a student from Jing City's 3rd primary school. You can call me Zahan. Kaya's antennae, adorned with eyes, swayed up and down, instantly piquing the child's curiosity. Uncle, my mom said you're cosplaying, but I believe you're a real alien, even though our planet is still battling aliens. I think you must be a good one. I'm honored by your compliment. My friend, T least in your heart, I am not a bad person. Allow me to present you with a small gift. With that, Kaya gestured toward his gentlemanly demeanor. Child, observe carefully. This hat contains nothing. Really? Can aliens do magic too? Kaya smiled but did not answer. Instead, with a slight flick of his wrist, the seemingly empty gentleman's hat suddenly overflowed with an assortment of Blue Star snacks. Hold out your shirt. Zihan's eyes sparkled as he lifted the hem of his shirt. Wow, you're amazing. This is merely a trivial sleight of hand. Kaya maintained his humble demeanor, distributing the snacks to the young boy. At that moment, Zihan's mother approached, looking apologetic. Sir, I apologize for my child's interruption. For those snacks, I'm willing to pay. Kaya shook his head. No, beautiful lady. How can I accept payment for a child's gift? For kind-hearted children, we should extend enough tolerance. Consider these snacks a small token of goodwill and courtesy from me to this child. Despite Kaya's peculiar appearance, Zihan's mother was intrigued. This cosplayer is remarkably polite. Almost unlike a local, even a great Xia person, she took her child's hand. Uncle gave you a treat. What should you say? Thank you, Uncle, Zihan exclaimed, and his mother turned to Kaya. Thank you, gracious gentleman. Goodbye. Kaya bowed slightly once more. Goodbye, beautiful lady. If a typical Blue Star person stood beside Zhao Yi, he would probably find them pretentious. However, Kaya's inherent politeness radiated a genuine gentlemanly aura, deserving of respect. Mom, that uncle is really an alien. As they walked away, Zihan clutched his snacks, eager to open them, but realizing he couldn't manage with his hands full. I know. Silly child, his mother replied with a gentle smile. By the way, remember to share half of those snacks with me. Why? This is the reward given to me by Uncle Kaya. Shouldn't you offer a modicum of appreciation to the mother who takes care of you daily and remains so polite? I requested half earlier. Now I desire a substantial portion. I have yet to indulge in these snacks. Zihan. Not only Zhao Yi, but even Wen Jiaru cast a surprised glance at Kaya. What is the matter, Wen? You are indeed a true gentleman. Is that so? It is an honor to receive your praise, my friend went out of course. This is merely a trivial matter, or rather, if a gentleman could maintain his decorum even while dining. Excuse me, sir, but plates are not meant for consumption. The broth in the hot pot is intended for cooking vegetables, not for drinking. We shall certainly heed your advice, but we feel obliged to remind you, though if you find the broth delectable, by all means, Emuluha Kaya adjusted his bow tie. We must not waste exquisite food. Wouldn't you agree, Yuan? Zhao Yi merely smirked, neither supporting nor opposing. He said to the waiter, please add more broth and a bit more hot pot base. Once the meal concluded, Zhao Yi reached into his pocket, glancing at Wenjiaru and Shangwan Qingshi. Wenjiaru widened his eyes that I've modified your mech, and you still expect me to treat you to a meal? Upon witnessing Shangwan Qingshi kiss Zhao Yi before the bill was settled, he retorted, "You freeloading scoundrel! If Zhao Lao finds out about your antics, he would surely be furious." Zhao Yi shrugged nonchalantly. This is merely a generational gap. The fortunes of the next generation belong to them. I believe my grandfather would be delighted to see me, so happy now. All words eventually coalesced into a heavy sigh. Very well, the fortunes of the next generation belong to them. Mr. Kaya, as an interstellar traveler, wouldn't you like to leave an unforgettable journey on Blue Star? Shangwan Qingshi proposed eagerly. Kaya elegantly dabbed his mouth with a napkin, though his mouth was quite large. He responded, "Oh, if such an opportunity arises, I would certainly welcome it." Thus, at Shangwan Qingshi's suggestion, Zhao Yi, Wenjiaru, and Kaya, 3 men, accompanied her on a shopping spree. Zhao Yi perceived Kaya as a robust man. In any case, 3 strong men were now following Shangwan Qingshi, who was diligently shopping, swiping her card repeatedly. Zhao Yi trailed behind, exclaiming, so beautiful, and carrying her bags. Chapter 58. Who isn't baby? At 11 o'clock that night, within the Research Institute, Wenjiaru and Kaya commenced the modifications on the Great Battle Mech. Zhao Yi and Shangwan Qingshi sat nearby, leaning against each other, drowsily observing the process. Time slipped away unnoticed until the faint sound of birds chirping reached their ears. Sunlight streamed through the enormous transparent window of the modification workshop. Hee, Zhao Puppy, you smell delightful. Come here for a kiss. Zhao Puppy, don't run, just one kiss. Oh dear, am I a girl, or are you the one being shy? There's no escaping now. Zhao Yi jolted awake, feeling a sharp bite on his face. Ouch! Zhao Puppy, why are you pushing me? Shangwan Qingshi, still drowsy, was entirely unaware of the earlier events that you're biting me and not letting go. If you don't push, I might lose my face. Zhao Yi rubbed his cheek in grievance. Shangwan Qingshi looked even more aggrieved. Who told you to keep running away? More timid than a little girl? If I didn't bite, you would have escaped. Zhao Yi was at a loss for words. I am right next to you. Why would I run away? I don't care. Even in dreams, you must remain my Zhao Puppy. Zhao Yi sighed in resignation. Is this the price of being a freeloader? Given another chance, yes, he would still indulge that. I didn't expect Miss Shangwan to possess such a yander disposition. Zhao Yi glared at Shangwan Qingshi. Shangwan Qingshi held her head high, like a proud swan. What will you do about it? If you bite me, don't blame me for being rude. What are you doing? Cough, cough. Can we settle down a bit this early morning? Wenjiaru, who emerged from somewhere, cleared his throat, interrupting the playful banter. Zhao Yi hurriedly adjusted his collar. Teacher, when cough, I can explain. Wenjiaru rolled his eyes. Enough, your mechs are ready. You can leave now. Ready? So soon? Soon? Just look at the time. It's only 9 o'clock. By the way, Teacher One, didn't the modifications take nearly 12 hours yesterday? How is it so quick today? Wenjiaru leisurely took a sip from his thermos. Your mechs are similar. The modifications are complementary. The first time takes longer, but with Kaya assisting, efficiency increases significantly. It's primarily your credit. When I merely became more familiar with the tools, and most importantly, your design was impeccable, allowing me to complete this simple task without much thought. Kaya maintained his usual courtesy. Zhao Yi observed Wenjiaru, looking remarkably energetic, seemingly devoid of fatigue. Teacher One, have you been awake for a whole day and night without feeling tired due to ample mental energy? Wenjiaru nodded that it seems you've absorbed some knowledge. Mental energy originates from one's spirit. An abundance of mental energy indicates a person's vitality. This manifests not only in combat, but also in other endeavors. For instance, my mental energy is robust enough to allow me to accomplish tasks meant for 3, even 5 or 6 individuals. Additionally, ample mental energy enhances focus, minimizing the chance of error even when multitasking. Zhao Yi felt a pang of envy. Ever since he first opened his eyes after awakening from his illness, he felt a fleeting surge of mental energy, which had never returned. Yet he sensed his mental energy gradually increasing. He could relate to what Wenjiaru described. Now that your mechs are finished, shall we test their power? Wenjiaru inquired. Zhao Yi shook his head. Testing on targets wastes ammunition and energy. Let us reserve our energy for use against our enemies. Upon hearing this, Wenjiaru refrained from further questioning and continued. Here is the data regarding your mech's energy and electrical information, as well as the specification for the thermal weapons they carry. including missiles, bullets, their calibers, and materials. I've also kept a record for you. Modifications to the mechs are one matter. Ongoing maintenance, energy, and ammunition replenishment are another. This is an unavoidable disclosure of information. However, with Wenjiaru's assistance, my Mech 1T need to be taken for research to produce standardized ammunition. Thank you, Teacher Wen. I knew you were a master in the field of mechs, a true role model for us all. An inspiration for my life. Haha, flattery will get you nowhere. Money is still due. I'll pay. Teacher, I'm not the type to owe debts that you'd better not be. Wenjiaru turned to leave. Emuluakaya performed a gentleman's salute. My friend, I believe it's time for me to return and rest. I hope to see you again. Thank you, Mr. Kaya. Shangwan Qingshi produced a gift box from her side. Mr. Kaya, as a gentleman, surely a good-looking and comfortable hat is something you need. This is my gift for you. I hope you'll accept it. Kaya beamed. Ha ha ha. This is simply marvelous. A gentleman never refuses a gift from a lady. Thank you, Miss Shangwan. I truly appreciate your gift. With that, Kaya donned a new pure black hat in front of both of them. It is indeed very comfortable. At least it doesn't make my head feel overly warm. Once again, thank you. Miss Shangwan, I genuinely cherish your gift, a final gentlemanly gesture. Until we meet again, my friends, Miss Shangwan, I hope you enjoy your day. With that, he tipped his hat and departed. Mr. Kaya is indeed a polite gentleman. Shangwan Qingshi remarked. Indeed, he is quite courteous. Zhao Yi concurred, nodding in agreement. Let him in. Didn't we say to wait a bit longer? Yi Ling glanced at Zhao Yi, who was comfortably reclining by the window. Legs propped on the table, stroking his chin. The time has come. Let us take the child out to play, to show him that the outside world isn't as perilous as it seems. Yi Ling silently gave a thumbs up. Dog brother, you're being quite cunning. Aren't you? He is just a child. Are you saying a 20-year-old man is still a child? Then I'm still an 18-year-old baby. Shangwan Qingshi returned with a bag of snacks. Baby, what are you all discussing? Chapter 59. The small group of 3 boys and 1 girl. Sure. Lu Wenjing wishes to join our team. Do you have any objections? Since we are committed, certain matters Zhao Yi cannot conceal from Shangwan Qingshi. Shangwan Qingshi blinked thoughtfully. Have you already decided to let him into the team? Zhao Yi was taken aback, gazing at the girl with suspicion. You noticed that? Shangwan Qingshi rolled her eyes. Although I may be infatuated, do not mistake me for a fool. Zhao Yi scratched his head awkwardly. What are you planning? Shangwan Qingshi's expression suddenly turned serious. I tell you, I have no objections to your intentions, nor will I hinder you, but you cannot keep secret from me. Understood? Zhao Yi absent-mindedly scratched his cheek. Shangwan Qingshi's gaze swept over Yi Ling and Lu Weiyun. Both lowered their heads instinctively, unwilling to meet her eyes. Are you planning to kill Lu Wenjing? Yi Ling hurriedly interjected. That cannot be. Killing is against the law. How could we engage in such unlawful acts? Shangwan Qingshi then turned to Lu Weiyun. Or are you planning to teach your brother a lesson? Lu Weiyun quickly clarified. I have a part in this, but it is minimal. Zhao Xiaogo, you speak. Zhao Yi hesitantly confessed. I want Lu Wenjing's mecha. Shangwan Qingshi frowned. You want his mecha? Why? To be precise, I want to eliminate the spirit of his mecha, but I cannot disclose the reason at this moment. Shangwan Qingshi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her cool hands cradling Zhao Ye's face. Zhao Xiaogo, since I have chosen to love you, I will not regard your cunning with disdain, nor will I fear your ruthless methods to achieve your goals. For my choice has always been you. I, Shangwan Qingshi, will never waver in my love based on the righteousness or wickedness, nobility or baseness of my man. I choose to love you and will never abandon you. Unless you cease to love me first. Zhao Ye's gaze became somewhat dazed. Sure, you are too good to me. Shangwan Qingshi's eyes sparkled like water, her gentle smile hiding boundless warmth and beauty. Yi Ling and Lu Weiyun exchanged glances. Let us disperse, truly, discussing tactics only to be fed a mouthful of dog food. Oh, dog brother, you truly deserve that title. Come back, where are you going? Zhao Yi scolded. And only then did Lu Weiyun and Yi Ling turn back, their noses adorned with sunglasses. What are you two doing? Someone's romantic glow is too dazzling. We are nearly blinded by it. Zhao Yi rolled his eyes and pulled out a pair of sunglasses from his pocket. All right, let us commence planning our next course of action. Shangwan Qingshi raised her hand. You need my cooperation. Zhao Yi stroked his chin. Sure. Can you play the game of desire and retreat? Desire and retreat. Seeing Shangwan Qingshi deep in thought, it's about dangling hope before him. making him feel as if he has a glimmer of chance amidst the vast ocean. So he won to easily give up. Do you understand what I mean? Shangguan Qingshi suddenly wore a charming expression, gently lifting Zhao Ye's chin. Zhao Xiaogo, is this the kind of opportunity you speak of? Don't tease. I might get jealous. Just give him a little verbal encouragement. A child who has never faced the harshness of society will follow eagerly with just a bit of sweetness. Shangguan Qingshi smiled, leaving it to me. Zhao Yi suddenly said, the little fatty Nan Liangxian will join you by the way. Sure. Please inform your second uncle that the little fatty is one of us. Do not put him in harm's way. Shangguan Qingshi was somewhat taken aback again. To be honest, given the little fatty's acting skills, she had truly not realized he was one of their own. Even outside, Zhao Yi consistently maintained a hostile relationship with the little fatty, occasionally staging a drama where a rich young master looked down on a poor boy, only to end up getting beaten. So, to this day, few people even knew that Zhao Yi and Nan Liangxian were roommates. Shangguan Qingshi shook her head. If we are to act, we must do so convincingly to avoid revealing any flaws. As for the little fatty, a beating will serve as a lesson. Zhao Yi smirked. He had always thought of Shangguan Qingshi as a naive, love-struck girl, never realizing she possessed such a fierce side. Shangguan Qingshi suddenly narrowed her eyes, a smile creeping on her lips. Why do you look at me like that? Do you think I look more beautiful today? Beautiful. Sure is the most beautiful. Yi Ling and Lu Wuyuan exchanged astonished glances. Wow. This girl usually acts like a good girl around them. Who would have thought she was also a tough character? Zhao Yi continued, once they join the team, we should start with simpler tasks, telling the young master that they're quite easy and ideally provide him with some chances to shine. Sure. When a young master performs well, offer praise. When he faces setbacks, provide comfort and encouragement. If we start with violence, it will reflect poorly and raise suspicions. After a few missions, we can also take on some tasks to earn more points. Old Lu and Yu Qing should enhance their mechas as soon as possible. Although we have various plans, ultimately we must return to strength. If we, even without speaking of Shangguan Liuyi's strength or Shangguan Shu's prowess, were to eliminate the spirit of his mecha, no one would dare question us, understand? Understood. Zhao Yi glared at Yi Ling. What do you understand? Can your mecha be summoned? This time, Yi Ling replied with confidence. I can summon my mecha now. Ever since you taught me that breathing technique, I've been training vigorously every day. See? As he spoke, Yi Ling rolled up his sleeves, showing off his muscles. Among them, Yi Ling was somewhat slender, with a charming youthful appearance. Lun was taller, radiating a cheerful demeanor, also considered a handsome lad. Zhao Yi was rather average, neither very handsome nor very tall, but with a decent physique, including abs. However, appearance was never a concern. Having a beautiful and wealthy girlfriend was sufficient. Hearing this, Zhao Yi looked at Yi Ling. What's the power like? Yi Ling grinned again, against the last deep-sea giant lizard. I could hold my own, if not overpower it. Zhao Yi nodded in satisfaction. Fine, let us proceed with the plan, but we cannot allow Lu Wenjing to enter the team so easily. Now, sure, old Lu. You both. Chapter 60. 5 billion. Oh, 5 billion Lu Wen. Father said that as long as I join your team, he will restore your allowance. That Lu Wenjing extinguished his cigarette, his gaze laced with disdain and mockery. Does the old man not fear you dying out there? Lu Wenjing's expression darkened momentarily. You think I'm still the old me? You, who lack the spirit of mecha, have no right to speak to me. If you truly wish to join our team, I have previously warned you. When we team up to undertake missions, there will be dangers. Do not bring your young master habits into the team. Enough, Lu Yin. It's not your place to lecture me. That Lu Wenjing finally showed signs of impatience. With me around, there will be no danger in missions, and if I genuinely want to join the team, why need to beg you? Father said that there is no need to go through you. I can directly team up with your SH. Lu Yun felt somewhat pleased, though his detestable brother remained as foolish as ever. But when considering what they were about to do, that irritating smirk was harder to suppress than AK. That I have a condition. Lu Wenjing chuckled. Lu Wen, I knew you were a shallow person who only cares about immediate interests. No wonder father and mother do not like you. Speak. What is your condition? I'll discuss it with father and mother. They will surely agree that in addition to my annual allowance, give me an extra 5 billion. What? 5 billion? Lu Wuyuan chuckled. Don't rush. Don't you want to pursue Shangguan Qingshi? What does that have to do with you? Do you know what it means to be in the advantageous position? To be honest, having Zhao Yi, that impoverished boy, command us in battle, I am not pleased. A young lad. What does he understand about combat or mecha? Lu Wenjing's eyes brightened. Did I in that case? Get an additional 50 billion from the old man. And if you want to pursue Shangwan Qingshi, I am closer to them, and I can help you seize opportunities.as for whether you can win her heart. That depends on you. Without a second thought. Lu Wenjing eagerly agreed. All right, Lu Yin, your vision remains so short-sighted. If you manage to win Shangwan Qingshi, the benefits will far exceed mere 50 billion. If you help me win her over, I will give you another 50 billion. Lu Wen licked his lips. This task is not too burdensome for me, but you know the team is not solely under my command. Whether you could join ultimately depends on Zhao Yi. Seeing Lu Wenjing's troubled expression, Lu Yun chuckled. Zhao Yi is quite easy to deal with. You know he is just a poor lad. You simply employed the right methods. Otherwise, handling someone like him, who lacks any background or influence, would be a piece of cake. Lu Wenjing urged. Quickly tell me. What should I do? Money. Money. Indeed, modifying mechas requires funds, and maintaining them also costs money. Zhao Yi, that fellow, was just an overnight rich man. Do you know why he formed a small team to undertake missions? Why? ISNT it all for money. Lu Yun had a look that suggested he was offering you advice out of goodwill. The best way to deal with such a person is definitely not to ridicule him for being poor or powerless. Young people can be quite fiery. If you say that, he might just retaliate. Instead, when you first meet him, let him see how wealthy you are, how impressive you are as a young master. You must understand, in front of a woman, the worst thing is being insecure. Therefore, the best way to handle Zhao Yi is to give him money. IV, spend enough time with him, understand that if you provide him with sufficient funds, it wouldn't just be a matter of him allowing you into his team. He would even part with his girlfriend for you without a second thought. Lu Wenjing was taken aback. Really? Ah, Wenjing, I know you look down on me as your older brother, but what older brother wouldn't think of his younger sibling? Lu Wenjing felt a stir in his heart. He admitted he was somewhat moved. However, brother? The Lu family only has him as the legitimate son. How could someone like Lu Yun, who has been marginalized since childhood, be worthy of that title? He then smiled coldly. Lu Yun, don't think that just because I'm being accommodating, I genuinely consider you my brother. Just tell me the method and stop trying to get close. Lu Wen feigned disappointment. Fine. Even if you don't see me as your brother in my heart, you are still my younger sibling. The method is straightforward. Just give him money, be generous and bold. Whip out a bank card and boast that it contains several hundred million, then flaunt your impressive background. And finally, humbly ask him to take care of you. Zhao Yi, being a superficial person obsessed with wealth, may pretend to resist, but the allure of money will eventually bring him around. Lu Wenjing pondered. How much do you think I should give him? Lu Yin held up his hand. 500 million. Actually, Lu Yin intended to suggest 50 million. Lu Wenjing continued. 500 million is a bit excessive. But this is an opportunity if I can get closer to Shir, I believe she will see my strengths and surely take a liking to me. Lu Yun chuckled inwardly, maintaining a facade of laughter. That's for sure. Wenjing, you're so dashing and affluent, with both strength and background. If any woman fails to recognize your worth, it's her blindness. Lu Wenjing smiled. Although you've struck me before, I appreciate your words. That I'll make sure to ask my parents to give you a little extra pocket money later. 500 million. You really think you can join our team? Zhao Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, old Lu, you've got some acting skills. Lu Yun's lips twitched as you have no objections to me cursing at you. As Zhao Yi contemplated the prospect of an influx of 500 million, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Meanwhile, Shangwan Qingshi wiped the drool from the corner of Zhao Yi's mouth with a tissue. Zhao fool, is a little money worth this much joy? Zhao Yi waved his hand dismissively. With such a benefactor, why should I care about insults? He grinned foolishly again. 500 million. How could I ever spend all? 500 million. You wish to join our small team? Zhao Yi appeared contemplative. Well, although 500 million is just a trifle, considering you previously teased my girlfriend, I'll reluctantly grant your request, since it's old Lu who brought you to. Lu Wenjing rubbed his hands together, beaming with delight. Then I'll rely on Zhao Ge for more guidance. Chapter 61. Outrageous. Zhao Yi toyed with a black bank card in his hand. Rich people's cards are different. Black with a golden edge. Zhao Ge, would you mind if I brought one more person? Upon hearing Lu Wenjing's words, Zhao Yi immediately adopted a serious expression. Little Lu, our team isn't open to just anyone. You know the risks involved in missions. What if something goes wrong? Yet Lu Wenjing cheerfully replied, Zhao Ge, don't worry. The person I'm bringing is also a contract holder and can summon mechas. Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Then do as you wish. Then Zhao Ge, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Just remember to call me when a mission arises. Alright, go register at the South Jiang Military District. Here is our team number. Great. Thank you. Zhao Jing as Lu Wenjing turned to leave. His expression shifted from a smile to a dark scowl. Zhao Yi, just wait. When Shir realizes who is truly suitable for her. Zhao Yi. Lu Wenjing clenched his fists tightly. Are we being too cruel to deceive a child? Yiling looked at the oblivious Lu Wenjing with a fleeting moment of sympathy. How can this be called deceit? He willingly took the bait. No one forced him. Zhao Yi was about to tuck the bank card into his pocket when a delicate hand reached out beside him. What are you doing? Give me the card. Absolutely not. Point 3. Sure. I worked hard to earn this money. Shangwan Qingshi rolled her eyes. What good is money to you? I plan to use it to make more money. I have a comprehensive plan for wealth generation. Shangwan Qingshi scoffed. When you borrowed 100,000 from me to set up a venue, you said the same. At 15, you borrowed 200,000, claiming you'd become a stock god. Then at 17, you asked to borrow 500,000 to start a business, and within days, you lost your capital and ended up in debt. Zhao Yi scratched his head awkwardly. But can't you refrain from embarrassing me? The people are still here. I'll leave you 200 million. 100 million for teacher one, and another 100 million for you to spend. If you need more, just let me know. Zhao Yi, feeling helpless, had no choice but to obediently hand over the bank card. Shangwan Qingshi patted Zhao Yi's head. Now you're behaving. Money doesn't stay in your hands anyway, so I'll help you save it. Zhao Yi chuckled. How are you any different from those wicked parents who extort pocket money from children? Shangwan Qingshi rolled her eyes. I don't treat the bride like a stranger. Although your uncle and aunt are gone, I have to keep a close eye on you. Zhao Yi wasn't genuinely upset about the 500 million. He simply found a feeling of parting with money before it even warmed up to be quite unpleasant. Shangwan Qingshi huffed. Zhao puppy, don't feel disheartened. You know my grandfather once saved you with treasures, and when he requested an exorbitant bride price, I flatly rejected it. Thank you, miss, for your grace. Nearby, Lu Wen wrapped his arm around Yi Ling's shoulder. Yi, how should I spend this 50 billion? Yi Ling rubbed her hands together. Now we can upgrade the Zhang Gang H to cannons and swords, right? I'm still frustrated about that deep-sea giant lizard. Let's go spend some money. 50 billion. How could I ever exhaust it? The smile wouldn't fade. It would merely shift to those who needed it. Watching the two depart, Shangwan Qingshi sat directly on Zhao Yi's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, her breath warm against his ear. Are you unhappy? How could I be? Of course, if the young lady could just hand over the money, I'd be even happier. Shangwan Qingshi pinched Zhao Yi's cheek. Want money? Of course. Then give me a kiss. Ugh. Here's another 100 million pocket money. Are you happy now? What if I ask for another kiss? All right, Zhao puppy, if you think you can take advantage of me. This time it's my turn. Did you make all this money so quickly? Did you sell something? Wenjuru looked at Zhao Yi with suspicion that, in a way, with your looks, only someone like Shangwan Qingshi, who has a romantic brain, could like you. Where else would you find a wealthy woman? Zhao Yi frowned. Teacher one, can we maintain a bit of teacher-esque dignity? What do you mean by my looks? I am quite handsome. All right. Sure often tells me I'm handsome. Wenjuru rolled his eyes. Teacher, I earned this money through my own efforts. If you don't want it, then so be it. Tell me the source. I prefer clean money. Hey, this is the money that Lu Wenjing, that foolish boy, willingly offered Lu Wenjing, the second son of the Lu family. Teacher, you know this? Wenjuru took the bank card and unceremoniously tucked it into his pocket. I have no qualms about taking money from a big family that I asked for why he gave it to you. I'm too lazy to inquire. Just remember, don't kill anyone as long as no one dies. Do whatever you like. Zhao Yi was somewhat speechless. Teacher, do you really think so poorly of me? Besides, why would I ever want to kill anyone? I isn't right to slander someone without evidence. When Juru chuckled, I didn't recall that little fatty from the Nan family at first, but later I remembered. The Nan family's upbringing is decent. Otherwise, the Nan and Shangwan families wouldn't have become in-laws. As a result, in the brief moment of turning back, that chubby boy rushed to become a lackey for Lu Wenjing. Moreover, how many people are aware that you two, once sworn enemies who would fight upon meeting, are now roommates? It seems that during the days you young ones were out and about, the chubby boy managed to keep a low profile, which prevented him from drawing attention that I asked for your youthful antics. Spare me the performance in front of me. Teacher, you noticed all this and you don't intend to say anything to me? When Jiaru produced a document. Take a look for yourself if Lu Wenjing were merely a typical pampered heir. A spoiled scion, I would have to deal with you severely for your actions. Upon opening the document, Zhao Ye's pupils dilated in shock. I thought when the chubby boy mentioned he'd been hung from street lamp for offending him. He was just exaggerating. Did you think it was mere exaggeration? When Juru's gaze was frosty, in a world where reliance on personal strength is not uncommon, especially when one needs protection from the strong. It is entirely reasonable for such events to occur. After all, the world cannot be merely black and white. Gazing at the photographs attached to the document, along with a record of Lu Wenjing's actions since birth, at the tender age of 3, he indiscriminately urinated on a servant of the Lu family. When the servant shot him a disdainful glance, the 3-year-old Lu Wenjing, barely able to speak, commanded his family to strip the servant and cast him into the snowy ground. However, the servant did not meet a quick death from freezing. The young Lu Wenjing, with a childish voice, pointed at the servant and stated, "He looks quite cold, by the way." Dad said, "If you're cold, you can light a fire." The 3-year-old child clapped his hands in the falling snow and suggested, "Why don't you roast him over a fire like a barbecue? That way, he won't be cold." Ultimately, amidst the sounds of desperate pleas, the servant was roasted alive over a bonfire in the snow. And this was merely a glimpse of Lu Wenjing's childhood misdeeds, which were relatively tolerable, as far worse atrocities lay ahead. Chapter 62. All is ready. Just awaiting the favorable wind, Zhao Yi placed the document, which was neither thick nor thin, down with a deep breath. Exhaling heavily, he considered himself not strictly a good person, especially in these times of universal conflict, where being good could be exhausting and fatal. Yet he also believed he was not entirely wicked. He admitted to harboring a hint of warmth. He felt the urge to kill. Never had he felt such inner turmoil, disgust, and rage. In the memories of his past life, there existed a nation that had committed countless atrocious acts against another. Teacher 1, showing me this. Do you not fear I might act impulsively? Wenjuru silently returned the document to the drawer and locked it. I know you, 1T. That is precisely why I showed you this, to allow you to act with a clear conscience. However, do not overstep, unless you possess the ability to withstand the wrath of a provincial military commander or a general from the central command, before you have the power to suppress everything. You must remain aware of reality. Zhao Yi clenched his fists tightly, the bones cracking audibly. They're doing this in Lijiang? No one is intervening. Since the war began, countless lives have been lost daily. For them, it was as though they were merely crushing a few ants, and these incidents hadn't even emerged into the public eye. How did you come by this information, teacher? A wise man has his own methods. You need not concern yourself with the details, Wenjuru replied with a smug smile. All right, the money has been exchanged. You may leave now. Zhao Yi chuckled. Wait, teacher, there is something else. How can it be nothing? What else could there be? You spent all your points that you expect me to fund your mech modifications. That is not it. Teacher, I want you to assist old Lu, Yezi, and Shaoqing with their mechs. They have the means to pay, but I believe we should all work together for reliability. When Jaru snorted that you're trying to fleece me, aren't you? Not at all, teacher. Let me tell you, old Lu managed to extract 5.5 billion from the Lu family. And he pocketed 5 billion of that. Quite the sum. You should take your share. And the remaining 500 million went to you. Zhao Yi scratched his head awkwardly. The money was taken, and I was left with only a bit of pocket change. When Juru paused, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! You rascal, you've been feeding me dog food all this time. What's next? More dog food. You're killing me, ha ha ha. Teacher, mind your image. When Juru held his belly, laughing. Who would have thought you're under the thumb of a partner? But having someone to consider is also good. It encourages deeper thinking in your endeavors. However, have you considered retaining Kaya? Kaya? Zhao Yi pondered. I have thought about it, but he is so polite. I don't want to force him to stay. That sentiment resonates with me. When Juru nodded, ITS at our great Xia is a land of propriety. Yet not a single extraterrestrial has shown such courtesy. Look at them, and then look at us. Teacher, that is different. All right, you speak to Kaya yourself that he may agree, but don't just think about exploiting his labor. Compensate him appropriately, of course. It is unreasonable to expect anyone to work for free. Well, I believe Kaya may not leave if you can convince him to willingly become your dedicated mech modification specialist. That would be quite the achievement. Not leaving. Zhao Ye's expression turned skeptical. Teacher Wen, is there a reason for this? Recently, Shangwan Town entrusted me with Kaya's spacecraft for research. I made a small discovery. What discovery? Do you think I can comprehend it? Currently, You and Kaya share a cordial relationship. Engage more with him and seek his agreement. Otherwise, why don't you first have a look at their mechs? Since they are domestically produced, perhaps you could devise a plan, then discuss it with Kaya to see if he can offer a solution. You might just spark an interesting collaboration. Wenjuru regarded him appreciatively. Has the boy finally opened his eyes? Zhao Yu was speechless. Teacher, could you not embody the role of a teacher? You seem more like a brute that I'm a soldier. What's wrong with being a brute? Now, scram that I have the mech modules for Zhonggang H and Lai Jia 3 here that I'll study them later. Thank you, teacher. I'll take my leave. Get out. All right. Zhao Yu turned back. By the way, teacher, where's Kaya now? Check the Research Institute. He should be there. The South River Research Institute is located not far from the military district. IT is a facility dedicated to serving the South River government, encompassing research on mechs, battle armor, and a range of weaponry. This was not Zhao Ye's first visit. He produced his father-in-law as access pass. Zhao Ge. Hello, Zhao Ge. Zhao Yi grinned, greeting the two soldiers at the entrance whom he knew well. One with a square face was named Jiang Shantong, and the other, with a hooked nose, was named Li Shanhe, both bearing the surname Shan. Hello, you two. Zhao Ge. When are you marrying Miss Shangwan? You must invite us to the wedding feast. Zhao Yi patted his chest. Count on it. The wedding will last 3 days, ensuring every brother in the military district gets to drink and feast. Thanks, Zhao Ge. It's nothing. Zhao Yi inquired, by the way. Have you seen Kaya? Kaya? Who is Kaya? You know, that extraterrestrial. The soldiers stationed outside the Research Institute had long grown accustomed to Kaya's presence, that he should be inside, probably touring the Research Institute. Suddenly, Jiang Shantong leaned in. Speaking cautiously, Zhao Ge, is there something off with that extraterrestrial? What do you mean? That extraterrestrial is exceptionally polite. We're just standing here guarding the entrance. Yet he greets us every time, making us feel a bit embarrassed. At first, I even suspected he was a cosplaying researcher with peculiar interests. But it turns out, he does this almost daily, so I believe he ISNT one of us Blue Star people. No one from our world is that courteous. Zhao Yi felt somewhat speechless. Well, ISNT it good that he is polite. You two should learn from him. He is a genuine gentleman. Look at yourselves, drenched in sweat day in and day out. How will you find a partner? Li Shanhe awkwardly scratched his head. We're just waiting for you to get married. Zhao Ge, seeing Zhao Ye's dangerous expression. He quickly added, Miss Shangwan is so beautiful. The bridesmaids at your wedding will surely be just as lovely. We've all prepared our gear, just waiting for your signal. Chapter 63. Eating happily and living joyfully. Kaya? As a familiar voice resonated behind him, Moyu Kaya instinctively smiled. Night, my friend. I never expected you would take the initiative to seek me out. Kaya, as your first friend on Blue Star, you need not be so formal. Kaya chuckled softly. Night, this is not formality. Rather, it is my personal standard that if I am causing you discomfort, I can change it. No, I quite like you, just as you are. Zhao Yi deftly shifted the topic. Kaya, I am facing a small dilemma and could use your assistance. Kaya's expression turned to one of surprise. It is truly an honor. May I ask what the difficulty is? Zhao Yi spoke plainly. You see, the other 3 members of my mech squad also require modifications and enhancements for their mechs. Kaya, your skills are exceptional, so I would like to enlist your help. Without a moment's hesitation, Kaya responded, It is my duty to assist a friend in such a trifling matter. Kaya, you need not be overly modest. I have witnessed your prowess firsthand. It is my privilege to receive your acknowledgement. Zhao Yi patted Kaya on the shoulder. I assure you, your help will not go unrewarded. We, the people of the Great Xia, believe in reciprocity for labor. Therefore, I would like to offer you the position of mech modification specialist for our squad. What do you think? Kaya gestured to himself, seemingly pleased and showing no intention of declining. Is that truly possible? Of course, you need financial support while living on Blue Star. Your alien currency holds no value here. Hence, I propose a monthly salary of 10 million. How does that sound? Kaya hurriedly shook his head. No. That is far too much. That I've learned a bit about the Great Xia these past few days. 10 million is excessive. Excessive. Were it not for my own financial constraints, I would offer you 100 million a month. Kaya, truth be told, in the realm of mech modifications, you are nothing short of master. No, your abilities surpass even that description. Kaya felt a twinge of embarrassment from the praise. In truth, I require no compensation. I merely ask for food. Zhao Yi, unaware of Kaya's past experiences before arriving on Blue Star, understood that attracting talent necessitated offering proper remuneration. if such a top-tier talent was unwilling to accept compensation? Who would follow him in the future? Your willingness to forego payment is one matter. My willingness to provide it is another. Now, Kaya, if you still consider me a friend, please do not refuse further. Kaya finally acquiesced. Knight, I am truly delighted, overjoyed that you regard me as a genuine friend. Very well, let me introduce you to our team. Monetary compensation is merely one aspect of reward. Should you have any other needs in the future, do not hesitate to ask us that if you wish to gather information or even seek a romantic partner on Blue Star, we can assist you with that. Zhao Yi felt quite pleased with himself. This naive alien would be easy to persuade. Although Kaya hailed from another world, Zhao Yi considered him a gentleman and found him quite appealing, aside from his alien traits. Should Kaya find a partner on Blue Star and perhaps marry, he would have ties that would deter him from leaving. Kaya smiled shyly. Knight, I actually have a wife back on my planet. Zhao Yi was taken aback that Kaya's antennae, adorned with eyes, swayed gently. However, she passed away a few years ago. Zhao Yi sighed that my condolences. Yet Kaya shook his head. When she departed, she told me she loved to see me smile. Thus, I strive to face everything with a smile, even in the face of her death. She urged me to live well, to eat well, and to forget her in the years to come. I have endeavored to follow her wishes, yet I cannot forget her, even as he recounted his sorrowful past. Kaya maintained his smile, though the eyes on his antennae revealed a hint of fatigue. Perhaps your wife spoke wisely. Although she has departed, you must still face the days ahead. Here on Blue Star, we believe that those who have passed do not truly leave us, but transform into stars watching over us. Kaya, have faith that your wife watches over you. Thus, do not let her sorrow burden you further. A tear slipped from the corner of Kaya's eye. Knight, you are right. Therefore, might I request that you treat me to those delicious instant noodles they speak of? Ah, I am defeated. Instant noodles? What flavor do you desire? Kaya quickly regained his composure. May I sample them all? Certainly. Come, let me introduce you to the members of our mech squad. Is this what you meant by treating us to a meal? Yi Ling asked, holding a bowl of original flavor instant noodles while slurping the noodles. Kaya reflected on the past, the glorious days spent eating instant noodles beneath the overpass. Zhao Yi savored the chicken soup flavor. I must say, instant noodles these days come in an array of flavors, and they taste quite good. Lun was already sipping the broth. So, we have struck gold. Mr. Kaya is actually a mech modification specialist? Kaya humbly smiled. I merely dabble in it. It is nothing worth mentioning. Meng Yuqing raised her chin. I can hardly believe I am encountering a living alien. Had I not feared alarming my mother, I would boast about it. Shangwan Qingshi stated, Mr. Kaya, shortly, someone will escort you for identity registration in Great Xia. Subsequently, an independent account will be established for you, and your monthly salary will be deposited at the end of each month. Kaya rubbed his hands together. Does this mean I can eat whatever I desire with this wealth? Meng Yuqing was astonished. So, we have a foodie alien. You remind me of an old foreigner who visited Great Xia, claiming he would eat his way across the entire region in 6 months. That fellow ended up in the southwestern Chuan Mountain province, and now, nearly 7 years later, he still hasn't left Chuan City. Kaya's eyes sparkled with wonder. Incredible. I had no idea there were so many culinary delights on this planet. Kaya, after you finish your noodles, you must get to work. The blueprints and 3D model for the Mech of the three of them will need your attention at the Research Institute. Kaya, filled with anticipation, inquired, of course, but why are you taking my bowl away? This bowl is inedible. It is mustard-flavored instant noodles. Would you care to try it? What is mustard? I must give it a taste. Chapter 64. How wonderful it would be to snatch it away. The design and implementation of mech modifications were no longer a concern for Zhao Yi and his companions. They parked Lu Weiyuan and Yi Ling's mechs at the Research Institute, allowing them to focus on their study for the next few days. Are you really planning to integrate Kaya into your mech squad? Shangwan Jin asked, smoking as he scrutinized his daughter and future son-in-law. He had previously overlooked Kaya's talents, but now that they had discovered him, he allowed them to proceed with their plans. However, he felt it necessary to clarify, Kaya is ultimately an alien. While one should harbor no ill intentions, it is wise to remain cautious should he pose any threat to Blue Star. Shangwan Jin's expression turned serious. Rest assured, Father, that Mr. Kaya is such a polite gentleman. Even if Zhao Yi were to engage in mischief, he would never partake in wrongdoing. Zhao Yi was speechless. Are you my partner or his? Oh, I am merely advocating for you, Shangwan Jin replied. Now, let us agree on this. Kai will primarily stay within the military district and not roam aimlessly outside. Shang Wanjun nodded. D.O. as you wish. By the way, you two should discuss when to finalize the wedding plans. You're not getting any younger, and since you're together, it would be wise to settle things sooner. Shangwan Qingshu tugged at Zhao Ye's sleeve. After pondering, he replied, perhaps before the new year. Listen here, Zhao boy, I have only one daughter. If you dare to let her down, I will make you regret it. Uncle, you need not worry. Enough of that. I am too lazy to discuss these matters. You young ones can decide. By the way, Qingshu, I will contact some relatives. Marriage is no small affair, and we must follow the proper procedures. Father, just handle the arrangements. Shangwan Jun chuckled wryly. The emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuchs are reflecting on it now. He realized he had once looked down upon Zhao Yi and even considered opposing their relationship. Yet, in just half a year, the situation had completely reversed, and now he was the one urging them to hasten their marriage. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. Am I truly getting older? Have I started contemplating grandchildren? You, indeed, are aging, Nanji remarked as she appeared from nowhere, massaging Shangwan Jun's temples to soothe his thoughts. The future belongs to the youth. We should just enjoy our time at home with the children. Shangwan Jun sighed and shook his head. I would gladly stay home to raise children. But alas, life does not always unfold as we wish. How wonderful it would be if we lived in an era of peace. Zhao Ye's frown deepened. Did you encounter any troubling matters? Indeed, Zhao Yi found himself somewhat perturbed. He was gazing at the various task notifications on his tablet. It had been a while since his last mission, and the others had all reached a new stage of advancement. However, he currently lacked sufficient military merit points, making further enhancement rather limited. His immediate concern was upgrading his small fruit battle treasure to a second-generation model, as its high firepower was essential for his upcoming endeavors. Patience was key. Rather than focusing on modifications to the mech, he needed to prioritize the fundamental accumulation of military merit points. I'm searching for tasks that suit us. He remarked, how is the search going? Do you feel our team lacks something? We could use an intelligence officer, someone who could provide real-time intel. Last time, we suffered due to a lack of information, nearly leading to our annihilation, said Shangwan Qingshu as she took a seat nearby. It's not entirely fair to say we were caught off guard. Who could have anticipated that enemy ships were lurking beneath the water? Speaking of ships, sure, do you truly believe that a vessel could linger within Blue Star's confines without anyone noticing? Shangwan Qingshu shook her head. Such matters are beyond our purview. Zhao Yi sighed lightly. You are right. These concerns are not ours to ponder. Nonetheless, gathering intelligence remains essential. Even seemingly insignificant information can prove invaluable at critical moments. You have a suitable candidate in mind? Zhao Yi shook his head in resignation. Not yet, but there is no rush. After the last incident, my uncle has thoroughly scouted the Nanjiang area. We should not encounter similar problems again. What about Lu Wenjing? Do you have any plans regarding him? Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow. Don't you want to ask why I must do this? You will tell me in due time. Zhao Yi smiled. All right, let us take on a few tasks to test our mettle. We'll start with something simple. D-level tasks? Zhao Ge. With 7 of us, 1 T that be a bit too easy. The uniqueness of the contractor's mechs is evident here, akin to those of Shangwan Jun and Shangwan Tianxiong. During combat, they can transform into humanoid forms for more efficient close-range combat. When disengaged from battle, they can morph into mechanical serpents for swift travel. Lu Wenjing's mech, Xian Shi, is neither particularly large nor small, but it embodies the characteristics of a serpent, with a snake tail adorned with countless shimmering green scales capable of effortlessly crushing stones or trees as it passes. Zhao Yi chuckled. Let us take it step by step. I want you to experience what undertaking tasks is like. Lu Wenjing pouted, realizing he might not have the opportunity to showcase his abilities. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi connected with Lu Weiyuan over the comms. I heard your brother, at the tender age of 3, once placed someone on a pyre to roast alive. Is that true? Lu Weiyuan's pupils slightly constricted. You know? Well, he is a spoiled child, so I don't harbor much malice. But that Lu Weiyuan side that I did try to intervene, but it was futile. Let me put it this way. In Lijiang, Lu Wenjing is treated like a prince. The elders in the family are quite biased. Don't you feel aggrieved? After all, you're brothers born of the same mother. Favoritism shouldn't extend to such extremes. Aggrieved? I used to be, but eventually realized it was pointless, so I let it go. Zhao Yi chuckled. Before all this, I merely sought his mech spirit. Old Lu, I'm not a good person, but sometimes that Lu Yuan's expression turns serious. Zhao Yi, This isn't a joke. Just expressing my thoughts, don't be so tense. You deep better mean it. Thus, their mech began traversing mountains and valleys, heading towards the next task location. Liu Wenjing, seated in the cockpit, glanced at the small fruit battle treasure and the great battle treasure beside him. Are these mechs couple-themed? He mused, feeling a twinge of envy. How wonderful it would be to acquire Zhao Ye's mech for myself. Chapter 65. The strategist's ability. The task they accepted was only of D rank. Although it was a D-level mission, the sheer quantity was advantageous. They were to confront a horde of monstrous creatures resembling wild boars, each one exceedingly large, approximately the combined size of 2 to 3 elephants. Task level, D. Task location, a remote area 300 kilometers south of Nanjiang. Coordinates provided. Task details, eliminate the biological weapon, the tusked wild boar herd, in this region. Task reward, 1,500 points per tusked wild boar. This herd of tusked wild boars differed from the deep-sea giant lizard Zhao Yi and his companions had encountered previously. Although classified as biological weapons, they still fell within the realm of normal creatures. According to intelligence from the Nanjiang Military District, these tusked wild boars had been living in the area for over a year, remaining distant from human cities and rarely encroaching upon them. Consequently, this task had lingered in the task hall for a while, with the authorities not urgently mobilizing forces for its elimination. Such wild monsters typically served as practice for mech teams within the city. As long as they posed no significant threat to human settlements, they were generally not swiftly eradicated. Initially, the herd had originated from 2 boars that were released. Remarkably, these creatures retained animalistic instincts, settling in the wild and beginning to reproduce over the years. In just 1 year, they had birthed 10 young boars. The adult tusked wild boars now numbered 10, with 5 newly born in recent times. This rapid reproduction exemplifies the terrifying nature of biological weapons. A newborn tusked wild boar could mature into an adult in merely 2 to 3 months. Their tough skin and thick flesh rendered conventional firearms ineffective. Zhao Yi turned to Liu Yuan and the others. Let us begin strategizing. Nan Liangxian stated, Everyone, I have obtained satellite surveillance images. Currently, the boars are resting in a nearby valley, likely their habitat, but we still have some distance to cover to reach that valley. And given our mech's size and numbers, engaging in combat within the valley's terrain is not advisable. The best course of action is to lure them out. There's a relatively flat area of forest to the southeast of this mountain range that would serve as a suitable battleground. Zhao Yi looked at Nan Liangxian with surprise. This chubby fellow truly had some talent. The mech operated by the chubby guy resembled a bear, perhaps more akin to a giant panda, that it lacked the usual cuteness associated with pandas and instead exuded a fierce and terrifying presence. Standing there, this panda mech appeared formidable, resembling a meat shield, yet its outstretched claws were massive and razor-dash sharp. In terms of sharpness, they surpassed Liu Yuan's 40-meter-long saber. Chopping steel edge, thus share your thoughts, Zhao Yi directly inquired. Nan Liangxian contemplated for a moment. However, the foliage in this area is rather dense. I suggest we clear the front vegetation. Any resulting wildfire could potentially threaten nearby cities. All right, let us proceed as you suggest. And speak. Nan Liangxian quietly produced a thermos from his backpack and took a sip of tea. The number of tusked wild boars is rather considerable. The information we have indicates that 10 peak state boars are living together. Although the task level is merely D, when lions hunt rabbits, they do so with full strength. The odds are against us. If these boars charge us all at once, we might find ourselves in a precarious situation. A frontal assault would certainly provoke all 10 boars to attack us simultaneously, so my recommendation is to split into 2 teams. Ideally, one individual with high mobility should approach from the opposite side of the valley, maintaining a moderate offensive, just enough to draw a few boars away before retreating. Then we can launch a frontal attack. However, we must be cautious, as the herd mentality of these boars is strong. We must time our rear assaults carefully. Currently, there are 5 juvenile boars among them, which are their absolute weak points. We should avoid attacking them, as this would certainly incite the wrath of the entire herd. The group fell into deep contemplation. Liu Wenjing, however, scoffed. Chubby, are you being overly cautious? How strong can a few D-level monsters really be? I say we charge and head on. With our strength, we could easily wipe out these 15 tusked wild boars with a mere wave of our hands. Nan Liangxian cursed inwardly. Does this fool not realize that undertaking missions can be deadly? Zhao Yi cast a glance at Liu Wenjing. That will proceed, as the chubby guy suggests. I'll handle luring a few monsters away. Old Liu, You'll take command here. Lu Yuan nodded lightly. Shangwan Qingshi followed closely behind Zhao Yi. Why are you coming along? I can fly. If anything goes awry, I can carry you away. Zhao Yi was lost in thought. On the other side, Lu Wenjing suddenly chuckled. Zhao Gu is so formidable that Shi need not worry. We're the main event here. Besides, being with us offers some protection. Shangwan Qingshi furrowed her brow slightly. No, you should stay. Sure, you remain here to keep an eye on old Lu. With that, Zhao Yi swiftly departed, leaving Lu Wenjing to scoff coldly. Lu Wen promptly took command, beginning to clear the surrounding forest. In my opinion, Lu Yuan should have acted decisively, without so many reservations. Although he felt a strong urge to roll his eyes, he restrained himself. It was best to follow the plan and arrange things properly before the battle to increase their chances of survival. Is it true, Lu Yan? Has your courage diminished? Questioned Lu Wenjing. They are merely wild boars, easily dealt with. With a sigh, Lu Wen replied, let us proceed as Zhao Yi suggested. Don't blame me for the outcome. This man has a strong desire for power. If you disregard his advice and end up dismissed, don't say I didn't warn you. Lu Wenjing's expression darkened. I gave him 500 million. Does he dare to dismiss me? 500 million isn't even enough to modify Mech. He is simply afraid of death and values his life too much. Lu Wenjing snorted in disdain. Fine, I will endure him for now. Once I claim my prize, it will be time for me to act. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi established a communication link with Nan Liangxian, synchronizing satellite surveillance footage from his end. He could clearly observe the movements of several tusked wild boars in the valley. Fatty, I didn't realize you had such skills, Nan Liangxian remarked, scratching his head. What skills? Enough with the modesty. I never expected you to possess the talent of strategist. Chapter 66. Do pandas have laser cannons? On the opposite side of the valley, the vastness of Blue Star was evident, as even a single valley was extraordinarily large. Otherwise, it could not accommodate these colossal tusked wild boars. Zhao Yi maneuvered his modified mech, aiming at a massive haystack in the valley. Several adult wild boars lay at the edges, while 5 juvenile wild boars nestled among their parents, sheltered by the strength of their kin. Zhao Yi, Lu Wen's voice came through the communicator. We are ready on our end. You may commence. Zhao Yi assessed the terrain, then pushed the control stick, directing his sights on one of the large adult wild boars. Suddenly, the missile ports on his mech opened, and modified heavy missiles swiftly launched. The ground shook as the missiles impacted the mountainsides, erupting in massive flames. The modified missiles possessed unprecedented power. Several detonated, causing a landslide of debris to tumble down. Startled awake, the adult wild boars roared in fury as the falling rocks merely landed on them without inflicting significant harm. However, a large, sharp stone fell from above, piercing the eye of one juvenile wild boar, killing it instantly. The horrifying scene sent the surrounding wild boars into a frenzy. One boar locked onto the position of Zhao Yi's mech and charged forward. Scatter! Lu Wenjing shouted, recognizing the enraged wild boar king among them. The one pursuing Zhao Yi must be the queen. We have provoked the king that we must retreat and avoid the first wave of their charge. Nan Liangxian quickly responded, raising the massive paw of his panda mech. A large cannon emerged from its palm, energy swirling as a dark beam shot forth, striking the wild boar king and sending it sprawling, its face nearly obliterated. Run, he bellowed, as the group swiftly maneuvered their mechs to escape, the frantic roars of the wild boar king echoing behind them. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi cursed silently, realizing that melee combat was indeed more exhilarating as he launched missiles. He led the wild boar herd in circles at the other end of the valley. The missiles fell like rain, yet miraculously, none struck the wild boars. They merely exploded around them or landed at their feet. In an absurd twist of fate, a missile toppled a towering tree, which fell fortuitously onto a wild boar, causing it to trip. Even more remarkably, as multiple missiles detonated nearby, a section of the mountainside collapsed, crushing the boar beneath it. Zhao Yi had no time to check on its fate, as the chaos unfolded. The wild boars became increasingly frenzied. Zhao Yi felt relieved that they were not facing the deep-sea giant lizard from their previous encounter. Yet a sudden realization struck him. Wait, something feels off. Turning his gaze back, Zhao Yi was alarmed to see the wild boar's bristles standing upright, transforming into sharp projectiles that launched toward him. What in the world? Even wild boars have ranged attacks now. Without a moment's pause, Zhao Yi maneuvered his mech to shoot back while continuing his retreat. Old Lu! He called over the communicator. Quickly responding, Lu Yuan asked, "What's the matter? Beware of the wild boars. Their bristles have ranged attacks similar to porcupines." I'm not sure how destructive they are, but Zhao Yi glanced back as the bristles struck his mech like raindrops. "It seems negligible on my mech, but be cautious with yours," though the impact was not severe. The incessant pinging was unsettling. It was clear that if these wild boars entered a human city, the destruction would be catastrophic. Chapter 67. Focus on performance received. Lu Yuan promptly relayed Zhao Yi's warning to the others. Everyone remained vigilant against the wild boar's bristle attacks, acknowledging that the damage might differ due to their varying mechs. The modified mechs allowed for swift movement, but poor little Fatty lagged behind in his heavy panda mech. "Lu Xiao, wait for me," he huffed, struggling to keep pace. Despite being in the cockpit, everyone could sense Fatty's labored breaths, which elicited amusement. Liu Wenjing cast a cold glance. "Keep up or don't embarrass me." Fortunately, Shangwan Qingshi could no longer stand by. Her mech's wings surged with energy as she lifted the nearly overtaken panda mech, soaring ahead to join the group. "Thanks to my cousin, I owe her my gratitude." Shangwan Qingshi dismissed his ramblings. "Less chatter, keep up." She left him behind in the procession, not bothering to look back. Although the energy reserves of the transformed great battle treasure were ample, she needed to remain cautious about potential unforeseen circumstances. Energy conservation was essential unless absolutely necessary. Zhao Yi glanced at the herd of wild boars behind him. They should be close enough now. With satellites monitoring the situation, these wild boars wouldn't escape. With that thought, Zhao Yi pushed the control stick, and the speed of the little fruit battle treasure surged, leaving the wild boars far behind. "Roar!" The leading wild boar king bellowed, enraged that it had lost track of the one who had slain its offspring. At that moment, the little fruit battle treasure suddenly appeared behind a tusked wild boar. The massive spikes that had previously been atop its head had somehow shifted to the front of the mech. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced through the monstrous creature, the sound remarkably satisfying to ensure its demise. Zhao Yi aimed the barrel of the little fruit battle treasure directly at the wild boar before him. Love Fruit Missile. Although it had yet to undergo the transformation into the resonant double cannon, the modified missile's power was not to be underestimated. Initially intended for striking the deep-sea giant lizard, it could have easily obliterated the target had it not been for a bug preventing a direct hit. Not to mention, facing the Love Fruit Missile 2.0, the tusked wild boar was akin to a rocket. The wild boar's massive form was launched into the sky by the Love Fruit Missile 2.0 with a thunderous boom that a small mushroom cloud blossomed in the sky, followed by chunks of monstrous flesh and a rain of fresh crimson blood cascading down. This scene unfolded in less than a minute. The newly modified little fruit battle treasure displayed the true strength it was meant to wield. The wild boar queen had begun to rampage, her already limited rationality evaporating. Yet in battle, anger proved to be the most futile emotion that if one succumbed to their feelings, they would perish before anyone else. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Yi maneuvered the little fruit battle treasure, leaving the herd of wild boars far behind. Though escaping, Zhao Yi did not flee far. He sought another suitable position to unleash a barrage of missiles. With ample firepower, covering the battlefield was the most effective strategy. Or at least that was his belief. Of course, precision would have been an added bonus. Fortunately, Lady Luck favored Zhao Yi. As several shells landed at the feet of a tusked wild boar, they exploded like brilliant fireworks. At this moment, only 2 tusked wild boars remained on the battlefield. The wild boar queen, a formidable creature, was far superior in size and vitality compared to the subsequent progeny. Even when struck by shells, it only resulted in superficial wounds, its flesh merely torn. Such minor injuries did not exhaust the wild boar queen. Instead, they fueled her fury, amplifying her aggression. The spikes she hurled obliterated the surrounding foliage, wreaking havoc. Zhao Yi had no intention of clashing directly with the wild boar queen. He sped toward the direction of Lu Yuan and the others, who trailed closely behind. In the private chat channel, Yi Ling expressed genuine admiration. "I must say, the transformation of this mech is truly remarkable. That he deftly wielded the steel cutter H, sending a wild boar flying. It was not only the weapon's enhancement, but also the mech's overall transformation. The modified mech exhibited significant improvements in performance, weight, and defense. Although the tusked wild boars lacked the strength of the deep-sea giant lizard, they were undeniably tenacious foes. The wild boar hairs falling like raindrops onto their mechs left behind tiny indentations resembling pinpricks. Lu Yin rolled his eyes that I really want to smash you. You have your own contracted mech, yet insist on using my steel cutter. If it weren't for your 2.5 billion investment, I could have dispatched that wild boar with a single strike. Simultaneously, Lu Yin swung the steel cutter severing half the face of another wild boar. Lu Shao. That wild boar king seems to have set its sights on us. What should we do? Lu Wenjing cursed in frustration. Of course, it's targeting you. You just blasted off half its face. Nan Liangxian, feeling awkward, interjected. Lu Shao. Think about it. This is the wild boar king. If you can take it down alone. Wouldn't that be impressive in front of Shirshir? Lu Wenjing wanted to retort, but the wild boar king's size rivaled that of a high-rise building, and the heat it exhaled was enough to sway the surrounding trees. His Xian snake mech emphasized agility. If he hadn't fled swiftly, he would have been crushed. Despite his thoughts, he couldn't help but agree with the chubby fellow's words. If I could defeat the wild boar king, wouldn't that make me the strongest in the team? Shirshir would surely view me in a new light. With that resolve, Lu Wenjing maneuvered the Xian snake mech with snake-like agility. The wild boar king's massive frame limited its maneuverability, allowing the Xian snake mech to swiftly evade its charge and position itself alongside the beast. The Xian snake mech sported a hairstyle resembling curls, which were actually shimmering green gun barrels. The caliber was substantial, and the energy-driven laser projectiles boasted considerable lethality. Each bullet that struck the wild boar king's body erupted into gory wounds, spraying crimson bursts. Suddenly, a deafening rumble shook the ground. The few resilient trees in the vicinity could no longer withstand the tremors and collapsed one by one. The combatants turned abruptly to see a green mech speeding towards them. Concurrently, Zhao Ye's voice resonated through everyone's communicators. Let us eliminate the wild boar queen first. Understood. Lu Yin, Yiling, and Meng Yuqing immediately responded to Zhao Ye's command. The four of them sent the tusked wild boar they were engaging flying. They then charged toward the wild boar queen. In terms of speed, the aerial great battle treasure was undoubtedly the fastest, diving down with two massive golden rods aimed at the wild boar queen. A muffled thud echoed as the wild boar was struck and forced back repeatedly. Lightning grape slash, Shangwan Qingshi exclaimed. The two rods glimmered with golden light, energy surging forth like a fountain. The great battle treasure began to spin rapidly, creating gusts of wind that whipped up clouds of dust. The golden rods transformed into terrifying wind blades, raining down upon the wild boar queen with relentless force. Akati had no opportunity to retaliate. Its bones shattered under the torrential assault. Yet, the most despairing sight was the three colossal mechs behind, raising their 40-meter blades to deliver a crushing blow. The wild boar queen, now frenzied, had lost nearly all reason. The remaining wild boars on the brink of collapse were fueled solely by their last breaths. With their mother slain, rage filled their eyes. The earth-shaking roars of the five wild boars targeted the beleaguered Lu Wenjing and Nan Liangxian, who trembled in fear. Cousin, brother-in-law, save me! Lu Wenjing cursed vehemently. You idiots! While cursing was a luxury of time, in that moment, the five wild boars charged in unison. And no matter how agile Lu Wenjing's Xian snake mech was, it could hardly evade the onslaught of such massive creatures. Lu Wenjing was sent flying. Fortunately, the sturdy nature of his contracted mech and its protective properties spared him from severe injury. Zhao Yi contemplated seizing the moment, but quickly dismissed the idea. At that moment, Lu Yiwen and Yi Ling turned their gazes toward him. Now? It's not the time. We need to clear these monsters first. Zhao Yi ceased his chatter, launching missiles like a torrential downpour. The explosive bursts lit up the battlefield. With the upgraded strength of Zhao Ye's team, they swiftly dispatched individual wild boars without the need for full annihilation. Working in concert, the five could efficiently eliminate a tusked wild boar. The wild boar king, having lost its rationality, fell into exhaustion after several futile charges. Ultimately, it was defeated through the collaborative efforts of Lu Yin, Yi Ling, and Meng Yuqing, who wore it down until it succumbed. Yet, even against these lower-tier biological weapons, the battle had been exhausting. The skirmish spanned approximately 2 hours. Lu Wenjing felt a sharp pain in his chest, thanks to the shock-absorbing features of the Xian snake mech. He had avoided serious injury. Despite his grievances, witnessing the five towering mechs standing together instilled an inexplicable sense of awe, silencing the curses that nearly escaped his lips. Is it over? Nan Liangxian asked. Bewildered, he had merely spectated during the battle. aside from initially wounding the wild boar king. He had contributed little. Let us head back. Zhao Yi was the first to shatter the tranquility, the video recording function of the Mech, which documented the kill of the tusked wild boar, served as irrefutable evidence, alleviating any concerns of deceit. I could see that moment. Shangwan Qingshi cast a glance at Lu Wenjing. Whether intentional or inadvertent remained uncertain. Although the act was executed with the Mech's movements, it nevertheless drew Lu Wenjing's attention, who had been fixated on the great battle treasure. Not bad, he praised, igniting a fervor within Lu Wenjing. After delivering this commendation, Shangwan Qingshi ceased to engage him, leaving the recipient of her words in ambiguity. However, this veiled approach proved effective, as the corners of Lu Wenjing's mouth betrayed his control. Indeed, it is clear that men must showcase their strength to capture a woman's attention. Nanyang Xian observed this scene keenly from the side. Though he could not discern Lu Wenjing's expression within the Mech, he could surmise the essence. With a sigh, he thought, "Ah, Lu, do not blame your junior for being ruthless. If blame is to be laid, let it be upon your own inability to play the game." In recent days, Nanyang Xian had gathered a wealth of information regarding Lu Wenjing. Upon reviewing it, he could not help but marvel at the extraordinary lineage of the rowdy children and their parents. Nanyang Xian had received a respectable upbringing, and though he harbored some habits typical of the affluent, he prided himself on never having acted against his conscience. He sighed again. Sure. Why are you praising Lu Wenjing? Don't tell me you've had a change of heart. Meng Yuqing inquired, perplexed. Zhao Yi treats you quite well, she added. Shangwan Qingshi responded with silence, but eventually clarified, I was addressing the little fatty. Oh, really? Do you think I'm the kind of person who would easily waver? Meng Yuqing retorted, realizing that indeed it was rare for someone ordinary to capture the attention of the illustrious Miss Shangwan. The Mech began its swift advance towards Jingchen, while the remaining carcasses of the tusked wild boars would later be collected by official personnel from Nanjing and sent to the Research Institute. 15 tusked wild boars. The task rewards will be distributed among the 7 of you, with each one worth 1,500 points. On average, each of you will receive 3,214 points, which will be promptly credited to your military merit accounts. The staff at the Military District's Task Department swiftly verified the task information and credited the military merit points to several accounts. By the way, Comrade Zhao Yi, as the captain of your team, why not give your squad a name? Zhao Yi was taken aback. There really is service for naming. The staff member chuckled. Of course, your number can serve as your team name, but having a proper name grants greater recognition. The Military District's Task Department conducts an annual assessment, and teams that accumulate points and ranks highly will receive rewards from both the Nanjing military and the Great Xia State. This is a benefit provided by the state for those actively participating in tasks. Safeguarding the safety of human cities. Chapter 69. Do not lose points. What specific benefits are we talking about? The staff member patiently explained. At the end of each year, teams ranking high in accumulated points will receive a certain percentage of funds from Mech modifications free of charge. For instance, the first-ranked team receives 60% of the total funds required for modifications. The second receives 50%, the third 40%, and so forth. Teams ranked 7th to 10th receive 10% as a subsidy. This pertains solely to Mech-related rewards, and there will also be cash rewards based on contributions, ranging from 1 billion to 10 billion. Zhao Yi felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated such benefits from Mech teams. The percentage subsidies for modification funds would significantly alleviate the financial pressures faced by combat divisions. Since the primary focus of a Mech is its combat capability, possessing sufficient strength is essential for enhancing survival rates in subsequent battles. The staff continued. Moreover, the accumulation of team points is ranked within provinces, battle zones, and even across the entirety of Great Xia. The rewards vary based on rankings in different regions, and with a stroke of luck, you might even obtain qualifications for training in the central region. The resources available there are exceedingly abundant, and the acquisition of rare treasures and resources becomes significantly easier. Zhao Yi inquired, could you assist us in checking our team's current ranking? Certainly, comrade. After a series of operations on the computer, the staff reported, your team's total accumulated points from the first 2 tasks are 82,500. The total number of tasks completed is 20. Within the Nanjing province, your team is ranked 3rd, while in the entire southeastern battle zone, you are ranked 65th. Nationally, your ranking stands at 280 to IS 280, a good position or a bad one. The staff examined the ranking chart below. According to statistics, there are approximately 550 mech teams within Great Xia, including both private and official formations. This does not account for teams stationed outside of Blue Star or individual pilots affiliated with military bases, special cities, or army units. Additionally, personal pilots can also participate in the National Military Merit Point rankings. Please check my personal ranking as well. After another round of operations, the staff stated name, Zhao Yi, total accumulated points, 66. 214, total tasks completed. 40 that you rank first in Nanjing, 15 th in the southeastern battle zone, and 105th nationally. Zhao Yi pondered, surprised that their team held a relatively high position in Nanjing, but lagged significantly on a broader scale. It seems I cannot underestimate the world. Thank you for the information. As for our team name, let us call ourselves the Seven Swordsmen of Waguishan. After another flurry of activity, the staff turned to the others. Comrade, do you not wish to discuss this name with your teammates? Zhao Yi decisively responded, no need. That name will suffice. Noticing the silence from the others, the staff ceased further discussion, but added, Comrade, the system has updated your team name. If you are dissatisfied, you may change it later. Thus, the team's name was officially established. Impressive. Dog brother, we have only completed 2 tasks, yet you have amassed so many points quietly. Wai Ling remarked, astonished at Zhao Yi's accumulation prior to the team's formation. Zhao Yi grinned, otherwise, how could I possibly be the captain? Upon their return, Shang Wanjun sought out Zhao Yi and Shang Wanqingshi. Why are you in such a hurry to find us, Dad? Shang Wanjun sighed. Initially, you both were eager to be together. Now, it seems you are both less enthusiastic. Your mother and I have been fretting over your matters. Could you please pay a little attention? The two seemed to realize this only then. All right, for the next few days, tidy yourselves up. Not rush into tasks just yet. Sure, your relatives have arrived. Take Zhao Yi to meet them. Afterward, begin preparations for your engagement banquet and set a date for your wedding. You two should also obtain your marriage certificate soon and have children quickly so that your mother and I need not worry about these matters anymore. Zhao Yi felt a moment of disconnection. So soon? Shang Wanqingshi, however, chuckled. Understood. Dad, I simply forgot amidst the busyness. Well, I shall not dwell on it. You two handle it as you see fit. Zhao Yi, take Shir shopping over the next few days and buy some decent clothes. Sure, rest assured that as Zhao Yi remained silent, Shang Wanqingshi looked at him curiously. What is it? Zhao Yi snapped back to reality. I did not expect it to come so quickly. Shang Wanqingshi shook his hand playfully. Isn't that a good thing? Having lived 2 lives, this was indeed Zhao Yi's first experience with a romantic relationship and discussions of marriage, causing a sense of nervousness within him. Shang Wanjun, recognizing his discomfort, reassured him, do not be anxious, kid. This day will come eventually. Stay spirited and do not embarrass me. Who knows, you might find a few troublesome relatives who look down on you. Just ignore them and stand your ground. Hearing this, Zhao Yi could not help but chuckled. He had not anticipated such words from his future father and Dashla. Do not worry, uncle, that I will not bring shame. All right, you two continue. I have matters to attend to. As a high-ranking official stationed at the ground military district, Shang Wanjun enjoyed a relatively relaxed schedule. However, with his daughter's impending wedding, the father could not help but feel a surge of excitement, especially for his only daughter, who deserved his utmost involvement. October 3, 3333. Great Xia, Nanjing Province, Jingsheng. Everyone, get your spirits up. Today is the engagement banquet of our commander Shangwan's son-in-law. I certainly do not wish to witness any laser cannons falling from the sky without any response. In preparation for the banquet, Nanjing entered a state of combat readiness. For no other reason, many had gathered in Jingchang to celebrate this young couple's engagement. Do not question why some indulgent feasts while we remain on guard. The commander has instructed us to remain vigilant during these days. Afterward, when the groom holds his wedding, each of you shall partake in the banquet. The bridesmaids who attend will be positioned in front for your viewing pleasure. As for opportunities, they must be seized by your own efforts. I must emphasize that the bridesmaids arriving henceforth are cherished friends of the commander's daughter, all remarkably beautiful, with several being affluent and attractive. For those who yearn to bypass decades of toil, keep your eyes wide open today. The entire city of Jingsheng is under our watch. Chapter 70. The sister-in-law's protection in the heart of Jingsheng. A banquet, though not ostentatious, has attracted the attention of numerous prominent figures. Zhao Yi and Shang Wanqingshi were taken aback by the grandiosity of what was ostensibly a mere engagement gathering. Unbeknownst to him, beyond the blue planet, Salong pondered why he was summoned to engage with an old man like himself. Unexpectedly, Shangwan Tianxiong sat unscathed atop the enormous mechanical head of the Mecha divine dragon, seemingly impervious to the surrounding vacuum. With a beer can in one hand and a duck leg in the other, he mused aloud, "We have been friends for some time. Can we not share a few words?" With a sardonic laugh, Shangwan Tianxiong retorted, "I merely wish to eliminate you, not engage in idle chatter." His brow furrowed, revealing his irritation at the uninvited presence that sought to restrain him. Yet Salong had arrived alone, without any of his cosmic vessels or mech squads. What could these individuals be after? Standing atop his humanoid mech, Salong, unaffected by the vacuum, remarked, "I am familiar with your great Xia culture. There's a saying, no fight, no acquaintance. Even adversaries can sit and converse." Shangwan Tianxiong's gaze remained icy as he silently consumed his drink. Today marks my granddaughter's engagement. It seems I cannot return, and I hope to be present at her wedding." A sudden female voice resonated from a celestial ring constructed beyond Blue Star. The mechanical beast resembling a white tiger, colossal in size, accompanied the voice. Jiang Huniu, a woman of legendary stature, appeared youthful and stunning. Yet beneath her beauty lay an intimidating aura. Clad in white battle armor and wielding a silver spear, she exuded grace and authority. "Uncle Shangwan, I heard that Shur is engaged today." Shangwan Tianxiong scoffed. "Do you not see these individuals ruining the mood?" "I long to vanquish them." He remained unaware of which young man had captured Shur's heart. "Uncle Shangwan, did you not visit last time? What did you find?" "How could it matter? Just a pretty boy, lacking the robustness of an old man like me." He jested, suddenly rising to face two formidable opponents from the Saki Star. "Since you are here, let us settle this with a battle." With that, he leaped into the Mecha Dragon, wasting no more words. The dragon's body moved, its immense tail swinging violently at Salong's humanoid mech. Thunder rumbled overhead, yet it did not disrupt the normalcy of life below. It was evident that Shangwan Jun had made extensive preparations for today's engagement banquet, held at a hotel in the city center. The Shangwan family, prosperous and influential, had reserved the entire venue to accommodate their numerous relatives despite Shangwan Qingshi being the sole heiress. Many notable figures from Jingsheng attended this grand affair. Shangwan Qingshi is the dream goddess of many. It seems she has reached the engagement stage so swiftly. A young man alighted from a luxury vehicle, marveling at the opulent hotel, which had been reconstructed in a mere 6 months. "Well, do you truly understand your own worth?" chided an elder, his relative. "Father, I was merely expressing my astonishment. I am genuinely curious about who could win Shangwan Qingshi's heart." "Curious indeed. I share your sentiment. The Shangwan family is quite secretive." That moment, another vehicle arrived. "I have heard it's merely a powerless pretty boy who has caught the eye of Miss Shangwan." A foppish young man, around 1.67 meters tall, donned a black suit that sparkled under the hotel lights, almost blinding to behold. "Lu Hua, what are you barking about? Do you think you are worthy to discuss my brother and sister-in-law?" Upon glancing up, he saw Yi Ling, resplendent in a white suit, his height of 1.8 meters and well-proportioned physique drawing attention. "The wedding has yet to occur, and you already refer to her as sister-in-law?" "I am aware that the Li family has plans to ally with the Shangwan family. Do you believe a powerless pretty boy can hold a candle to the illustrious Miss Shangwan?" Yi Ling chuckled. "You speak of the Li family and their ambitions. The thought alone brings me amusement. As for whether my brother can hold steadfast, that remains uncertain. But the second son of the Li family? I can only scoff. As for the dashing eldest son, well, that is another matter entirely. Why, Yi Ling, are you suggesting that your family has the capacity to rival the Li family?" Yi Ling appeared at ease, reveling in his strength, allowing him to speak and act without hesitation. "Lu Hua, you without a mech should refrain from speaking here. Lacking strength, do not feign courage. If you persist, I shall slap you. Do you believe me?" Lu Hua's expression darkened. "Do you not recognize where we are? Do you dare strike me?" Yi Ling was undeterred, stepping forward to deliver a resounding slap across Lu Hua's face. "I have struck you. And what of it? So long as I do not end your life, I can incapacitate you, with my brother and sister-in-law backing me. What do you amount to? Old Yi, is this how you raise your son?" A corpulent middle-aged man, Lu Hua's father, glared at the scene. Yi Ling's father chuckled. "My son has struck yours. Will you order him to retaliate? Children squabble. Let us adults refrain from interference." Old Lu. Chapter 71. Do not strike again. "Yi Ling, you dare hit me?" Lu Hua, taken aback by Yi Ling's boldness, was furious. Although his family may not be rooted in Jingcheng, their heritage was formidable. Anger surged within him. Yi Ling, you dare strike me. I shall make you regret this. As he prepared to retaliate, his father restrained him. Enough. Will you bite back after being bitten by a dog? Yi Ling glared defiantly. I have slain numerous beasts. You dare scold me? If I can endure this, what need have I for fighting monsters? Ready for battle, he was interrupted by Zhao Ye's arrival. Yi Ling, what are you doing? Just as Yi Ling was about to act, he paused, surprised to hear Zhao Yi's voice. Brother dog, why are you not inside? I returned and brought Kaya with me. What are you all up to? Yi Ling pointed at Lu Mu, who is Lu Hua's father. Dog brother, this pair of old Deng and young Deng are speaking ill of my sister-in-law. I was just giving them a lesson. Zhao Yi glanced at Lu Mu, then turned to Lu Hua. I wonder if I have offended either of you in any way. Lu Mu looked at Zhao Yi. You are the young man engaged to Miss Shangwan. May I ask your name? My name is Zhao Yi, and I am not the one to be questioned here. Have I offended either of you, to the point that you feel the need to gossip about my fiancé, behind my back? Zhao Ye's eyes turned cold, and even Lu Mu, a seasoned fox in the business world, felt a chill run down his spine that we did not speak ill of Miss Shangwan. Nonsense, Yi Ling retorted angrily. Old Deng, it was your son who said my dog brother is unworthy of my sister-in-law. My dog brother and sister-in-law are a match made in heaven. To speak ill of my dog brother is to speak ill of my sister-in-law. Lu Hua defended himself. What I said was reasonable. A penniless, powerless young man like him is hardly worthy of Miss Shangwan. Dog brother, did you hear that? He spoke ill of you. Zhao Yi found it somewhat amusing. I have the ability to handle my own matters, but it is not for you two insignificant characters to talk behind my back. Yi Ling, teach them a lesson and throw them out. My engagement banquet does not welcome these unwelcome guests. All right. It seems they have tasted the bitterness of bullying. Yi Ling no longer held back and instead focused his wrath on Lu Hua. Lu Mu was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to intervene. Meanwhile, Yi Exin stroked his chin, pondering the situation. It appears that without any standing, one cannot expect to be noticed by the Shangwan family. Young and reckless, even my foolish son has stooped to being someone else's underling. The engagement banquet. The main character, Miss Shangwan Qingshi, was still in the makeup room. Sets of exquisite gowns and dazzling jewelry were displayed nearby. I never expected our iceberg princess to have her moment of blossoming. In the military district, Shangwan Qingshi seldom gathered with her friends. Xiao Qing, sure, what do you think? Operating a mech in battle is dangerous. Only you two have the courage. That a group of young girls chattered in the makeup room. The makeup artist was also a close friend of Shangwan Qingshi. Yet the young lady had hidden her relationship well. It was surprising that no one had heard about her engagement until now. Sure, do tell us how you met. Shangwan Qingshi smiled, her expression relaxed. You may not believe it, but when I first met this guy, he was quite infuriating. Upon hearing Shangwan Qingshi bring it up, the girls became intrigued. It must not be easy to make our princess upset. Quickly, tell us. Shangwan Qingshi reminisced that I remember it was right after school when you insisted on dragging me shopping. We happened to stroll through a snack street, and suddenly, a hand pulled me into an alley. Everyone held their breath. Could it be that the princess was abducted, leading to our hero's dramatic rescue? Wow, who would have thought such a scenario could happen in real life? Shangwan Qingshi rolled her eyes. What are you talking about? The person who dragged me in was this guy. When I first saw him, he was just a scruffy little thing, looking quite dirty. Everyone was astonished, clearly not expecting such a twist. He pinned me against the wall and said harshly, "Robbery. Hand over your money." The crowd gasped in shock. So, my dear sure, did you develop Stockholm Syndrome? Falling for a robber? How could that be? Shangwan Qingshi continued her recollection that I was terrified and said, we only used mobile payments now. No cash. Then he started to look around and told me to buy him 2 skewers, a pancake, and a bottle of water. And did you comply? Shangwan Qingshi nodded shyly. That time. He was just a little boy, looking like he hadn't eaten for days. Chapter 72. Past encounters and long-term tickets to meals. And then what happened? Everyone listened intently, unaware that someone had appeared in the makeup room. Zhao Yi leaned quietly against the wall, listening to Shangwan Qingshi recount her past. His memories seemed to revive during that time. Back then, he was oblivious to the existence of mechs, only found in science fiction, where the aliens he had only heard of in rumors, that he could not fathom why he had awakened in a foreign land. Ragged and without even enough money to buy a bun, of course, I felt pity for him and bought him food, but he was rather greedy. demanding I exchange my phone's money for cash. That was when I learned money could be exchanged like that. That young and fragile me was robbed of a full $100. That $100 was a sum that none of the girls would have even glanced at. Yet the story brought laughter. And then he just let you go? He didn't even care about me, just wolfed down his pancake and skewers while I watched for a while before leaving. What happened next? How did you two start communicating? Shangwan Qingshi bit her lip tightly. That happened when I was in the 3rd grade, and I remember Uncle Zhou came to pick me up from school, and the car was parked across the street. The school gate was crowded, and suddenly, a hand pulled me away. Was it that little rascal again? I looked closely, and it was indeed that little troublemaker. I was furious and yelled at him. You little rascal, are you trying to rob me again? Not a chance. What did he do then? What do you think? He had a thieving heart, but no guts. He may have looked small, but he was surprisingly strong that he pinned me down and took off my shoes while tickling my feet, asking if I would give him money. So, did you give in? Shangwan Qingshi shrugged helplessly that IT was the same old trick. He dragged me to a small shop to exchange for cash. Did you tell your family about it when you went home? No, I thought he was just hungry. After all, he never asked for much. And then, that little rascal began showing up every few days to mooch off me. Sometimes he even came to my school to catch me. When I asked how he got in, he said he painted himself in school uniform and walked in, and the security guards didn't stop him since he looked so small. He boasted that he'd eaten in the cafeteria for several days. But sadly, they didn't serve dinner or breakfast. Looks like our son-in-law is quite resourceful, managing to survive at such a young age. Some girls' eyes sparkled with admiration for Zhao Ye's childhood antics. Shangwan Qingshi suddenly wore a nostalgic expression. Later, I asked him if he knew that wearing paint was harmful to his health. He said he knew, but it was better to eat than to worry too much. Everyone knows instant noodles are unhealthy, yet so many still eat them. I thought, how could an 8-year-old speak so maturely? But since I'm kind-hearted, I gave him an old-school uniform that I could no longer wear. Yet, he didn't express any gratitude, and even joked, "Little girl, are you developing feelings from being robbed too often?" This elicited another round of laughter. Sure, you wouldn't really fall for your robber. Would you? It was my kindness. I felt sorry for him. Shangwan Qingshi haughtily replied, So, dear lady, your elementary school years were spent being robbed by our son-in-law. Not entirely, but that little rascal was persistent. He only robbed me and no one else. Isn't it because the young lady is too easy to talk to? Every time you offered money, you just gave it? So how did you ultimately fall for him? Shangwan Qingshi fell in her memories again. It was during the summer between 3rd and 4th grade, and my mother took me to the mall, and just as I entered the restroom, a lady suddenly covered my mouth and ran off with me. Sure, did you encounter a human trafficker? Shangwan Qingshi nodded gently. And then what happened? Later, I vanished without a trace, causing great concern for my mother, while my usually busy father was also stirred into action, beginning a city-wide search for me. Zhao Yi suddenly turned his head, glancing towards the entrance where Nanji was walking in. She smiled at him and continued to listen to her daughter narrate the story. Completely unaware of the earlier ordeal where Zhao Yi had robbed her daughter, I was taken aboard a van, which was filled with several other children, all abducted from their parents. Can you guess what happened next? Unsurprisingly, this sparked renewed interest among the listeners. So, indeed, a hero came to rescue the damsel in distress? Yes, otherwise, sure wouldn't have specifically mentioned this part. Shangwan Qingshi raised her hand, and everyone fell silent once more. By sheer coincidence, I spotted him in the van, dressed in the school uniform I had given him, seated in the back. Munching on a steamed bun, looking nothing like an abducted child, I felt a rush of joy upon seeing a familiar face in such a dire situation. Speaking of which, Shangwan Qingshi couldn't help but smile at the memory. Yet, this fellow took an unexpected turn. He muttered how unfortunate it was to find a long-term meal ticket and still see me. I was baffled by how he managed to carry a small knife with him. Upon noticing my arrival, he wasted no time and swiftly slashed the neck of the middle-aged kidnapper at the wheel. Taking advantage of the kidnapper's MO pulling the bolt, the gun's muzzle was directly aimed at Zhang Kong. Old dang, do you know how I managed to woo the young lady back in the day? If you wish to see, I shall demonstrate. Bang! The gun fired sharply towards the ceiling, silencing the once lively banquet hall in an instant. The muzzle lowered again, now aimed squarely at Zhang Kong. So, you are Zhang Kong? I'm unaware of your relationship with the Shangwan family, but I can assure you, I wouldn't hesitate to treat you to a dinner of bullets. What the hell just happened? It seemed that Commander Shangwan was standing there, yet he remained silent as the gun fired. That kid is truly fierce, someone remarked. isn't that Zhang Dong. He appears to be a relative of the late Shangwan patriarch's widow. The hall erupted into chaos once more. All eyes turned towards the source of the gunfire. Lu1, witnessing this scene, felt a jolt of surprise. Damn. Long before, Lu Yun had warned me about Zhao Yi. But today, I see he is indeed a madman. Zhang Kang's expression shifted noticeably. Zhao Yi's shot was not merely a scare tactic. It was a clear indication that he wielded a real gun, not a toy. Yet he was unafraid. After all, who was he? One of the wealthiest individuals in Southeast Asia, with connections to the Shangwan family. His Zhang family held considerable influence throughout the region. You think brandishing a gun can intimidate me? I consumed more salt than you've had rice. I truly do not belie, doctor. Call an ambulance quickly. Shangwan Zhen was at a loss for words. He never anticipated that a mere engagement banquet would stir such a commotion. However, observing Zhao Yi's charismatic presence in the banquet hall, he couldn't help but smile. Shangwan Zhen. Aunt Zhang was about to say something, but Shangwan Zhen's eyes turned cold. Aunt, please refrain from meddling in the affairs of my Shangwan family, if you say another word. Remember, you are merely my cousin, and if you continue to interfere in my daughter's matters, you shall have no further ties with the Shangwan family. Aunt Zhang's heart trembled, hastily retracting her words. The commander Shangwan was indeed formidable. After all, what could a few scheming relatives compare to a son-in-law? Didn't they see how fiercely the young lady protected her prospective fiancé? They had all heard about the life-saving grace from childhood. It was a bond of childhood sweethearts. Yes, the discussion swirled around. Zhao Yi found himself surrounded. Meanwhile, Lu Wenjing stood awkwardly on the outskirts of the crowd, unsure of whether to stay or leave. He had truly not anticipated that his provocations would lead to such an outcome. Lu Wenjing, what are you doing here? Someone seemed unwilling to let him off the hook. Yi Ling suddenly turned his gaze towards him. Well, our brother dog kindly included you in our ranks, and you wish to undermine him? Brothers, what should we do with someone who dares to encroach upon our big brother? Li Fei sneered coldly. According to the rules, we should castrate him. Lu Wenjing was taken aback. He had just witnessed the madness of Zhao Yi and Shangwan Qingshi. What do you want? I am Lu Wenjing of the Lu family. Do you dare to touch me? Li Fei and his 5 companions were momentarily stunned. Which Lu family? Yi Ling nonchalantly replied, the Lu family of General Lu Hua from the Central Military District, and Commander Lu Feng of the Southeast War Zone. That Lu family. Everyone was taken aback. Yi, this Lu family seems quite formidable, doesn't it? Indeed, Yi Ge, while we may be well off, we cannot afford to offend the Lu family. Yi Ling chuckled. That I've already devised a plan for you. What plan? Do you know why I'm unafraid of the Lu family? Why? Because I have brother dog and sister-in-law backing me up. This moment. You may wonder why I have such protection. It is because I, Yi Ling, possess a mecha and have joined brother dog's 7 swordsman team, forming a brotherhood for life and death. So, Yi Ge, how does this relate to your lack of fear of offending the Lu family? Yi Ling rolled his eyes. Can't you understand? You fellows also have some wealth. Grit your teeth and either contract a mecha spirit or purchase a mecha yourselves. Then, go to a training base to learn how to operate a mecha. After that, you can come to me for connections and to Brother Dog for connections. Eventually, we can make arrangements for you to join us as auxiliary members, helping us with some errands at that point. Won't we all be family? Zhao Yi, who had been listening to Yi Ling, found himself somewhat tempted. Indeed, a mecha team had no stipulations on the number of members. Moreover, a mecha team was far more exhilarating than a proper mecha tide. Especially considering his current lack of sufficient strength, forming a sufficiently large mecha combat team would alleviate any fears of being overwhelmed by hordes of monsters during future missions. Chapter 76. Couples on the battlefield, however. This notion remained merely an idea, least on the ground. Such aspirations were challenging to realize unless one held a commanding position like Shangwan Zhen as a military district commander. Yet even Shangwan Zhen could not simply create a large-scale mecha army at will. It was not solely a matter of power. There were also financial and logistical challenges involved. Zhao Yi felt a stir of ambition, but quickly suppressed it. He shot Yi Ling a glare. All right, Yi, we are teammates, and it would look good to cause a scene. Let us go. Upon seeing this, Yi Ling grabbed his 5 young subordinates and ignored Lu Wenjing. The humiliation of being disregarded after being insulted left Lu Wenjing's expression dark and grim. All right, Zhao Yi, Yi Ling, I will remember this. Just wait. You won't have a good ending for offending me. Lu Wenjing. Poetry, you were incredibly impressive just now. Poetry, you're simply my dream goddess. Poetry, how about we get together? You wouldn't mind having more girlfriends, would you? Watching a group of young girls gazing at her with admiration, she replied, Sister is just a legend. Don't be too enamored with me, Yi. You always leave me in awe. Kaya sighed. Why? Kaya suddenly wore a nostalgic expression. On my planet, we had a monarchy similar to your European medieval system. Why planets suffer invasions and wars? But we had a great king, His Majesty King Courage. He was handsome, brave, and beloved by the people. When enemies invaded, the king took the initiative, wielding his sword to slay the invaders while shielding his subject from impending danger. He was adored and celebrated. The people of Red Rain Star would cheer for his arrival. He was a true, good king. I vaguely remember when the enemies came. King Courage raised his arm, and the entire Red Rain Star cheered for him, willing to serve as his vanguard. Perhaps you, Yi, cannot yet summon 1,000,000 people with a mere call like the king, but I see in you the same aura that King Courage possessed. Zhao Yi was momentarily unsure whether to feel pleased or anxious. He had enough self-awareness to recognize that while he often boasted about being a savior, being a king was far-fetched. Ego. Brother Dog is truly one of a kind. Even accompanied by an alien, I face stood and poured a drink for Yi Ling. Yi Ling smiled smugly. Of course. What an alien. Follow Brother Dog. And in the future, we might even venture off Earth to battle extraterrestrials. As time passed, the engagement banquet gradually moved to the main event. Ahem. Shang Wanjun stepped onto the stage as his light cough echoed through the microphone. The hall fell silent once more. I trust everyone is present. As you are aware, my daughter has found a partner, and it is time to discuss marriage. Shang Wanjun, though not one to elevate myself, am not from a humble background. That if all goes well, this will be a singular event in our lives. As a father, I wish for my daughter to have the best in this world, to be the happiest person. Shang Wanjun began his speech, and everyone listened attentively. However, this was merely an engagement banquet. Making it too grand would complicate the actual wedding. His words elicited laughter, and he joined in the amusement. First, allow me to introduce my daughter, Shangwan Qingshi. Come, poetry. Shangwan Qingshi, adorned in a wine-red evening gown and formal black heels, stepped forward as for my future son-in-law. Everyone has already met him. Come, Zhao, greet everyone so they know you are my son-in-law. And no one will dare call you a poor boy again. With a jest, Zhao Yi donned a custom suit selected by Shangwan Qingshi and ascended the stage. Upon stepping up, his gaze met Shangwan Qingshi's, and the tenderness exchanged between them incited cheers from the crowd. Kiss her. It was unclear who initiated the chant, but soon, Hint began a clap. Kiss her. Kiss her. Shangwan Jun's expression darkened. The procedure hadn't even been completed yet. How could they kiss? Moreover, this wasn't the wedding. When he looked up, to his surprise, his own wife was among the crowd, urging them on. Shangwan Qingshi, however, was audacious. Without waiting for Zhao Ye's response, she lunged forward, tightly embracing him, her teeth sinking into his lip. The crowd erupted in cheers once more. Just then, someone noticed something descending from the sky. Look! What is that? The voice wasn't loud but was enough to draw attention, and soon, many turned their gaze upward. Commander, a young man in military attire, rushed in from outside. Commander, we have detected abnormal energy fluctuations in the sky above the city. A multitude of enigmatic beings descends from the heavens. The residents of Shangwan Town, who had been on edge all day, finally feel a sense of relief at this moment, as it has come to pass on the high platform. Zhao Yi and Shangwan Qingshi, hand in hand, gaze out the window. Poetry, Zhao Yi muses. I've often heard that wishing upon a meteor shower is remarkably effective. Shangwan Qingshi nods in agreement. That I suppose so. Zhao Yi takes a microphone and clears his throat. Ahem, everyone, please quiet down. The commotion has not yet reached them, and everyone turns their attention to Zhao Yi. Many young people in attendance likely cannot fathom why such a stunning beauty as Qingshi would deign to notice a penniless individual like him. Zhao Yi smiles, gesturing into the void beside him, and to everyone's astonishment, he conjures a magnificent azure longsword from thin air. The answer will soon be revealed, but the situation is currently quite dire. So I kindly ask everyone to seek refuge in the air raid shelter. Beside him, Shangwan Qingshi mirrors his movements. 3 months of training and study have transformed her from a novice in mecha combat to a warrior standing shoulder to shoulder with Zhao Yi. Perhaps the notion of a husband and wife duo on the battlefield is no longer mere rhetoric. The two raise their swords towards the sky. Return to your stations. Combat mecha. In an instant, the earth trembles, and thunder reverberates. Chapter 77. The resurgence of war dark clouds swirl ominously, and thunder cracks. Most in the crowd are still processing the unfolding events. Mr. Kaya, I must insist you take refuge in the air raid shelter. A soldier in standard military armor approaches him, urging compliance. Saron, I am curious as to what warrants such a grand display of force over a mere scenic city. Shangwan Tianxiong observes the ever-growing fleet of ominous black spacecraft above. Their gaping cannon mouths instilling fear. As the spacecraft's hatches open, an overwhelming number of war mechas and genetically engineered biological weapons are unceremoniously cast down towards the blue planet below, with a resounding crash. The first beast crashes to the ground, revealing its massive form and terrifying destructive capability. At this moment, the crowd finally comprehends the gravity of their situation. Just half a year after the last conflict, war has returned. Boom! Outside the scenic city, a colossal laser cannon suddenly fires upon the first beast to land. This monster, resembling a wild boar, explodes upon contact with the laser. I have returned. Shangwan Town. I hear your daughter is hosting an engagement party. Let me see her. A massive black fighter jet suddenly descends from the clouds, accompanied by a barrage of dark missiles plummeting towards the city. In truth, Shangwan Town had already received prior notification from its patriarch. The citizens have been evacuated to the air raid shelters. You see? Allow me to show you. Suddenly, a girl's melodious voice cuts through the chaos, accompanied by howling winds and two massive metallic staffs. The Grapes War mecha soars through the air, its speed rivaling that of Cassine Rose's Black Knight Fighter 3.0. The Black Knight mecha is devoted to your service. In countless battles, survival is paramount. Should combat be irregular, tears will flow for loved ones. What? Rosa gasps, suddenly aware of a purple-headed mecha swinging two enormous golden staffs towards his Black Knight fighter. In an instant, he slams a red button on the control panel. The sound of metal components reassembling echoes as the fighter transforms into a colossal humanoid mecha. Boom! The Black Knight mecha delivers a powerful punch, causing both mechas to be sent flying. How dare you strike my daughter? A massive metallic dragon streaks across the sky, its tail creating a shockwave. You two against one. Such dishonor. Rosa curses, maneuvering his mecha back into fighter form to escape the battlefield. However, as he takes off, missiles begin to fall from the sky like arrows losing their momentum, descending towards the ground. What? Rosa's eyes widen in disbelief. Where did these missiles come from? Boom! Golden sparks erupt from the Black Knight fighter. Warning! Warning! Mecha components severely damaged. Warning! Warning! Mecha components severely damaged. Please evacuate immediately. Rose's eyes narrow. Curse that green apple. I shall return. Yet the missiles continue to rain down, exploding upon impact. Mecha emergency ejection function activated. The Black Knight Mechanical Company is devoted to your service. On this day, the citizens of Scenic City seem to hear a collective wail. Cursed green apple, cursed purple grape, and Shangwan Town. I shall return. Simultaneously, other mecha units from Saki Star are also descending. What just flew out? I think I saw something explode. Was that Rose's newly acquired Black Knight mecha? What a waste. If it weren't for his uncle Saron, he would never have been made squad leader. This is a disgrace to General Saron's name. Zhao Yi gazes skyward, focusing on the falling fire meteors. These meteors are in free fall, igniting terrifying flames upon atmospheric entry, yet such flames cannot harm these biological weapons, indicating their formidable nature. Shangwan Town finds it absurd. Is this how it ends before he can even showcase his strength as a father? Observing the mechas and fearsome beasts descending from the heavens, he cannot help but exclaim, "By heavens, one would think I have committed some celestial offense. Summoning heavenly soldiers to apprehend me. A bunch of rabble. Since you have come, do not depart. All of you, heed my command. Annihilate the foes." Yes, this time, it is not merely Shangwan Town, but all of southern Jiang and the surrounding southeastern military districts that are thoroughly prepared. Laser weapons begin unleashing their devastating firepower, and mechas emerge from maintenance bays, wielding massive firearms or cold weapons, rushing towards this unconventional battlefield. Zhao Yi surveys the apocalyptic scene above Scenic City and suddenly feels a stirring in his heart. It is time. Fatty, connect me to Nanliang Xian. Zhao Yi, you have truly put me in a bind. Why father looks at me as though I am a criminal, nearly ready to imprison me. Zhao Yi disregards Nanliang Xuan's complaints. Now is the time. Let Lu Wenjing emerge. The contract holder with the mecha spirit cannot simply hide in the shelter. And you, Fatty, if you cower inside while we fight outside and lose, you will meet the same fate. Now, indeed, now, it would be best to incite him to harbor murderous intent towards me, to tell him that now is the prime moment for me to perish at the hands of extraterrestrials, leaving him without rivals. Nan Liangshuan's eyes widen in shock. Cautiously cradling his phone, he glances at his father, who is still glaring at him, and shifts aside to avoid being overheard. Damn, from now on, I'll call you dog brother. You are too ruthless. Are you this harsh on others as well as yourself? Hurry up. Enough chatter. If I die out there, I shall haunt you as a ghost. Chapter 78. Thus and so this, and that having hung up. Nan Liangxian ponders deeply. He realizes he cannot tackle this alone. After some consideration, he rises and leaves the area. Where are you going? His father, Nan Qingyao, questions as he observes his son heading outside. Everyone else is going to fight. I cannot remain here alone. Nan Qingyao is momentarily taken aback. What did you say? Father, I said I want to help them. Nan Qingyao, seeing his son's determination to join the fray, remains silent. Why not wield the sword and conquer the mountains and rivers? He nods approvingly. Remember to apologize to Zhao Yi later. You have some backbone. Boy, if I hear you speak of him in such a manner again, I will break your legs. Nan Liangxian internally groans. What do you know? I am practically becoming Zhao Ye's lackey. He is doing the dirty work while all the glory goes to him. Alas, he is set to become my brother Dash and Dash Law at Lu Shao. What an opportunity. Nan Liangxian spots Lu Wenjing among the crowd, sheltering from disaster. Nan Qingyao observes from a distance. Puzzled as to why his son approaches Lu Wenjing, he had witnessed the earlier scene in the hall. Had it not been for Lu Wenjing, the Zhang siblings would not be in such a predicament that Lu Wenjing regards Nan Liangxian. What else on your mind? Lu Shao, consider this. This is not merely a skirmish with minor monsters. War has arrived, and the danger is greater than ever. This is the perfect moment for a gallant rescue. Lu Wenjing shook his head. Do you think I am unaware? It is perilous up there. Do you want me to go to my death? Nan Liangxian continued. Young Master Lu, we cannot simply sit idly by the, as the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish, in times of safety. Where is the opportunity for heroes to save the damsel? Noticing Lu Wenjing's expression, which had softened, he added, Moreover, young master, this is indeed a fortuitous moment. What opportunity? Lu Wenjing inquired. Nan Liangxian smiled, with a hint of cunning. Consider this, young master. We are at war. In such tumultuous times, unexpected events are commonplace. Zhao Yi is out there battling the enemy, and should something unforeseen occur, wouldn't that leave my cousin Shirshir heartbroken? When a girl is distressed, she needs someone to console her. In that moment, you could seize the opportunity, leveraging the Lu family's influence to win her affection effortlessly. Lu Wenjing pondered for a moment before gritting his teeth. You make a valid point. Fatty point one must possess the will to strive, but it cannot just be the two of us. Nan Liangxian was taken aback. Young master. What do you mean? Lu Wenjing smiled. You need not worry about that. I have a plan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Wen was preparing to take action. He had returned to the military district earlier to pilot his mecha, although he had been invited to Zhao Ye's engagement banquet. As the less favored eldest son of the Lu family, his presence was scarcely acknowledged, and he himself was indifferent to such matters. Lu Yen was engaged in communication with Zhao Yi when he suddenly noticed something and smirked slightly. What impeccable timing! Zhao Yi maneuvered his mecha through the urban battlefield, coordinating with the mecha units to eliminate the monsters raining down from above, occasionally firing a few shots or launching missiles, all while maintaining a relaxed demeanor. The modified mecha was heavily armed, though one could argue its accuracy was questionable, and the occasional berating from teammates was not uncommon. Fortunately, everyone was aware of his status as the prospective son-in-law of the Shangguan family, so no one raised objections. However, Zhao Ye's lack of precision, coupled with a stroke of luck on the battlefield, left others speechless. How's it going? Zhao Yi glided through the urban ruins on his skating-like mecha, engaging in a video call with Lu Yun, who was hurrying to the battlefield, preparing to kill you. What else? At the same time, a video call from the chubby Nan Liangxian came in. Dog brother. Is this reliable? Yiling and Shangguan Qingshi, who were on the communication channel, turned their gazes toward him. Fatty, present us with a plan. The chubby fellow appeared to have been strategizing for some time. Dog brother. My suggestion is to be a bit bolder. What do you mean? He elaborated with enthusiasm. The cockpit soon fell silent again. In this operation, aside from Meng Yuqing, all team members had gathered. It was not that Meng Yuqing did not wish to come. She simply had not realized that the war had already commenced. Furthermore, the team had not intended for her to participate in this intricate web of schemes. Yiling was piloting her fiery Phoenix mecha for the first time, elegantly soaring through the sky, her metallic wings slicing a monster in two. Fatty, you don't truly intend to get us dog brother killed, do you? Yiling quipped, casting a teasing glance at Nan Liangxian. Zhao Yi, however, nodded in agreement. We will proceed as the fatty suggests. Zhao Yi, this is too dangerous. What rewards come without risks? Zhao Yi declared. All right, I am the captain. I alone will make the decisions. Fatty, find out where Lu Wenjing's mecha core is located. Nan Liangxian grinned with satisfaction. Rest assured, Da brother, I have already learned that the core of Lu Wenjing's Xian Snake mecha is situated atop its head. However, Da brother, while the core is there, the primary weaponry is also concentrated in the same area. You have seen those gun barrels among the hair on its head. Each one is a small laser cannon, highly maneuverable. To deal with him, we cannot kill him outright. The best approach is to collectively control his mecha. We must also prevent him from disengaging mid-battle. But I believe Lu Wenjing is quite fearful of death. We can threaten him. If he dares to disengage, we will toss him into a horde of monsters. After all, it would be the monsters that kill him. He foolishly chose to engage in battle, and casualties are simply part of war. Zhao Yi looked at Nan Liangxian with skepticism. Fatty, are you trying to incite me to kill him? Nan Liangxian scratched his head. But by that point, it would be a matter of life and death. Letting him go would create even greater trouble. Killing him might offend the Lu family, but in truth, that is merely a possibility. Dying on the battlefield raises no eyebrows. At worst, we must be cautious of the Lu family in the future. We have a multitude of us and ample potential for growth. Can we truly be intimidated by the Lu family? However, if what we do is exposed by Lu Wenjing, it would not just tarnish our reputation. The consequences would be far more severe. Chapter 79. Mission Objective. Zhao Yi found himself in a quandary. After all the effort invested over time, was this not the moment he had been striving for? Yet, precisely because of this careful orchestration, it could not be made public. Release Lu Wenjing now would be akin to unleashing a tiger back into the mountain. All eyes were upon Zhao Yi, seemingly awaiting his command. After a deep breath, he coldly declared, "Then let us kill." Nan Liangxian continued, "Everyone, do not feel guilt over taking a life. I will provide you with a document detailing the misdeeds Lu Wenjing has committed throughout his life. I trust that after reading it, you will find any notion of guilt to be utterly absurd." With a chime, everyone's attention shifted once more. Lun smiled faintly. "I bear no significant psychological burden. Killing him now would likely result in the loss of my pocket money." Zhao Yi had seen the details before. Whether or not to kill Lu Wenjing was of little concern to him. Killing him would be preferable. He merely needed to contemplate the outcomes of each choice. Zhao Yi stated, "Remember, the final strike must be delivered by me." The group fell silent, but on the ground. Lu Yin appeared to be intentionally provoking. "Captain, this is all credit. The military merit points for the alien mechas far exceed those of the lower-level monsters on the ground." Zhao Yi suddenly felt a surge of excitement. "Let us go. Let us engage them." Upon hearing this, the others no longer hesitated and began to approach the German team proactively. "Haha, Captain, the mission target is actually coming toward us." A member of the German team mocked from within a massive metallic mecha. Though German wore a disdainful expression, he warned, "Don't underestimate them. Most of this mecha team possesses contract-type mechas, and oh wonder His Majesty is interested in this distant planet in the galaxy. The success rate of these blue star people in forging contracts with mecha spirits is surprisingly higher than ours." The Sakis, "Yes, Captain," the crowd cheered. Just then, two enormous missiles painted in red streaked through the air, creating a sonic boom. Boom! Perhaps due to sheer luck, or perhaps because Zhao Yi did not aim deliberately, two mechas exploded on the spot. The recording function of the little fruit battle treasure captured this killing blow at that very moment. In the sky, the great battle treasure and the Flame Phoenix mecha collaborated in battle. The great battle treasure's powerful blunt strikes and the Flame Phoenix mecha's sharp iron wings swiftly destroyed the two mechas that charged toward them. The Saki's team, consisting of 10 members, suffered 4 losses before even engaging in combat. Buzz, the Iron Eater mecha, controlled by Nan Liangxian, slowly raised its metallic to the center of the paw. A massive cannon barrel emerged. As energy gathered, A bolt of black laser shot forth like lightning. Another one down. Although Liu Yin still piloted his Steel Cutter H, he was equally relentless. The combat power of the Steel Cutter H, personally modified by Kaya, was formidable, despite losing significant mobility as an infantry-type mecha. Its 40-meter-long chainsaw provided immense destructive power. Buzz! The chainsaw's blade whirled violently, directly striking the metal shoulder of the mecha piloted by German. The ear-piercing sound of metal grinding filled the air. Warning! Warning! Severe damage detected in the mecha's arm. German stared in disbelief at the scene before him. They had even had a chance to strike, and half of their mecha team had already suffered casualties. Now, the arm of the mecha he controlled was almost severed. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! He repeated the curse thrice. Cool man. The mission target is right here. Hurry and assist me. I see you rushing in. Aren't you trying to take all the credit for yourself? Why do you need my help now? The mission target is powerful, exceeding our expectations. Hurry. We're doomed, and you will be too. Chapter 80. Eliminate him. Cool man's expression changed. What are you talking about? How could you lose over half your team in such a short time? Do you think I'm joking at a time like this? German suddenly shouted. Oh, you really think an ambush can match my strength? Zhao Yi's team acted with remarkable speed, inflicting over half of the German team's losses in mere moments. This sudden and massive casualty left the remaining members of the German team in shock. However, this was war, and Zhao Yi would not grant them the luxury of dawdling. Spirit Link, the little fruit battle treasure, charged directly at the giant mecha controlled by German. The sharp, massive spikes instantly pierced through its cockpit. Boom! Kuman had not yet processed the situation when a tremendous explosion erupted in the distance. German! But German did not respond. Damn it, brothers, I'm in a tight spot. Call for support. Kuman quickly sent out a transmission. Locate the mission target. Everyone, gather around me. The mission target is with me. At that moment, Shangwan Jun suddenly noticed that several mecha teams from Saki's were advancing toward a particular direction, but he turned to look. And that direction seemed to be where Zhao and his daughter were. Damn it, Shangwan Jun suddenly realized something. Old man, do you know something? Quit babbling. You're distracting me from my operation. I'll die just to show you. A roar emanated from Shangwan Tianxiong. Damn it, I've been wondering what could possibly pique their interest. Now I think I've guessed it. All right, kill first, worry about the rest later. Shangwan Jun gritted his teeth. Old man, he's your grandson-in-law. Don't let him die. I know, quit your whining. What's that kid doing now? Fighting. At least he is showing some potential. Not embarrassing old Zhao. This marriage is quite fitting. Shangwan Tianxiong quickly ended the call. Thunder rumbled in the sky while sparks flew on the ground. The city of Jing had barely been built before it was reduced to ruins once more. Damn, dog brother, a considerable number of monsters and alien mechas are approaching us. Yiling noticed something was amiss. Dog brother, did you disturb their ancestors? I wish I had. Old Liu. Fatty, don't wait any longer. Now's the time. Attack. Now. Yes. The group communicated through their team's voice channel, even unreservedly mentioning Liu Wenjing's name. Liu Wenjing also saw the numerous approaching mecha teams. Liu Yin, Fatty, attack. Liu Yuan and Nan Liangxian exchanged cold smiles and turned to Zhao Yi. Good. Zhao Yi's expression changed dramatically. What are you planning? At that moment, Liu Yuan's Steel Cutter H, Nan Liangshuan's Iron Eater mecha, and Liu Wenjing's Xian Snake mecha slowly approached Zhao Yi's little fruit battle treasure. Zhao Ge, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being unworthy of sure. Liu Wenjing sneered. Old Liu. Fatty, what are you doing? Zhao Yi, I've tolerated you for long enough. Nan Liangxian yelled angrily. Do you really think a poor kid like you can lead us? Witnessing the sudden betrayal of Liu Yuan and Nan Liangxian, Shangwan Qingshi and Yiling, who were engaged in combat with the remaining mechas of the German team, were both taken aback. Liu Wenjing, what do you want? Yiling, don't worry. It will soon be your turn. As the three mechas slowly approached the little fruit battle treasure, Liu Wenjing raised his head. Attack! Eliminate him! All right, young master. Okay, brother. The Iron Eater and Steel Cutter extended their massive mechanical hands, while the Xian Snake mecha brandished two metallic curved blades. Liu Wenjing, how dare you? Sure, I don't know what kind of enchantment this kid has cast on you. But after today, you will know that only we are truly meant to be together. Just as the curved blades in the hands of the Xian Snake mecha were about to fall, the Iron Eater and Steel Cutter suddenly turned around, forcefully pinning the relatively smaller Xian Snake mecha to the ground. Their movements were swift, Each grabbed the metallic strands that serve as the mecha-esque gun barrels. Pulling and yanking. They could even hear the anguished screams from the mecha spirit of the Xian snake mecha. Lu Wuyin. Fatty, what are you doing? Zhao Yi is over there. Hurry. Lu Wuyin roared. The fatty remained silent. His once innocent face now devoid of any softness, replaced with ruthlessness and determination. The massive paw of the Iron Eater mecha directly peeled away the metallic layer from the head of the Xian snake mecha, revealing a radiant golden core pulsating with energy. Here it comes. Zhao Yi suddenly released the summoning form of the little fruit battle treasure. As the waves of mental energy surged, a green battle armor attached itself to him. And the little fruit battle treasure vanished simultaneously. Zhao Yi plummeted from the sky, wielding the Qi Shao sword, his gaze icy and his resolve unwavering. What are you doing? Fatty, you betrayed me. I am Lu Wenjing. How dare you oppose the Lu family? Lu Wuyin, how could you do this? The Xian snake mecha also erupted in a furious roar. How could I do this? When you betrayed me, did you ever consider how I could endure that? Xian snake, you are doomed. Wenjing, deactivate your mecha. Lu Wuyin sneered. Lu Wenjing, mind your mecha. If you stay still, you might have a chance to live, but if you dare deactivate it, you will die. Lu Wuyin no longer concealed the murderous intent in his heart. Do you dare? I'll tell mom and dad. They will kill you. I will kill them. Lu Wuyin roared at that moment. Zhao Yi, holding the Qi Shao sword, finally landed atop the head of the Xian snake mecha. I hope this works. Zhao Yi gripped the sword firmly, then brought it down with great force. No. Lu Wuyin, I realize my mistake. Don't do this. Lu Wuyin coldly observed the unfolding scene. The Qi Shao sword, sharper than imaginable, effortlessly pierced through the core of the Xian snake mecha. A chilling scream echoed, as if striking the very soul. Leaf, catch me. With the destruction of the mecha core, the Xian snake mecha lost any chance of resistance. Fatty, get Lu Wenjing out of there. Don't kill him. Not kill. We can't kill him yet. Trust me. All right, the massive black paw of the Iron Eater mecha pressed down on the chest of the Xian snake mecha, precisely where the cockpit was located. With an indomitable resolve, Nan Liangxian unleashed a fierce assault, his black bear paw tearing through the cockpit, revealing a flurry of severed wires that sparked dramatically. Chapter 81. The Bountiful Pineapple Slash. Until this moment, Lu Wen could hardly comprehend the drastic transformation in Nan Liangxuan's demeanor. Just moments ago, he had been obsequious, calling out young Master Lu, and in the blink of an eye, he had morphed into a lethal adversary. Young Master Lu, I truly desire to end your life. Alas, Brother Dog possesses a compassionate heart. Boom! The Xian snake mecha erupted violently. Lu Wen's countenance turned an ashen hue. The Xian snake? You have slain my mecha spirit? At this juncture, Zhao Yi was indifferent to Lu Wen's plight. His eyes sparkled as he beheld the pure moonlight reflected from his hands. At last, I can engage in close combat. With a flourish, he pointed his sword to the heavens and bellowed, Fruit treasure mecha, return to me. The pineapple snowstorm gazed skyward at the roiling, darkened clouds, the distant thunder muffled by the oppressive gloom. The mission target lies ahead. Eliminate him. Upon our return, we can all upgrade our mechas. I've longed to switch to the Black Knight. I've had enough of this wretched mecha. Zhao Yi. Who called for Zhao Yi? Where's that green apple mecha? Forget that. The target is in sight. We must annihilate them all. Upon a cursory glance, the 10-member mecha squadron appeared as 5 distinct teams. .50 mechas surged forth, with some designated for close combat and others providing rear support with ranged weaponry. The diversity in design was evident, yet the sheer tide of 50 mechas created an unsettling sensation. The cheers and roars echoed through the translator. Zhao Yi pondered. Do these aliens truly recognize me? Are they here to kill me? Ascending slowly, he melded into the rapidly descending pineapple battle treasure. Fatty, keep an eye on Lu Wen. Do not let him perish. Oh, certainly, Nan Liangxian was taken aback. How come Brother Dog's mecha is so well equipped? It was green just now, and now it's golden, and what of Cousin Shirshir's purple mecha? These 3 prominent mechas all seem to share a common design. Energy, 5,000, mental energy transfer channel, intact, machine gun bullet reserve, 5,000, power system, intact, operating system, intact, young man. Go forth and battle. Pineapple Snowstorm suddenly appeared beside Zhao Yi. Pineapple Bounty Slash. Zhao Yi felt an exhilarating surge of mental clarity, as if his spiritual energy had established a unique bond with the pineapple battle treasure. As he concentrated on directing the controls, energy reserves began to pour forth, and the sharp blades of the pineapple battle treasure shimmered with flowing light. The frantic release of energy revealed glimmers of golden starlight dancing along the dual blades. Captain, is that golden mecha our mission target? Why worry about that? Destroy it. Each of these Blue Stars Covenant mechas we eliminate will earn us significant military merit. However, as the mecha squads converged, a deafening hum resounded, threatening to rupture eardrums that a flash of blade glimmered and vanished. Captain, I feel as though, within a standard mecha, a soldier from Saki's was astonished to witness his lower body severed. Boom! A resplendent explosion erupted, resembling a grand fireworks display, as massive sparks detonated. Quick! Too quick! Zhao Yi struggled to adapt to the pineapple battle treasure's extraordinary speed. Even the first-generation pineapple battle treasure, powered by rear tires, exhibited unparalleled velocity. The sharpness of the dual blades exceeded his expectations, slicing through enemy mechas as effortlessly as cutting through watermelon. Zhao Yi's lips curled in uncontainable delight. This is exhilarating, so satisfying. There were no adverse effects akin to the fruit battle treasure-esque bugs or the erratic luck of the orange battle treasure. Instead, it was sheer delight derived from meticulous execution and the thrill of vanquishing foes. The use of spiritual energy intensified his desire for battle. Kill. I crave more destruction. Zhao Yi became slightly unhinged. The pineapple battle treasure raced across the battlefield, its sharp dual blades inflicting mortal wounds with every strike. Goodness, is he on a killing spree? The squad members behind him were still in shock. Even Lu Wan, currently facing dire setbacks, wore a look of astonishment. Shangwan Qingshi piloted the great battle treasure high above, her eyes gleaming with admiration as she silently observed Zhao Yi's massacre with the pineapple battle treasure. Yi Ling vented her frustration. Yin Huang, look at him, then look at yourself. Yin Huang retorted, you're just a novice. Don't blame my mecha for your incompetence. If you possessed even a fraction of his skill, I could lead you through the battlefield. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi was exasperated as well. Everyone's just standing back and watching. Come lend a hand. After a while, Zhao Yi realized that the pineapple battle treasure's remarkable maneuverability and lethality relied heavily on energy consumption. After a brief period, only 1,000 units of energy remained in the distance. Lu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle that I thought you intended to single-handedly break through the opposition. Enough prattling. My mecha's energy is nearly depleted. Incoming. Yi Ling took the lead, maneuvering the Yin Huang mecha. Metal wings unleashed fiery plumes, transforming the Yin Huang into a true phoenix of flames. The Yin Huang soared, wings flapping as a torrent of flames surged forth. Lightning thunder stick. The great battle treasure was equally swift that a massive golden staff struck an enemy mecha, caving in its chest. Behind them, Lu Yuan raised a Gatling gun spewing blue flames, while merely a standard manufactured mecha, the Zhanggang H, modified by Kaya, exhibited power that surpassed its melee capabilities. The uniquely upgraded cold flame Gatling gun was now a formidable weapon, rivaling some lower-tier advanced mechas in combat strength. Nen Liangxian shot a discontented glance at Lu Wan, who was captured in his grasp. It's all your fault, hindering me from joining the fray. Damn it, you should be exterminated. I can't fathom what Zhao Yi is thinking. Cursing, Nen Liangxian raised the other enormous bear paw of his iron-eating beast mecha. A pitch-black cannon aperture slowly opened. Boom! The black laser cannon unleashed an overwhelming force upon the battlefield. Chapter 82. Magic Motion King, return to me. The squad currently boasted a meager strength of 5 individuals. Yet compared to the invading foes, they felt woefully inadequate. Zhao Yi surveyed the battlefield, engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. What good was it to wreak havoc in this small war zone? Energy would dwindle. Missiles would deplete, blades would dull, and shield would eventually succumb to wear. With 50 enemy mechas down, so too had the pineapple battle treasure's energy. Brother Dog, what shall we do next? Zhao Yi leaped down from the pineapple battle treasure, sheathing the Qishao sword as the mecha dissolved into a myriad of light particles. What else? We keep fighting. Moments later, he brandished the divine general sword. Fruit treasure mecha. Return to me. Yi Ling was astonished. Wait, Brother Dog, can your mecha be swapped mid-battle? Zhao Yi then summoned the pineapple snowstorm. Pineapple Snowstorm, I have a small inquiry. Pineapple Snowstorm raised an eyebrow. Oh, what did I wish to know? Do you possess the mechas of the four great villains? Zhao Ye's tone brimmed with anticipation. Pineapple Snowstorm smiled slightly. Of course. Which one do you desire? Zhao Ye scratched his head. Can I have them all? At this moment, everyone was nearly drained. Continuing the fight would lead to certain death. Pineapple Snowstorm stood proudly, declaring, I possess not only the Magic Motion King, the Sea Shark King, the Heavy Cannon King, and the Explosive King of the four great villains, but also the Fire Dragon King from the east. After some rummaging, unlike the Seven Swords of the Fruit Treasure Special Attack Team, Pineapple Snowstorm produced 4 large blades and a somewhat cumbersome broadsword. Which one would you like to wield? Could you tell me which mecha each blade summons? Upon closer inspection, Zhao Yi noted the distinct markings on the 4 large blades. Each blade's hilt bore a number. 1, 2, 3, for number 1 represented the Explosive King piloted by Tian Xiaowu. 2 signified the Heavy Cannon King of the Rebel Ministers. 3 denoted the Sea Shark King of the Recognizing Rebels, while 4 represented the Magic Motion King of the Sly Thief. The broadsword in his hand was the Fire Dragon King of the East. Pineapple Snowstorm interjected. However, I must warn you that the Fire Dragon King requires a high degree of mental energy from its operator. Nonetheless, it shouldn't pose much difficulty for you. With this, Zhao Yi had made his choice. The battlefield in the eastern outskirts of Jing City was, for the time being, somewhat secure. Zhao Yi leaped from a small fruit battle treasure, which transformed into luminous particles and vanished before the crowd. Brother Dog, aren't we supposed to engage in battle? What is the current situation? Zhao Yi waved his hand, urging everyone to calm down. Let us handle the matter at hand first. You all should come down as well. Although the crowd was somewhat puzzled, they complied. Fatty, bring Lu Wenjing over here. Nan Liangxian sighed in exasperation. Brother Dog, I wish to join you in the fight, but it seems I have no opportunity. Zhao Yi chuckled. Rest assured, even if you wish to avoid combat, you will be compelled to fight. He then turned his gaze towards Lu Wenjing. Zhao Yi, what are you planning to do to me? Lu Weiyuan interjected. Aren't you on my side? He continued. And Fatty, sure, our families are connected. You cannot treat me this way. My grandfather is a general in the Central War Zone. If you dare to harm me, the Lu family will not let this go. Zhao Yi stepped forward. Do not fear. I assure you, I shall not kill you. However, I intend to make some slight adjustments to— No, do not come closer. At this moment, Nan Liangxian restrained him by the shoulder. Lu Wenjing. Be grateful you have the Lu family backing you. Otherwise, given your past misdeeds, even if we wanted you dead, it would not be a swift end. Enough. Zhao Yi dismissed further dialogue. Individuals like him do not know remorse. And we're not here to listen to his confessions. With that, Zhao Yi placed his hand on Lu Wenjing's head. Mental energy surged from his palm into Lu Wenjing's mind. In an instant. Lu Wenjing felt a tremendous ringing in his head, followed by drool spilling from his mouth. Nai, I want to drink Nai. Oh, look at the fireworks. Look at the fireworks. Lu Wenjing appeared dazed. His expression devoid of the composure expected of an adult. Yes, he gazed at the fireworks in the sky. He clapped his hands in delight, resembling a fooled Lu Wenjing has lost his wits. Yiling exclaimed, Brother Dog, what kind of technique is this? Zhao Yi replied, You all should read more. When has anyone among you ever heeded advice? This is merely a basic application of external mental energy. Curiosity piqued, Lu Weiyuan asked, Did you just render him foolish? What other options do we have? Killing him is undesirable, and letting him go is also impractical. That it would be simpler to send him back as a fool. After all, he is still alive. I have a reasonable excuse prepared. He is merely a sheltered flower who was frightened into folly by the onset of war. Zhao Ye's tone was laced with mockery as he regarded the now idiotic Lu Wenjing. Nan Liangxian kicked Lu Wenjing, pondering, but if we don't kill him, how do we restore him? Zhao Yi shook his head. Let us not consider restoration for now. Even if it is possible, it will take time. As long as we grow swiftly, what is a Lu family to us? Lu Weiyuan raised his thumb in approval. How audacious! To you, even the Lu family means nothing. Zhao Yi made a gesture, and although it was not an invocation of a fourth-dimensional pocket, it indicated that he had previously stored items in the cockpit of the small fruit battle treasure. While the cockpit was not spacious, it was sufficient for storing various items, especially since he now possessed an additional pineapple battle treasure. However, this time, he did not produce the long sword of the fruit battle mecha. Instead, he drew forth a great blade and tossed it to the chubby one to hear. Take this. The chubby one eagerly accepted it. exclaiming, "Brother dog, what is this?" Zhao Yi instructed, "Raise it." The chubby one complied and shouted, "Magic Motion King, return to position." With a familiar sensation and taste, dark clouds rolled across the sky. Boom! A towering mecha, predominantly purple and black, descended from the heavens. The chubby one was pulled into the cockpit of the Magic Motion King, while the mecha he had previously piloted, the Iron Eater, transformed into luminous particles, shrinking into a creature roughly the size of an adult's abdomen. The Iron Eater hatchling flew into the cockpit of the Magic Motion King. Wah wah wah. The hatchling curiously examined the similarly large-headed mecha, the Magic Motion King. Wow, Brother Dog is incredible. You can craft mechas by hand. Chapter 83. Fire Dragon King, return to position. Lu Weiyuan and Yi Ling were also left in astonishment. Wow, is this possible? Brother Dog, what about mine? Yi Ling, eager and servile, approached Zhao Yi, longing to cling to his leg. Patience, one at a time. Zhao Yi conjured another great blade, this one emblazoned with the number 3. Yi Ling hastily accepted it, asking, "Brother Dog, what should I shout?" "Sea Shark King." Without needing Zhao Yi to continue, Yi Ling understood. Laughing, "Haha, Brother Dog's mecha summoning incantation is so cool. Unlike that cumbersome Fire Phoenix. The Fire Phoenix, having reverted to its mecha spirit form, flapped its wings. If it were not a mental entity, it would surely have punctured Yi Ling's head. Sea Shark King, return to position. Old Lu, your turn." Zhao Yi tossed another blade, this one marked with 2. This mecha is called Heavy Cannon King. Luyen, excited, accepted it. Although he was unsure why Zhao Yi, having only contracted a mecha spirit, could summon multiple armors, he thought, everyone has their secrets. What mattered most was that he now had a new mecha to pilot. Shu Guan Qingshi shivered slightly. "Zhao Xiaogo, these mechas don't appear as attractive as my great battle treasure." Zhao Yi paused, suddenly scrutinizing Shu Guan Qingshi. "Zhao Xiaogo, why are you looking at me like that?" Zhao Yi pondered, "By the way, do you think wearing high heels while piloting a mecha will incur penalties?" Shu Guan Qingshi rolled her eyes, but still accepted the final great blade. The weight of the blade was considerable. As a girl wielding it, she certainly exuded the aura of a formidable female bandit. "Dear cousin, with that great blade, you resemble a female bandit." Shu Guan Qingshi shot a glare at her cousin. Despite the blade's weight, it did not hinder her ability to lift it single-handedly. "What is the name of this mecha?" "Explosive King." Shu Guan Qingshi displayed a look of disdain. "It's clear this mecha is not designed for someone like me. But having something is better than nothing. She brandished the great blade. Her demeanor lacked the arrogance and brutality of a typical outlaw, instead embodying a decisive and resolute spirit. "Explosive King, return to position." The 4 individuals seated in their mechas turned to Zhao Yi. "We all have ours. What about yours?" "Me?" "Pay close attention." Zhao Yi conjured a massive broadsword from thin as this sword appeared, flames erupted around them. Zhao Yi's mental energy surged, connecting with the broadsword, and he plunged it into the ground. "Fire Dragon King, return to position." Boom! Unlike the other mechas that descended from the sky, flames surged around the broadsword, rolling like crimson waves, sweeping in all directions. The onlookers instinctively recoiled, while Nan Liangxian hurriedly pulled the still-giggling Lu Wenjing to safety. The lava-like ground appeared to melt under the intense heat as cement and soil dissolved, gradually replaced by a golden-hued magma. Zhao Yi stood amidst the magma, slowly sinking. "Zhao Yi," Shu Guan Qingshi gasped. The chubby one intervened. "Cousin, don't worry. Brother Dog will be fine." The magma began to churn, its terrifying energy radiating heat, causing nearby trees to ignite and burn. Bubbling sounds erupted from the lava lake, as if something were about to surface. First to emerge was a golden crown, resembling an inverted crescent moon. Following closely was the massive, somewhat rounded head of the Fire Dragon King, its primary form. Despite the terrifying power it exhibited, Zhao Xiaogo, it looked so ugly. If the fruit battle mechas boasted large heads, the Fire Dragon King's head was exceptionally large and round, compared to the unique designs of other fruit battle mechas. The Fire Dragon King's appearance was markedly inferior. "What do you know?" Zhao Yi scoffed. The worth of a mecha lies not in its beauty, but in its strength. Soon after, Zhao Yi felt as though a mountain was pressing down upon him. Not physically, but upon his soul. Pineapple Blizzard, what is happening? Pineapple Blizzard manifested within the cockpit of the Fire Dragon King, although the Fire Dragon King lacked the life-draining characteristics of the orange battle treasure. As the leader of the four great bandits and the Mecca of Dongfang Qiubai, its abstract design was overshadowed by the immense combat power it could unleash, rooted in Dongfang Qiubai's formidable strength. To harness the Fire Dragon King's might, one must withstand the spiritual energy demands it imposed, which not only elevated one's mental energy requirements, but also provided an excellent opportunity to strengthen one's own mental energy. Pineapple Blizzard glanced at him, noticing his round, unadorned hands devoid of any watch. Based on my estimation, your limit in piloting the Fire Dragon King is half an hour to go forth and fight. I wish you the best of luck. With that, Pineapple Blizzard vanished from sight. Zhao Yi felt a twinge of frustration. Each of these mechs boasted formidable power, yet their side effects were equally daunting, battling against the terrifying pressure of the Fire Dragon King's internal psychic energy. Zhao Yi pushed the mech forward. Let us go. He ceased all further chatter. Since he could endure for half an hour, he intended to make the most of that time to eliminate as many foes as possible. He was eager to accumulate enough military merit points to upgrade his mech. The others, too, fell silent. The operation of the new mech was not overly complicated, especially after months of training at the base, which had significantly enhanced their psychic energy. Even the mechs of the notorious four great bandits required a certain level of psychic energy for control, yet their displayed power was undeniably impressive. The Explosive King flexed his somewhat robust arms. Unfortunately, these mechs had yet to be equipped with new communication devices, so they could only broadcast their voices that a voice filled with complaints emerged from the cockpit. Belonging to Shangwan Qingshi, Zhao Xiaogo, how could you pilot such an ugly mech? Zhao Yi, perplexed, responded, Is it ugly? I think it looks quite handsome. Indeed, cousin, your Explosive King exudes a strong sense of power, doesn't he? Haha, when we return, I'll have my second uncle deal with you. No. Cousin, please persuade her. Dog brother. Last time, because of you, I almost met a terrible fate. Chapter 84. Explosive Fire Dragon Bomb. Enough with the chatter. My father-in-law is in danger. Everyone was taken aback. Abruptly looking up, they saw Shangwan Jun operating his mech, the dragon, nearly sparking from the intensity of the Battle Point 5 mechs, distinguished by their specifications and unique designs. We're encircling Shangwan Jun's dragon. Even among advanced mechs, the dragon ranked at the top, thus enduring a 1-against-5 scenario for this long. Father! At that moment, Shangwan Qingshi had no further inclination to criticize the mech's appearance. Explosive Electric Cannon. The Explosive King raised his palm, wild currents converging in his hand, coalescing into a beam of electric energy that shot toward a distant black mech with a thunderous boom. The blast of the Explosive Electric Cannon was powerful enough to send the opposing black mech hurtling backward. Terrifying electric currents danced across the surface of the black mech, reminiscent of swarming insects. The pilot within was startled. Where did such a powerful projectile come from? Explosive Fist, without a word, Shangwan Qingshi maneuvered the Explosive King forward, the colossal mechanical arms swinging and delivering a devastating punch to the Black Warrior mech, sending it flying once more. Wow. Brother, where did you get this mech? Shangwan Jun was utterly astonished. Unable to process the situation, AS-1 was sent flying. Shangwan Jun felt significantly relieved. Uncle, we've come to assist you. A familiar, hearty voice resonated in his ears. Shangwan Jun was startled again. You're the chubby one from the Qingyao family? Aren't you supposed to be piloting a steel-eating beast? Nan Liangxian chuckled. Uncle, don't you think I should switch it up? I've exhausted all the ammunition in mine. So that it. Shangwan Jun suddenly cursed. What kind of nonsense is this? Is this really a matter of switching mechs? All right, Uncle Shangwan, we're in combat. Why ask so many questions? At that moment, Yi Ling piloted the Shark King to leap into action. Deadly, triple blade strike. The Shark King's arms were each equipped with sharp, long blades, and atop its head were razor-like fins akin to those of shark. In that instant, the three blades of the Shark King merged and began to whirl violently, resembling a massive electric drill as a whirlwind erupted around them, the sound of the blades slicing through the air, creating a piercing noise. Without a moment's hesitation, seasoned by numerous battles, Yi Ling exhibited a shrewdness in piloting the mech, decisively unleashing his ultimate attack. The Black Warrior mech, a high-grade model unique to Saki's star, appeared inadequate against the mechs of the four great bandits. The spinning Shark King left a radiant arc in its wake. The blade gleamed as the Shark King pierced through the chest of the Black Warrior mech, planting a foot firmly on the ground. Yi Ling ignored the explosion behind him and continued his pursuit for the next target. engaging in fierce combat. In this war, it was not merely a battle of mechs. There were also biological weapons unleashed from Saki's star. Each of these monstrous entities was colossal, possessing terrifying defenses and an array of fearsome capabilities. Suddenly, a laser cannon soared in from the distance. Boom! The laser cannon detonated mid-air. Flashy displays were of little consequence in combat. Lu Wing, piloting the heavy cannon king, entered the battlefield. Arcs of electricity flickered along its massive arms designed for heavy firepower. The formidable electrocannon was aimed at a colossal beast resembling a dinosaur. This creature, crouched on the ground, bore a shell akin to a mountain. Its head resembled the dinosaurs that roamed Blue Star millions of years ago, mingled with traits of a lizard. As the beast raised its head and opened its gaping maw, a blazing laser cannon erupted forth. Explosive fire dragon bomb. Zhao Yi suddenly sensed the hostility of the battlefield towards the Fire Dragon King. Devoid of the support of magma, the Fire Dragon King began to wildly consume its stored energy. It was almost in a frenzied discharge, gathering into a massive magma fireball. Boom! The magma fireball, unable to sustain the influx of energy, surged towards the creature Zhao Yi had dubbed the Crouching Beast. The incoming laser cannon clashed directly against the explosive fireball fired from the Fire Dragon King, which was still expanding, seemingly absorbing the terrifying energy contained within the laser. The magma fireball swelled larger and larger, akin to an overinflated balloon. When it could no longer contain itself, a resplendent mushroom cloud erupted. Beneath the mushroom cloud, the crouching beast was instantaneously engulfed by the terrifying energy of the explosive fireball, along with several enemy mechs rushing in for support. The surging heat wave radiated outward, melting the remains of various structures that had already been reduced to ruins. The surroundings transformed into a searing inferno. Wow, dog brother, 1T this caused collateral damage. Yi Ling couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, 1's battle prowess cannot merely be judged by appearance. This is war. Do you think it's a performance where collateral damage matters? There is no collateral damage, only casualties. The remaining 3 mechs besieging Shangwanzhen were now utterly dumbfounded. Damn it, where did this mech squad come from? Bastards, a third of the 15 squads dispatched to Jingcheng have already been lost. Damn it, damn it. The team attacking Shangwanzhen, even among the ranked mech squads of Saki Star, was led by a captain piloting an advanced black warrior mech, renowned for their strength. Given them enough time, it was merely a matter of time before they would slay Shangwanzhen, and with a full deployment of 150 mechs, including 20 biological weapons, they had already suffered losses exceeding a third. Arlo, what should we do? Seek reinforcements from other squads, or retreat? However, we came here on a mission. We have yet to locate the human named Zhao Yi. Is your life more important than the mission? Furthermore, the orders merely require to kill, not necessarily his death point one person's side. It's hard to understand what that human did to attract General Salong's attention, ordering us to eliminate him personally. However, as soon as he finished speaking, an inexplicable chill enveloped him that a glance revealed 6 mechs surrounding them. The Magic Motion King, Shark King, Heavy Cannon King, Explosive King, and Fire Dragon King had all converged to encircle the remaining 3 foes. Chapter 85. A defeat hidden within victory. Surrender from your mechs, and I might spare your lives. Shangwanzhen pointed at one of them. I am Amuru, captain of the 2nd Mech Squad, 5th Fleet of the esteemed 3rd Army of Saki Star. How could I possibly surrender to you insignificant ants? Crack! Boom! The Magic Motion King had appeared behind him without notice, its 3 sharp claws piercing through the chest of the mech, leading to a resounding explosion. Uncle, why waste so many words with these people? Just kill them. Nan Liangxian's decisiveness exceeded expectations that I won T. Before the other could finish, another thunderous boom rang out. Gulp. From the 3rd Army of Saki Star. 2nd Fleet, 5th Mech Squad. Gobi and Aelin swallowed hard. You can perish as well. Nan Liangxian's tone was chilling, difficult to reconcile with his seemingly innocent demeanor. That I surrender. I surrender. Please don't kill me. Aelin was quick to comply. Leaping from his mech with raised hands, kneeling on the ground. Please don't kill me. I beg you. The mechanical dragon extended its massive claw towards Aelin, capturing him effortlessly. That I instructed my men to confine him while you proceeded to assist our other brethren. Shangwanzhen did not linger on idle chatter. Securing a live captive under such circumstances was indeed a commendable gain. The enemy's incursion was both abrupt and meticulously planned, seemingly aimed at a specific objective. Before departing, Shang Wanjun cast a glance at Zhao Yi. Zhao, keep a low profile for now. Zhao Yi was taken aback. What business did he have in this matter? General Salong. General Salong. The ground forces have suffered significant losses. We are requesting reinforcements. Salong, locked in a fierce battle with Shangwan Tianxiong in space, was jolted by the report. What is the extent of the losses? General, it has already surpassed 40%. 41.46. The numbers continue to escalate. Our mech squads are being overwhelmed. Why? According to footage relayed by our frontline soldiers, 5 uniquely designed mechs are showcasing formidable power. IT is speculated that they are high-tier mechs summoned by contractors. And our squads dispatched to Blue Star stand no chance against them. Have we received any updates on the targets I ordered to eliminate? Report, General. The last sighting of our target, Zhao Yi, was 20 minutes ago in the eastern outskirts of Jingxin. Our 5 mech squads attempted a pincer attack, but they were all annihilated. This was the last footage received from our warriors. Salong's mental energy swept through him. He did not even need to see with his eyes, as the images from the video materialized vividly in his mind that a diverse squad of mechs, numbering 50, was engaged in a frenzy of slaughter amidst the torrent of 5 mech squads. The Pineapple Battle Mech, with its astonishing speed and dual-bladed arms, wreaked havoc. The Great Battle Mech and the Flame Phoenix Mech showcased their own devastating velocities. Point 1 could discern a standard infantry mech, while a massive bear-like mech in the rear unleashed devastating bombardments with its terrifying black laser cannon. This 5-member squad was akin to a tiger among sheep, and their overwhelming force against a 5-member opposing squad left a profound impression on Salong. Suddenly, Shangwan Tianxiong caught a glimpse of Salong's momentary distraction. Seizing the opportunity, the colossal dragon god mech swung its enormous tail, energy swirling around it as if it were boundless. The tail swept across, creating ripples in the fabric of space, as though the darkness of the cosmos itself were being ravaged. A tremendous explosion resounded. Salong's massive mech was flung away, and alarms blared from the cockpit. Warning, warning, significant damage to mech functions. Warning, warning, energy shield malfunction. Damn it, Salong bellowed. Retreat. Yes, General, his subordinates responded urgently. The order to retreat was rapidly disseminated among all invading mech forces in Nanjiang. Enough, cease hostilities. You say to cease hostilities as if it is so simple. At this moment, Shangwan Tianxiong received reports from the ground that Salong's 3rd Legion had suffered catastrophic losses, with the sudden emergence of a formidable squad of mechs wreaking havoc among their ranks. The battlefield had been breached. Such news invigorated Shangwan Tianxiong, who operated the Dragon God mech with wild abandon, its tail sweeping with ferocity that forced Salong to continuously retreat. In space, the fleets of both sides faced off, neither willing to play their final cards until the time for a decisive clash arrived. Despite Blue Star's current disadvantage, the leaders of Saki Star were reluctant to push the confrontation to total annihilation. Although they celebrated another victory in this battle, the cost had reduced the entirety of Nanjiang to ruins. Jingxin was merely one of several battlefronts ignited elsewhere. Shangwan Tianxiong felt a sense of frustration, a feeling he could not articulate. When the battlefield was the enemy's, a defeat could still be considered a victory. When it was his own territory, a victory felt like a defeat. When he wondered, would this interminable war come to a conclusion? Shangwan Tianxiong, do you wish to completely sever ties with us? Shangwan Tianxiong remained silent, repeatedly striking Salong, forcing him into retreat. Enough, Tianxiong, that if this continues, that old coot over there will intervene. In the distance, a colossal humanoid mech radiating a divine glow appeared. Reminiscent of a Buddha, a familiar voice echoed from within the mech. Humph, old Yang. ISNT this your southwest. Yang Huaji sighed. Continuing this conflict is not worth the cost. Cease hostilities from beyond the starry expanse. A voice resonated, ancient yet powerful, and everyone heard the calm, yet commanding utterance. They understood this to be the command of humanity's stronghold. The Fire Dragon King obliterated a mech with a single punch before finally halting. Their squad had relished the carnage, yet not every contingent was equipped as highly as theirs in such a large-scale battle. Their own losses were considerable. The feeling of being able to pierce through the enemy while watching comrades be obliterated, ultimately consumed by flames, left Zhao Yi feeling profoundly frustrated. Enough, Zhao. Shangwan Zhun restrained him, preventing further aggression. This war, from start to finish, had barely spanned an hour. Now that the tension had suddenly dissipated, the side effects of controlling the Fire Dragon King surged like a tide. Fatigue washing over him. The Fire Dragon King disassembled automatically, and Zhao Yi nearly collapsed to the ground that moment. He sensed an ominous gaze upon him in the next instant. Humph! You dare strike after calling for peace? You must die. A colossal laser cannon suddenly descended from above, aimed directly at Zhao Yi. Chapter 86. Salong, you have great audacity. Now, Zhao Yi's mental energy had surged to a significant level, allowing him to perceive the energy fluctuations in the air. Sure, Shangguan Qingshi reacted swiftly, instantly deactivating the exploding king while summoning the Great Battle Mech Heartstrike Fusion Bomb. Zhao Yi disregarded the side effects of his significant energy expenditure. The Great Battle Mech and the Little Fruit Battle Mech fused just as the laser cannon descended. Two missiles shot forth from the massive barrel, merging seamlessly. The 2.0 version of the Heartstrike Fusion Bomb was even more powerful, that a tempest of energy erupted, distorting the surrounding space and repelling the incoming laser cannon. Zhao Yi's gaze hardened. Sure, hit him again with something stronger. 2.0 Heartstrike Fusion Bomb. The frantic consumption of mental energy rendered the controls within the cockpit unusually heavy. With nearly all his strength, Zhao Yi managed to push the joystick just before his last vestige of mental energy faded. The second Heartstrike Fusion Bomb was launched, breaking the sound barrier. Following the first bomb that had repelled the laser cannon, it pierced straight through, targeting the colossal mech that resembled a black manta. With a thunderous explosion, a vast plume of flames erupted. Warning, mech damage exceeds 85%. Warning, damage levels critical. Please evacuate immediately. Warning, mech weapon systems compromised. The Manta Mech, a pinnacle of engineering, despite its severe damage, managed to operate barely within normal parameters. Salong's eyes widened. Salong, you have great audacity. Shangguan Tianxiong was utterly enraged. The enormous dragon god Mech transformed into a humanoid form, wielding a colossal sword over 100 meters long, which it swung down with ferocity. Enough! At that moment, a massive metallic hand seized the dragon god Mech's wrist. If this continues, we will truly sever our ties. Old Yang, is this not severing ties? At this point, Shangguan Tianxiong was no longer concerned with maintaining any semblance of diplomacy. The opposing side had initiated their assault. If they would not stop them, then he would not hold back. With a roar, the dragon god Mech unleashed a sonic boom, shaking the void as it thrust aside the Buddha-like Mech controlled by Yang Huaji. Salong, you shall perish. Colorful divine light flickered along the blade. The humanoid dragon god Mech moved with blinding speed, appearing before Salong in an instant. Salong's expression changed drastically. Shangguan Tianxiong, are you truly seeking all-out war? Let it be war. I shall slay you today. Shangguan Tianxiong's fury surged, his already formidable physique appearing even more menacing. As he swung his sword, he severed one of the Manta Mech's wings. Warning, flight capabilities compromised. Salong's countenance shifted dramatically. You fool, we have already ceased hostilities. How dare you strike again? Wang, are you seeking war? Yet in the starry expanse, a resounding voice echoed, as if it traveled from the depths of the cosmos. Or perhaps it was right before them. Salong first violated the rules. He must be punished. Even more astonishingly, a voice emanated from Blue Star, resonating like a distant call, reaching beyond the cosmos. Tianxiong, cease your actions. The voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable authority that it was he who first laid hands on my granddaughter and her fiancé. At this moment, Shangguan Tianxiong was resolute and unyielding. His granddaughter and grandson-in-law had already been rushed into the emergency room, and the old man was on the verge of hemorrhaging. How could he relent? A voice echoed from the vastness of the starry sky. Here on Blue Star, the individual known as the Martial King pondered for a moment before declaring, Salong has breached the rules by attacking the juniors of Blue Star. Therefore, I shall not be merciful. I will deliver one punch to him. If he perishes, it is his own misfortune. If he survives, it is a stroke of good fortune, and I demand 3 essence fruits. 3 essence fruits. The Martial King was surely asking for too much. Refuse. The Martial King scoffed. Very well, you have long desired war. Have you not? Then let us fight. Blackwing King, I wish to see if in his final moments he can take down even one of your kings. In the next moment, a colossal mechanical figure, larger than the dragon god Mecha, slowly emerged. It resembled a mech, but also bore the likeness of an ancient warrior clad in armor, wielding weapons. This mech was adorned in golden metal armor, glistening with brilliance, rather than a soldier charging into battle. It appeared more akin to an emperor leading his forces into war. An oppressive aura radiated like waves of energy, compelling countless beings in the cosmos to feel an irresistible urge to kneel in reverence. The armored figure slowly raised its head, gripping a massive golden war spear, formidable enough to rival Blue Star itself. The spear emitted a dragon's roar, and its overwhelming pressure spread far and wide. Even the furious Shangwan Tianxiong found himself calmed, gazing at the towering, regal golden mech with awe and respect. The martial king. At this moment, Salong's mech had lost half its wings. Salong's arm protruded humorously from the cockpit. But upon witnessing the imposing figure in the distance, he felt an overwhelming shock. This was the pinnacle of strength on Blue Star, the martial king. Merely observing this pressure was enough to instill terror. What were the conditions for his release? To take a punch? Nonsense. One blow would surely turn him to dust. Blackwing King, save me. Across the starry expanse, the Blackwing King took a deep breath, gazing at the golden light approaching from the opposite side. Feeling a pang of trepidation, Salong cannot withstand one of your punches. The martial king laughed derisively. Is Salong a child? If he has erred, he must face the consequences. Taking my punch will not kill him. Salong's scalp tingled. 5 essence fruits. Not enough. 7. Are you extorting me? You may interpret it as such. Fine. Martial king, you are quite something. Indeed, I am well without your concern. In the next instant, amidst the pitch-black cosmos, a peculiar box adorned with twinkling starlight drifted from the far reaches of space, landing before the immense golden mech. Tianxiong returned. But minister, what about my granddaughter and her fiancé? Now that we have what we need, what more is there to discuss? Do you truly wish to wage war? If you do, your granddaughter and grandson-in-law will meet their doom. Shangwan Tianxiong clenched his teeth in frustration, forcefully swatting the rayfish mech away. Salong, just wait. I will eventually skin you alive. With that, the dragon god mecha transformed into a colossal mechanical dragon and soared away. Chapter 87. Extraordinary talent, are you not leaving yet? The martial king's voice was cold, piercing the soul. Salong trembled, hastily exiting the damaged rayfish mech, which then dissipated, transforming into an ethereal ray of light that followed him. Soon, Salong landed on a spaceship. Retreat. The fleet began its grand exodus, and the mech army stationed on Blue Star slowly ascended, guided by the ships. Returning to Blue Star, Shangwan Tianxiong felt somewhat helpless. His previous return had been to rescue his grandson-in-law, and now he had to save his granddaughter as well. He gritted his teeth in anger. Those damn fools. I will eventually eliminate them all. Approaching the makeshift hospital room, he noted that this war had come swiftly and departed just as quickly, lasting barely over an hour. Yet this large-scale invasion had left even the military district outside Jing City in shambles. However, people seemed somewhat accustomed to this chaos, as they had prepared in advance, evacuating civilians into the bomb shelters before the conflict erupted. How is it? The depletion of spiritual energy is severe. It has fundamentally affected him. Shangwan Tianxiong shot a disapproving glare at his son. Look at you, in such a wretched state. If you had managed to break through in spiritual energy, if your mech had ascended to the top tier, would these two children be in such a predicament? You are useless. Outside the ward sat many people. Luwen, Yiling, the chubby boy, Meng Yuqing, and even a few of Shangwan Qingshi's friends who had attended the engagement party. Yet, Shangwan Tianxiong displayed no concern. Shangwan Zhen hung his head in silence. A heavy sigh escaped him as he opened the door. The minister had specifically given him treasures to aid these two children. It was indeed a matter of intertwining fortunes. Dad? Really? Am I capable of deceiving you? Hurry. Shangwan Tianxiong swiftly entered the ward, retrieving the treasures. Simultaneously, he employed his spiritual power to obscure the environment within the room, ensuring that the outside world could not discern what transpired within. After exiting his granddaughter's ward, he promptly arrived at Zhao Ye's room. Open the door. Upon entering, Shangwan Tianxiong's expression froze. His spiritual energy rapidly disrupted the scene within the room that on either side of the bed, the decorative vases were inexplicably floating in midair. Buzz. Something seemed to tremble. A crisp sound emanated from the vase's body. Shangwan Tianxiong focused intently. The vase was inexplicably severed, the cut smooth and flawless, devoid of any blemish. His eyes widened in disbelief. Hadn't that boy claimed to have sustained grave injuries? The spiritual energy was nearly overflowing. How could that be considered a severe wound? The old man stroked his white beard thoughtfully. Could it be that this lad was truly a genius? After expending nearly all his combat energy, he had achieved another breakthrough. It was akin to demolishing and reconstructing a house. Each time it was rebuilt, it grew stronger and taller. The concept of breaking to establish had become almost a passive skill for this individual. Shangguan Tianxiong glanced at the shimmering box in his hand with a twinge of reluctance. Should he still give it to him? After some contemplation, he resolved to do so. The essence fruit could aid in healing the excessive depletion of spiritual energy and expedite recovery. But more importantly, it could nurture the soul and enhance spiritual energy. After consumption, a person's spiritual energy would become more stable and robust. That'd be why giving this fruit to the boy, he could accelerate his growth. Zhao Nankong, you have a splendid grandson, a truly loyal and kind-hearted lad. Shangguan Tianxiong seemed unwilling to cease. Boy, I entrust my granddaughter to you. Should you dare to betray her, I will assuredly strike you down. This is the essence fruit. It is a privilege bestowed upon you. He gazed at the box in his hands for a long moment before finally opening it and extracting a fruit that shimmered with a brilliant blue hue. Yet instead of placing it in Zhao Ye's mouth, Shangguan Tianxiong unleashed his spiritual energy and crushed the essence fruit. Surprisingly, rather than oozing juice, the fruit transformed into streams of energy, each glowing with a unique aura. This energy was exceptionally pure, contrasting sharply with the violent energy used in Mech for combat. It was remarkably gentle. Shangguan Tianxiong guided this energy with his spiritual power, allowing it to flow gently into Zhao Ye's body. The slumbering Zhao Ye suddenly let out a soft sigh. What was this sensation? It felt as if a mother's tender touch caressed the face of a newborn, gently lifting the child and rocking him while humming a lullaby. The overwhelming fatigue that had previously plagued him dissipated entirely upon contact with this energy, replaced by an unprecedented sense of comfort. Shangguan Tianxiong noticed the change in Zhao Ye. Boy, this treasure is not easily acquired. The Blackwing King has amassed these over many years, and here we have 7. The Martial King is quite formidable, demanding such a high price. Salong will surely face dire consequences upon his return. You, lad, are indeed impressive. I fail to perceive your methods. Yet a single projectile managed to incapacitate a top-tier mech. As he rambled on, he observed Zhao Ye's transformation. Noticing the furrowed brow gradually relax, and feeling the surrounding spiritual energy becoming tranquil. The floating vase gently returned to the table. Shangguan Tianxiong finally exhaled in relief. Exiting the ward, he instructed, do not let anyone enter Zhao's room for now. Whether it's for medication or meals, you, as the father-in-law, bear the burden for a while. All right, Dad, Shangguan Jin responded, momentarily stunned. Huh? Why? Just do as you're told. Why so much nonsense? Fine, I can't stay too long. You continue to guard your South River. Damn. How long has it been? The flourishing South River has fallen to ruin once more. Sighing softly, Shangguan Jin ceased to speak, resigning himself to his father's wishes. Shangguan Tianxiong departed swiftly, but what remained unseen was the chilling gaze that lingered in his eyes. Again, it was South River, again, it was Jing City. Merely 6 months had passed. Who was it? Who exactly? You better not let me catch you. Chapter 88. Filial Piety in a Daze. Zhao Ye opened his eyes on the hospital bed. Still groggy. What the hell? Why do I feel so comfortable? Unlike the anticipated morning grogginess, he felt invigorated. The physical ailments that had plagued him seemed to have vanished entirely, leaving no discomfort in their wake. Wake up and eat something. Seeing Shangguan Jin enter with a tray, Zhao Ye was taken aback. Uncle, why are you bringing me food? Shangguan Jin understood all too well why the old man insisted on delivering the meal personally. This lad's talent was indeed astonishing. After a fierce battle, despite the overwhelming exhaustion, he emerged not only unscathed but invigorated, as if fortune had smiled upon him, his spiritual energy surpassing previous limits. Shangguan Jin even felt that this boy's spiritual energy was now nearly on par with his own. However, he thought, entrusting Shirshir to this lad guarantees her safety. Everyone was busy. Did you think so many were idle? Zhao Ye scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. But uncle, you seem quite free. Shangguan Jin shot him a sharp look. Kid, you've managed to win Shirshir's heart, and now you don't even pretend. Huh. You haven't even crossed the threshold and your father-in-law is already scolding you? Of course not. Uncle is my idol. Without your wise teachings, how could I have found such a wonderful girlfriend like Shirshir? Xingguanjin scoffed. I regret teaching you, so, well, the Shirshir's friends have filled me in on everything that you're lucky. Kid, after the destruction of Xiang, you somehow managed to reach South River. Tell me, do you truly not remember how you got here? South River lies near the southeastern coast of the Daxia Kingdom. While Xiang is deep within the southwestern war zone, surrounded by the endless mountains of southwest Daxia. The terrain there is rugged, almost devoid of flat ground. That it was precisely due to this unique landscape that certain resources were discovered during later developments. The endless mountains are rich in a rare mineral known as fire source crystal, widely used in the modification of mechs and spacecraft, making it a valuable commodity in the universe. How then did Zhao Yi, a mere child, traverse such distances to arrive in South River? Zhao Yi shook his head. Uncle, I've nearly forgotten my past. Even if you ask me now, I can't recall. Upon hearing this, Shangguanjin sighed. Fine, if you can't remember, then don't dwell on it. Let us eat. Zhao Yi looked at Shangguanjin. Uncle, has Shirshir not woken up yet? Shangguanjin shook his head. This time, Shirshir's spiritual energy depletion is even more severe than last. Fortunately, the old man brought back some treasures. You two have turned misfortune into fortune. Your spiritual energy is almost surpassing mine. This. Shangguanjin felt a pang of envy. His own spiritual energy had long been stuck at a bottleneck, unable to break through to the next level. Once he achieved that breakthrough and secured some treasures to modify his mech, he would rank among the elite, standing shoulder to shoulder with the old man. Then, he would ensure the old man understood the depth of the bond between father and son. Of course, Zhao Yi was unaware of these thoughts. All is well. Zhao Yi exhaled in relief. Previously, to withstand the laser cannon assault from space, they had to forcefully merge with the nearly depleted Shangguan Qingzai. At least you have a bit of conscience. I see you're fine. Quickly get up. Now it's your turn to care for Shirshir. Young man, nurture your relationship and hasten to welcome little Zhao into the world. Zhao Yi felt a bit awkward. Uncle, we haven't even held the wedding or registered yet. Oh, what does that matter? I've already set your wedding date for before the new year. That was your own suggestion, not my pressure. Your aunt has been nagging about it. Originally, I didn't want Shirshir involved in the war, but it's too helpless and despairing to face it as an ordinary person. As for your aunt, she's not that kind of person. Shirshir has always been a bit rebellious. You two should have a child soon. It would be a good resolution for your aunt and the Zhao family. This, Shangguanjin appeared somewhat melancholic. Zhao Yi held little emotional attachment to the Zhao family he once belonged to, only recalling a few names from his memory. A few names? His grandfather was called Zhao Nanxiong. What about the others? Suddenly, a sharp pain surged in his head, and he instinctively frowned. There's still discomfort. Let us call the doctor for an examination. No need. Uncle, I just can't seem to remember the past. Shangguanjin looked at Zhao Yi with a twinge of sympathy. He was still so young. Only 18, yet burdened with trials beyond his years. That if you can't remember, then let it go. Suddenly, Shangguanjin chuckled mischievously. Let me tell you, I used to love watching those dramas where the male lead tenderly cares for the female lead in the hospital. Hurry along. Zhao Yi thought to himself, what the hell? Father-in-law, you were just sharing sentimental moments with me, and now you've switched to discussing romantic cliches. All right, uncle, I'll go. Shangguanjin nodded with a smile. Watching Zhao Yi leave the hospital room as he began to tidy up the tray on the bedside table. Perhaps only something called love could grant this young man a greater sense of existence in this world. Often, life pushes one forward, and fate does not always align with one's desires. Perhaps that is just how it is that in the hospital bed, Shangguan Qingshi lay quietly, her complexion still pale, her delicate features captivating. Zhao Yi gazed at her, lost in thought, unsure of what to contemplate. As he pondered, a figure suddenly flashed through his mind. Brother, can we go play with Grandpa's mech spirit? The big black bear is so interesting. Brother, Mommy said I was adopted. It makes me so unhappy. Brother, Mommy told me that you were the one who was adopted. Brother, what's that in the sky? Brother did a series of calls echoed in his mind. Brother? Whose brother is he? What are these voices in his head? A sharp pain persisted in his mind. Just as he sought to explore his thoughts, seeking a fragment of memory, a sudden buzzing filled his mind. And his consciousness abruptly returned. In a haze, he caught a glimpse of light. Golden rays illuminated the entire realm, and then he could see nothing at all as he felt a sudden dampness on his cheek. Unbeknownst to him, a few tears had slipped from the corners of his eyes. Chapter 89. I have a plan. A somewhat cool palm gently brushed against his cheek, wiping away the tears that had escaped his eyes. Zhao Xiaogo, I'm not dead yet. Why are you crying? When Zhao Yi lifted his head, he was met with a pair of gentle, clear eyes, shimmering with a faint smile. Who said I was crying for you? It's just that there are things in my head that I can't seem to remember no matter how hard I try. Shangwan Qingshi's voice was soft. If you can't remember, then don't think about it. I don't want to see my Zhao Xiaogo in tears. Zhao Yi grasped Shangwan Qingshi's hand, warmth spreading from their palms, and he smiled, revealing a rare shyness. How do you feel now? Are you feeling better? Shangwan Qingshi was recovering naturally, albeit not as quickly as Zhao Yi. The effects of the yunsan fruit were still gradually taking effect. She felt a bit lightheaded. Zhao Xiaogo, it's your turn to take care of me now. Zhao Yi's eyes darted around. Oh, you know what my uncle said before I came here? What did he say? He said that when he was young, he loved watching dramas where the male lead tenderly cared for the female lead in the hospital, and then he hurried me over. Shangwan Qingshi couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, her expression turned serious. So, does that mean you don't want to take care of me? Zhao Yi quickly denied it, pulling the stool closer, their faces nearly touching. Caring for a beautiful sleeping beauty is my honor. In that moment, their gazes intertwined, both reflecting an unspoken depth of emotion. As they leaned in closer, there was a loud bang. Sure, something's wrong. Meng Yuqing burst in, feeling the hairs on her body stand on end as two dangerous gazes fixated on her. Cough. Meng Yuqing covered her mouth and coughed lightly, slowly retreating towards the door, inching it closed. What is going on? Speak. Shangwan Qingshi's voice turned icy as she fixed her gaze on Meng Yuqing, who was half hidden at the door, preparing to leave. Meng Yuqing, feeling helpless, replied, Lu Wen has been discovered outside. He seems to be in a daze. Zhao Yi and Shangwan Qingshi exchanged shocked glances. What did you say? In a daze? In what way? Oh dear. Meng Yuqing stomped her foot in frustration, taking several deep breaths before finally organizing her words. He was utterly foolish, reduced to a state of complete idiocy. Lu Wenjing, now a simpleton, was discovered outside. Drooling like a fool, Meng Yuqing suddenly expressed her disdain, exclaiming, Ugh, that fellow is still reciting poetry with your name while being such a fool. How can there be such disgusting people in this world? Zhao Yi, initially incredulous, then questioned, so how is this being dealt with? What else can be done? Uncle Shangwan has already informed the Lu family, allowing them to decide whether they will come to retrieve him or if we shall send him over. Did they say anything else? Meng Yuqing nodded. Tea first. They were cursing, lamenting how their son ended up on Uncle Shangwan's turf and turned out like this. Oh, you know how Uncle Shangwan retorted? The two shook their heads. Uncle Shangwan, with his domineering nature, replied, Did I send him here? How can you blame others for such matters? Is there horse urine in the heads of you Lu family members? Since he is contracted with the spirit of the Mecha and can summon it, he is a soldier. Anything can happen on the battlefield. Your son is simply too weak to be frightened into such a state on the battlefield. And now you come back to complain after the fact. It's laughable that you Lu Feng is still the commander of the Lijiang military district. Is this how you train your troops? Uncle Shangwan's scathing remarks left Zhao Yi and Shangwan Qingshi momentarily stunned. They knew Uncle Shangwan was formidable, but they had not realized just how formidable he was. If one were unaware, they might think it was their son who had been frightened into stupidity on his own turf. Meng Yuqing ultimately offered her assessment. On the battlefield, they are all soldiers charging into the fray. Our Qingshi has fought on the battlefield herself, yet Lu Wenjing has become so peculiar. Truly, the apple does not fall far from the tree. Zhao Yi and Shangwan Qingshi exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Frightened into stupidity? That indeed seems to be the case. By the way, where did you find Lu Wenjing? We were so caught up in our battle with the opposition that we didn't even notice. It was the chubby one who found him in the ruins of a restroom. This guy is as bizarre as they come, squatting there and shouting about having a meal. Zhao Yi and Shangwan Qingshi couldn't contain themselves any longer and burst into laughter. Meng Yuqing joined in, remarking, Quite amusing, isn't it? If it weren't for the chubby one bringing back the footage, I wouldn't have believed it. Suddenly, Shangwan Qingshi's charming face turned cold. Is that all? Meng Yuqing was taken aback. Yes, that's the matter. What's wrong? If that's all, you may leave. Meng Yuqing hurriedly regained her composure. Oh, I see. I won't disturb you further. I didn't see anything. Goodbye. With that, she closed the door and departed. Zhao Yi and Shangwan Qingshi exchanged glances. The Lu family would undoubtedly not let this matter slide. Zhao Yi shrugged. Unfazed, I now believe that even Uncle's mecha dragon might not be my match. Shangwan Qingshi poked Zhao Yi's forehead playfully. Zhao Xiaogo, you're thinking of taking on your future father-in-law before even stepping through the door. You're really underestimating me. Zhao Yi quickly pleaded, I was mistaken. Just a slip of the tongue. Seeing his earnest attitude, Shangwan Qingshi gave a slight huff. Consider yourself fortunate. Ahem, I'm a bit thirsty now. Zhao Xiaogo, quickly fetch me a glass of water, of course. Mississippi, the water is a bit hot. I'll blow on it for you. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Zhao Yi looked up to Xin and Liangxian staring at them with a distressed expression. Brother dog, you're enjoying yourself while I'm in trouble. Shangwan Qingshi turned to the chubby one. What's wrong now? What else could it be? I was the first to discover Lu Wenjing, and now the Lu family has set their sights on me. Not just me. Even old Lu is being targeted. Why is old Lu involved? Why wouldn't he be? The Lu family stated that Lu Yuan is Lu Wenjing's brother, and it's his responsibility for not protecting his younger brother well. So he must return to face punishment. Zhao Yi's expression turned serious. Did old Lu agree? How could that be? Nan Liangxian replied. Old Lu has decided to disregard the pressure from the Lu family and has completely ignored them. Zhao Yi shot him a glance. Old Lu is unyielding. Yet look at you, dada. Can it be compared? I still have a Nan family behind me. Old Lu has severed ties completely and has no worries. So what do you plan to do now? Suddenly, Nan Liangshuan's face turned solemn. Brother dog, I have a plan. Chapter 90. Cutting off the source. Zhao Yi looked at Nan Liangxian in surprise. You have a strategy? Brother dog, don't underestimate anyone in this world. Seeing Nan Liangxian puff up with pride, Zhao Yi couldn't help but suggest, next time you speak, you should carry a feather fan and wear a crown. That way, you'll look more like a strategist. Nan Liangxian appeared speechless. Brother dog, I'm serious. All right then, tell me your plan. Nan Liangxian grinned. Cut off the source. Before the Lu family comes knocking, we strike them first. As Zhao Yi opened his mouth to speak, the chubby one quickly added, Don't say it's impossible. Brother dog, that cannon you and my cousin fired before, we all saw it from the ground. It incapacitated their top mecha in one shot. To be honest, Lu Feng is only at the same level as Uncle. He can't compare with top-tier warriors like the commander of the 3rd Army on Saki's Star. Salond, if one shot isn't enough, 2 will surely obliterate them. Zhao Yi silently regarded him. Brother dog, why are you staring at me like that? Zhao Yi smiled coldly. I didn't expect you to be such a cunning little fatty. With a seemingly innocent appearance, yet such a dark heart, Shangwan Qingshi regarded Nan Liangxian with disdain. Chubby one, are you like this at home too? Are you this devious? And does your second uncle know? Nan Liangxian hurriedly explained. I was just anxious. Think about it. The Lu family not only has Lu Feng as the commander in Lijiang, but also Lu Hua as a general in the central government. My Nan family is merely a political family, and our influence is not even in Nanjiang. Although my uncle can assist the Nan family, his reach is limited. Rather than passively waiting, it's better to take the initiative. You all know what Lu Wenjing has done over the years. Without the Lu family backing him, could he be like this? If you ask me, the Lu family is full of scoundrels aside from old Lu. And I have no qualms about taking them down. The chubby one seemed genuinely anxious. Zhao Yi eyed him skeptically. Brother dog? Chubby, you're not an alien sent to destroy the peace of our blue star. Are you? Nan Liangxian was taken aback. Brother dog, how can you think of me that way? You know what kind of person I am. I wouldn't have any treacherous intentions. And besides, don't you think eliminating such a tumor is a contribution to the country? Zhao Yi soon fell into contemplation. He did not dismiss Nan Liangxian's strategy. That it was just that at this critical juncture, taking action against one's own side would be risky. If this was uncovered, even with Zhao Yi's exceptional talent and strength, he wouldn't escape the wrath of stronger beings. At the very least, such divisive actions should not be made public. Chubby, there are satellites monitoring from above. Do you think they can capture images of monsters on Blue Star but miss us doing such things? Why not? Nan Liangxian insisted. Brother dog, I have a way to hack into the satellites. At the very least, if we act, I can ensure that the area where we strike will show a blank screen. Zhao Yi shook his head. That's not advisable. That I've heard that some mechas operated by powerful beings can radiate over half of Blue Star, which would inevitably attract their attention, he further advised. Don't be hasty. Keep this as a backup plan. Chubby, you're one of us. Even if I ignore you, your aunt and Qingshur's mother will care for you. One day, seeing Nan Liangxian look somewhat dejected, Zhao Yi asked, is it so important to you to eliminate the Lu family? Nan Liangxian shook his head. Not necessarily. I just find such a family rather distasteful. Taking them down would be quite satisfying. Zhao Yi was at a loss for words. Satisfying? Do you think we're writing a novel? Are you willing to sacrifice everything just for satisfaction, as the old saying goes? The greatest virtue is to outsmart the enemy. Resorting to violence should only be a last resort, of course. If you alone could dominate Blue Star, no. If you had the power to pin Lu Hua to the ground, you wouldn't need to say anything, and people would naturally rally to your side. So, do you possess that strength? Nan Liangxian shook his head in resignation. But you're right. I don't like this kind of malignant tumor. However, perhaps at a higher level, they see such a family as a bulwark against enemies. But who cares? I'm young, and young people tend to be passionate. While passion is good, it should not lead to recklessness. Being too reckless only offers your enemies a handle that will truly bring down the Lu family. It's never just about physically destroying their lives that we need to make them objects of scorn, loathing, and even hatred. In the end, we might not even need to act ourselves. Someone else will take care of them. Nan Liangxian was taken aback. Beside him, Shangwan Qingshur gazed at Zhao Yi with admiration. Brother dog, what are your plans? Zhao Yi shook his head, replying, there is no rush. The strength of an individual does not equate to genuine power. It is the strength of a collective that truly matters. For now, we must focus on expanding our team under the constraints we face. Brother dog, a voice interrupted as Yi Ling stepped into the room, greeting Shangwan Qingshur with a nod, sister-in-law. Hey, fatty, what are you doing here? The chubby fellow shrugged, that I've been here for a while. Did you gather everyone? What's going on? Lu Yuan followed Yi Ling into the hospital room. Inside, Shangwan Qingshur sat on the hospital bed, while Zhao Yi occupied a chair on the opposite side. Please take a seat. Of course, this team meeting did not include Meng Yuqing, as previously stated. She was too naive, and they instinctively chose not to involve her. Yezi, I have a question. You mentioned rescuing them from a human trafficker's van. Is that true? Yi Ling was taken aback. Not expecting such a question right away, of course. It's true. As he spoke, Yi Ling rubbed his hands together, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After the spirit of the contract Mech returned, I even did some investigation and later discovered that Brother Dog was the one who saved us. What do you think of those people? How do you mean? Well, in terms of character and virtue. Yi Ling nodded. As for their character, there are a few rich second-generation kids who have done their fair share of reckless things, but they're decent enough. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to get along with them. Zhao Yi pondered for a moment. I plan to expand our squad, but we can't just accept anyone. After all, our future will depend on these comrades in battle, and we must trust one another. What do you mean, Brother Dog? This inspiration came from you. Didn't you suggest they spend their own money to buy Mech to join our team? My thought is simple. Let's take them out on a few missions to gauge their abilities. It is during adversity that a person's true nature is revealed. While I understand that human nature often falters under pressure, we must still strive to select reliable allies in the early stages of our team. Yi Ling nodded. I understand, but those guys may be wealthy, yet they aren't affluent enough to spend extravagantly. At most, they could buy a mech worth $1 or $2 million. Zhao Yi agreed. $1 or $2 million is sufficient. They can also invest some money into modifications and upgrades at Kaya, so their firepower isn't lacking, unable to even penetrate a monster's hide. All right, I'll discuss it with them. There's no need to pressure them. Let them decide voluntarily. Though we may have some strength now, we can't expect everything to go smoothly. Unexpected situations will always await us. Yi Ling nodded in agreement, sensing Zhao Yi had more to say. So he waited patiently. Old Lu, what did the Lu family say? Lu Yuan gave a self-deprecating smile. They want me to return and face the consequences. They claim that Lu Wenjing's current state is my responsibility, and I must personally take him back and care for him since he has become somewhat senile. And what did you say? I told them that Lu Wenjing is grown up and can find his own way home. I'll let him go back by himself. Zhao Yi chuckled softly. Well, this is Nanjing, not Li Jiang. The Lu family has no say over my team. Fatty, you too, if they intend to do anything to you, just ignore them. In Nanjing, with Uncle Shangwan watching over, they wouldn't dare act out, of course. We must be wary of them plotting in the shadows. If they are truly reckless enough to pin the blame for Lu Wenjing's condition on any of you, we won't hesitate to confront them. While I believe that taking a life is a desperate measure, I am merely a young man, and in youth, fervor can lead one to do anything that I've already dealt with several aliens. Why should I fear an old fool who only dares to bully us from a distance? Zhao Ye's words carried an air of dominance, and he was indeed capable of such actions. Just yesterday, he had incapacitated Zhang Kong, who had ties to the Shangwan family, with a single shot. Some called him reckless. Others deemed him a madman. Yet Zhao Yi remained indifferent. One must possess the courage and passion to fight until the end. If one has already given up on themselves, others cannot assist them. Zhao Xiaogo, you are fierce. Shangwan Qingshi laughed, playfully pinching Zhao Ye's cheek, dissipating his stern demeanor. I'm being serious here. Could you refrain from ruining my aura at this moment? Shangwan Qingshi glanced at Lu Weiyuan and the others. What do you think? Yiling stood up. Come on, old Lu fatty, we just want a victory. I bet we've accumulated quite a bit of military merit. Let us go drink and collect our rewards. Lu Wen and Nan Liangxian, understanding the cue, also stood up and headed outside. Zhao Yi watched them depart with a hint of helplessness. Zhao Xiaogo, I want a kiss. Having you as a member of the Lu family is indeed a rarity. Rest assured, in Nanjing, I will protect you. No one will dare to touch you. Shang Wanjin's tone was remarkably confident, for he was Shang Wanjin. Even if Lu Feng were to come, or his father Lu Hua, would they dare to challenge him? Had the old man, who had been stationed outside the Blue Star for decades, lost his edge? He sighed inwardly. One must be strong to forge iron. If only he could break through to the top tier. Uncle, are you busy? Shang Wanjin looked up a bit. What's up? Just a little. Upon seeing Zhao Ye's mischievous expression, he felt inexplicably irritated, not for any particular reason, just a simple annoyance. What is it? Hurry up and say it. Zhao Yi smiled. Logically speaking, as a man, shouldn't I give a betrothal gift for marrying Qingshi? Shang Wanjun was somewhat taken aback. Well, look at you with a bit of conscience that if I had been home a few years ago, would she have fallen for you? So, you want to make amends with a betrothal gift? Zhao Yi nodded. Uncle, as you know, I am quite impoverished. What valuable item can I present? Shang Wanjun rolled his eyes at Oh, you think I lack your trifling gifts? Just skip the betrothal gift. That girl Qingshi is so love-struck. If she receives your betrothal gift, she'll probably come back nagging me, her old father. Zhao Yi found it somewhat amusing. Though his father-in-law spoke bluntly, his heart was as soft as tofu. Uncle, you underestimate me. Do you think my gifts are of the ordinary kind? Seeing Zhao Ye's serious demeanor, Shang Wanjun became intrigued. You really have something to give me? Zhao Yi no longer kept him in suspense. Pulling out a vintage-looking bound book from his pocket. What is this? Zhao Yi grinned. Uncle, do you know why my mental strength has improved so rapidly? Shang Wanjun raised an eyebrow. Isn't it because you have some sort of cheat? Zhao Yi rolled his eyes. This is something I don't show to just anyone. It is a breathing technique that can assist in enhancing mental energy. You say what? A breathing technique to enhance mental energy? Is there such a thing? Shang Wanjun had genuinely never heard of such a thing before, in the past. Enhancing mental energy relied on either relentless training or cosmic treasures to facilitate growth. You're not pulling my leg, are you? Zhao Yi smirked. Uncle, can we trust each other a little? Haven't you noticed how quickly Qingshi's mental energy has been growing? Last time, she fainted after merging. But this time, she managed to fire 2 missiles even after nearly exhausting herself. Shang Wanjun was momentarily stunned. Indeed, how did he overlook this detail? His daughter's mental energy was nearly keeping pace, and he had been foolishly questioning its authenticity. Really? Uncle, soon I might be calling you Dad. Do you think I could still deceive you? A smile crept onto Shang Wanjun's lips, though he quickly suppressed it. Who would want to be your dad? Hand over the item. I'll study it. If it's truly useful, once I break through to the top tier, you can wait for your share of the benefits. As he took the item, Shang Wanjun began to examine it. The ancient bound book appeared quite quaint, and upon opening it, he could almost smell the ink that had once graced the pages. The handwritten text lacked any signs of printing, giving it a personal touch. Not only were there words, but detailed illustrations depicting the breathing technique along the human meridians. The illustrations were meticulous, and the text was neatly presented, making it easy to understand, almost as if it were a step-by-step guide on how to implement it. Following the aforementioned guidelines, I attempted to adjust my breathing technique, yet I found it somewhat obstructive. Altering ingrained habits is no simple feat. It demands deliberate effort to suppress one's instinctive urges to inhale or exhale. In this brief moment, I could scarcely discern any significant progress. The most effective approach, I believe, is to seamlessly integrate this breathing method into your daily routine, ideally accompanied by physical exercise, which would yield even greater benefits. I nodded in acknowledgement, taking Zhao Ye's words to heart, that I surmised that it was not only Zhao Yi and Shi who employed this breathing technique, but that several members of our team likely did as well. In just 6 months, their mental fortitude has made considerable strides, a result that certainly cannot stem solely from rudimentary physical training. I do not intend to coerce you. My previous words still hold merit. As you have witnessed, I, Yi Ge, am now thriving. Although my father was the wealthiest man in Jing City, which appeared impressive, I still had to navigate interactions with officials wielding mechas and military power. In their presence, one must always maintain a semblance of decorum. Observe my current standing, aside from my loyal brother and sister-in-law, as well as Commander Shangwan. Do you see anyone who regards me with disdain? Before me stood 5 individuals: Li Fei, Li Xiao, He Dong, Chun Jie, and Wang Xiaoer. These 5 were part of the group abducted by traffickers, though not all were captured. They have become quite familiar over the years with Yi Ling. Wang Xiaoer scratched his head. Yi Ge, you have contracted with the spirit of a mecha. I have attempted it several times, but to no avail. Can it truly be compared? Yi Ling pressed his hand down. What distinguishes a contractor from an ordinary mecha pilot? We all face the battlefield, and if one cannot prevail, death is inevitable. What of ordinary mechas? Artificial mechas can also be modified and upgraded, and they can slay foes and earn accolades. Moreover, among our vast populace of billions in Daxia, how many can truly contract with mecha spirits? Look at the commanders guarding various military districts. How many of them are contractors? Admittedly, contractors have a higher potential for mecha advancement, and we must acknowledge that. But have you considered that living as a second-generation heir, indulging in a life of leisure, may lead to a mundane existence? One day, a laser cannon could descend upon you, and your life could abruptly end. However, possessing a mecha and becoming a pilot grants you the ability to protect yourself, setting you apart from those who are merely scorned as second-generation heirs. When you pilot a mecha, even a city governor or a regional official will treat you with utmost respect. Now, consider your situation. Wang Xiaoer, you have an elder brother who graduated from a prestigious university and is a bona fide student returning from overseas. Do you believe your father would bequeath his fortune to you? Wang Xiaoer, appearing somewhat dazed yet well-dressed, seemed somewhat simple-minded. However, being friends with Yi Ling, he was certainly not as naive as the likes of Lu Wenjing. He gazed at Yi Ling with hopeful anticipation, awaiting further elaboration. Indeed, if you acquire a mecha and join our Brother S team, the 7 Swords of Huahua Mountain, your status in Nanjing will soar. As long as you abide by the law and remain under the protection of our brother and sister-in-law, who would dare offend you? When the time comes, inform your father that his fortune will be yours. Elevate our brother's status and leverage our sister-in-law's influence. Do you think your brother Wang De who would dare speak against you? I recall that he often bullied you as a child. Had you not associated with us, he would likely still be withholding your allowance. Wang Xiaoer's eyes instantly sparkled as he looked toward Yi Ling. Why, Yi Ge, are you suggesting that I can finally have my revenge on my brother? Yi Ling coughed lightly. Ahem, how can this be termed as bullying? We are merely correcting Wang De whose erroneous ways and guiding his conduct for his own good. Would you not agree? Wang Xiaoer nodded vigorously. Absolutely. Once you secure your father's fortune, you can assert that it is your keen insight that has brought about your family's current prosperity, while Wang De, who squandered his days in frivolity, leaving you to shoulder the responsibilities. Even if Wang De who hesitates to relinquish his assets, he will have no choice but to comply. Yi Ge, I'm in. I will inform my father that I wish to purchase a mecha and follow you. Or rather, I want to align with our brother. Yi Ling approvingly nodded at a promising student indeed. While Wang Xiaoer made his decision, Yi Ling turned his attention back to the remaining individuals. Yez, acquiring a mecha means you must face the battlefield, where death is a real possibility. It is not that no one fears war or death. Among them, Chun Jie spoke up. Yi Ge, perhaps I can contribute financially from the sidelines. You know my nature. I am content to live off the fruits of others' labor, as long as my brothers remember to look out for me. Yi Ling did not press the matter further, merely patting Chun Jie on the shoulder. Such matters cannot be forced. It is a question of personal desire. We are inviting you to the battlefield, not to a nightclub. Hearing Yi Ling's words, the others chuckled, dispelling the awkwardness surrounding those who chose to withdraw. Li Fei rubbed his hands together. Yez, I have no ulterior motives. I simply wish to accomplish something meaningful. That I agree with your sentiment. Living as a second-generation heir is a lifetime sentence. I would rather strive alongside formidable figures like our brother to achieve greatness. The outcome was favorable. All but Chun Jie opted to join. However, mere verbal agreement was insufficient. The main event lay ahead. Chapter 93. On distribution, following this campaign, Zhao Ye's points soared to a remarkable 200,000 that although the incident involving the destruction of the top-tier Mecha Salong did not circulate widely. The military merit points were duly credited under the directive of Lord Shangwan, totaling a substantial 100,000 points. The destruction of enemy mechas, encompassing personal kills and collaborative efforts, culminated in a personal tally of 50 mechas. The invading mecha squadron was not to be trifled with, comprising predominantly intermediate to advanced models, with over a dozen categorized as high-grade mechas. With the accumulated points, and thanks to the future father-in-law's endeavors, final calculations were based on the total of 100,000 points. This campaign also marked the completion of Zhao Ye's first round of military merit accumulation, resulting in his military rank advancing to level 2, unlocking access to a plethora of resource exchanges. Next on the agenda was the upgrade of mechas. Presently, there were design blueprints for the second-generation Shaowa War Treasure, the second-generation Pineapple War Treasure, the second-generation Grape War Treasure, and the second-generation Peach War Treasure. Peach War Treasure. Zhao Yi was momentarily taken aback. He turned to Pineapple Blowing Snow. What are your intentions? Pineapple Blowing Snow's lips curled slightly. This is the Wind Shadow Sword. As she spoke, she conjured a gleaming sword that shimmered with a radiant luster. Under the moonlight, the Wind Shadow Sword emitted a faint silver glow. That you've summoned it so soon? Pineapple Blowing Snow's figure danced gracefully in the air. When one loses their sense of urgency, death draws near. She gazed at Zhao Yi. Your birthright has destined you to a life of ceaseless combat. Remember, this is your fate. Zhao Yi felt a flicker of confusion. Isn't that a line from the abbot? Why is it coming from you? Pineapple Blowing Snow. How peculiar. He pondered why all the swords, each representing a mecha, were manifesting in her hands. Unable to fathom it further, he opened the 3 design blueprints in hand. Glancing at the materials and their respective quantities required for assembly, he nearly gasped in astonishment. Good heavens! The cost to upgrade a mecha to the second generation is 200,000 military merit points. Unlike the firepower enhancements of the Shaowa War Treasure, the second-generation upgrades for the Pineapple War Treasure involved equipping 2 swords on its arms. The primary modification for the Pineapple War Treasure lay in the floating platforms beneath its feet, the materials for which Zhao Yi had never encountered before. The exorbitant cost of the modification materials was staggering. Even the final assembly would necessitate his own mental energy for completion. The entire upgrade process for a second-generation mecha was undeniably arduous. Zhao Yi felt a surge of frustration. However, he suddenly contemplated a dilemma. He could not possibly wield 2 mechas simultaneously. Yet, if he were to relinquish one of the swords, to whom could he entrust it? This posed yet another profound question. Zhao Xiaogo, why the long face? Shengwan Qingshi bounced into the room, her demeanor seemingly cheerful. What have you been up to that brings you such joy? Look, Shengwan Qingshi pointed her finger. And the book Zhao Yi had placed on the table began to levitate effortlessly. Roar. How about that? Zhao Xiaogo. Am I impressive? Zhao Yi cast a dismissive glance at Shangwan Qingshi. That all you've got? Shangwan Qingshi's eyes widened. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Do not think I'm trying to undermine you, Zhao Yi said with a smug smile, suddenly furrowing his brow as he began to concentrate. With a gentle flick of his finger in the air, a crisp sound echoed. Not far away, a long scratch appeared on the wall, approximately 1 centimeter deep and 5 or 6 inches long. What do you think? Do you now comprehend the disparity between us? Seeing Zhao Yi's arrogant expression, Shangwan Qingshi gritted her teeth and lunged at him. Hey, why are you so worked up? Humph, I don't care. Who told you to mock me? I never mocked you. You were mocking me. After a brief scuffle, Zhao Yi sat back down on a chair, panting. He then handed a sword, glowing with a faint azure light. To Shangwan Qingshi, where did this come from? Shangwan Qingshi asked, somewhat dazed. This was the first time she had taken out the Xianyan sword, capable of summoning the great battle treasure. Not long ago, she had also obtained weapons that could summon high-level mechas like the Pineapple Battle King, Fire Dragon King, Explosive King, Heavy Cannon King, Sea Shark King, and Magic Motion King. Are you telling me there's more? Zhao Yi did not elaborate. This sword is called the Wind Shadow Sword, meant for summoning the Peach Battle Treasure. I'm giving it to you. Seeing Zhao Ye's reluctance to explain further, Shangwan Qingshi did not press on. Zhao puppy, I already have the great battle treasure. I can't possibly summon 2 mechas alone. Can I? Therefore, I intend to give the Xianyun sword to another member of the team, like Xiaoqing. Shangwan Qingshi hesitated a bit. If that is the case, 1T we be unable to combine forces? Then I 1T give it? Zhao Yi replied indifferently. Whether or not to give it depended on Shangwan Qingshi's own willingness. Even if one person wielded 2 mechas, it was feasible. The first-generation Gobao mecha did not demand high spiritual energy. Simply shouting the slogan was enough to summon it. This allowed the pilot to switch mechas promptly when the energy and ammunition of one were exhausted, maintaining peak combat effectiveness. However, typically, when a second mecha was required for battle, it would likely not be a trivial skirmish like the last one. Shangwan Qingshi shook her head. If we can't combine, then we can't. But if the Xianyun sword is given to Xiaoqing, are you planning to give your God General sword to someone else as well? I'm contemplating whom to give it to. How about giving it to Yezi? Why? Weren't you the one who said that the God General sword and the Xianyun sword are a pair of cherished swords? If one of such a pair is placed in the hands of a single individual, wouldn't it greatly diminish their combat capability? Zhao Yi seemed troubled. Yezi and Xiaoqing are not a pair. And besides, Yezi already has the contract mecha spirit. I was originally thinking of giving it to old Lu. Weren't you the one who gave old Lu the great sword that summons the Heavy Cannon King? Let him use the Heavy Cannon King for now. Zhao Yi nodded in agreement. What do Yezi and Xiaoqing have to do with this cherished sword? Suddenly, Shangwan Qingshi chuckled that I think they have a chance. Didn't Yezi ask me to introduce a girlfriend to him? What do you think of Xiaoqing? Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow. You mean them? I fear they might start fighting before they even combine. Shangwan Qingshi burst into laughter. Let us give it a shot. Besides, if we find Yezi an ordinary partner, who knows when we might perish on the battlefield? What if one day? Zhao Yi sighed. You are right. Let them give it a try, and if it doesn't work out, we can re-evaluate. Chapter 94. Foster father, I will be right back, brother dog. You were looking for me? Upon seeing Yi Ling enter, Zhao Yi placed a long sword, wrapped in a scabbard, on the table. Yezi, what do you think of Xiaoqing? Xiaoqing. She is quite nice. She is beautiful, but her personality is a bit too carefree. Zhao Yi suddenly probed. What if the two of you were paired together? What do you think? Yi Ling's expression froze. Brother dog, you must be joking. I'm still young. I haven't had my fill of life yet. Zhao Yi sighed again. Let us set that aside for now. Yezi, take this first. He pointed to the God General sword on the table. Brother dog, what is this? Open it and see for yourself. Yi Ling stepped forward, took it, and unsheathed the God General sword. His eyes widened. Brother dog, isn't this your little fruit battle treasure? Yes, it's for you. But brother dog, if you give this to me, what will you use? Besides, this is a couple's mecha. If you give it to me, wouldn't sister-in-law be upset? Zhao Yi rolled his eyes. What nonsense. Xiaoqing is still piloting her cracked armor artificial mecha, and her strength is lacking. Qingshi will give her the great battle treasure. Is that so? Brother dog, you should have said so earlier, but if I use the little fruit battle treasure, what will you use? As for me, don't worry about me. I'll remind you that the God General sword and the Xianyun sword are a pair of cherished swords. When wielded together, they can unleash tremendous power. Yi Ling instinctively asked, but what if we can't fuse the two swords? Then it will be utterly powerless. Yi Ling. To achieve the fusion of the two swords, not only must there be sufficient spiritual energy, but there must also be a hint of affection between you, a mutual understanding. Today you understand. Yi Ling smacked his lips. Actually, Xiaoqing is quite nice. Are you beginning to take an interest? Brother dog, you know me. I'm not the type to be a playboy. Zhao Yi glanced at Yi Ling. You both should give it a try. If it doesn't work out, it can't be helped. I just happen to be fortunate enough to find a girl I like amidst the chaos of war. Perhaps your choice reflects a compromise for the greater good, but Xiaoqing is indeed a fine girl. Surprisingly, Yi Ling did not find it unacceptable. On the contrary, he appeared eager to try. Hey, brother dog, why are you saying this? As brothers, it's enough that you think of me like this. Brother dog, are you really giving it to me? If you don't want it, return it. Don't. I want it. It's only because brother dog has this ability that he can still think of us brothers. Zhao Yi suddenly proposed. My suggestion is to keep using your Zhan Gang H, switching it out during battles to maximize combat effectiveness. Understood that I'm not a novice. I can grasp this logic. With that, Zhao Yi effectively passed on the God General sword. Meanwhile, on the other side, well, dealing with Yi Ling isn't impossible. It is just that he is too reserved. often chatting more with those few boys. Shengwan Qingshe found it amusing. She had previously contemplated playing matchmaker, but it seemed he had ideas of his own. It's simple. Boys without much romantic experience are like that. They haven't even held a girl's hand. How would they know how to interact with girls? As the saying goes, a boy pursues a girl across a mountain, while a girl pursues a boy through a veil. Meng Yuqing rested her chin on her hand. Oh, how did you manage to capture Brother Dog so easily? Shengwan Qingshe's cheeks flushed. Oh, we both pursued each other, you know? Zhao Yi acted swiftly. Here are the modification blueprints for the Little Fruit Battle Treasure. Take a look that I've modified the Little Fruit Battle Treasure once already. The rest is up to you. Wei Ling took the blueprints, glanced over them, and his eyes widened. Brother Dog, you're not saying you can't modify the mecha, so you're handing it over to me. Right? Zhao Yi clicked his tongue. How can you think that of me? Am I that kind of person? Besides, what is wrong with using your own money to modify your own mecha? Yi Ling felt like crying. Brother Dog, we just won a battle, and that's all the points I had for modifications. Now it's all gone. 15 million points, and it's still not enough. I'll have to add my own money. Zhao Yi shrugged. If it really comes to it, just borrow some from old Lu. Yi Ling slapped the table. Of course. Why didn't I think of that? I'm off to borrow money from old Lu now. 20 billion. Do you take me for a high-class rich man? Yi Ling looked seriously at Lu Wuyan. I sent it so. Lu Wuyan was taken aback, then slowly grinned. Haha, now that you mention it, it does seem like that. So, high-class rich man, could you lend me this 20 billion? Lu Wuyan shook his head. It's not that I want to lend it. It's just that I can't take out that much right now. Then how much can you take out? 5 billion. Wei Ling gritted his teeth. 0.5 billion it is. Better than nothing. Weren't you the one who earns so many points? Why are you borrowing money now? Yi Ling decided to recount the entire situation. Old Lu, Brother Dog will definitely think of you later. If he finds something suitable for you, he won't forget you. Lun rolled his eyes. Do I need a reminder? You already have a contract mecha. If something truly suits me, it wouldn't fall to you. However, now that I have the Heavy Cannon King, it's much more impressive than my Zhang Gang H. Why would I want to pilot your broken fruit mecha? Yi Ling was at a loss for words. Suddenly, Lu Wuyan stroked his chin. I need money. Huh. Now that you mention it, I remember something. What is it? I think we still have Lu Wenqi in our hands, right? Old Lu, what are you planning? The Lu family is quite prosperous. It would be unreasonable not to take advantage of them at this time. Yi Ling's mind was racing. I have come to a realization. Within our team, it appears that each one of you, from top to bottom, harbors a heart of darkness. Initially, when I observed that chubby fellow, with his thick brows and bright eyes, I thought to myself how unfortunate he was, being sold off by Zhao Yi while still counting his money. Yet, what transpired? Each of you possesses a heart more sinister than the last. I can hardly fathom how you all ended up aboard this pirate ship. Lu Wuyuan scoffed. Enough of your chatter. You've reaped your fair share of benefits. Haven to you. You've played the part of the fool plenty. And now you wish to complain? You've wooed the ladies in our ranks, piloted new mechs, and now you dare speak like this. Believe me, I'll give you a thrashing. Yi Ling awkwardly chuckled. Old Lu, I meant to commend your cleverness. I simply could not conceive of such schemes. You couldn't conceive because you're dim-witted. Now, pour me a glass of water. Huh. Are you still willing to lend me some money? Foster father, I shall attend to it immediately. Chapter 95. Demon Overlord King, are you truly planning to escort Lu Wenjing back personally? Yes, I intend to request funds from the Lu family, but they insist I return him first to receive any payment. They aren't coming to fetch him themselves? Lu Wen chuckled wryly. They claim it is my duty to do so, and I dare not ask them for money. What was your response? I said, sure. It is my duty, but the journey to Lijiang is long and fraught with beasts that if I encounter any monsters, I'll have no choice but to abandon my foolish brother. Zhao Yi stifled a laugh. All right, but there's no rush. Wait until I'm prepared, and we shall go together. Together? Indeed, we fight together, face life and death together. Once you return to the Lu family, escaping won't be so simple. If we brothers do not assist you now, when will we ever lend a hand? However, what? Zhao Yi glanced at Lu Wen. Lately, do not neglect your training. Currently, aside from battling minor monsters, we can only passively await their attacks. You don't wish to spend your life on this planet, do you? The starry sea awaits, and I wish to see what it truly holds. Let us enhance ourselves, and then we shall explore space together. Witness the wonders of spacecraft and encounter extraterrestrial beings. Old Lu, we aim to conquer the world, not merely the insignificant blue planet. Lun regarded Zhao Yi, feeling somewhat stirred. Rest assured, I won't be a burden to you. Zhao Yi smiled. Old Lu, do not accuse your brothers of disloyalty. I have prepared a gift for you, but it is not something just anyone can handle. Certainly not you at this moment, that a gift. Go on with your tasks. As for the nature of the gift, you shall discover it in due time. How mysterious of you. Bitter Pine Snow, I seek to ask you for something once more. Oh, what is it? Bitter Pine Snow stood on the rooftop of Zhao Ye's newly constructed abode. Gazing skyward with arms crossed, I recall that aside from the Fruit Battle Special Forces and the 4 great villains, there should be some minor mech units as well. Indeed, there are, though not many that I can provide you with some, and I also possess the blueprints for constructing minor mechs. Perhaps you could attempt to create them. Not many. How many is that? Approximately 500 or so. Upon saying this, Bitter Pine Snow began to rummage through her belongings. Zhao Yi could not help but wonder if there truly existed a 4-dimensional pocket hidden from his sight. This is a summoning device for minor mechs. How many do you require? There are melee and ranged options. Which do you prefer? Let us go with 150 of each. Bitter Pine Snow promptly produced a bracelet. The items are within. Take what you need. Zhao Yi was taken aback. What is this? A spatial bracelet, a spatial bracelet. The kind written about in novels that can store items? Bitter Pine Snow, unfazed, replied, as the sage once said, art derives from life. The world is vast and full of wonders. Zhao Yi, this world is far more expansive than you perceive. Before the echoes of her words faded, Bitter Pine Snow's petite figure vanished. Without needing her instruction, Zhao Ye's mental energy probed the gleaming bracelet, seemingly crafted from an extraordinary metal. Intricate grooves formed peculiar patterns across its surface. His mental energy easily penetrated the bracelet's interior. Could it truly be a spatial bracelet? He delved deeper. Within lay an array of standard horizontal blades, each inscribed with markings, one for sword, one for cannon. Easily comprehensible. Beside this cache of weapons rested several tomes. Standard Firearm Mech Design Blueprint, Standard Melee Mech Design Blueprint, Demon Overlord Upgrade Blueprint, and more, encompassing all mech modification schemes from the Easter Defeat faction. This caused Zhao Yi to ponder, stroking his chin. Upgrading these mechs will surely require a substantial sum. Want it? Alas, the path to wealth is arduous. Suddenly, Zhao Yi recalled Lu Wuyan. Wasn't he seeking funds from the Lu family? Why not? How much? 2 billion. Are you planning to rob them, or what? Lu Wuyan was taken aback by Zhao Ye's declaration. Those in the know were aware of their intention to extract funds from the Lu family, while those unaware might think they were preparing to raid the Lu family. Zhao Yi remained silent, quietly placing a blueprint before Lu Wuyan. The sound of flipping pages was gradually replaced by heavy breathing. By the heavens, with such modifications, 2 billion won't suffice. Zhao Yi replied, we cannot push them too hard. If we do, they may become desperate. You call this being lenient. The Lu family has held sway in Lijiang for years, but asking them to produce 2 billion at once is a tall order. True, they did offer 50 billion once. That they have? Take a look at this. Zhao Yi produced another blueprint. Lu Wuyan glanced at it and inhaled sharply. Are you planning a rebellion? Zhao Yi rolled his eyes. Can't you say something positive? Have you not seen how spacecraft in outer space are constructed in segments? With just our small group, how do we expect to confront them? By head-butting. Lu Wuyan withdrew his gaze. Should we not just raid the Lu family? I estimate that turning over their entire assets could yield us a few thousand small targets. Not forget that there is a formidable elder in the central government. Even if we did raid them, how much would actually fall into our hands? We must not provoke the higher-ups into squashing us like ants. Lu Wuyan shook his head, that if you truly possess the power to eliminate Lu Hua, for the greater good, they would offer you these items even if you did not ask. Zhao Yi suddenly turned to Lu Wuyan. You understand why my fruit battle treasures and pineapple battle treasures are a set, while the Heavy Cannon King and Fire Dragon King mechs are a different set. How would I know? The most crucial reason is that a set of mechs can be seen as a singular entity, ultimately aimed at achieving a comprehensive fusion. That I am currently contemplating what kind of strength I would possess if I successfully fused into the Demon Overlord King. That Lu, of course, was unaware of the premise that a set of fruit battle mechs could merge. Yet he was still somewhat astonished. You mean a 5-in-1 fusion? Precisely. That Lu Wuyan's pupils contracted. After the fusion of the Great Battle Treasure and the Fruit Battle Treasure had incapacitated an opposing top-tier mech with a single shot. If they could fuse, they would be capable of confronting not just top-tier, but even peak-level mechs. Chapter 96. second-generation mechs. After Liu Yuan's explanation, Zhao Yi finally understood that above the top-tier strongholds existed a ranking referred to as peak powerhouses. Beyond that lay the colossal golden mech that had appeared above the blue planet like a sovereign. According to Liu Yuan, top-tier and peak-level beings were in the same tier, yet there existed a significant disparity in strength. The Elder Shangwan was regarded as a peak-level entity among the top-tier, as for the situation with the Liu family. Those matters could be set aside for later. The most pressing concern at present was the modification of mechs. The second-generation modification of the fruit battle mechs required the direct involvement of the pilot, so Zhao Yi enlisted Wenjiaru to collaborate with Kaya. You're quite the rising star now. I've witnessed you incapacitating a top-tier mech with a single shot. Wenjiaru had also participated in that battle, piloting a silver-white mech reminiscent of ancient soldiers. Didn't you teach us well? Teacher, as your student, how could I be one to fear for my life? Enough of that. What brings you to me? Teacher, I've earned some accolades on the battlefield and accrued additional points. And then? In the realm of mech modifications within Daxia, who is most skilled? It can only be you. Teacher, so I thought to seek your assistance that now that you have a request, you remember to come to me. But when you and your teammates were enjoying your new mechs, why didn't you think of me? I took a glance at the several mechs you were using, without discussing the might and levels of mechs. I must say that the design modifications capable of such formidable power are truly unprecedented in my experience. You, my friend, I assure you, I am not deceiving you this time, that if you wish for my assistance in modifying your mech. I am willing, but I must first examine your mech thoroughly. Zhao Yi readily agreed, without a moment's hesitation. However, Teacher Wen, we had an agreement. You can study it alone, but when Juru rolled his eyes, do you think I am that kind of person? With Teacher Wen's assurance, I felt at ease. You know, the enemies we've encountered this time are specifically here to eliminate me. I am utterly perplexed as to where I have offended them. One Juru scrutinized him. Are you genuinely unaware or feigning ignorance? Don't tell me you still haven't realized. Zhao Yi chuckled awkwardly. I do have my suspicions. Could it be that someone is plotting to silence me? Not a foolish thought, considering the significance of Xiong was akin to that of a crucial battlefield, and Zhao Nanxiong was only a step away from becoming a peak powerhouse. Such a sudden assault was indeed unfathomable. An elite warrior launching a full-force strike against Xiong caught everyone off guard. Though the martial king eventually retaliated, we still suffered the loss of a major general, and now they have repeatedly targeted Nanjing Teacher Wen. Discussing this is less beneficial than modifying my mech to enhance my strength. I dread the day someone might ambush me like that. When Juru, both amused and exasperated, replied, All right, show me the modification blueprint. By the way, have you contacted Kaya? I have. Kaya is now well integrated into the military. Recognized by many, and aside from the occasional odd looks when he ventures out, he seems quite at ease. Good. Let us proceed as planned. Leave the designs with me, and I'll call you when I'm ready. Thank you, teacher. Don't forget my payment. 10 million. Zhao Yi was astounded. Teacher, I'm letting you study my mech, and you still demand payment? When Jaru chuckled, a deal is a deal. Besides, the money isn't yours. You can always ask your wife for it. Not yet a wife. It is only a matter of time. 7 days later. Wen Jiru observed Zhao Yi, Shangwan Qingshi, Yi Ling, and Meng Yuqing standing before him, barely suppressing their amusement, that you're quite clever, making me work double for the same payment. Zhao Yi chuckled. Teacher, whether it's 1 mech or 4, it's still research. I assent to it. When do we begin? I'm eager to start. The mech design you provided has left me astounded. Molyu Kaya exchanged his usual suit and shoes for a lab coat and white shoes, presenting himself as a true researcher. Thanks to you, not only can I serve as the team's dedicated mech modifier, but I can also work as a scientist in the research institute. This is the life I've always dreamed of. Kaya was filled with excitement and rushed to give Zhao Yi a big hug. Seeing Kaya's joy, Zhao Yi couldn't help but smile. Compared to your talent, my assistance is merely trivial. The group swiftly entered a vast workshop within the research institute. The facility was filled with oversized machinery, and the specially purchased materials were neatly arranged on both sides of the modification area. This upgrade for the second-generation mechs required a plethora of unique materials, and some of the stored items were exceptionally rare and expensive. Clearly, this was a major undertaking, but based on the designs and subsequent assembly plans, it was indeed an unprecedented concept. While speaking, Wen Jiru donned his lab coat and a pair of technologically advanced goggles. What are those, teacher? Zhao Yi inquired. Wen Jiru smiled calmly. These are inventions of my own. I must say, some of the sci-fi novels written by young authors in foreign films are quite insightful that I call these tech goggles. They assist me in planning the next steps and calculating precision and errors, providing substantial support while I operate the machinery. Kaya looked on in surprise. Your ingenuity is truly remarkable. When Jiaru smiled, Kaya, I prepared one for you as well that I know you've been diligently learning the Daxia language. You will find it useful that I recall an ancient saying from Daxia. Then I shall not be polite. Zhao Yi and the others exchanged amused glances. In this era, even aliens are online, sharing memes. The control over Kaya in Nanjing was gradually diminishing. And there were even people dedicated to helping him integrate into the culture of Blue Star Daxia, which of course included internet usage. As a researcher, Kaya possessed greater intelligence and a superior understanding of concepts than the average person. The staff in Nanjing didn't need to explain much. Kaya grasped various ideas with ease. Well then, let us begin. Wenjuru's eyes gleamed with excitement. The second-generation mech indeed held great promise. Chapter 97. The Explosive Fruit Divine Weapon. Return. With Zhao Yi summoning the pineapple battle treasure, the mech modifications officially commenced. This was the first time Yi Ling and Meng Yuqing witnessed Kaya and Wenjuru working collaboratively at the control station. The robotic arms in the modification area seemed to come alive, swiftly and decisively disassembling and reassembling the pineapple battle treasure. Kaya was no longer merely assisting as before. His movements surpassed even Wenjuru's in speed and fluidity. At that moment, Kaya's skills in mech modification rivaled those of Wenjuru. Yi Ling had previously observed Kaya's prowess during the modification of the Steel Cutter H, but this was Meng Yuqing's first experience. Sure, is Kaya really this talented? Of course, Mr. Kaya is an esteemed scientist on their planet. That is quite surprising. The modification of the second-generation mech proved far more complex than the 2.0 version. The meticulous refinement, tempering, assembly of the pineapple battle treasure's dual arms, and the upgrade and assembly of its entire metallic exterior constituted a significant undertaking that it was only through the joint efforts of Kaya and Wenjuru that, after a full 2 days and nights, they finally reached a critical point. All right, Zhao Yi, it's your turn. The four of them have been watching for quite some time. Zhao Yi had been reluctant to observe. But as Wenjuru put it, the first-hand modification process by two masters was something that outsiders could scarcely pay to witness. How could he not watch, or else the modification would cease? Zhao Yi rose and stepped into the modification area. Now, the main event of the modification process was about to unfold. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear. Actually, the second upgrade of the pineapple battle treasure requires a specific activation condition. But it seems you have intuitively grasped it. I shall now guide you on completing the final upgrade process of the explosive fruit divine weapon. And here, take this. Subsequent plot developments will continue to advance the protagonist's upgrades. Though some aspects of the sword activation process may be overlooked or altered, as the author has forgotten many details, awkward chuckle. The voice resonated in his ears, yet the figure of the pineapple blowing snow was nowhere to be seen. Zhao Yi suddenly felt something new in his hand. In his mind, the voice continued to resonate. Pineapple blowing snow was instructing him on how to complete the final upgrade. Opening his palm, he discovered a radiant, jewel-like golden lotus seed. This was the sacred object from Waguashan, the lotus seed from the seven-colored lotus, essential for upgrading the fruit treasure mech. The final moment, it must be integrated into the pineapple battle treasure. As he conversed, Zhao Ye's spiritual energy began to envelop the robotic arms. This was a crucial step in transforming the pineapple battle treasure into the explosive fruit divine weapon. Utilizing his spiritual energy as a sculpting tool and even as a final adhesive to complete the assembly process. The modification had to continue. 0.5 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Zhao Yi was now drenched in sweat. The excessive use of spiritual energy had plunged him into a state of extreme fatigue. Do you need a break? Wenjuru's voice emanated from the loudspeaker set up in the modification area that I can hold on a little longer. Observing Zhao Ye's pale complexion, Shangguan Qingshi stood up. Teacher Wen, let me assist Zhao Yi. Wenjuru was taken aback. Why spiritual energy is highly compatible with Zhao Ye's. I can merge with it and should be able to help him. After a moment of contemplation, Wenjuru nodded. Suddenly, Kaya interjected, Miss Shangguan, go ahead and assist Yi. Without hesitation, Shangguan Qingshi rushed to the modification area, supporting Zhao Yi, who was on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion. Zhao little dog, we'll do this together. Together? Yes. Shangguan Qingshi nodded. Just now, a voice echoed in my mind. It said that as long as we synchronize our spirits, I can assist you. Zhao Yi paused out of voice. Shangwan Qingshu shook her head. I'm not sure what it was. But it seemed like a girl's voice. Zhao Yi didn't dwell on it. Since help was available, he decided to give it a try. Without further ado, Shangwan Qingshu began to release her spiritual energy, which seamlessly fused with Zhao Ye's. As expected, their combined efforts made the subsequent modification process considerably easier. However, it was only somewhat easier. The modification was still ongoing, and 5 hours passed. Zhao Yi could no longer endure the relentless consumption of spiritual energy, akin to a dull knife carving flesh. Meanwhile, Shangwan Qingshu persevered, despite the fine beads of sweat dotting her exquisite visage. Her gentle voice whispered in his ear, "You should take a break. I can still hold on. When I can't anymore, it will be your turn. All right, my dear." Shangwan Qingshu suddenly broke into a carefree yet natural laugh. "Zhao Xiaogo, are you already changing your address before even entering the door? The sooner I change it, the sooner I can marry you." Zhao Yi lay down on the cold floor, his gaze hazily following the movements of the mechanical arms above. Time flowed by like a gentle stream. Before long, another day passed, cradling his fiancée Yi in his arms. Zhao Yi gazed up at the completed Pineapple Battle Treasure 2, yet one final step remained before the full upgrade could be achieved. "Xiaoqing, please help me support Sure. Coming right up." Shangwan Qingshu appeared somewhat pale, but remained alert. When Jura looked at Zhao Yi in confusion, ISNT the modification already complete. Zhao Yi waved his hand from below. "Teacher 1, please lower the mech." Jiaru complied. Then, in a concealed manner, Zhao Yi produced the shimmering golden lotus seed that he had received from Pineapple Blowing Snow. He pressed the lotus seed into the brow of the Pineapple Battle Treasure without any hindrance, accomplishing the task with remarkable ease. As the lotus seed embedded itself, a luminous sheen seemed to flow across the metallic body of the Pineapple Battle Treasure, visible even to the naked eye. Jiaru gasped, observing the transformation of the Pineapple Battle Treasure. With a thought, Zhao Yi opened the cockpit and entered the Pineapple Battle Treasure. At this moment, the Pineapple Battle Treasure 2 was not yet complete. Its arms were still in the form of hands. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yi drew the Qi Xiao sword. The meager restoration of spiritual energy began to converge at that moment. In the next instant, this spiritual energy coalesced atop the Qi Xiao sword. This very instant, Zhao Yi felt a connection to some ethereal existence. Raising the Qi Xiao sword high, he let out a long howl into the void. Pineapple Battle Treasure, Return, Chapter 98. The second generation machine, complete. Teacher 1, opened the dome's glass window. Although when Jiaru felt a mix of confusion and anticipation upon hearing Shangwan Qingshu's words, he promptly complied. With a thunderous rumble, dark clouds rapidly enveloped the area of the Research Institute. Above in the sky, the satellite imagery from the Institute position went blank in an instant. That moment, anyone witnessing this scene seemed to hear a voice echo in their minds. Pineapple blowing snow, blow not snow, but blood, the blood upon my sword, boom. The heavens roared at a colossal sword cry, akin to a thunderous explosion, seemed poised to rupture the eardrums of those present. A crimson long sword, shimmering with golden light, slowly descended from the sky. The Pineapple Battle Treasure began to float. Suddenly, the enormous pineapple head opened, revealing a vast, keyhole-like recess. The glimmering golden Qi Xiao sword transformed into a streak of light, swiftly entering this recess and rotating as if responding to some unseen call. In the void, the surrounding space appeared as tranquil as a still lake disturbed by a pebble, sending ripples outward. Within these ripples, golden-hued metallic components began to materialize. Click, click! The Pineapple Battle Treasure underwent its second modification and assembly. The long swords originally on its arms were replaced with two elongated, broader, and sharper blades, radiating golden light. Meanwhile, the previously modified, tread-like feet of the Pineapple Battle Treasure also revealed layers of spatial ripples as metallic parts assembled once more. Boom! A surge of blue flames erupted. This was a flying platform resembling a skateboard, formed by the transformation of the feet, generating sufficient propulsion through energy consumption, granting the Pineapple Battle Treasure the ability to fly the moment all the components were assembled. A golden light flowed over the entirety of the Pineapple Battle Treasure. The previously awkwardly assembled parts now appeared utterly harmonious, as if a special force was rapidly completing the upgrade of the Pineapple Battle Treasure. The terrifying energy pressure surged forth like a tidal wave. Boom! The very space seemed to tremble. Zhao Ye's soul felt as though it merged with the pineapple battle treasured a tea that moment. It seemed that he was the pineapple battle treasure, and it was him. He sensed that he could navigate the pineapple battle treasure effortlessly, relying solely on his spiritual energy without the need for control sticks. However, he soon discarded this notion. Such a feeling was fleeting and had already drained his dwindling spiritual energy completely. The pineapple battle treasure transformed into a myriad of light spots and vanished. Zhao Yi landed on the ground, nearly losing his balance. Yi, you've given me an incredible surprise. My goodness, what craftsmanship could create such a perfect mech? Kaya's eyes gleamed with fervor. When Jiru's expression was equally one of shock, the moment the pineapple battle treasure fully assembled, he could hardly comprehend what force could achieve such a magnificent spectacle. For someone who had dedicated their life to the study of mech modifications, this act felt as if a deity had performed the impossible before him, an achievement unattainable in an entire lifetime. Perfect, simply perfect. Come, next, who else wishes to modify? Suddenly, when Jiaru's face lit up with enthusiasm as he turned to Yi Ling and Meng Yuqing. Me, my sister-in-law's mech hasn't been modified yet. Meng Yuqing rolled her eyes. Do you think Shir can still hold on? Hurry up, it's your turn. Yi Ling hesitated. All right, I'll go. After completing the modification of pineapple blowing snow, Zhao Yi and Shangwan Qingshi left the research institute and returned home to rest. At this point, further training at the base seemed trivial for their enhancement, and when Jiru said nothing more on the matter, Shangwan Jun found Zhao Yi, who had just returned home. What have you been up to? What kind of commotion did you cause with the mech modification? If it weren't for my intervention, Jingcheng would surely have been in chaos. However, upon seeing the pale expressions on Zhao Yi and his daughter, he sighed, you two should rest. Zhao Yi nodded, with Shangwan Qingshi holding on to him as they walked into the house he had just built. Shangwan Jin eyed their departing figures with suspicion that is something amiss. When Zhao Yi opened his eyes again, 3 days had passed. After exhausting his spiritual energy once more, he felt an upward trend in his spiritual energy reserves. Rubbing his sore temples, he glanced at Shangwan Qingshi, who was leaning against him. Smiling, he adjusted her blanket before getting out of bed. You rascal. Not even through the door and already living together. Stepping outside, he found Shangwan Jun with a stern expression. Uncle, this isn't the first time? Why are you making such a fuss? Shangwan Jin fumed. I confess. How many times have you done this before? Zhao Yi was speechless. You mean since you built me a house? Uncle, you know that. What do I know? Shangwan Jin shot him a glare. You two are something else. You slept for 3 days and nights without a care. If I hadn't sent your aunt to check on you, I would have been worried you'd sleep yourselves to death. 3 days? Zhao Yi was taken aback. He had slept until he naturally awoke, not having looked at the time, yet I mentioned the mech modification. The excessive consumption of spiritual energy and the atmospheric changes. What? Is Blue Star no longer sufficient for you? Zhao Yi couldn't help, but chuckled. To be honest, Uncle, we've reached our limits on Blue Star. It has time to explore the outside world. Shangwan Jin scrutinized Zhao Y.so confident. Do you know how dangerous it is out there? There are no fewer than 50 like me on the battlefield. Are you looking to court death? Isn't it better to stay comfortably on Blue Star? Shangwan Jin continued. And don't think about leaving just yet. That if you truly intend to go, you and Shir should have a child first before you leave. Uncle, we haven't even left yet, and you're already talking about gloomy things. That can't you have a little ambition? Is that gloomy? I only have one daughter, and you're my only son-in-law. If something happens to you out there, how will we live? Seeing Shangwan Jun's furious expression, Zhao Yi found it amusing that it's hard to tell whether you're an old man or the commander of a military district.